How is this possible? Taifeng looked shocked. Even as a third-tier bronze saint, he couldn't withstand the pressure of the statue. Sumu was also a third-tier bronze saint, so how could he? Could it be that Sumu's strength far surpasses his own? At this moment, he had no doubt about Sumu's strength anymore, and was even extremely wary of him. What he didn't know was that Sumu wasn't even a bronze 3, let alone a bronze 2 in the strictest sense. I've seen plenty of gods like you. Go ahead and ask. Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, his lips moving silently as he urged the statue. He wasn't lying. In the dream, someone of his caliber wouldn't even be qualified to step into the celestial palace and pay homage to him. After a long silence, the statue finally asked the question mechanically. Tell me the most heinous things you have done. Murder, Sumu said calmly. Brother Su, that won't do. Many of them have killed people. You need to tell us how many they killed and why they killed them. Jun Wushang shouted from afar. Sumu thought for a moment and then changed his words. I once destroyed a city out of boredom. I don't know how many people were destroyed, but there must have been millions. After he casually those words, the entire sacrificial site fell into an eerie silence. In the distance, Taifeng and the others stared at him in disbelief, their faces filled with disbelief. They even doubted their own ears. Destroying a city out of boredom? Millions of people? We've never killed that many people even in a game. Brother Su, don't lie. The statue will kill those who lie. Jun Wushang shouted anxiously, fearing that the statue would come to life and be killed by Sumu at any moment. However, his fears did not come true. Buzz. An eerie buzzing sound rang out and the statue fell silent. Statue. This. Jun Wushang was now incoherent, and his body even began to tremble slightly. Wait a minute, let me sort this out. You can't lie in front of the statue, or you'll be killed. Brother Su said he once destroyed a city. Hee. Jun Wushang couldn't sort this out any longer. He looked at Sumu, who was smiling and dressed in a suit and tie, looking as elegant as an aristocrat. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of terror sweep over his body, and his scalp tingled. Suddenly, Sumu frowned slightly. He felt a burning pain on his left arm, which was covered by his clothes. At the same time, the statue in his eyes changed. It was no longer a dual image of god and demon, but became as white as jade, and was completely a statue of a holy angel. He also saw the angel's full appearance. It had 8 wings on its back, 3 eyes, and silver vertical pupils on its forehead. An angel? As expected. He had roughly understood the principle behind the curse cast by the statues of gods and demons. It was not about good or evil. He slowly walked out of the statue's enclosure and toward the crowd. But as he approached, everyone took a step back in unison, their expressions tense as if facing a formidable enemy, looking as if they were looking at a demon king about to destroy the world. Taifeng was extremely nervous. This Sumu was definitely lying. He was nothing but bronze 3, this guy was silver 3. Destroying a city? He had thought that he had done some dirty work and kills hundreds of people, which was already unforgivable. But now, compared to Sumu, he felt that he should be cursed by angels, not demons. Sumu, you really destroyed a city? Yang Dongqing asked with a complicated expression. Sumu smiled slightly. Of course it's fake. Do you know how troublesome it is to destroy a city? For a medium-sized city, if you use explosives, you would need at least 8 times 79, 35 tons, provided that there are no military buildings, such as air raid shelters in the city, otherwise you would need even more. Call. Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it was impossible. And the others were speechless. They even wanted to slap Yang Dongqing to bring him to his senses. Didn't they hear that the amount of explosives was accurate to the decimal point? Furthermore, you cannot lie in front of a statue of a god. At this moment, young Dongking seemed to remember something. Wait a minute, isn't it forbidden to lie in front of a statue of a god? Sumu shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's broken. After all, even lie detectors can fail sometimes, let alone a pile of rocks. That's true. Yang Dongking nodded in realization. Why the hell are you nodding? You actually believe this kind of lie? Tai Feng watched as Yang Dongking's eyelids twitched. He finally understood why Yang Dongking could follow this murderous tyrant. It turned out he was a fool, so he wasn't afraid. In fact, Sumu wasn't lying. He often set off the entire city when he was bored in his dreams. Then everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became very subtle. Everyone kept their distance from Sumu, as if they were avoiding some terrifying monster, except for the hot-headed Yang Dongking. What do we do next? We're all under a curse now? Yang Dongking habituated his gaze to Sumu. Oh right, I almost forgot to ask. Are you cursed by an angel or a demon? Demons, Sumu said without changing his expression. He lied again, because among the people present, only 3 were cursed by angels, and the rest were demons. Although he didn't know what's meant, he habitually put himself in the group with the most people. Anyway, the burn marks were covered by his clothes, and no one dared to lift his clothes to verify. So he could say whatever he wanted. Everyone increasingly felt that Yang Dongking was an idiot. He had destroyed an entire city. What else could he be but a demon? Sumu's gaze slowly swept over everyone present. Sensing his gaze, everyone looked away, and not one dared to meet his eyes. Finally, his gaze fell on the woman who was cursed by the angel. The woman was in very bad condition, with pain flashing across her face from time to time. Her exposed neck, thighs, and arms were covered with burns, and the burns were slowly spreading, almost reaching her face. Clearly, this woman will be the first victim. He walked to the side, leaned his tall body against a stone pillar, and pondered a solution. With so little information available, even he couldn't immediately find a way to break the curse. However, he had a vague suspicion that it might not be a curse at all, but he needed time to verify it. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere among the people became increasingly oppressive. No one liked the feeling that life was continuing to move towards its end. I can't take it anymore! The woman suddenly roared in pain, stood up and said to the crowd, I'm about to die, and you won't live much longer either. Rather than waiting to die, we might as well fight the idol. Fight? Tai Feng sneered. I'm only half a step away from connecting with the Silver Law Power Servant. Even with my full strength, I can't harm the statue in the slightest. What do I have to fight with? What else can we do? Wait to die? The woman's taut nerves finally snapped under the pressure of death. She screamed hysterically, her expression becoming increasingly frantic. Suddenly, the woman to remember something, and looked at Sumu with excitement and pleading in her eyes. Mr. Su, with your strength, you can definitely shatter the statue. You are a powerful figure who can destroy a city. As if grasping at a last straw, her eyes were filled with pleading. Mr. Su, please help me quickly. As long as you can break the curse, I will definitely repay you in the future. You can have anything I have, even if it means becoming my slave. Horrific burns had crept onto the woman's face, and this extraordinary individual showed no difference from an ordinary person when facing death. Some say that death is the fairest thing in the world, and Sumu agrees. The woman's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this powerful figure who had once destroyed a city could truly do it. Tai Feng carefully considered his words. Mr. Su, how about we trouble you to give it a try? Faced with everyone's sincere requests, Sumu naturally did not refuse. He nodded calmly, like a peerless expert who had finally agreed to come out of seclusion to save the world. Everyone stepped back to avoid accidental injury. Everyone was overjoyed and obediently retreated, walking a full 100 meters before told them to stop. Everyone was even more eager to see what kind of powerful attack Mr. Su would use that would require us to retreat 100 meters. Only Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. Could it be that Sumu, this sickly fellow, really had some powerful attack methods hidden? That shouldn't be the case. He just captured me not long ago and questioned me about the extraordinary. In the nightmare world, he relied entirely on his underlings and my protection. Although Sumu was the one who broke the nightmare world in the end, I didn't see him show any strength from beginning to end. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Sumu slowly extended a finger, and all things under heaven was instantly activated. Just as everyone was wondering why Mr. Su was pointing to the sky with finger, suddenly, sky darkened. Everyone looked up in horror and saw that a huge dark cloud had suddenly appeared in the sky above the sacrificial site, stretching for thousands of meters and enveloping the entire sacrificial site. The thick, dark clouds rolled endlessly like surging black waves, changed the heavens with his own power. You're telling me he's a bronze thrower? Jun Wushang was dumbfounded, and the others were also shocked. Even the strongest Tai Feng was the same. As a bronze thrower, he follows the path of a commoner superhuman power servant, possessing 3 bronze laws: Iron Heart, Mighty Fist, and unending recovery. His fighting prowess is nothing more than that of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, using his fists and feet to crush his opponents. Now, looking at Sumu, who is also at the Bronze 3 level, he can change the celestial phenomena with just one finger. They are not on the same level at all. This gives Tai Feng the illusion that a martial artist is facing a cultivator. Suddenly, from the depths of the thick, impenetrable clouds, a dazzling golden light flashed. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a massive golden sword, as large as a mountain peak, slowly emerged, like a sword of judgment from the heavens. The golden celestial sword was surrounded by dazzling light, within which countless stars seemed to twinkle, and mysterious runes seemed to flow. The moment everyone saw the golden celestial sword, their minds went blank, and they were so shocked that they were speechless. What kind of law is this? How can it be so terrifying? At this moment, Sumu's outstretched, jade-like finger slightly lowered, and the heavenly sword in the sky seemed to receive some kind of signal, suddenly falling with the force of a thunderbolt. The terrifying aura terrified everyone, and they fled in panic. Although they knew the heavenly sword wasn't aimed at them, they still instinctively wanted to escape. Only the dying woman was incredibly excited, her eyes reflecting the golden light of the heavenly sword and her desire for life. She clenched her fists. With Mr. Su's strength, he can definitely do it. However, things in life rarely go as planned. Just as the heavenly sword fell, a jet black, demonic light suddenly erupted from the statue of gods and demons. The black light shot out and landed in midair, instantly transforming into a bottomless black hole, like the gaping maw of a giant abyss beast, which swallowed the heavenly sword in one gulp. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the black hole disappeared as well, as if nothing had ever happened. Sumu shook his head at everyone. My strength is still too weak to deal with the idol. The stunned crowd didn't dare to reply. You call this weakness? Do you have some misunderstanding about the definition of weakness? Tai Feng forced a smile, which was tinged with flattery. Mr. Su, you are joking. When we attacked the statue, we couldn't even elicit a reaction from it, but you made a move that caused the statue to retaliate. I'm not exaggerating when I say that, to date, I have never seen a superhuman than you. No one thought there was anything wrong with Tai Feng's change from arrogance to obsequiousness. This was a normal reaction when facing a strong person, especially since he had spoken rudely before. The fact that he didn't kneel down to apologize now was simply because he saw that Sumu didn't care too much about what had happened before. Sumu smiled and nodded, a hint of helplessness in his smile, as if he was troubled by his inability to destroy the statue. In truth, only he knows his real thoughts. He was acting the whole thing. The heavenly sword and the black hole were all illusion conjured by all things in the universe. He never attacked the statue, and the statue never reacted. It was all for show. Even Iron Peak, a Bronze 3 warrior, couldn't damage the statue, let alone him. It's not surprising that people do anything under the pressure of death, let alone a group of extraordinary individuals. Therefore, he must establish an absolute position of strength, not only to ensure his own safety, but also to better lead the group and increase the success rate of breaking the deadlock. To say there was no attack wouldn't be entirely accurate. He had just tried to control the statue with his mental power, but failed, as if the statue were just an ordinary stone. Among the crowd, a short, dark-skinned man stared intently at Sumu with a hint of doubt in his eyes, as if he had noticed something. Ah! A shrill scream drew everyone's attention. The woman with the most serious injuries had collapsed to the ground, rolling around frantically. Horrible burns had spread all over her body. Strangely, no one could see the flames on her body. Moments later, the screams subsided, and the woman turned into a charred corpse. The woman's death cast a shadow over everyone's hearts, especially after witnessing that even a terrifyingly powerful figure like Sumu, unable to destroy the statue. Besides the woman and Sumu, there were 2 other people present who were cursed by the angels and had burn marks on their skin. As they looked at the woman's miserable death, their faces grew increasingly grim, as if they could already see what would happen to them soon. My rotting seems to be getting better. Taoist Wushang suddenly lifted his Taoist robe, revealing his long rotting belly. His belly, which was originally completely rotten, had now recovered quite a bit, and the rotten parts had shrunk by a whole size. Everyone quickly checked themselves. Mine too. The rotten part has shrunk a whole size. Me too. My whole leg was rotting just now, but my thigh is healed now, only my calf is rotting. What exactly happened? Jun Wushang asked in surprise. Did Mr. Su's attack just now take effect? Wait a minute. Why aren't my burns getting better? Mine didn't get any better. In fact, it got worse. Sumu narrowed his eyes, observing the changes in everyone, and already understood the principle behind the curse. He carefully observed the expressions of the crowd, and found that several people had already realized what was happening. The 2 men, both afflicted by the angelic curse, exchanged a glance, seemingly realizing something. Their expressions suddenly changed drastically, but they quickly concealed their emotions and began to communicate subtly with their eyes, occasionally glancing at the man afflicted by the demonic curse, ecstatic. Their reaction was quick, but someone else reacted even faster. Boom! A pair of metallic fists suddenly appeared behind one of the men's heads. Bang! The man didn't even have time to react before his head exploded, leaving him a headless corpse lying on the ground. The remaining person's expression changed drastically. Tai Feng. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of evil wind swept in from his right, and the one who made the move was the short man. The short man's right hand had somehow transformed into a tiger's claw covered in red and black fur. Its sharp nails gleamed with a cold light, and with a single strike, It tore off most of the flesh from the man's neck, causing blood to gush out instantly. The man's eyes widened in anger, but he couldn't utter a single word before finally collapsing heavily to the ground. The sudden attack by Tai Feng and the short man shocked everyone. They quickly distanced themselves from the two, their faces showing shock and anger. Tai Feng, Xie Quan, what are you two doing? Why did you kill someone? Someone shouted. The crowd stared at the two men, as if they would attack them if they couldn't give a reasonable answer. Tai Feng sneered. Fool! Look at your own rotting body before you ask questions. The crowd's expressions changed slightly, and some began to examine the decay on their bodies. My decay has lessened again. This time it's reduced by more than half, and it's still slowly recovering. What on earth is going on? Why would their death cure our curse? Could it be? Some intelligent people had already realized the crux of the problem and stared intently at the corpse on the ground. Snap, snap, snap. A round of applause rang out from not far away, and Sumu walked over with an approving look on his face. You two are truly admirable for your decisiveness. The moment you discovered the method to break the curse, you didn't hesitate at all and directly killed them unexpectedly. Brilliant! Upon seeing that it was Sumu who spoke, Tai Feng's fierce expression vanished completely, and he transformed from a tiger into a kitten, his face full of flattery. Mr. Su, you flatter. Me? I was only trying to help everyone break the curse. These two are quite strong. If we let them launch a sneak attack first, we might have even more people killed or injured. Sumu, what exactly happened? Yang Dongqing walked over with a grim expression. He couldn't accept that the people who were just teammates had suddenly turned on each other. Sumu smiled slightly and explained, angels and demons are inherently opposed. This statue is a dual representation of gods and demons, and they have achieved a delicate balance, making it impossible to determine a winner. This is where external force is needed. In reality, the so-called curse is merely a division of factions. Those afflicted by the angel's curse are followers of the angel, while those unaffected are followers of the demon. I suspect that angels and demons use this method to determine the victor, forcing their respective factions to fight each other through curses. A look of understanding flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes, but his face remained grim. So that's how it is. But these angels and demons are no good either. They're so cruel. Wait, something's not right. The short man named Xie Quan suddenly cried out and lifted his clothes, revealing a rotting patch on his chest. Why hasn't the decay completely disappeared? They've clearly killed all the angel followers. Tai Feng was also shocked to find that he was in the same situation, with only one last piece of decay remaining. This can't be. Isn't this the way to break the curse? The faces of the people who were originally immersed in joy turned gloomy again. Sumu frowned and walked up to the crowd. The method to break the curse should be correct. Since the curse has not completely disappeared, there is only one possibility. What's possible? Someone asked eagerly. There are still angel believers among us. Sumu's eyes swept across the crowd like lightning, as if searching for the last angel believer. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They all looked at the people around them with suspicion, and some cautious people even quietly stepped back and distanced themselves from the others. How is this possible? Mr. Su, everyone present should be a follower of the devil. Tai Feng was stunned and could hardly believe it. Sumu's expression grew increasingly grave. Perhaps one of us is lying. He is a believer in angels but deliberately lied about being cursed by a demon. Tai Feng's expression changed, and his murderous gaze on everyone, except Sumu. Who's lying? Step forward now, or I might leave you with a whole corpse. Everyone, show your wounds. Tai Feng, check them, Sumu commanded in an unquestionable tone. Under the pressure of the powerful figure, everyone lifted their clothes, revealing the last small patch of decay on their bodies. Tai Feng examined them one by one with his sharp, hawk-like eyes, and found that everyone had decay, which meant that they were undoubtedly believers in the devil. No, Mr. Su, they are all demons. Tai Feng's words suddenly stopped, his pupils contracted sharply, and he looked at Sumu in disbelief, instinctively taking a step back. Not only did he realize it, but everyone else did too, looking at Sumu in horror and retreating continuously. Sumu suggested checking them, but no one checked Sumu at all. Mr. Su, you... Tai Feng's expression changed drastically, and he didn't even dare to say the next words. If Sumu was an angel believer, would he and his demon believers still be alive? Facing the fearful and suspicious gazes of the crowd, Sumu smiled slightly. If I were a believer in angels, would I have advocated for the inspection of everyone, and even suggested that there might still be believers in angels alive? After saying that, he gently the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his arm, where a small piece of rotting flesh remained on his forearm. Upon seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Sumu were a believer in angels, they didn't think they could kill him. But if it wasn't Sumu, then who was that angel believer? Tai Feng, you just checked everyone's wounds, now let everyone see yours too, Sumu suddenly said. Tai Feng nodded and said respectfully, Yes, Mr. Su. He verbally agreed. Inwardly he was complaining about Sumu's unnecessary actions. Among everyone, he was the one wearing the most revealing clothes. A tight black vest that exposed his arms and chest muscles. When he was rotting, his clothes couldn't cover it at all, and everyone had seen it. But since Sumu had spoken, he didn't dare to disobey. He then boldly lifted his tight black vest, turned around, and revealed the wound on his back. You all saw that, right? I'm a follower of the devil just like you. Tai Feng casually put down his black vest, turning around as he said, It seems that to break the curse, besides killing the angel followers, there must be other conditions. What's with that expression on your faces? Turning around, Tai Feng was startled. He found everyone staring intently at him, their expressions strange shock, anger, suspicion. His heart skipped a beat and a bad premonition began to rise within him. Wait, Sunfire chains! A middle-aged man in a leather jacket shouted. A chain made of lava suddenly appeared in his hand and instantly wrapped around Tai Feng's body. Tai Feng was shocked. What do you want to do? I'm a follower of the devil, one of our own. Still trying to lie? You clearly have burns on your back. You're talking nonsense. Miss Su, you have to believe me. I really am a follower of the devil. Everyone saw it when I was rotting. Tai Feng struggled violently, his body turning metallic. He anxiously explained to Sumu, his face filled with the words innocent. Sumu, of course, that Tai Feng was innocent. After all, only those who have wronged you truly know how wronged you are. Tai Feng is not a believer in angels, because he is one himself, and the burns on his back are an illusion he created using all things in the universe. Mr. Tai, perhaps you were a believer in demons before, but you changed sides halfway through. Angels represent goodness, and perhaps it was your act of stepping forward to help everyone break the curse that turned you into a believer in angels. You don't need to explain it anymore. Saying more won't help. After all, the burns on your back can't lie. Sumu sighed softly, as if he felt sorry for Tai Feng. Tai Feng was stunned by these words. You can switch sides? But I just killed someone to save my own life. Kill him quickly. I can't hold on much longer. The man in the leather jacket shouted anxiously. The others then launched their attack, surrounding Tai Feng. Jun Wushang drew his long sword and shouted, Peerless sword dance! The gleaming sword light, like a streak of lightning, sliced through the air and stabbed fiercely towards Tai Feng's eyeballs. He knew that his opponent possessed a body of steel, so he aimed to attack his eyeballs. Ah! Facing the onslaught of the crowd, Tai Feng roared furiously, his body radiating more and more metallic light, and his muscles swelled up like an inflating balloon. Bang! The flaming sun chains snapped instantly. However, Tai Feng, who had escaped, did not retaliate. Instead, he glanced at Sumu with great apprehension before quickly fleeing. He knew clearly that with Sumu in the demon camp, he, as an angel believer, had no chance of winning and could only run away. Of course, no one would let him go, and they chased after him in a swarm. Sumu watched Tai Feng flee in disarray, a smile of interest curving his lips. He had to admit that Tai Feng was indeed very strong, far surpassing Yang Donggenking by more than one level. The marks left by the fiery sun chains had already mostly healed as he ran, which was clearly due to the unending recovery ability at work. However, no matter how strong you are, it's useless. Real battles don't rely solely on brute force. Tai Feng was very fast, after all. His abilities were all related to his physique, but the superhumans chasing him were not ordinary people either. One of them suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, and then opened his mouth and roared. Buzz! A piercing noise came from this person's mouth, and the surrounding air trembled eerily as a powerful sound wave surged toward Tai Feng. Ah! Tai Feng screamed in agony, clutching his head and falling to the ground, with faint red blood flowing from his ears. As he fell to the ground, several attacks arrived in an instant. Several chains of lava bound him, and the lava burned his skin, emitting a burnt smell. Jun Wushang's sword gleamed white light and slashed fiercely, leaving several deep sword marks on Tai Feng's body that revealed bone. But that was all. It could not cut through the bone at all. Yang Dongking also made a token 2 strikes, then walked away looking dejected, because he realized that he was the weakest among them. Even though he had fully mastered Iron Heart, he couldn't break through Tai Feng's at all. It was like 2 iron blocks colliding. In contrast, everyone else's methods were capable of harming Tai Feng. Even the seemingly most cowardly Taoist, Jun Wushang, could wound Tai Feng with his sword. No wonder Hearts of Iron is only sequence 9. Its ranking is not without reason. At this moment, the man who had released the sound waves earlier pulled out a silver revolver. The revolver had a strange shape, with a barrel that was almost as long as a baby's arm. It was entirely silver and looked exceptionally bright under the sun. Bang! A silver bullet shot toward Tai Feng's head. As he fell to the ground, Tai Feng immediately felt a chilling sense of crisis. He struggled with all his might, but the bullet did not hit his head. Instead, it struck his chest. A splash of blood bloomed on his chest. His proud, steely body had not been able to stop the bullet. Mithril bullets! Tai Feng's expression grew increasingly panicked, clearly showing extreme fear of the gun. Tai Feng, for everyone's sake, I have no choice but to ask you to die. The man holding the silver gun slowly walked over, raised the pistol, and pointed it at Tai Feng's head. Tai Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately resisted, but there were too many lava chains binding him, making it impossible for him to break free in a short time. Just as the man with the silver gun was about to pull the trigger, Shi Quan, who had not yet made a move, suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, I feel something is amiss. The man with the silver gun sneered. What? You're getting soft-hearted just because you two work for the same company? Quan said with a solemn expression. Don't you find it strange? Sumu is so powerful. If he wanted to kill Tai Feng, he could do so with a flick of his finger, but he hasn't made a move yet. And who is Mr. Su? Why would he need to personally deal with someone like this? Get out of my way right now, or I'll kill you too. Hold on. I need to check Tai Feng's wounds again. Saye, Quan was still trying his best to stop him. However, the man with the silver gun had already lost his patience and was about to pull the trigger. Si Quan's eyes turned cold, and countless brown feathers instantly sprouted from his short body. His hands transformed into sharp eagle claws. Whoosh! Ah! The silver spear-wielding man's arm was instantly severed by the eagle's claws, and blood gushed out. I'll kill you! The silver spear-wielding man, missing a hand, was about to unleash a sonic attack, but Si Quan wouldn't give him the chance. The feathers on his body transformed into monkey fur, and his figure became increasingly emaciated. He bent down, using his hands and feet to exert force simultaneously, his whole body like a nimble monkey, instantly appearing behind the man with the silver spear. Then, with lightning speed, he stretched out 2 hands covered in monkey hair, grabbed the man's head, and twisted it forcefully. Snap! The man with the silver gun had his neck snapped instantly and collapsed to the ground. Chi Quan Yu. Tai Feng was shocked. He never expected that his relationship with Si was so close that the other party would risk his life for him. I said I want to check his wounds again. Si Quan's face, covered in monkey hair, was filled with murderous intent, and everyone hesitated for a moment. What's the point of checking? Seeing is believing. He's a follower of the angels. The man wielding the fiery chain said warily. I can tell you clearly want to save him. Si Quan coldly said, if I join forces with him, do you think the few of you can stop me? Although I am only Bronze Eye, my Bronze Law Beast Mimicry sequence is ranked 102nd. I don't need to explain what that means, do I? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed immediately. Even the extraordinary young Yang Dongqing was frightened. He had previously read the information given to him by Murong Mengli. Although he had not memorized all of the bronze sequence, he understood what sequence 1 and 2 meant. Sequence 99 is a hurdle. A sequence that can reach 100 is called a high sequence, which is a qualitative change compared to a low sequence. Sometimes, a single high sequence user can even kill a low sequence user at Bronze 2. He recalled the description of beast mimicry. He couldn't remember the exact words, but he remembered the general ability. It could mimic the forms of 100 beasts. Although this bronze law didn't have strong offensive power, it was very comprehensive and could fight on land, sea, and air, which was enough to deal with most crises. Seeing that he had intimidated everyone, Si Quan's hand transformed into an eagle claw once more, his sharp nails gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Swish! He suddenly waved his hand, and Tai Feng's tight vest ripped open, revealing a muscular body with a metallic sheen. Turn around. Tai Feng didn't hesitate and turned around immediately. He knew he couldn't possibly defeat the combined forces of everyone. If Si Quan wanted to harm him, there was no need for him to kill the Silver Spear man. The charred wound was once again exposed to everyone's eyes. Chi Quan, what else do you want to argue about? The evidence is irrefutable. The man controlling the blazing sun chains roared in dissatisfaction. However, Si Quan did not respond. Instead, he turned his nose into a dog's nose, sniffed hard, and then a cold smile flashed across his face. He bent down and grabbed the burned area with his hand, tearing off a piece of rotten flesh. Everyone was immediately shocked. What happened? Wasn't he burned? Why is there rotting flesh and blood? Si Quan gave a cold laugh and looked at Sumu, who was leaning against a stone pillar in the distance. Sumu seemed to sense the gaze, smiled slightly at him, and nodded in acknowledgement. We've all been fooled. That guy surnamed Su is the real believer in the angels. Si Quan's murderous intent intensified. He couldn't bear being made a fool of like a clown. Don't talk nonsense. If Mr. Su is a believer in angels, How do you explain the decay on his body? Don't forget that it was he who suggested that there were believers and angels among us, and took the initiative to check everyone. Jun Wushang didn't believe Si Quan's words at all and retorted. The man with the blazing sun chains also looked incredulous, but Yang Dongqing, who knew Sumu best, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Oh no! This is something he's capable of doing. If I'm not mistaken, Sumu's ability should be related to illusion. He used illusion to change the wound and pointed the finger at the strongest Taifeng, wanting to use everyone's strength to kill Taifeng first. Do you believe it or not? As long as Taifeng dies, there will definitely be another angel believer among us who will switch sides. Unfortunately, he underestimated my nose. Although the appearance of the wound has changed, the smell of burning and rotting is completely different. Quan explained coldly. Jun Wushang still didn't believe it. Are you kidding me? With Brother Su's strength, would he need to resort to such petty tricks? If he were an angel believer, we would all be dead by now. Why would he be putting on an act with you? At this moment, Taifeng also came to his senses, and his face turned extremely ugly. Perhaps he doesn't have such great strength at all, and his previous attacks were just illusions, not bad. Siquan smiled coldly. I was wondering before why an attack that could change the celestial phenomena was silent. Because of the beast mimicry, my 5 senses are beyond those of ordinary people. I can have the eyes of an eagle, the nose of a dog, and the ears of a cat at the same time, so even though the distance was far away, I could still detect the abnormality. After the dark clouds appeared, the air humidity did not change, and there was no airflow that the falling giant sword have generated. It can be said that apart from what the naked eye could see, nothing else should have been there, which completely defied common sense. This can only mean one thing. Sumu possesses an illusionary ability that manipulates vision. He's treating us all like idiots. The chains of lava snapped in an instant, and Taifeng dragged his injured body to his feet with difficulty. His eyes were filled with unimaginable rage. The feeling of being fooled was worse than being killed, especially when he thought about his previous fawning and ingratiating appearance. He was so angry that his heart felt like it going to explode. I should have realized this sooner. If he is really that powerful, why would he be forced to the sacrificial site by the unmemorable ones, just like us? Click, click, click. The sound of steel being squeezed and rubbed against each other kept coming from Taifeng's mouth. He was almost grinding his teeth to powder. The situation completely reversed at this moment, with the spear heading directly at Sumu. Young Dongqing realized something was wrong. He was naturally on Sumu's side, but now the two of them were forcibly divided into the camps of angel and demon, which made them mortal enemies. This made him hesitate. Kill him! Taifeng roared, his face ashen, and charged toward the center of the sacrificial site like a human tank. See, Quan transformed into a werewolf, standing on all fours, and followed closely behind. The chained man did the same, and all 3 of them had a furious killing intent flashing on their faces. Only Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang showed hesitation. Brother Yang, what should we do? After all, Brother Su works for us. Sumu, run! Yang Dongqing suddenly shouted and rushed towards the crowd to stop him. Jun Wushang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yang Dongqing to choose to stand on Sumu's side. After all, only one side could survive, the angel or the demon. Boy, how dare you betray us! Taifeng's killing intent surged, and he showed no mercy to Yang Dongqing, who was charging towards him. His right arm muscles bulged instantly, like an inflating balloon, becoming thicker than an adult male's thigh. The bulging muscles had hard, distinct lines and contained terrifying power. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly swung his right fist, which sliced through the air with a sharp, explosive sound. "Don't kill him," Sai Quan suddenly said. Trusting Si Quan, Tai Feng's fist changed direction in midair, moving from Yang Dongqing's head to his chest. Yang Dongqing's arms gleamed with metallic light as he tried to block the punch. However, the difference between Bronze Eye and Bronze 30 was too great. His proud steel body was as fragile as paper in front of its punch. Click! His defensive arms were instantly broken, and the terrifying force slammed into his chest cavity through the severed arms. Yang Dongqing was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. That punch severely injured him. "Why can't we kill him?" Tai Feng asked, still furious. "Killing the demon cultists will benefit the angels. Sumu's strength is currently unknown, so we can't allow his burns to heal." Sai said coldly, "Kill Sumu first and don't cause any more trouble." The two exchanged a glance and then rushed towards Sumu. Soon, the three of them arrived at the center of the sacrificial site, forming a triangle, firmly surrounded Sumu. "You, surnamed Su, have deceived us so badly." Covered in wounds, stared intently at Sumu, while the bald man who had been hiding in the corner was ignored. Surrounded by three extraordinary individuals, Sumu showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "How can you call it a lie about extraordinary individuals? You're just too stupid. You can't blame anyone else." The three were instantly enraged. They hadn't expected Sumu to be so arrogant even after being exposed. But it was precisely because of this that they dared not act rashly, as none of them knew Sumu's true strength. If what he said about being Bronze 3 was true, then it means that besides visual illusions, he also has two other hidden abilities. "Sumu, you don't need to bluff. If we don't kill you, we'll all be dead for sure, so you can't scare us." Sai Quan's small eyes flashed with a cold light, and his hands had somehow transformed into a pair of tiger claws. Faced with the threat, Sumu's smile widened. "This is more interesting. Actually, I was really worried that you were all idiots who would keep killing each other until they died without realizing it. I didn't expect that you would find out after only one person died. Let's all come at you." The group exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat wary, in the face of life and death, none of them cared about martial ethics, and they immediately charged forward side by side. "Let's do it." Tai Feng took the lead, his legs suddenly exerting force. The ground instantly cracked, and he soared into the air, crashing towards Sumu like a cannonball. At the same time, a lava chain arrived in an instant. Faced with the two men's combined attack, Sumu did not take any action. However, when their attacks came one after another, his figure disappeared inch by inch like a dream bubble. "Illusion!" Tai Feng exclaimed in shock, realizing the strangeness of Sumu's methods. At this moment, Si Quan, who had not yet made a move, sneered and his tiger claws through the air as he attacked the area behind the stone pillar. A figure in black leaped lightly and dodged the tiger's claws. "Sumu, your illusions may fool them, but they can't fool me." Si Quan's eyes gleamed with smugness. "The sound of your footsteps when you move has already given you away. You two listen to my instructions. Don't believe your eyes. I'll show you where he is." Surrounded again, Sumu remained calm. He adjusted his brown-tinted glasses and said indifferently, "You three don't think I'm only good at illusions, do you?" A look of caution flashed across the three faces, but none of them were intimidated by Sumu. They continued to press closer to him, constantly tightening their encirclement. Sumu smiled faintly. "If you all see through my illusion, I actually know a little bit about martial arts." Then, as before, he stretched out a finger and slowly pointed it to the sky. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. Huge dark clouds formed out of thin air and enveloped the entire sacrificial site. The sky darkened. Seeing him resort to the same trick again, Si Quan became even more smug. Hey, Eve, you've run out of tricks. The air humidity hasn't changed, and the airflow hasn't moved. Don't embarrass yourself with such a false illusion. Illusion? Sumu's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. Still unaware of your impending doom? Shadow summoning. Demonic descent! Shadow summoning. Everyone was slightly surprised. Was this another bronze law of Sumu? How come they had never heard of it before? Could it be some kind of hidden law? Shi Quan! Watch out behind you! Tai Feng suddenly shouted anxiously. Si Quan quickly turned his head and saw that a humanoid monster more than 2 meters tall, whose body was made of shadows, had emerged from the darkness behind him. Its body was thin and looked like a dried corpse. Its hands were long and hung down to the ground. The part of its face opened up a pair of scarlet blood eyes. Si Quan was startled, but then he sneered. No footsteps, no smell, just a mere illusion. However, what he didn't know was that shadows don't make footsteps or have any smell. Then, completely ignoring the shadowy figure behind him, he looked at Sumu with a mocking smile. It seems you really have no other tricks up your sleeve. Then prepare to die. Just as he was about to make his move, everything suddenly went black. It turned out that the humanoid shadow had stretched out its withered arm, its 5 fingers extended like branches, and its body was bent, like a gentleman extending an invitation to dance. Humph. Si Quan completely ignored it, and was about to walk straight through the shadow. Bang! Si Quan stood in place, staring at the dark figure's arm blocking his way, a pain shooting through his forehead as if he had hit a tree. Instantly, his expression changed drastically, an overwhelming fear gripping his very soul. This is not an illusion. Before he could finish speaking, the impatient figure grabbed Si Quan's hand and forcibly dragged him into the darkness. No! Tai Feng, save me! Si Quan screamed shrilly, his terrified cry sending chills down the spines of Tai Feng and his companion. The next second, the sound stopped abruptly, the dark figure disappeared, and Shi Quan also disappeared. It all seemed like an illusion. Heh! A soft laugh broke the deathly silence in the room. Tai Feng and the other man stared in horror at Sumu's smiling face, which looked like the smile of a devil. Sumu elegantly pushed up his brown-tinted glasses. Let me make this clear in advance. I do not accept surrender. Shadow summoning! Thump! The luxurious snakeskin cane lightly touched the ground, and darkness surged from its tip like a tide, spreading rapidly and transforming into countless tiny, mysterious runes that spread across the land centered on Sumu, forming a strange and mysterious magic circle. Then, a scene that terrified Tai Feng and his companion unfolded. From within the massive magic array, humanoid shadows, each over 2 meters tall, emerged. 2, 10, 100. A full 100 shadowy monsters emerged from the magic circle, surrounding Sumu like stars around the moon. At this moment, Sumu was like a shadow emperor. He waved his hand lightly, and the shadow monsters instantly swarmed out. Run! Tai Feng's eyes widened in horror, and he turned and ran in terror. He never expected that Sumu would have such a hidden skill. This time, he didn't think it was an illusion, because Yi Quan's screams were still vivid in his mind. Sumu ignored the two who were running away, and instead chuckled. Sigh, I lied again by accident today. What if this becomes a habit? The Shadow Legion was obviously an illusion. Only the shadow that killed Si Quan was real, his good friend whom he brought from the nightmare world, and not innocent. There are 2 limitations to using the not white skill. First, it must be dark. Second, you can only kill 1 person at a time. So when he pointed to the sky with one finger, causing dark clouds to cover the sky, his purpose was to prepare for Bubai's appearance. Now, all he had to do was wait for Bubai to finish digesting Si Quan before killing Taifeng and the other two one by one. A clever illusion, like a clever lie, must be a mixture of truth and falsehood, reality and illusion. At this moment, young Dongqing and Jun Wushang ran over, looking at Sumu with complicated expressions, hesitant to speak. Sumu, are you really a believer in angels? In the end, Yang Dongqing couldn't hold back any longer and asked the question that had been on his mind. Sumu nodded. Of course, I have always emphasized that I am a good person. Now that we have the statue as a witness, no one can slander me in the future. What time is it? You're still in the mood for jokes? Yang Dongqing said anxiously. You're an angel or demons. Only one of us can survive. Sumu patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will take good Jasmine for you. Go in peace. You son of a bitch. Yang Dongqing instantly became furious. If his arms hadn't been broken, he would have punched Sumu right away. Haha, just kidding. Actually, I already had a way to break the curse. Brother Su, do you really have a way? Jun Wusheng was overjoyed. He really didn't want to have to kill his colleagues to survive. There is a way, but it requires the cooperation of the two of you. Oh right, I almost forgot, there's one more person. With that, Su pulled over Zhao Yongqiang, the nightmare apostle, who had been hiding in the corner trembling with fear. In fact, the idols are not divided into camps based on good and evil. What is the basis for that? Jun Wushang asked hurriedly, although Yang Dongqing, who was still angry, had already perked up his ears. Sumu didn't keep them in suspense and explained, based on your inner guilt. Or rather, your clear thinking, as long as you believe you are right, then you are in the angel camp. Take Yang Dongqing, for example. This guy killed a lot of people, but he believed that the worst thing he did was rob 50,000 yuan. In other words, in his heart, he felt that these people deserved to die, but robbing money was wrong. That woman from before wiped out her entire enemy family. From her tone, you could tell she believed in the principle of a life for a life, and that she had done nothing wrong. Therefore, she was on the angelic side. Jun Wushang suddenly realized, I understand. Even if I do evil, as long as I don't think I'm doing evil, then I'm in the angel camp. Yes, who can distinguish right from wrong? From the perspective of ants, all humans are evil. But from the perspective of God, no matter how evil the things humans do, they will only think that it is a group of ants. Therefore, God doesn't care whether people are good or not. The only thing he truly cares about is yourself. Brother Su, how can we break the curse? Of course we should kill everyone in the opposing camp. Jun Wushang's expression slightly. Brother Su, please stop joking. Sumu shook his head. I'm not joking. There is only one way to break the curse because it is a rule set by the gods and demons. Unless you have enough strength to defeat the gods and demons, you can only follow the rules of the game they set. Don't worry, since it's a game, there will naturally be loopholes. We don't need to fight each other, we just need to switch sides. How do I change? Jun Wushang looked troubled. To be honest, I didn't pay for the foot massage last time, but that didn't make me feel guilty. I paid back a long time ago after I earned the money. What I really feel guilty about is that I have failed my master's teachings. My master told me to stay away from worldly desires and women focus on the Tao, but I have gone against the Tao. That's simple. Just relax and accept my hypnosis, Sumu said calmly. Jun Wushang's expression changed drastically. Hypnosis? You're not going to do anything strange to me, are you? Sumu. I've noticed that you've disobeyed your master's orders more than once, haven't you? You don't read Taoist scriptures on a regular basis, But you've watched a lot of pornographic videos, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Jun Wushang's ears turned red, and his eyes flickered as he said, I was just looking around. Alright, if you believe me, then relax, and don't resist. If you don't believe me, then join Tai Feng and the others. It's your choice. Jun Wushang's expression changed several times before he finally nodded with difficulty. We are all people from the bronze coffin. I believe Miss Mirong would not hire bad people into the company. I believe you. Sumu frowned slightly. He didn't understand why all his colleagues were love-struck. No, Yang Dongqing could be considered love-struck. But Jun Wushang could only be considered a simp at the moment. Look at this pocket watch. A dark gold pocket watch with an Ouroboros pattern came into Jun Wushang's view. A moment later, Jun Wushang excitedly opened his eyes and looked at Sumu with great excitement. Brother Su, I understand. Foot massage is also a way. The Tao is everywhere, from the vast heavens and the earth to a single flower and tree. All contain its essence. It can be the first ray of sunlight in the morning, or the bed made for me on the 6th, or the bowl of clear soup served to me on the 8th. Yang Dongqing, standing to the side, stared in disbelief. So you actually found 2 more? Jun Wushang became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had touched upon the Tao that he had been searching for all along. Brother Yang, you're too attached to appearances. Finding a few isn't the point. The point is, how can one transcend the world without experiencing its troubles? How can one comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao without experiencing the hustle and bustle of the mortal world? A person, stripped of their skin, is nothing more than 206 bones. Dressed, they possess 18,000 forms. Seeing a beautiful woman as white bones makes me without desire. Seeing white bones as beautiful women makes me without fear. Without desire and without fear, the great Tao is within reach. Looking at Jun Wushang, who was talking loudly and eloquently, Yang Dongqing held back for a long time before finally uttering a single word. Fuck. So that's your excuse for not paying for your foot massage? Alright, Jun Wushang, go to the statue and answer the questions again and switch sides. Sumu really didn't want to listen to these two's rambling and urged them directly. Alright, Brother Su. Having seen the great Tao, Jun Wushang walked briskly to the statue and answered its question again. Sure enough, this time, he believed that even foot massage was a form of healing, but the decay on his body was completely gone, leaving only burns. Yang Dongqing, it's your turn. Sumu glanced at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath, his eyes full of distrust, and said, Don't take this opportunity to instill any strange ideas in me. Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to him. This kind of hothead was someone who could be controlled without hypnosis. Unless necessary, he was unwilling to waste his mental energy on Yang Dongqing. He would rather feed Bu Bai. After a moment, Yang Dongqing's eyes cleared. Now I understand. Robin Hood is a righteous act, and no one has stipulated that you can't rob others of their wealth to help your own poverty. Then he went to the statue and switched sides again. Finally, there was Zhao Yongqiang, who had been largely ignored. Considering that Zhao Yongqiang was also part of the bronze coffin and thus one of his subordinates, Sumu hypnotized him and switched his allegiance. At this point, there were 4 angel believers and only 2 demon believers left. Due to the change in numbers, Sumu and the others found that their burns were beginning to lessen, while the decay on Tai Feng and the other 2 was worsening. Brother Su, since we can switch sides in this way, why don't we just hypnotize them too, instead of fighting each other with Tai Feng and the others? Jun Wushang suggested. Sumu shook his head. Do you think Tai Feng and the others will agree? Jun Wushang was stunned, and his words trailed off. Yes, how could Tai Feng and the others agree to hypnosis? It was tantamount to handing their lives over to someone else. If Sumu had malicious intentions and took the opportunity to smuggle something into the hypnosis, the two of them might become slaves forever. How about I try to persuade them? Jun Wusheng thought for a moment and said, their refusal to accept hypnosis is simply because they are worried about being manipulated, but I have already accepted hypnosis, and I'm fine, aren't I? Perhaps some gentle persuasion will work. Sumu smiled slightly. You want to persuade them? Do you think they'll think you've been manipulated by me and are deliberately deceiving them? Jun Wusheng was at a loss for words. Also, who told you I would never manipulate them under hypnosis? Why would I refuse powerful thugs? Brother Su, don't joke around. You're a good person. If you really wanted to do this, I would definitely be the first one you brainwashed. Oh, how can you be sure you haven't been brainwashed by me? Sumu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Jun Wusheng chuckled. Brother Su, what are you saying? Do you think I don't know whether I've been brainwashed or not? Sumu smiled without saying a word, but Yang Dongqing felt a strange unease. This Jun Wusheng is acting strangely. He's already told you the truth, and you still think Sumu is a good person. Damn. Has he been brainwashed? Thinking of this, Yang Dongqing panicked a little. He even wondered if Sumu had taken the opportunity to brainwash him. But then he thought that probably not. After all, he had already agreed to work for him for 3 years, so there was no need for him to brainwash him. With that thought, he felt relieved. Ah, my hand! Tai Feng, who was running for his life, suddenly screamed. He raised his arm and found that the rot that had previously recovered had reappeared and was spreading rapidly. The man with the blazing sun chains was in the same state, his face filled with panic. What's going on? Why is the decay speeding up? Could it be that Jun Wusheng and the others were killed by Sumu, causing the angels to become stronger? Suddenly, Tai Feng looked at the Black Shadow Legion that was constantly pursuing him, and fierce look flashed in his eyes. He was like a badly wounded beast preparing to fight to death. We can't let this go on any longer. If we drag this out any longer, even if we aren't killed by the Shadow Legion, we'll die from the demon's curse. Let's fight them to the death! With a roar, Tai Feng abruptly turned around and charged towards the Shadowy Legion. Seeing this, the man with the flaming sun chains also showed a look of madness. Let's fight! The two launched a desperate charge against the hundreds of shadowy figures. However, the moment the two clashed, they were stunned, because their attacks passed right through the Shadow Legion, as if they had hit nothing at all. The two exchanged an incredulous glance, both seeing shock and anger in each other's eyes. Damn it! This is an illusion too! We've been completely fooled! Tai Feng roared angrily, feeling like his intelligence had been thoroughly rubbed into the ground by Sumu. Being fooled wasn't scary. What was scary was being fooled by the same trick twice in a row. That's not right. If it was an illusion, then how did Si Quan die? Tai Feng's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I don't care how Si Quan died. I only know that if we don't kill Sumu, we'll both die. Come on. Let's go back and kill our way back. Before long, Tai Feng and his companion returned to fight their way back. When they found Sumu, they discovered that he was standing in a pile of corpses, his fair hands covered in blood, and at his feet lay the gruesome bodies of Jun Wusheng, Yang Dongqing, and others. Tai Feng's pupils contracted. Just as he expected, Sumu had indeed killed Wusheng and the others, which was why the curse on the two of them was becoming stronger. Sumu, you really are ruthless. I never thought that with only you left in the angel faction, you would turn the tide and war demon faction to this extent. Tai Feng, whose face was half rotten, looked at Sumu, whose hands were covered in blood and who was smiling and felt a chill rise in his heart. This was definitely the most dangerous opponent he had ever encountered in the first half of his life. The danger did not refer to how strong the opponent was, but rather to the opponent's cunning and unpredictable methods. He single-handedly nearly wiped out the demon cultists who had the upper hand. Stop wasting time talking to him. Attack! A crimson chain made of lava rushed towards Sumu. The next moment, Sumu's figure shattered like a bubble. Damn it, it's an illusion again. Without Si Quan, it will be very difficult for us to break his illusions. Don't panic. Even if our hearing isn't as good as Si Quan's, it's still far superior to that of ordinary people. Concentrate and listen carefully, and we'll definitely be able to hear his footsteps, Tai Feng said urgently. So the two of them immediately held their breath and strained their ears, trying to hear the slightest sound. And they actually heard it. Breathing sounds! There are breathing sounds all around. Wait, something's not right. Why are there 4 people breathing? Ah! The man controlling the chains suddenly let out a scream. Tai Feng was shocked and looked over, and was immediately horrified. Half of a gleaming sword blade was visible through the man's chest, and standing behind him was none other than Jun Wushang, who had already died. Not only Jun Wushang, but also Yang Dongqing and that ordinary prairie person came back to life. You guys! Tai Feng was both shocked and furious. At this moment, how could he not see that these people had faked their deaths in order to cooperate with Sumu? The only thing he couldn't understand was that these people were clearly from the demon camp. Weren't they just courting death? Before anyone knew it, Sumu, who was spotless, slowly emerged from behind a stone wall, gently tapping the ground with his snakeskin cane, his steps light and elegant. Tai Feng, I can give you a chance to live, to submit or to die. Sumu said calmly, you don't need to worry about the curse. If you choose to submit, I will help you transform into the angel faction. After he finished speaking, he gestured to Yang Dongqing and the others with his eyes, and they all showed off their burns. He didn't intend to subdue both of them. Humans are creatures that won't behave unless they're pushed to the brink. They're full of all sorts of thoughts, and compared to flaming sun chains, Iron Peak of Bronze 3 is clearly more valuable to subdue. Tai Feng's face was ashen, his eyes flickering. What is the method to switch sides? Hypnosis. As long as you accept my hypnosis, I can help you switch sides. Hypnosis? Upon hearing these 2 words, Tai Feng's heart sank to the bottom. You've pushed me to this point, and now you want me to submit? Sumu shrugged indifferently. Anyway, you're used to being a dog for nobles. After all, what difference does it make who you're a dog for? I'll fucking kill you! Tai Feng went completely berserk, charging towards Sumu like a human tank, leaving behind a dense spiderweb of cracks around every step he took. Tisk. Sumu shook his head helplessly. Why would a perfectly healthy person choose to seek death? The next moment, he took off his brown glasses, and his deep eyes suddenly burst forth with a bright blue light, turning his entire eyes a crystal blue. All things in the universe. Black vision. Whoosh! Tai Feng's vision went black, as if an invisible black cloth had covered his eyes, and he had become completely blind. This is one of the uses of Senra Bansho. Since it is an illusion that manipulates vision, it can also deprive someone of their vision. Ah! I'll kill you! You unable to see. Tai Feng was like a mad beast, wildly swinging his fists. Wherever he went, walls and stone pillars were smashed to pieces, but he couldn't hit Sumu. Sumu's true form had already hidden far away, watching Tai Feng go berserk. He did not use the black shadow Not White, because Not White had not yet finished digesting Si Quan. It was probably the first time he had devoured a superhuman, and the digestion process was exceptionally slow. Of course, he wasn't worried that Si Kuaneng would come out alive. Bu Bai's abilities were strange. Unless he knew the way to break the dark illusion in advance, who would keep their eyes closed and let Bu Bai lead them around? Sumu, what should we do next? Yang Dongqing stared intently at the crazed Tai Feng, somewhat worried. He knew Sumu's true nature. A complete cyclically person who relied entirely on hypnosis and illusion. Although Tai Feng was now blinded, he couldn't kill him with illusion alone, which had no offensive capabilities. He wanted to help, but his hands had been broken by Tai Feng, leaving him with virtually no fighting ability. Going up there would only be suicide. Jun Wushang gripped his long sword tightly, seemingly about to step forward, but was stopped by Sumu. Watch closely. He smiled faintly, then pulled a silver revolver from his waist. The barrel was thick and long, like a baby's arm. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Isn't this the gun that Sonic Kid used before? Tai Feng even mentioned mithril bullets back then. When did you get them? Sumu did not answer, but took out a white handkerchief and carefully wiped the silver-white pistol. He did not like to use things that others had used, so he needed to wipe off the sweat and fingerprints first. Soon, after wiping it clean, he gently raised the silver-white pistol and aimed it at the crazed Tai Feng in the arena. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out, and a burst of blood erupted from Tai Feng's heart. He fell heavily to the ground, his eyes blinded, and screamed in agony. His survival instinct made him clutch his head to protect his vital organs, and he struggled to his feet. Bang! Another shot hit his right chest, this time seemingly breaking his spine, causing him to fall to the ground again, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Bang! The final shot hit the head, instantly creating a bloody hole. All movement ceased abruptly, and there was no sound. Tai Feng is dead. At this point, the demon faction was completely wiped out. Looking at the tragically dead Tai Feng, Jun Wushang showed a look of pity and shook his head repeatedly. 2 bullets to the body and 1 to the head. Even a god would be worried. The battle was simple. Sumu only used a negligible amount of mental energy, plus 3 bullets, to directly or indirectly kill several superhumans, including one of them, a Bronzeter 3. With Tai Feng's death, the burns on their bodies completely disappeared. Call! Sumu blew on the still smoking muzzle of the gun, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Not a noble phantasm, yet possessing power comparable to one. Is this the mithril bullet? From now on you're mine. I'll call you Silver Rose. He twirled the gun and then tucked the silver rose into his waistband. What are mithril bullets? Yang Dongqing looked at the silver rose with envy. This gun could actually ignore Tai Feng's steel body, which was truly extraordinary. Sumu glanced at him. It's written in the extraordinary information about the bronze coffin. Go back and look it up yourself. A bad student is a bad student. They lose patience to read anything with even a little bit of text. You! Yang Dongqing was furious. He knew that Sumu had looked down on him again, but he could only be angry. Taoist, what are mithril bullets? He asked Jun Wushang in a low voice. Jun Wushang patiently explained to him. Mithril is the hardest metal in the world, and it has a certain restraining effect on superhumans. Ordinary bullets cannot break heart of steel, but mithril bullets can. I have heard that some powerful superhumans also use mithril to forge weapons. Yang Dongqing's heart burned with excitement. He couldn't believe such a wonderful thing existed in the world. If he had a mithril knife today, would he have had his arms broken by Tai Feng? However, Jun Wushang's next words poured cold water on his enthusiasm. I really want a mithril longsword, but mithril is too expensive. It costs at least 10,000 yuan per gram. The bullets that Brother Su just fired probably weigh about 10 grams each, which is 100,000 yuan. yuan per shot. 3 shots in total. 300,000 yuan. This is even though Taifeng can't see. If he could see, it would be very difficult for bullets to hit him, and the $1 million investment would probably be wasted. This is something nobles play with. Ordinary extraordinary individuals can't afford to even touch it. Yang Dongqing's burning passion instantly turned to ice. Impoverished as he was, he couldn't believe that any metal in the world could be so expensive. 10,000 yuan per gram. He suddenly stared intently at Taifeng's corpse, jogged over, and tried to pry out the mithril bullet from the body. But unfortunately, both his hands were broken, so he had to call Jun Wushang for help. The two spent a lot of effort to pry out 3 broken mithril bullets. "I'll take 2, you take 1, Jun Wushang said, quickly distributing them. Yang Dongqing objected. "Why should you get 2? "Because I dug these bullets out with my sword." "You—" Yang Dongqing was about to argue when he suddenly remembered that Taifeng had been shot by the Sonic Kid, so he quickly asked Jun Wushang to dig. In the end, they each had 2 mithril bullets and were laughing very happily. 400,000 in hand. It definitely won't reach 400,000. After all, these are used mithril bullets, so there's bound to be some wear and tear. Plus, the buyback price isn't as high as the selling price. I estimate I'll be lucky to get 200,000. 100,000 per person is worth it. At least I can buy Jasmine a dress. I misunderstood her last time, so I have to buy her a dress to make amends." "Jasmine is your girlfriend? That's impressive, Brother Yang. You don't even have any hair, yet you have a girlfriend. Unlike me, I can only use this 100,000 yuan to learn foot massage. I'm not bald, my hair is from being burned twice before, and it hasn't grown back yet." While the two were digging for mithril bullets, Sumu came to the statue and carefully examined the angel statue in front of him. Because he was a believer in angels, all he could see were angels. At this moment, the angel statue was radiating a holy white light, its face gentle and full of compassionate divinity. However, Sumu knew that all of this was an illusion. God never pitied mortals. They were merely victims of the struggle between angels and demons. Now that all the demons are dead, the angel in the statue should be able to suppress the demons. He guessed there would be further developments. Just as he had predicted, the holy light on the angel statue grew softer and brighter, and it seemed to come alive, its divine eyes gazing at Sumu. The next moment, the angel really came to life. The statue stretched out its limbs, and its 8 sacred wings trembled behind it, as if it had stepped directly down from the altar. Sumu narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what the angel was going to do. Out of caution, he left an illusionary clone in place while his real body quietly retreated behind the clone. However, the previously invincible all things in the universe seemed to fail at this moment. The angel completely ignored the clone and walked straight towards the main body, opening its arms as if to embrace it. Click! The silver rose bullet was chambered and aimed at the angel's head. "If you want to express your gratitude, just give me some extraordinary potions. No need for a hug." Devout believers returned to God's embrace. A grand and ethereal Sanskrit chant emanated from the angel's mouth, making one want to obey God's command. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu fired directly at the angel's head. However, the mithril bullets that could pierce through iron heart could not harm the angel in the slightest, not even leaving a mark. Yang Dongqing and his companion, who were cleaning mithril bullets not far away, were startled by the gunshot. Why were they shooting again? Another 50,000. The two looked in the direction of the sound and were instantly unified as the angel started closing in on Sumu. The two, bewildered, were about to run over when they saw the angel transform into a beam of whole light and directly enter Sumu's body. Darkness, a darkness as if one were in the starry universe. Sumu felt as if he had fallen into cold, dark seawater, his body sinking and sinking, seemingly without end. Just then, suddenly, an invisible giant net, as brilliant as the starry sky, appeared above the endless dimensions. That was the bronze law. Each node of the bronze law is inlaid with a dazzling star, emitting starlight. Suddenly, the law rotates, and a star that looks like the sun appears in Sumu's vision. It was completely different from other stars, dozens of times larger in size, and radiated holy light. The warm holy light dispelled the surrounding darkness, and Sumu was able to see the scene around him clearly. A sea of blood, an endless sea of blood. He was in the sea of blood, surrounded by countless unconscious people, still in a falling position. Soon, holy light fell upon him, and a sudden realization arose in his mind. The bronze law's primordial illusionist. Bang! The surrounding environment shattered instantly. When Sumu regained his sight, he saw a dark and dilapidated house, with a rocking chair inside and a dimly lit sky outside. The little girl, Ting, was standing quietly in front of him, tilting her head and looking at him with curiosity. "Big brother, were you sleeping standing up just now?" Sumu narrowed his eyes, carefully examining Ting before him. What was going on? Had time reversed? Why had he returned to the nightmare world? Countless questions flooded his mind. He felt no fear of the unknown, only a longing for surprises. Unexpected surprises kept stimulating his senses. For him, it felt like his girlfriend had given him a mysterious gift on a day that wasn't a birthday or holiday, and he was waiting to open it. He tried to recall the scene carefully, his memory stopping at the angel statue, transforming into holy light, crashing into him, and then he fainted. When he woke up, he was back in the nightmare world. Illusion, that was his first reaction. Just as he continued to ponder, Yang Dongqing's voice rang out from outside the door. "Damn it, it gets light so fast. This room is too small. If we stay here any longer, we'll only attract more shadowy figures. Listen to me. Let's find another room." Ye Fanyu's voice followed. Sumu was slightly dazed. He looked down at his shadow at his feet, but there was no dark figure in it. He then tried to sense Immaculate Heart and all things in the universe, but he couldn't sense them either. The only bronze law that existed in his body now was the primordial angel that had just dispelled the darkness for him. A memory floated into my mind, the memory of entering the shadow illusion. He remembered everything. There was no pure heart, nor all things in the universe. It's all an illusion. He was completely immersed in the illusion of shadows, where the bronze coffin, the unrememberable beings, and Tai Feng and the others were all fake. The truth is that he never escaped the illusion of the shadows. At the time, he thought he had succeeded and felt the shadow's hand disappear. So he opened his eyes. This caused him to break the rules and fall directly into an endless sea of blood, trapped in a false illusion. Everything that happened after I emerged from the shadowy illusion was a lie. He never escaped the shadowy illusion. Now he has truly emerged, having become the chosen one in the face of adversity, and connected with the bronze law primal angel. It was the holy light of the angels that dispelled the darkness for him and led him out of the illusion. It turns out that I failed before, trapped in the illusion and unable to extricate myself. But at the critical moment, my inner universe erupted, and I was blessed by the gods, awakening the primordial angel, which allowed me to step out of the illusion. The angel I encountered in the illusion was actually a sign that I was about to awaken as the primal angel, Sumu murmured to himself, gradually understanding everything. Am I also the chosen one? He frowned involuntarily. He disliked this feeling. He craved excitement and thrills, but the feeling of divine intervention when danger struck and all victories depended on luck was really boring. Soon Yang Dongqing, Ye Fanyu, and the others entered. Sumu revealed the information about Tingting from the shadowy illusion. Ye Fanyu was delighted and analyzed how to break the nightmare. Kill Tingting. Yang Dongqing disagreed with this approach, but Ye Fanyu was eventually moved by Yang Dongqing's kindness and decided to help Tingting together with everyone. Things went smoothly. The primal angel worked its magic, and Sumu received divine guidance, found Tingting's family, and finally returned to reality. Back in reality, Sumu was recruited by various companies. He learned from them that the primordial angel was the legendary strongest bronze law. Even stronger than the precognition. Not only could it use the power of the gods, but it would also receive divine assistance in the dark. Therefore, they all wanted Sumu to join their companies, and even fought each other to recruit him. Just as Sumu was making his decision, the princess of the Crimson Flame Empire appeared. She was wholly beautiful and flawless. She drove away all the competitors and recruited Sumu. Later, Sumu began his life as a protagonist in a wish fulfillment novel. In his adventures through nightmare worlds, he relied on the help of the gods to grow stronger and quickly became a gold-level expert. He was invincible among his peers and was known as the strongest in the empire because he could wield divine power. The princess secretly fell in love with him and vowed to marry no one but him. The emperor of the empire thought highly of him and promised to bestow the throne upon him. Years later, Sumu, the greatest emperor of the Crimson Flame Empire, the world's strongest man, an angel incarnate, a god's agent, and the only nightmare apostle in history to break the nightmare curse, successfully stood at the pinnacle of the world and lived happily ever after with the princess. On the enormous throne, Sumu looked at the imperial nobles kneeling before him, then at the stunningly beautiful princess beside him, her face filled with love. He pushed up his glasses, his face devoid of any happiness, only filled with endless emptiness and boredom. He sighed, "Ugh, this isn't satisfying either." He turned his gaze to the 100-meter-tall angel statue standing in the center of the palace square, its silver vertical pupil in the center of its forehead. Brightly, "I know you want me to believe in you and prepare a smooth life for me. But can you please put some effort into it? I've already done all that before." The 100-meter-tall angel statue remained lifeless, offering no response. Sumu frowned slightly and waved his hand. "Guards, take down the statue for me." The kneeling ministers below all changed color and kept trying to stop him. "Your Majesty, you mustn't demolish it. That would be blasphemy against the gods. The gods will unleash divine punishment, and the entire Crimson Flame Empire will suffer as a result. Your Majesty, angels are the faith of the Crimson Flame Empire. If you insist on this, the people will surely rebel." Sumu felt increasingly bored. He slowly raised his palm, and an extremely dazzling holy light appeared. Then he pressed down suddenly, and a huge holy light palm appeared out of thin air, directly enveloping the entire palace. The palace was reduced to ruins, and the world fell silent. The ministers died, and the princess died too. Sumu emerged from the ruins and strolled to the angel statue. Just as he was about to make his move, the angel statue came to life. Like a true angel descending to earth, standing 100 meters tall, with a compassionate divine radiance on his face, he looked down at Sumu, yet his silver vertical pupils held only endless coldness. "Mortal, I have bestowed upon you all the riches and glory of this world, yet you still dare to blaspheme." Sumu smiled, raised his head, and his crystal blue eyes met the angel's cold eyes, which were devoid any human emotion. I remember, you entered my body and then I passed out. The angel's voice grew colder and louder, like the voice of heaven. Mortal, answer my question. Sumu remained expressionless, his posture upright, like a pine tree. His golden imperial robe swayed slightly in the wind. Beneath his high nose bridge, his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a cold smile bloomed on his lips. Though the arc was shallow, it carried endless chill and disdain. Outside, you call me immortal, and I don't mind. But in my dreams you say, "What should you call me?" Boom! A tremendous change has taken place. Everything in the Crimson Flame Empire was shattered, and in its place rose a vast celestial palace. Its celestial light illuminating the heavens, the void surging, and countless laws trembling. Sumu took a step forward, and endless laws formed a path to the heavens beneath his feet, carrying him to sit on the supreme imperial throne of the supreme immortal palace. His figure became incomparably majestic, seemingly as tall as heaven and earth. A celestial emperor's robe was gently draped over his body. Just sitting there was enough to make the world lose its color, and all things tremble. He radiated a divine light as bright as the sun, and with a flick of his wrist, he controlled the cycle of life and death in the universe. With a turn of his hand, he dominated the changes in time and space, as if he were the center of the universe, and the end of all paths. The angels who had previously seemed like gods, appeared like ants in his presence. The angel's compassionate face turned expressionless. All the changes around him were beyond his expectations. He seemed not to understand why a mere mortal could be so high above. Blaboter dai. He was like a malfunctioning robot, his face as cold as ice, and his whole being transformed into a beam of holy light, rushing straight toward Sumu at the top of the world. Sumu sneered disdainfully. He had already guessed the angel's intentions. It was nothing more than wanting him to be forever immersed in the illusion, to believe in the angel, and then to control his body. It was just a pity that God's imagination was too lacking. These illusions were not only not beautiful to him, but also extremely annoying. If he were in the outside world, he might not have a good solution to this level of illusion. This is his dream world, his home turf. The only one to blame is the angels for letting him fall into a coma. Because as soon as he falls asleep, he enters that omnipotent dream. He waved his hand gently, and billions of stars, hanging in the universe, fell like rain. They crashed madly towards the dazzling holy light. But no matter how the stars shattered and the world collapsed, the holy light seemed to be the only unchanging thing, completely unshakable. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Just I expected, everything in the dream was fake, while the angels were real from the outside world. Illusion cannot shake reality. He had anticipated this scene, because it had been the same when he dealt with the Crimson Nightmare world before. Illusion could not shake reality, even if his dream was more real than reality. Bang! The holy light struck his imposing body fiercely, like a leech, spreading wildly across his skin. In an instant, Sumu's crystal blue eyes were tinged with holy light, and his expression became somewhat devout. An impulse rose in his heart, an impulse to praise the angel. He knew that the angels were forcibly changing his mind and turning him into a believer in the angels. But Sumu was not flustered at all. Instead, he smiled silently. In my dream, although I cannot change the external reality, I can change myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his majestic body crumbled inch by inch, disappearing into thin air, while the holy light flew around aimlessly like a headless fly. Beyond the endless dimension, Sumu quietly watched the holy light, examining it with great interest. A god? Nothing special. Although he cannot destroy the holy light will not find him in the dream. He can divide a dream into endless dimensions in the blink of an eye, while he himself can hide outside of those dimensions at will. What should I do? He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Although illusions cannot affect reality, their greatest function has always been deception. Why not try deceiving a god? Then, an identical Sumu appeared before the holy light. This was a clone he had created, a completely identical clone. The angel was indeed fooled. He seemed to lack much intelligence and went straight into the clone, which was then engulfed by holy light. Sumu could sense that the angel was merging with his clone. Aren't you just courting death? Sumu muttered to himself. He couldn't control the external reality, but if you insisted on merging into it, then he would have no choice but to accept it. He did not allow his clone to resist, letting the angel merge with him. Moments later, the two became one. The clone grew silver vertical pupils on its forehead, and 8 holy wings like those of an angel appeared on its back. Snap! Sumu snapped his fingers, and his clone instantly vanished into nothingness, along with the angel, all merging into this dream world. Just when he thought he had solved it, the entire dream suddenly changed drastically. Everything that had been conjured up before shattered, and all things returned to nothingness. In this void, Sumu stood alone. He frowned slightly, looking at the emptiness around him. A feeling told him the dream seemed different now, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. He tried to conjure up the celestial palace at the top again. The dream quickly changed according to his wishes, and the celestial palace soon appeared. Everything was just like before, but the feeling in the dark became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a look of realization flashed in his eyes, and he understood what this feeling was. Reality. After the dream merged with the angel, it gained a touch of reality. That magical feeling was indescribable, but Sumu truly felt it. The dream and reality became even closer. At the same time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead, as if it were on fire. Whoosh! A huge full-length mirror appeared in front of him, reflecting a tall and slender figure. Sumu looked in the mirror and was surprised to find that a silver vertical pupil had appeared on his forehead, its gaze cold and indifferent, like a high and mighty god looking down on all living beings. With the appearance of vertical pupils, some memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind. In a daze, he saw 2 towering gods fighting. One was a demon with jet-black wings on its back, and the other was an angel with silver eyes on its forehead and pure white wings. During the battle, the blood shed by the 2 fell onto a dark stone, which was stained with blood, and eventually transformed into the statue of the 2 beings, God and demon. Later, the ground began to crumble from their fighting, and eventually the statue fell into the abyss and disappeared without a trace. The second image shows a group of people in black and white robes kneeling before a statue on an altar, then fighting each other, their blood staining the sacrificial site. The third and final image shows a small, bald monster with wings and no eyes or nose. It continuously releases a thick fog, seemingly disrupting some kind of balance. An old wooden door appears in the fog, and the little monster discovers it and opens it. The scene abruptly ended there. Do gods and demons really exist in this world? Or are they just products of the nightmare world? Sumu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is wonderful. The more dangerous and bizarre the world is, the more excited he becomes, like a pro gamer, who is never afraid of a game being too difficult, but only afraid that the game is too boring. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly analyzed the information he had just received. The blood of gods and demons had endowed the statue with divinity, and the statue must have been found by some cult, which then built a sacrificial site for it. The sacrificial site is not located in the abandoned city. It was only after the unremembered ones arrived in the abandoned city that they inadvertently disrupted a certain balance, causing the entrance to the sacrificial site to appear in the abandoned city. This all makes sense now. He had previously guessed that since the person behind the scenes only needed someone whose memory was lost to achieve their goal, why would they need to create a statue? Therefore, the statue must not have been created by them. Now it seems that this was indeed the case. It was the idol released by the unremembered one, but it was the idol that trapped it in the sacrificial site. The thick fog it created, which eroded memories, was driven away by the statue and expelled entirely through the wooden door. His own dream was also quite peculiar, as it could devour the divinity of the statue, adding a touch of reality. If this were to be deduced logically, wouldn't it mean that as long as he devoured more divinity, the dream could become reality? Become a real world? What exactly was this dream? Could it really be a dream that a mere mortal like myself could have? More and more mysteries shrouded Sumu, constantly stimulating his excited nerves. He loved the unknown and the surprises. Just as he was getting too excited, a sudden shaking sensation came, and then the whole dream began to shake violently. Sumu, are you still alive? Brother Su, don't die. Bronze Coffin hasn't paid me this month yet. I really can't afford to give Iv a wedding gift. Sumu opened his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him. Stop shaking me. Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang were immediately overjoyed. That's great, Brother Su, you're finally awake. What just happened? Where did that statue go? Sumu slowly got up from the ground. Although he had fallen to the ground, there was not a speck of dust on his body or even his clothes. This was because the Immaculate Heart was working. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Let's hurry and leave, or the sacrificial site will collapse soon. Without wasting any words, Sumu led the three of them towards the outside of the sacrificial site. However, after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to Yang Dong. Give it to me. Yang Dongqing's expression changed, and he stammered, Take what? Next moment, everything went black and he lost all his vision. Then he felt a lightness around his waist. When he regained his vision, he found that Sumu had a silver pistol in his hand. He gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just about to carry you to the hospital, but I was worried the bumpy ride would the gun to fall off. Sumu ignored him and turned to Jun Wushang, saying, He didn't say anything about you, right? Jun Wushang's face fell, and he got 5 mithril bullets from his taoist robe and handed them over. Sumu glanced at the two of them. You're already dividing up the inheritance before I'm even dead? The two were quite embarrassed, one scratching his head and the other looking at the stone at his feet. Besides, you're not my children, so you don't seem to have any right to inherit my estate, do you? All right, enough with the excuses. Given your egregious behavior as the head of the Bronzecan Intelligence Department, I have decided to confiscate your mission bonuses for this mission. Huh? Didn't I return the things to you? What? Brother Su, you're a minister? Quick, this place is about to collapse. As they spoke, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the sky above the sacrificial site, and the sky shattered like a mirror. As he ran, Sumu looked up at the sky. He had a strange feeling. He felt that this place was very similar to the nightmare in the nightmare world. Thinking about how the nightmare world would invade the real world, he guessed that this sacrificial site came from the nightmare world. Then who were the black-robed and white-robed figures who knelt before the statue? Were they people like Ting Ting in the nightmare world? Brother Su, Which way do we run? We can't find the door we came in through, Jun Wushang said anxiously. Sumu did not answer, but focused his mind on the space between his eyebrows. The next moment, a crack appeared between his eyebrows, and a silver vertical pupil suddenly emerged from the crack, his gaze cold and indifferent. Through his silver vertical pupils, he quickly spotted the wooden door hidden in the void. A flash of holy light in his eyes revealed the door. Sumu, on your forehead. Yang Dongqing stared in shock at Sumu's forehead, horrified to discover that the eye there was exactly the same as the eye on the angel statue. Sumu did not explain, but led the three men toward the wooden door. They were very fast, except for Zhao Yang, the bald man at the very end of the group. However, there are people even faster than them, or rather, not people, but those who cannot remember. The unremembered being, who had been trapped in the sacrificial site, saw the wooden door appear, flapped its wings, and instantly arrived in front of the wooden door, wanting to open it and leave. Because the distance between them and him was more than 10 meters, they did not forget the person who could not remember. Yang Dongqing shouted urgently, "Sumu, hurry! Use mithril bullets!" A look of helplessness flashed across Sumu's face. Sometimes, having a terrible teammate can be really frustrating. If mithril bullets can really kill those who cannot remember, then why do you think that Sonic Man didn't kill it before? Because he was kind, right? Yang Dongqing was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. Just then, the one with no memory pushed the door open with its hand. It had just stepped halfway in when, boom! A dazzling holy light suddenly shot out from Sumu's third eye. The next moment, the unmemorable one was struck by the holy light, and almost instantly, its body was completely annihilated in the holy light and vanished. As Sumu said before, dealing with those who cannot remember is actually quite simple. Either attack from a distance, or use non-living entities such as puppets. Previously, he lacked ranged attack methods and was unable to deal with those who could not remember. But now it's different. After the dream devoured the angel's divinity, he also gained some angelic power, which is the silver vertical pupil that appeared on his forehead. Although he couldn't unleash the true power of this eye, it was still a divine object. And even if he could only unleash a portion of its power, it was still terrifying enough. The unremembered one, whom even mithril bullets could not kill, vanished instantly under this gaze. However, the price was also very serious. His mental and physical strength were instantly drained. Not only that, Sumu could even feel a large number of his cells dying and his various organs failing, as if his life force had been forcibly extracted. This single blow, while killing the one who couldn't remember, also put him on the verge of death. Sumu's body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Jun Wushang quickly grabbed his arm, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and ran swiftly towards the door. After a long while, the two vans drove away from the abandoned city area. In the back seat of the van, Sumu leaned weakly against the seat. He never expected that he, who had survived so many dangers without injury, would almost be killed by the backlash from the silver vertical pupil. If lifespan had a numerical value, he felt that this would shorten his life by several years. It's too much of a stretch for a mortal to use divine artifacts. He hadn't been this weak in a while since becoming a superhuman, and now, well, he was back in a wheelchair. Young Dongqing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was still rambling on. "Could you please not deduct money from my pay? I need to buy clothes for Jasmine to make amends. I made her cry last time. Or you could deduct less." "Shut up, didn't you pick up a few mithril bullets? You can sell them for money." Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to Yang Dongqing. Ever since the moment the people with no memory died, all their lost memories had returned. Yang Dongqing also remembered he had left the hickeys on Jasmine's neck, and that he had bought her the new clothes. He felt extremely guilty at that moment. Sumu's memories naturally returned, but whether they returned or not was not important, because he had already deduced the lost memories before they were restored. Mirong Mengli, who was processing documents, suddenly stopped writing. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes, followed by a flood of memories. The next moment, her expression changed drastically, and she abruptly stood up and rushed out the door. She remembered everything. The Bronze Coffin Company once had more than 20 employees, and there was also a superhuman named Jun Wushang, who was from the Longevity Dojo, not a nightmare apostle. His bronze law was the Peerless Sword Dancer, which ranked 98th in the sequence. Jun Wushang is a sycophant. It was almost effortless to recruit him back then. Even with Han Yu interfering, he couldn't be driven away. I once sent Jun Wushang with some nightmare apostles who were ordinary people to the ruined city to search for clues about the Golden Eye. And then, nothing happened. Her memory began to fade from here, and she mistakenly believed that there were no superhumans in the company. So she began to search for them and found Yang Dongqing and Sumu. As Sumu and his group reached the abandoned city, she lost her memories of them. Only now did she realize that she had sent people to the abandoned city many times, forgetting each time and repeatedly sending people to their deaths. Damn it! Why are there people with no memory in the abandoned city? Susu. Mirong Mengli's beautiful face was filled with worry, not only because she was worried about the great loss of the bronze coffin's strength, but also because she was worried about Sumu. He was the only man she had never disliked since childhood, and the only man who showed no desire in her eyes. She recalled the conversation at the dinner table that day. Miss Mengli, I always thought we were friends. Friends? Mirong Mengli never had any friends. Her status did her to be looked down upon by nobles and fawned over by commoners. Notify the armed forces to assemble and prepare the vehicles. Head to the abandoned city. Go to the basement safe and take out the black box inside. Also, if I haven't returned midnight tonight, send someone to the Mirong family to ask my father for help. Mirong Mengli's expression was cold and stern, as she issued instructions methodically. Although she knew that the person with no memory was dead, which was why their memory had returned, she still prepared for the worst, since the abandoned city was not the only nightmare monster person with no memory. Moreover, she didn't believe Sumu could kill the unmemorable one, a nightmare monster feared even by silver-level experts. She guessed that other powerful nightmares must have killed the unmemorable ones, and that Sumu and the others might already be dead. But she needed to see him alive or dead. Sumu was her last hope. She didn't have time to recruit any more superhumans, and it would be difficult to recruit someone stronger than Sumu. Soon, the main force was assembled, and more than a dozen armored vehicles stopped in front of the Bronze Coffin Company. Mirong Mengli changed out of her CEO attire and into a specially made black leather jacket, her long flaxen hair flying in the wind. Set off. Just as she was about to get into the car, the sound of a car speeding by suddenly came from afar. Mirong Mengli was stunned. She recognized the car. It was the one Sumu and the others had driven away earlier. Sizzle! The vehicle braked suddenly, drifted to a stop in front of the Bronze Coffin Company, leaving a black tire mark on the ground. Bang! The driver's cab door opened, and Jun Wushang revealed half of his body, looking at the dashing Mirong Mengli with a surprised expression. Boss, are you here to welcome me? Where are the others? Mirong Mengli asked quickly. In the car. She strode forward, opened the car door, and saw Sumu, pale as a sheet, lying weakly on the seat. Susu, are you all right? Murong Mengli asked with a worried expression. Sumu smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine for now. Someone, bring me my medicine box. A black metal box was handed to Murong Mengli. She opened the box, revealing colorful potions inside, each with a label. She quickly took out a bottle filled with green liquid, opened the cap, and brought it to Sumu's mouth. This is a vitality potion, the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. It's a kind of extraordinary potion that has a remarkable effect on the recovery of injuries. After saying that, she directly fed Sumu the drink. After taking a bottle of vitality potion, Sumu immediately felt warm all over his body, as if he had returned to the embrace of his mother. At the same time, his body was rapidly recovering and regaining its vitality. Is there any of this medicine left? There are 2 bottles left. Sumu slowly stood up. Please exchange the word money from this operation for vitality potions. Okay, we'll talk about that later. The vitality potion won't fully restore you. The company has a professional medical team. Come with me for treatment first. Miss Murong, actually I also. Yang Dongqing, standing to the side, raised his broken hands and looked at the vitality potion with great longing. Mr. Yang, I've already promised to give these 2 bottles of vitality potion to Susu. I see that your injuries aren't very serious, and you're made of steel, so normal medical treatment should be enough. After saying this, Murong Mengli ignored Yang Dongqing and followed Sumu upstairs. Yang Dongqing. He suddenly missed Jasmine. Brother Yang, are the boss and brother Su related? Jun Wushang asked hopefully. Why do you ask that? Yang Dongqing looked at the other person with surprise. I saw the boss call him Susu. They seem to know each other very well. Does familiarity mean we have to be relatives? You're obviously a single dog. Yang Dongqing regained his sense of superiority, gave Jun Wushang a disdainful look, and then went upstairs with his arms hanging down, leaving Jun Wushang alone in the wind, bewildered. He was utterly dejected for a long time before suddenly coming to his senses, his face contorted with heartache. Sigh. All those flowers were wasted. If I had known this would happen, I should have given them to number 8. What a waste! Inside the medical room, Murong Mengli's pretty face was filled with coldness, and her 2 fair hands were clenched tightly. Susu, your suspicions are valid. This matter is definitely related to the eldest young master of the Murong family, and Kan Zihao may even be involved. This is clearly a setup. I had tried many times to get Han Yu to go to the abandoned city with me, but he kept making excuses, saying that his father's orders to him were to protect me. Now that I think about it, he probably already knew the truth. Murong Yun Kan Zihao. Her delicate, long nails dug into her fair palm from the force she applied. Sumu looked at Murong Mengli, whose face was full of hatred. He knew very well what she was thinking. She had finally had the opportunity to set up a company, but before she could even show her skills, she was betrayed by her own older brother, and the company suffered heavy losses. Such is the nature of the struggles among nobles. There is no brotherhood whatsoever, and they are even more ruthless towards their own siblings than towards outsiders. It seems that the golden eye is indeed hard to find. This young master of the Murong family seems to have given up long ago and is planning to take another approach to directly eliminate other competitors. Murong Mengli shook her head. Although Murong Yun is ruthless, he only dares to target people from our company. He wouldn't dare to kill nobles, even if they are nobles themselves. The life and rights of every imperial noble are paramount. This is a rule established by all nobles. A commoner who kills a noble, regardless of the reason, will be judged by the entire Crimson Flame Empire. Conversely, a noble who attacks another noble will pay a heavy price, unless there is a legitimate reason. Oh? Sumu's lips curled into a smile of interest. It sounds like killing nobles would be a very interesting thing. Murong Mengli immediately looked at him seriously. Susu, please don't have such thoughts. I'm not joking. The Crimson Flame Empire was established by the Golden Nobles, and they will never allow anyone to offend the dignity of the nobles. This unspoken rule applies to other empires as well. Even during wartime, unless there are special circumstances, enemy armies will not kill nobles. At most, they will capture them and demand ransom. This is a red line that no empire can cross. There was once a gold-ranked powerhouse, a nightmare apostle. Dissatisfied with the oppression of the nobility, he assassinated one after becoming a gold-ranked individual. Later, everything about him was erased: his family, friends, the faction he belonged. Everything was forcibly wiped out by the empire. That sounds even more interesting. Sumu's smile widened. For the first time, he realized that killing someone could be so interesting, and that such a person was called a nobleman. You. Murong Mengli's eyes flickered, wanting to say something more. But then she suddenly realized that this man who didn't care about nobility seemed to exude a dangerous charm. By the way, there's been news about the extraordinary potion you requested. Sumu immediately perked up. He had longed for an extraordinary potion for a long time. Which one? The type is ordinary. It's the Bronze Law, Mighty Fist. Law potions like this, which can directly help ordinary people become extraordinary, are extremely precious. Even the most common Mighty Fist, Unending Recovery, and Iron Heart are hard to come by. I was just lucky to find it this time. As for higher series potions, forget about it. These things are impossible to obtain. They are basically monopolized by the great nobles. For ordinary people to acquire them, they can only become chosen ones and comprehend them themselves in the nightmare world. Mega Feast? Sumu was very satisfied. He didn't mind that the sequence was low. What he wanted was this kind of simple and direct extraordinary medicine that could directly increase physical fitness. When will it arrive? I've already arranged for people to keep an eye on it. As soon as it appears at the auction, they will notify me immediately. Oh, by the way, Susu. Murong Mengli suddenly curled her red lips slightly. Although your prize money is quite a lot, it's probably not enough to bid for Mega Force Fist. But don't worry, I will make up the difference for you, even if you owe me. Sumu raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but was interrupted by Murong Mengli. I know you don't going others, but you don't have to treat me like an outsider. Miss Mengli, you've probably misunderstood. I didn't mean to refuse. What I was asking was, could you possibly owe me a little more? Murong Mengli was stunned. Besides Mighty Fist, I see you have quite a few other potions in your medicine box. How about this, perhaps? Not good. Murong Mengli turned away from the bedside, her long flaxen hair flashing past Sumu's eyes, leaving a faint fragrance in the air. She walked to the door, paused, and turned back to say, "You should stay at the company and recover from your injuries these next few days. This time you killed the person with no memory and ruined Murong Yun and Khan Zihao's plans. They might target you. With me in the company, they will be more wary. Also, the mark between your eyebrows, it looks good." Then, Murong Mengli gracefully departed. Sumu looked at the empty ward and touched the space between his eyebrows. Ever since he used the silver vertical pupil, a faint silver mark had been left between his eyebrows. The shape was somewhat like lightning, but it was not as sharp as lightning. Instead, it looked like someone had gently drawn it with the tip of a brush. The traces are very faint, almost invisible unless you look closely, but they are definitely there. On the surface, There was nothing supernatural about it, but only he knew that behind the silver mark was a silver vertical pupil, the eye of an 8-winged angel. It possesses terrifying power. With his current strength, he could barely activate it and immediately fell into a near-death state. This power should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if you miss the enemy, you'll be the one who gets crippled first. Although we didn't find the golden eye, the harvest was plentiful. It was an eye from a god, and even if it wasn't a real god, but just a statue of a god, its power was still considerable. And Sumu paused, then waved his hand, and the shadow under the hospital bed stood up like a person. The shadow then began to wriggle, and the next moment, Siquan emerged from the shadow. At this moment, Siquan was expressionless, his face stiff, and his eyes devoid of any light, like a zombie. Clearly, Siquan Ru and the villagers of Zhao family village were controlled by the shadowy figure, was tantamount to them being controlled by Sumu. Previously, Tingting was the master of the shadow, so the villagers under her control acted entirely according to Tingting's understanding. Now that the shadow has a new master, Shi Quan is naturally under Sumu's control. He gave Si Quan the order, and then something magical happened. Si Quan, who was originally in human form, suddenly got down on all fours, grew wild dog-like fur on his body, his face protruded, his nose turned black, and his teeth turned into canines, making him look just like the legendary dog demon. Sumu, intrigued, once again manipulated Si Quan to transform into an eagle, tiger, lion, bat, snake. He discovered that Si Quan could run a zoo all by himself, and the animals he could conjure were far stronger than ordinary animals, combining the advantages of both superhumans and animals, as expected of Sequence 1-2 mimetic. If it weren't for Bu Bai directly defeating Si Quan, that battle would have been very difficult to win, because Quan was truly too well-rounded. He was the first to detect the illusion, and during the battle, he even saw through his own true form, rendering all things in the universe basically useless against him. All things in the world is ultimately a visual illusion, which has great limitations and makes it very passive against enemies, who do not rely on their eyes. For 3 consecutive days, Murong Mengli came to check on Sumu's recovery almost every day, which left him speechless with her enthusiasm. Sumu asked her what she wanted to do. Murong Mengli, however, said that she was cultivating feelings because the clues to the golden eye had been cut off, and her father's birth banquet was approaching soon, at which time she would announce her engagement to Qian Zihao. She knew she couldn't change her fate, so she decided to find a man before that happened. And this man is Sumu. Faced with her honesty, Sumu had nothing to say. After all, she hadn't been harassing him, she had just come to visit. On this day, Murong Mengli came again. This time, however, she brought a silver white metal box containing several bottles of extraordinary potions. Besides the promised mighty fist and 2 bottles of vitality potion, there were 3 extra bottles. 1 bottle of antidote, 1 bottle of sedation potion, and 1 bottle of berserk potion. You didn't take this potion yourself, did you? It's clearly not compatible with your abilities, Murong Mengli reminded her. Sumu nodded. I know. That's good. If you're giving it to Yang Dongqing, remember to make sure he's fully digested iron will before giving it to him. A person's spirit is like their stomach. If you eat something before it's fully digested, it will burst. A strange look appeared on Sumu's face. Give it to Yang Dongqing? How did you figure out that our relationship is that good? You should get some rest. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. After saying that, Murong Mengli left in a hurry, as if she was busy with something important. Sumu carefully examined the medicines in front of him. Although they were all different colors, they were all labeled, So there was no need to worry about taking the wrong medicine. The nobles really do have the power after all. He sighed with some emotion. Back then, he had gone to great lengths to obtain the extraordinary power, using a combination of deception and trickery to persuade Yang Dongqing, and even went to the nightmare world before finally. However, this noble lady, Murong Mengli, easily produced a bottle of the extraordinary potion, a giant power fist, in just a few days. This is just the power of a noblewoman's illegitimate daughter. It seems that when I kill Murong Yun and Qian Zihihao in the future, I can't forget to take their assets, Sumu said casually, then opened the Mega Force Fist extraordinary potion and drank it all in one gulp. As for being mentally overwhelmed, it does not exist. Hot and spicy, it felt like I had drunk straight from the broth of a hot pot with beef tallow. A surge of scalding heat rose within Sumu's body, quickly spreading throughout his entire being. In an instant, his fair skin became unbearably hot, flushed with a rosy hue, as if a raging fire were burning within him. At the same time, his consciousness soared infinitely, as if breaking through some kind of barrier, and he once again saw the bronze law, hidden in endless dimensions and omnipresent. At a certain node in this great net, a star descended with light. He has connected with the bronze law Mega Fist. A powerful force surged forth like a tide. Sumu could clearly feel his muscles bulging, his strength increasing dramatically, and his entire body containing violent energy. His muscles swelled even more, showing a tendency to change into the size of Taifeng, as if he had instantly transformed from a weak scholar into a fitness instructor. But then the immaculate heart took effect, and a pure white light surged across his entire body. His swollen muscles seemed to have been cleansed of impurities, shrinking at a visible speed. A moment later, Sumu returned to his original state. He was still tall and slender, but if you looked at his clothes, you would find that his once frail body had developed streamlined muscles, and every inch of it contained a violent power. Call. Sumu let out a long breath, his eyes behind his brown glasses gleaming with a faint blue light. Is this what power feels like? Or is the improvement of physical strength the most direct? But now that I've collected all 3 bronze laws, shouldn't I start preparing to advance to silver? It seems like you can't advance with 3 different bronze law systems. It'll cause a mental breakdown. Interesting. I'll try it out later. The physical enhancement brought about by a mighty fist. He no longer needs to worry about the unlimited growth of his mental power for a short period of time, and can live a little longer, at least until the new year. He slowly got up from the hospital bed and stretched his body. His previously seriously injured body had fully recovered, partly due to the effects of the vitality potion, and partly due to the Mega Force Fist. He shook his head and suddenly felt a throbbing sensation in his head, as if it were filled with something. My spirit is completely full? Sumu frowned slightly. It seems that with my current mental strength, I can only accommodate 3 incompletely digested bronze laws at the same time. He didn't pay too much attention to it. The swelling was only a matter for today, and it would stop once his mental strength increased again tomorrow. Mengli, it's been a long time. Your beauty has only become more and more captivating. Come and try this. This is a scaled fish that I specially brought from the frozen sea at a price. The meat is delicious and melts in your mouth. Every gram is worth as much as mithril. Only such a delicacy is worthy of your beauty. Weighing over 300 pounds, Qian Zihao's face was plastered with a fawning smile, his small eyes, almost squeezed out of shape by his fat, staring intently at Murong Mengli, sitting opposite him. Murong Mengli's face was as cold as ice. She didn't touch her chopsticks and said directly, Qian Zihao, immediately evacuate your men from the vicinity of the bronze coffin. Qian Zihao's smile remained unchanged. That won't do. You're my fiancé. What if someone careless bumps into you? This is necessary protection. Protect? Murong Mengli sneered. No one in the Crimson Flame Empire ever dared to lay a hand on a noble. You don't need to pretend anymore. You were the one who did the things in the ruined city, weren't you? Qian Zihao was slightly taken aback. What abandoned district? I don't understand what you're talking about. Mengli, you encountered some troubles lately? Tell me, in this small corner of Xingcheng, is there anything that I, Qian Zihao, can't handle? As he spoke, he stretched out his large, fleshy hand to grasp Murong Mengli's hand. A flash of undisguised disgust crossed Murong Mengli's eyes, and she immediately stood up and moved away. Qian Zihao, given your relationship with Murong Yun, even if you didn't do it, you're still implicated. Get your people out of here immediately, and if you dare to lay a hand on anyone from my company again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qian Zihao's smile slowly faded. Someone from your company? You mean that lowly commoner from the lower district? I think his name is Sumu, right? You cannot ch anyone in the Brofin, not just Sumu. Mengli, you've really misunderstood me. Everyone in Xingcheng knows that I, Qian Zihao, always do things openly. The bronze coffin is your company, so it's practically mine. Why would I lay a hand on my own company? If, and I mean if, I actually did it, what then? Murong's expression grew increasingly cold, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. Her clear, cold voice carried a resolute tone. Then you can wait to receive a corpse on your wedding day. After saying that, she turned and left, her delicate high heels making a cold, clattering sound the ground as she walked away. Qian Zihao squinted and stared intently at Murong Mengli's slender and sexy back. The half of her snow-white calves exposed under her coat kept tugging at his heartstrings. Hiss! He stretched his neck and took a deep breath towards where Murong Mengli had been sitting. The woman's fragrance, along with the aroma of phosphorescent fish, filled his nostrils, and his mouth watered. He reached out his large hand and grabbed the whole phosphorescent fish from the plate, not caring that the soup dripped down his thick fingers. He swallowed the whole fish in one gulp and chewed it heartily. A short while later, Han Yu appeared behind him and respectfully asked, President Qian, shall we withdraw our people? Qian Zihao greedily sucked on his fingers, saying nonchalantly, Withdraw of course. Withdraw. Didn't you hear what my fiancé said? A hint of hesitation flashed across Han Yu's face. Didn't you say before that as soon as Sumu left the bronze coffin, you would immediately send someone to? Snap. A hard slap sent Han Yu sprawling to the ground. Qian Zihao's furious voice rang out. What's the conflict between withdrawing people and killing Sumu? That pretty boy killed the unrememberable person I spent a fortune to acquire, and he also ruined my relationship with Meng Lai. He must die. With a look of fear and trepidation, Han Yu covered his face and knelt on the ground, bowing his head and hurriedly agreeing, but his face was already filled with resentment and malice. Damn, Fatso, do you and Murong Mengli have feelings for each other? Damn it, the day I gain power, you'll be the first one I kill. But Chairman Qian, you heard what Miss Murong said just now. I'm afraid she might do something drastic. Qian Zihao sneered. Her? Have you ever seen someone who really wants to commit suicide give advance notice? She has no bargaining chips, so she can only threaten me with her life. But unfortunately, I know very well that this woman will not commit suicide. She will not die before the head of the Murong family. Han Yu was immediately jolted, his expression growing increasingly terrified. He felt as if he had heard some terrible news. Qian Zihao stroked the silver ring on his hand. recalling the information he had inadvertently obtained, and the sneer on his face grew even stronger. Go to the bronze coffin company and find an opportunity to deal with that pretty boy. Huh? Me? Hanyu was shocked and pointed to himself. The scene of being threatened by Sumu was still vivid in his mind. He didn't think he could deal with Sumu. Trash. Qian Zihao said with disdain, I didn't ask you to kill him. Your task is to find out about that pretty boy's background. If he can kill someone who can't remember, he must have some unknown trump card. Didn't you say before that he had a group of inhuman monsters under his command? I guess his abilities are related to puppets, and he probably killed those with no memory from a distance using puppets. Find out how many puppets he has. Also, find a way to lure him out of the bronze coffin. Doesn't he have a gang in the lower city? Start from there and make sure he leaves the bronze coffin. Once he's gone, Mr. Mu will naturally deal with him. Upon hearing the name Mr. Mi, Hanyu instinctively trembled. Yes, I understand. However, my strength is too weak. Murong Mengli already suspects us. If I were to go and investigate further, I'm afraid it would. Why did I end up with such a piece of trash like you? Thump! A thick thigh kicked Han Yu hard, and Han Yu cried out in pain. He quickly used the force to roll several times on the ground to make himself look more disheveled. She, Murong Mengli, only has suspicions. Without solid evidence, would she dare to attack you? She's just a noblewoman's illegitimate daughter. Even if she had 100 lives, she wouldn't dare. Didn't you see she only came to issue a warning today? Even she didn't dare to lay a hand on him. Do you think that lowly commoner, Sumu, from the lower city would dare? Besides, even if an investigation were to be launched, it would first target Murong Yun. What does it have to do with me? Qian Zihao. His company's people weren't the only ones not investigated in the abandoned district. Even a fool would suspect Murong Yun first. Hanyu nodded repeatedly in agreement. He thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. Sumu would definitely suspect Murong Yun first, and at most think that Qian Zihao was an accomplice. This was Shangqing district. Without evidence, would a commoner dare to attack the richest man in Xingcheng just because of a little suspicion? The training room with the bronze coffin. Violent impacts continued to ring out, and the mannequins in the training room were completely deformed under the tremendous force of the blows. At that moment, an employee dressed in work clothes, working on the bronze coffin, trotted in. Leader, Hanyu has appeared. Sumu slowly stopped what he was doing, took the towel handed to him, and wiped his hands. Bring him to see me. He casually tossed a towel to an employee, then walked over to a nearby table and began to drink tea. Not long after, Hanyu appeared, his face showing a hint of nervousness, but he concealed it well. Mr. Su, I went back to the Murong family to take care of some business. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in just a few days. I heard you were injured. Are you all right? Sumu smiled slightly and gently put down his teacup. I'm fine, of course, but someone else is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Hanyu immediately tensed up. Facing Sumu's ambiguous gaze, he always felt like he was being watched by a venomous snake. Does Mr. Su find the appearance of those with amnesia suspicious? Sumu nodded. The news about the golden leaf was only known to the Murong family's children, other than Murong Yun, so there's something about it. Moreover, as far as I know, the unremembered ones also suddenly appeared in the abandoned city recently. Hanyu's expression changed. You suspect Murong Yun? Not only Murong Yun, but also Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao? Hanyu was startled. Although he has a good relationship with Murong Yun, there's no reason for him to target his fiancée's company. You suspect him. Do you perhaps have some evidence? Sumu faintly and shook his head. No, I have no evidence. Hanyu breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was good that there was no evidence. After all, if this matter were to be exposed, it would mean that Qian Zihao had offended all the children of the Murong family, except for Murong Yun. He still needed to rely on Qian Zihao to climb the social ladder and did not want this big tree to be in trouble. However, Sumu's next words caused his expression to change drastically. However, evidence is essential for solving cases. What evidence do you need for murder? This, Han Yu looked up suddenly, but everything went black before his eyes. He realized he couldn't see anything at all. The sudden blindness threw him into a state of panic. At the same time, a gust of wind swept up from behind his head. Blind Han Yu instinctively tried to dodge, but suddenly the evil wind changed its attack and struck Han Yu's abdomen directly. Normally, he could easily dodge such an attack, but only if he could see. The human sense that we rely on most is our eyes. Unless we have received special training, once we lose our sight, we simply cannot use our ears to quickly identify external information. Sizzle. That was the sound of guts being ripped. A sharp eagle claw pierced through Han Yu's abdomen. Ah! Han Yu screamed, aimed in agony, struggling to escape backward. Blood and intestines spilled out. What would be a fatal wound to an ordinary person did not kill him. On the contrary, the recently torn abdomen showed signs of healing. This is the Bronze Law unending recovery at work. It's difficult to suppress this recovery ability unless you use mithril bullets. However, no matter how fast he recovered, it couldn't match Shi Quan's attack speed. In an instant, Shi Quan, expressionless, struck again. His eagle claws had transformed into bear paws, and the thick bear paws, carrying immense force, into Han Yu's legs. With two sharp cracks, his legs broke. Then Si Quanfei stepped forward, his right leg transforming into an elephant's leg. And with two thuds, he crushed the bones in Han Yu's hands. Amidst the opponent's shrill screams, he placed his final foot on Han Yu's waist, breaking his spine. Now, Han Yu was completely crippled. He couldn't even stand up, and even his screams had subsided somewhat. Sumu, who was standing to the side, was still sipping his tea and didn't look at Han Yu once from beginning to end, as if the other person was not as attractive as the cup of tea. Ah! Han Yu screamed in agony. The powerful life force that Yunin recovery had given him had become a curse that prolonged his torment. You can't kill me. There's nothing to do with me. I'm a retainer of the Murong family. Sumu slowly put down his teacup, slightly surprised, and said, Nobody said this has anything to do with you. Then why did you attack me? Sumu was increasingly surprised. Does killing need a reason? If you want to hear one, how about I make one up right now? You'll regret this. I'm a retainer of the Murong family, and Qian Zihao is my boss. By attacking me, you've offended both the Murong family and the richest man in Xingcheng. They won't let you get away with this. Have you finished saying your last words? Han Yu's expression grew increasingly terrified, and he writhed on the ground like a maggot, trying to escape. No, you can't kill me. If you suspect me, you can't use vigilant justice. Only the Murong family and Qian Zihao can judge me. Sumu leaned down, looked at the terrified Han Yu, and suddenly laughed. You're right, only they can judge you. Bring him to the detention cell. I want to have a serious talk with Mr. Han. Han Yu left the Bronze Company with gratitude. He wrapped his trench coat tighter around himself. The wounds he had sustained were still throbbing, but the injuries had mostly healed. On the surface, he was fine, except that his bones had not fully healed. But he couldn't wait for his bones to heal. He had to act immediately to live up to the leader's trust. Damn Qian Zihao! Han Yu's face suddenly contorted with rage, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. He felt he must have been out of his mind to choose to be Qian Zihao's dog. He worked diligently, but the other party ruthlessly trampled on his dignity. Why? Is Qian Zihao the richest man in Xingcheng just because he's rich? I am capable, I am willing to endure hardship, and I dare to fight. Just because I come from the downtown area, do I have to endure this injustice? This is unfair. Absolutely unfair. The leader is right. I will seek justice for myself and live with dignity, like a human being. In this state of excitement, Han Yu quickly arrived at Qian Zihao's manor. At this moment, Qian Zihao was sitting at the dining table, eating and drinking heartily. Seeing the majority of the phosphorescent fish that the other party casually threw away, Han Yu's eyes became even more bloodshot. He couldn't afford this fish even with a month's salary, but Qian Zihao only took one bite and threw it on the ground. Qian Zihao, who was having a meal, asked without looking up, "Have you found out anything about Sumu?" Han Yu's face grew increasingly ferocious. He stepped forward and replied, "Oh, I didn't expect you, this piece of trash, to have some use. Tell me, how many puppets does he have?" "He has no puppets." Qian Zihao paused in his munching on a pig's trotter, his short, thick eyebrows furrowed, and he turned to look at Han Yu, who was bowing respectfully. "No puppets? Are you fucking an idiot? If there are no puppets, then what were those monster gang members you saw before?" "A follower." Qian Zihao was stunned. "Followers?" He suddenly flew into a rage. "What bullshit followers? Where did all these monster followers come from among the lowly commoners of the lower city?" Suddenly, Han Yu raised his head, his expression as calm as still water, staring intently at Qian Zihao, and said seriously, "A person's background does not determine everything. Some people are born to be followed." Qian Zihao blinked in disbelief, as if he were seeing Han Yu for the first time, but he quickly flew into a rage and slapped him across the face. "Did you take the wrong medicine today?" Bang! Han Yu gripped that fat hand tightly. "You've gone too far. You dare to fight back? Let me go." Qian Zihao was both shocked and furious. He sensed something was wrong. "I don't blame you for not understanding the greatness of the leader, but you shouldn't insult the leader. Die, fat pig." Han Yu's face suddenly turned ferocious. His right fist suddenly swelled up, his muscles bulged like a balloon, and he slammed it hard towards Qian Zihao. Boom! A white light flashed from the bone necklace around Qian Zihao's neck, instantly forming a light shield that firmly enveloped him, while Han Yu was thrown back by the light shield and slammed hard against the wall. "You actually betrayed me? How much did he give you?" Qian Zihao's face fell completely. Han Yu fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up again, and his eyes no longer held the cowardice of the past, but only a resolute determination to move forward. "The leader didn't give me any benefits. He just told me to live like a human being." Han Yu charged forward again, throwing punches with reckless abandon. His Megaforce fist was pushed to its limit, and he punched the light barrier again and again, causing it to tremble violently. His fists were quickly covered in blood and gore, but he didn't stop, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances and anger he had accumulated over the years. Qian Zihao sneered. "I paid a hefty price for this treasure. Money, money, money. All you ever talk about is money. Just because you have money, does that mean you can disregard human life and trample on other people's dignity at will?" Qian Zihao laughed angrily. "I don't know what's wrong with you, Han Yu. Don't forget who gave you the job when you came to the upper city, helped you break through to Bronze Su, and even let you join the Mirang family. You traitor, have you forgotten all that?" "I haven't forgotten." Han Yu's expression grew even more ferocious, his fists revealing white bones. "These things were all given to me by you, but do you think I didn't know? Back then, I relied on my own abilities to pass the exam and get into the law enforcement bureau. It was you who secretly had people ostracize me, frame me, and get my supervisor to fire me. You contacted me because you want to place people in the Murong family's household, and because I'm a distant relative of the family's steward. Qian Zihao's face suddenly darkened. Men, arrest him. Soon a flurry of footsteps sounded outside the door. However, Han Yu remained undeterred, seemingly having already disregarded life and death. He continued to attack the light shield, which trembled more and more violently, until finally, crack! A tiny crack appeared. Qian Zihao's expression immediately changed. Damn it, you bunch of useless trash, hurry up and get over here. Grab him right now! Han Yu's grin widened, a sense of pleasure rising within him from Qian Zihao's fear. You're scared? You're scared of those lowly people from the lower city you've always looked down on. Ha ha ha. The next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind Han Yu, and mithril bullets pierced his body one after another. Bang! He collapsed helplessly, but his head remained raised, staring intently at Qian Zihao, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. So even the richest man in Xingqing is afraid. Grass. Qian Zihao from the light shield and kicked Han Yu hard in the face with his big feet, leaving him bloodied and his teeth knocked out. You lowly commoner! You lowly commoner! You damned lowly commoner! You're nothing but an insatiable dog. Everything you have was given to you by the skilled master. How dare you lay a hand on me? He vented his anger for a while, until Han Yu was covered in blood and gore. He finally stopped. Are you more sober now? I didn't expect Sumu to even control you. Han Yu's lips trembled as his flesh was mangled and bloodied. His voice was extremely weak but still firm. The leader did not control me. He made me understand what a person should live for. Heh! Qian Zihao laughed in anger. What's the point of living? You listened to him, and now you're about to die. What's the point of living? Han Yu's consciousness began to fade, and his voice became increasingly erratic as memories of the past few years in the upper city district flashed through his mind. From initial high hopes to setbacks everywhere, to being schemed against, and completely abandoning his dignity to become a dog. The final image freezes on the leader's gentle and encouraging smile, which is the first time he feels like a human being. I used to think that gold would shine wherever it went, but the upper city is brightly lit even at night. I didn't give up. I worked twice as hard. I kept asking myself, what am I lacking compared to the people in the upper city? Why do I have to linger at the bottom? Even if I pass the exam to join the law enforcement bureau, I'll still be bullied. Everyone wants to become a superhuman, but what good is it if you become one? Ordinary people are divided into noble and lowly classes. And so are those who are extraordinary. I'm not reconciled. Every time I feel humiliated, I tell myself that one day I will overturn all of this. Unfortunately, I forgot it later. It was the leader who reminded me of the oath I had made. Long live the leader! A final roar erupted from his broken body, and as if in a final burst of energy, he charged fiercely towards Qian Zihao. Even with his limbs broken, he did not give up. With his last bit of strength, he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the fat on Zihao's stomach. Ah! A pig-like scream came from Qian Zihao's mouth. Kill him! Kill him! Bang bang bang! Mithril bullets were fired like they were free, riddling Han Yu's body with holes, until he finally collapsed, lifeless. Several people rushed out from the side, carrying medical kits, and quickly bandaged Qian Zihao's wounds. The pain made the veins on his face bulge. Sumu! Summon Mr. Mu here! I want Sumu dead! Dead now! Qian Zihao was so angry that he lost his mind. He never expected that Sumu would use such strange and bold methods. Before he could even make a move against him, Sumu had already attacked him first. How dare he, a mere lowly commoner from the lower city? How dare he? Dusk. Mirang Mengli suddenly arrived at the door. At this time, Sumu had already left the ward and was reading a book in his own office. Reading is a habit he developed in his dreams. He reads all kinds of books, especially those he has never read before, because not reading before represents the unknown. Mirang Mengli pushed open the door, about to speak, when she saw Sumu reading quietly, and suddenly paused. The tranquil moonlight shone on him, as if he were draped in a mysterious glow, making one reluctant to disturb him. Suddenly, Sumu raised his head and looked at Mirang Mengli, who was in a hurry. He smiled gently and said, "Miss Mengli, aren't you off work yet? It's so late?" Mirang Mengli took a deep breath, shaking off the random thoughts that had entered her mind, and solemnly asked, "Did you do what happened to Han Yu?" Sumu nodded, not denying it. "It's me." Mirang Mengli's expression turned serious. "You were too impulsive. As the richest man in Xingcheng, Qian Zihao is surrounded by experts and possesses countless treasures. Han Yu alone cannot kill him. My inside man told me that Qian Zihao is now furious and has decided to take revenge on you." Sumu's lips curled into a smile of interest. "Is it finally coming? To be honest, I never expected Han Yu to be able to kill Qian Zihao." "Then why?" "Because I'm bored." Under Mirang Mengli's puzzled gaze, Sumu said calmly, "I've been out of the abandoned city for now. Qian Zihao made me wait for too long, and I really couldn't wait any longer." Mirang Mengli was stunned, never expecting that this was Sumu's reason. Did he think life was too mundane and needed to find some excitement? "Su, do you know what you're doing? These past few days, I first leaked information about the person with the missing memory to the other children of the Mirang family, instructing them to fight amongst themselves against Mirang Yun, preventing him intervening. Then I went to Qian Zihao to stop him from making any rash moves. But you..." Sumi put his finger to his lips and whispered, "Miss Mengli, I am very grateful for everything you have done, but please do not interfere with my decision. Sometimes, constant compromise doesn't bring peace. It only escalates the situation. Besides, I've learned from Han Yu that Qian Zihao is the mastermind. Since he's chosen to attack me, I have no choice but to retaliate." The gentle voice carried an undeniable domineering air. For some reason, Mirang Mengli's heart raced, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue were ultimately swallowed back down. Suddenly, Mirang Mengli smiled and said, "You're right. My mother once said, when a man makes a decision, whether it's right or wrong, it means that he has made all the preparations and is willing to pay any price for it, and the people around him can only support him, not question him. You have a wonderful mother." "Yes, I've always thought so." Mirang Mengli slowly walked to the desk and sat down next to Sumu. "Since you have made your decision, I will naturally support you. You are a member of the Bronze Coffin. Qian Zihao is wary of my noble status and will definitely not dare to do anything openly. He can only send assassins in secret. As far as I know, he has 3 silver-level experts by his side, but he can only use one at present. The other 2 are guarding the mithril mine and rarely leave, and the other is in another city, cooperating with Qian Zihao's Chamber of Commerce to carry out business. Therefore, the only person he could use was Mu Cheng, who was extremely mysterious. Rumor had it that he wasn't a superhuman, but rather a cyborg." "Cyborgs?" Sumu raised an eyebrow. The term brought to mind many things. "That's right, a cyborg, and a mithril alloy cyborg at that. Cyborg technology is no secret in the upper city, but most small companies simply can't afford it. The amount of money required to create a qualified cyborg is enormous. Rumor has it that Mu Cheng's body is completely covered in mithril alloy, an extremely strong alloy with defensive capabilities, comparable to the Silver Law Power Servant, and that he is armed with numerous lethal weapons, making him incredibly destructive. The power of technology. Sumu was already starting to look forward to it. He had seen many superhumans, but he had never seen a cyborg before. Many ordinary people who have no hope of becoming extraordinary, or extraordinary individuals who have no hope of advancement, will choose to take the path of cyborgs to improve their strength. As long as they are willing to spend money, their strength can be rapidly improved in a very short period of time. Full body modification or partial modification? Partial modification is not feasible with current technology. It's just a concept. Uploading a person's consciousness to a computer and then installing the computer on the modified body to achieve immortality of consciousness or mechanical ascension. But that's not realistic. Most cyborgs only replace an arm or a leg, while more advanced ones replace all their skin, muscles, and bones with machines, leaving only their internal organs and brain. Mu Cheng was the latter. Mirang Mengli paused for a moment. Susu, I've told you everything I know. What are you planning to do next? Sumu smiled slightly. Of course, we need to leave the bronze coffin and lure Mu Cheng out. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. How can we make a move if we don't lure him out? Are you confident? Mirang Mengli's face showed a hint of worry. Mu Cheng, a mithril alloy cyborg, has almost perfect defense. Unless a silver-level expert takes action, it will be very difficult to break through his defense. If you have to be absolutely certain before doing anything, you will accomplish nothing. You want to find the golden eye, right? Then you must deal with Qian Zihao's people first, otherwise he can trip you up once and he can do it again. Upon hearing the words golden eye, Mirang Mengli's eyes dimmed slightly. Actually, I've all given up hope. There's no time left. In another week, it will be the Mirang family head's birthday banquet, which is also the day he announces his engagement. If the news from the abandoned city were true, perhaps there would still be a chance, but now? In contrast to her pessimism, Sumu did not think so. He smiled gently and said, "Haven't you heard that there's always a way out? Until the very last moment, who can say for sure?" Sumu's gentle smile seemed to have touched Mirang Mengli, and a glimmer of light returned to her clear eyes. "You're right, the outcome is still uncertain until the very last moment." She leaned forward slightly, her stunningly beautiful face drawing ever closer, her eyes fixed intently on Sumu. "Susu, what have you thought about that matter?" Sumu frowned slightly. "What is it? What is it?" Mirang Mengli bit her red lips, a blush rising to her face, as if she was having some difficulty speaking. "It's just what I told you before, that I need to find a man. Why are you so fixated on this? Stop asking, just tell me if it's okay or not." "Why not?" "Because I'm bored." Mirang Mengli was taken aback, a strange look in her eyes. "You wouldn't be." "Miss Mengli, I can sense that you are hiding some from me, which is not your usual style." Sumu narrowed his eyes, his deep gaze seemingly able to see through people's hearts. Mirang Mengli seemed to deflate, slowly leaning back in her seat, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. "I do have reasons I can't say. You are the only man I find pleasing to the eye, so I think if we have to do this, you are the best choice. And you've been targeted by Qian Zihao. You could die at any moment. Are you worried that if I die, I won't be able to find another man I find attractive?" Mirang Mengli nodded very directly. Sumu was somewhat puzzled as to what exactly made Mirang Mengli so insistent on having sex. Never mind, it's not important. Compared to Mirang Mengli's little secret, he's more looking forward to Mu Cheng. "Don't worry, I won't die." Sumu's tone remained gentle, but his words carried an undeniable confidence. Mirang Mengli fell silent. After a long while, she stretched out her delicate hands, which were like works of art, and ran them through her loose flaxen hair to the back of her neck. She removed a silver necklace made of mithril, with a small, exquisite pendant on it, a ruby that shimmered with an eerie luster under the moonlight. "I'll lend you this necklace." Sumu glanced at the ruby necklace, a thought flickering in his mind. "This is a noble phantasm?" Mirangli nodded, her gaze towards the necklace carrying a hint of nostalgia. A silver treasure, crimson heart, capable of withstanding one attack from any level below gold. Rank. It can be used repeatedly with a one-day cooldown. "You? Don't worry about me." Mirang Mengli smiled. "A noble status is more useful than a silver treasure." "Are there any other noble phantasms?" Mirang Mengli. The smile she had displayed instantly turned cold. She casually tossed aside the crimson heart, then coldly stood up and walked towards the door. After half of her body had stepped into the doorway, she paused again and coldly left behind a sentence, "Don't die." Then they left completely. Sumu didn't care about Mirang Mengli's displeasure. He was just happy to have acquired a new silver-grade treasure. He picked up the crimson heart. The delicate necklace still carried a faint warmth. It can withstand any attack below the gold level once a day, a good treasure. He then put the crimson heart around his neck, the ruby pendant slowly disappearing beneath his collar. Night. Wearing a black overcoat and carrying a snake's cane, Sumu left the company amidst the farewells of the people in the bronze coffin. At the main gate, a low-key yet luxurious black sedan was parked. Upon seeing Sumu emerge, a man in black quickly opened the car door and invited him inside. Soon, the car drove away. Half an hour later, Sumu quietly left the bronze coffin through the side door, his figure slowly blending into the night. The previous Sumu was merely a clone he created using all things in the world. This time, he'll be facing a cyborg comparable to a silver-ranked expert, so he must be fully prepared. He seeks thrills, but he's not looking for death. Soon, Sumu got into a black sedan, driven by a member of the Viper gang whom he had arranged in advance. "Let's drive." Before long, the vehicle left the upper city district and headed straight for the 13th district. Sumu admired the scenery outside the window, watching the brightly lit urban area gradually recede into the distance, his mind constantly pondering his next plan. He has 3 things to do. First, I need to return to District 13 to develop my influence. My initial goal is to become the underground emperor of the entire lower city. It wasn't for the enjoyment of power, but for the money. This trip to the upper city made him realize the importance of money. With his current assets, it would be difficult for him to even buy a bottle of extraordinary potion. In the end, it was Mirang Mengli who funded it. Secondly, we need to go back and make arrangements to try and take advantage of the terrain to kill Mu Cheng. Thirdly, it is to help Mirang Mengli find the golden eye as much as possible. The noble status is very useful. If an illegitimate daughter has such power, then once she takes control of the Mirang family, she will provide unimaginable assistance to herself. Just as he was pondering this, his phone rang, and he answered it. "Chief, I am not in any danger." The person making the call was the underling who had left with his clone earlier. "Okay, I understand." Sumu hung up the phone, frowning slightly. Were they not targeting the clone? Is it because Qian Zihao hasn't yet allowed Mu Cheng to make a move? Or does the other party possess some means to see through illusions? The fact that the clone failed to lure Mu Cheng out made things even more interesting. Sumu's lips curled into an interested smile. Suddenly, he realized that the scenery outside the window was wrong. This was not the way back to District 13 at all, but led to a desolate wilderness. He narrowed his eyes and silently pulled out a pistol from his waist, aiming it at the head of his henchman. Bang! The gun fired, but the sound was wrong. It wasn't the sound of a bullet piercing a skull, but rather the sound of metal clashing, like two pieces of metal hitting each other. On the back of the younger brother's head, the hair that had been hit the bullet had fallen off, revealing the silver metal skull underneath. Click! The sound of gears turning filled the air, and the younger brother's neck involuntarily turned 180 degrees, staring directly at Sumu in the back seat. The original human face had completely disappeared, replaced by a silver-white metallic face resembling a skull. Where the human eyeballs used to be, two metallic prosthetic eyes that glowed red were placed. Sumu can't escape. Escape? I've finally waited for you, Mu Cheng. Sumu smiled slightly, put away his gun, and leaned back in his seat, looking relaxed and at ease. Mu Cheng looked at Sumu, who was smiling in the seat, and was slightly surprised. You can still laugh when you're about to die. You're quite a character. It's just a pity that Qian Zihao said he would torture you to death. I can't give you a quick death. Get out of the car. The vehicle screeched to a halt in the pitch-black wilderness. Sumu in the car did not move. A strange red light flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes. It seems you still don't understand the situation. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Sumu. At this moment, Sumu smiled and shook his head. You're wrong, it's you who can't see the situation clearly. Sizzle. The sound of the fuse burning rang out, and a pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. Mu Cheng sensed something was wrong, and was about to leave. Boom! A massive burst of flames shot into the sky, instantly shattering the black sedan Sumu was riding in, and engulfing Mu Cheng in the flames as well. A moment later, a robot with a cold metallic sheen emerged from the flames. Flames were still burning on its body, and its artificial skin was being burned away inch by inch, revealing more and more of its silver metal skeleton. Sumu, Mu Cheng muttered to himself, a cruel smile creeping across his cold, mechanical lips. Why can't the scum of the lower city just obediently die? He strode away and disappeared into the darkness. The headquarters of the Viper Gang. The real Sumu was leisurely swirling the red wine in his glass, a playful smile on his lips. Intriguing that he wasn't fooled by the clone, but instead went after the subordinate impersonating me. Actually, the Sumu who was just blown up was also a fake. It was a member of the Viper Gang with Sumu's face on his body. It wasn't a disguise technique, but a face created using Senro Wengxiang. Knowing that Mu Cheng was a cyborg, he naturally thought of the technological means he might possess, such as an infrared imager. This kind of instrument can detect a person's vital signs. Under such high-tech means, the effect of all things in the universe is greatly reduced, because it cannot conjure up the temperature of a human body. To prevent this from happening, the real Sumu had already changed his appearance and quietly left the upper city, blending in with the employees of the bronze coffin who were leaving get off work. Chief, everything is arranged, Zhao Chaoyou said as he jogged over. Very good, let's prepare to welcome our guests. Mu Cheng didn't keep Sumu waiting for long. He had just finished drinking half of his red wine when a loud bang came from outside. Inside the Viper Gang headquarters, a cyborg covered in silver alloy descended from the sky, smashing the ground and creating a deep crater. The metallic prosthetic eye, glowing with an eerie red light, scanned the scene. Its silver alloy shell exuded a sci-fi feel, making it resemble a cold and ruthless killing machine. A group of men in black, armed with guns, surged out like a tide, and without a word, pulled the trigger hard. Their movements were synchronized, skillful and swift, as if they had practiced countless times. A barrage of gunfire erupted, flames shot from the muzzles, and bullets streaked through the air like meteors, emitting sharp whistling sounds. However, Mu Cheng didn't even glance at these people, and strode straight into the depths of the Viper gang. The barrage of bullets exploded into bursts of light on his body, but it couldn't budge him an inch, or even leave a mark on the silver alloy. Is this all you're relying on? A bunch of lowly commoners from the lower city? How laughable. Mu Cheng sneered. He casually extended his mechanical right hand, his movements steady and powerful. As his arm stretched out, a cold light flashed. His right hand bent downwards, revealing a Gatling gun barrel at his wrist. In an instant, the gun barrel began to spin rapidly, emitting a chilling buzzing sound, and flames spewed out like a raging dragon. Bullets rained down like a storm, tearing apart a group of Viper gang underlings in an instant. In less than a minute, the scene was littered with severed limbs and blood, resembling a living hell. Mu Cheng stepped into the headquarters of the Viper gang and saw Sumu sitting comfortably in a chair in the hall, holding a glass of red wine. "You're not Sumu. Where is Sumu?" Mu Cheng, whose body gleamed with metallic luster, said coldly. Sumu, seated on his chair, smiled slightly. "Kill me, and you will naturally be able to see the leader." A boring trick. No matter how many doubles you have, you're still just a bunch of ants. Mu Cheng slowly raised his right hand, the slightly reddened gun barrel pointing at Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu remained calm and gently raised the detonator in his hand. "Ha ha ha!" Mu Cheng's cold, mechanical voice rang out. "The lowly commoners of the lower city are indeed ignorant. Do you think explosives can destroy mithril alloy?" Sumu slowly rubbed the detonator button with his fingers and said calmly, "Mithril is the hardest metal in the world, so explosives can't destroy it, but that's only if your whole body is made of mithril." A strange red light flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes and he nodded in agreement. "You're right. I do have some sophisticated electronic components in my body, and to ensure flexibility, mithril cannot be used at the joint connections. But don't think you're the only smart person in the world. The weaknesses of cyborgs that you can think of, I, as a cyborg myself, naturally know even better, and I have already strengthened myself to address these weaknesses. When I enter defensive mode, all vulnerable points will be covered with mithril." As he spoke, he walked straight to Sumu's stand-in, stretched out his silver metal-covered hand, and took the detonator. Sumu's stand-in did not refuse, allowing the other party to take the detonator. "You know what? Your smile is really annoying. When the lowly people in the lower city see me, they can only feel fear and awe, not the knowing smile you have on your face. Ignorance makes you fearless. So what I'm going to do now is destroy your ignorance." Snap! Mu Cheng sneered and pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom! 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 The pre-planted bombs were detonated instantly. The world was enveloped in a blinding light, and a deafening explosion rang out, with a massive shockwave spreading outwards with overwhelming force. The intense flames engulfed Mu Cheng, but his maniacal laughter could not be concealed. "Ha ha ha! Sumu, tremble in the shadows. I'll be here soon." "What? How much explosives did you plant?" Mu Cheng's voice suddenly turned horrified. He realized something was wrong. There seemed to be a lot of bombs. The explosions echoed throughout District 13, growing louder and seemingly endless. Flames shot into the sky, and a small mushroom cloud rose slowly above the Viper Gang headquarters. In an instant, the entire Viper Gang was razed to the ground. District 13 is destined to be sleepless tonight, as everyone has been awakened by this earth-shattering explosion. In the far distance, Sumu, holding binoculars, gazed at the destroyed headquarters of the Viper Gang and smiled slightly. "Not much. All the explosives in District 13 are here." He knew that explosives would hardly kill mithril alloy cyborgs, but talking about power without considering dosage was just being irresponsible. It was like comparing a hand grenade to a ton of grenades. Both explode, but could their power be the same? District 13 is his territory, and the reason he insists on returning to District 13 to deal with Mu Cheng is naturally because he has a great geographical advantage. In District 13, he could gather all the explosives in the district in less than half a day with just a single order. Keep in mind that he controlled not only the Viper Gang, but also many other hypnotized people, such as factory owners, high-ranking officials in the district, and even ordinary passers-by. In other words, Mu Cheng is not making an enemy of Sumu, but of the entire 13th district. He once told Murong Mengli that there were no secrets in the entire 13th district to him, and that was true. When all the explosives in the area are detonated in one place, the resulting power is terrifying. Although it still cannot destroy the mithril, it can damage the delicate electronic components inside Mu Cheng's body and his internal organs through the impact. Current technology is insufficient to create a fully modified human, so Mu Cheng's body should still retain organs such as the brain and internal organs. The terrifying explosion lasted for a full 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the Viper Gang headquarters had long since disappeared, replaced by ruins with firelight scattered everywhere. On the ruins, Mu Cheng knelt on the ground. The silver-white metal shell was already charred black and even severely deformed. Fragile electric sparks occasionally flickered at some joints, and wires were faintly exposed. The eyes that had previously flickered an eerie red light were now covered with dense cracks, revealing dim infrared lights inside. In the darkness illuminated by the firelight, a tall, slender figure emerged calmly. He wore a sharp black suit, every fold perfectly placed, like meticulously crafted work of art. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing a small section of his delicate collarbone. Her jet-black hair was meticulously combed, and her deep eyes shone with a crystal blue light in the darkness. Beneath her high, straight nose, her thin lips were slightly upturned, carrying a faint smile. Her right hand stood on an ornate snake-patterned wooden cane, the gold ornaments on the cane gleaming with a cool luster in the dim light. Sumu looked at the disheveled Mu Cheng and frowned slightly. If you died so easily, that would be really boring. Mu Cheng remained motionless, as if he were truly dead. Bang! A mithril bullet shot out from the silver rose in Sumu's hand, aimed directly at Mu Cheng's head. Almost the instant the gunshot rang out, a flash of dim red light appeared in Mu Cheng's eyes. He turned his head strangely and dodged the shot. He slowly stood up, his body crackling with electrical bursts. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Seeing that Mu Cheng was still alive, he was excited. But he also realized that Mu Cheng was probably a fully modified human. Otherwise, if the other party really had internal organs, the impact of the explosion just now would definitely have shattered them. But Murong Mengli said that the current technology is not enough to support the emergence of fully cyborgs. Is her information too outdated? Sumu, you really deserve to die. Mu Cheng, who had already stood up, stared intently at Sumu. His cold, mechanical voice revealed a strong killing intent. If he had only been doing this to complete the task assigned by Qian Zihao before, now it had nothing to do with the task at all. Do you know how much it cost me to create this body? It's an amount you'll never see in your life, and now you've actually damaged it. The reward for this mission isn't even enough to cover the repair costs. Tell me, don't you deserve to die? Sumu shrugged. If you die, we'll save on repair costs, right? Mu Cheng, his body severely deformed, charged toward Sumu in a rage. Even though his body, made of mithril alloy, was damaged, it still unleashed terrifying power, like a human tank. All the ruins and debris in his path excitement flashed in Sumu's eyes. The physical enhancement brought by Mega Force Fist, was fully displayed at this moment. He exerted force with both legs, and his body retreated instantly, creating distance between himself and Mu Cheng. The silver rose in his hand shot out. Bang, bang, bang! The mithril bullets gleamed with a cold light and whistled out, each one angled with extreme precision, all aimed at Mu Cheng's joints. Mu Cheng ducked low, effortlessly dodging the mithril bullets, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sumu. He did not use firearms, but chose to fight hand-to-hand. The explosion had already thrown his internal electronic circuitry into disarray, causing some of his internal precision weapons to malfunction. The gleaming silver metal arm didn't strike Sumu. Instead, it hit a broken section of the wall to Sumu's right. Bang! The wall shattered instantly, and a dark figure lightly touched the ground with its toes, like a bat in the night, leaping several meters to dodge the fatal punch. In the midst of the rampage, Sumu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Mu Cheng's metal prosthetic eye, which was flashing red. He knew that it was an infrared night vision device that could image through the temperature emitted by the human body. With such an instrument, all things under heaven was completely useless. However, he remained completely calm, only feeling excited, as expected of a powerhouse comparable to a silver-level expert, to withstand such a massive amount of bombs, and still be able to see through all things in the universe. It was simply amazing. This time, I might really be killed. The next moment, Mu Cheng arrived in an instant, his metal prosthetic eye, flashing with an eerie red light, entered Sumu's eyes. He threw a punch without any fancy moves. Sumu did not take the punch head-on, but instead displayed amazing fighting skills. This was a killing technique he had practiced diligently in his dreams for many years. But due to his physical weakness in reality, he had never used it even once. Now, he finally has the opportunity to show his skills. He ducked, his metal fist brushing past Mu Cheng's hair, and a powerful uppercut landed with surgical precision on Mu Cheng's chin. However, the mighty fist only caused Mu Cheng's head to tilt slightly upwards, and it did not cause any damage at all. Sumu seemed to have anticipated this situation. After landing a blow, he immediately changed his posture, narrowly dodging Mu Cheng's downward strike. Then, he braced himself on the ground with one hand, unleashing the power of his arm and waist, spinning his body like a top, and then slamming his right leg across, kicking Mu Cheng's knee joint. The area had already been damaged by bombs, revealing a dense network of wires. With a powerful kick, Cheng immediately lost his balance and fell uncontrollably. But strangely, just as his body was rolling to the side, an invisible force seemed to smooth his body back up, allowing him to stand up again, completely defying the principles of mechanics. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Taking advantage of the moment, he stepped on Mu Cheng's chest and used the momentum to do a backflip to create distance. "Are you a superhuman?" Sumu asked, but his tone was full of certainty. Not only did the other party stand up against the laws of mechanics, but he also encountered strong mental resistance when he tried to hypnotize him during the battle. If Mu Cheng was just a modified human, he could not possibly have such strong mental power. Mu Cheng, now firmly on his feet, gave a cold laugh. "Feeling hopeless, isn't it? But the real despair is yet to come." Sumu smiled slightly. "It's not despair, it's excitement." Whoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared, blending into the surrounding darkness. A red light flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes, and he quickly gave chase. But as soon as he stepped into the darkness, a ferocious tiger's roar rang in his ears. It was Si Quan, whose entire body was covered in yellow and black hair. The powerful tiger claws were aimed at Mu Cheng's head. Faced with the sneak attack, Mu Cheng was not flustered at all, and did not even defend himself. letting the other party strike his head. Sizzle! The tiger's claws collided with the mithril skull, producing a teeth-grinding scraping sound. After this attack, Xie Quan lost 3 of his tiger claws, while Mu Cheng was unharmed, with only a few white marks on his head. His defense, comparable to that of a power servant, was perfectly demonstrated at this moment. Or rather, it was even stronger than the defense of a power servant, because the former at least had internal organs that'd be injured by shock, but Mu Cheng did not. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the darkness. Sumu's last mithril bullet shot out, leaving a scorching trail in the air as it flew towards Mu Cheng's eyes. He would still have a chance if he could destroy the other person's eyes. However, the mithril eyelids, resembling metal plates, quickly fell down, directly blocking the bullet. The mithril bullet penetrated half an inch and became lodged in the eyelid, but it quickly fell out as the eyelid opened and closed. At this moment, Mu Cheng had already grabbed Xie Quan, and with a slight exertion of his metal arms, he directly broke Xie Quan's hands. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately controlled Xie Quan to transform. In an instant, it was as if all the bones in Xie Quan's body had been removed, making him as soft as a boneless person. His body lengthened, and his eyes turned into cold, dark yellow vertical pupils. Dense snake scales appeared on his skin. Xie Quan, now in snake form, wrapped himself around Mu Cheng, attempting to restrain him. However, as Mu Cheng exerted his strength, countless snake scales burst open, and his skin tore open, revealing fibrous muscles. It's just like when you're eating fried chicken, tearing off a piece of meat with your hands, with bits of meat still attached, not white. Sumu gave a low shout, and the shadow beneath his feet instantly stretched out, extending to Mu Cheng's front. Then, the shadow surged like a fountain, and a gaunt black figure more than 2 meters tall quickly took shape, extending a black hand that resembled a withered tree branch towards Mu Cheng. A feeling of strain came from Bu Bai. Sumu realized that Bu Bai was unable to forcibly pull the other party into the shadow space. The two were locked in a struggle, and Mu Cheng was clearly in the lead. However, Sumu never expected Bu Bai to be able to kill a silver level expert directly. He only wanted to restrain the opponent for a period of time. Sumu, I have to admit that as a lowly commoner from the lower city, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. You must be a nightmare apostle, right? You obtained some strange methods from the nightmare world, but unfortunately, that's all. Mu Cheng sneered, then suddenly exerted his strength, tearing Xie Quan's body apart inch by inch, and Bu Bai's body also trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. Just then, the silver mark between Sumu's eyebrows emitted a mysterious silver light, and the next moment the silver mark tore apart, revealing a silver vertical pupil inside. Cold and indifferent, like the eyes of a god. When the silver eyes appeared, Mu Cheng, who had been sneering, was suddenly startled, because he felt a deathly pressure from them. He hurriedly tried to break free, but it was too late. A dazzling silver light shot out like lightning, instantly tearing through the void and striking Mu Cheng with a heart-stopping force. The mithril alloy, which was once as hard as dragon scales, was like paper in front of this silver light, and was instantly pierced. Mu Cheng's entire upper body seemed to vaporize and completely disappear, along with Xie Quan's torn body and Bu Bai's arm sizzle. The severed lower half of Mu Cheng's body revealed a dense network of wires, with tiny blue arcs of electricity flashing continuously, becoming the only remaining sound in this world. Sumu emerged from the darkness, his face pale. Most of his weight was resting on his snake-patterned wooden cane, clearly indicating that the attack had left him nearly exhausted. If he hadn't obtained the Bronze Law Giant Force Fist, which greatly enhanced his physical abilities, he would have already collapsed. Is this the strength comparable to silver rank? This battle made him realize how terrifying a silver-level expert was. Although he won in the end, the price he paid was enormous. All the explosives in District 13 were used up. The headquarters of the Viper Gang was razed to the ground. Xie Quan died, Bu Bai lost an arm, and he himself was on the verge of collapse. But Sumu had a premonition that the battle was not over, but rather just beginning. Because Mu Cheng was not simply a cyborg, he was also a superhuman. What exactly was the superhuman power that he never revealed until his death? Was it because they underestimated the power of the silver vertical pupils, and therefore didn't have time to use them? Or... Slap, slap, slap. A burst of applause suddenly rang out in the darkness, followed by a shocking scene. 6 identical cyborgs, their bodies covered in mithril alloy, slowly emerged from the darkness. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, and their silvery white metal shells gleamed with a chilling light under the moonlight. One of them, Mu Cheng, praised, "I didn't expect you to be hiding such terrifying power. But judging from your appearance, it will be difficult for you to use it a second time in a short period of time. And I still have 6 cyborgs left, Sumu. As I just said, even more despair is yet to come. Now I can't help but ask, are you in despair?" Seeing such a despairing scene, Sumu laughed a very happy laugh. "Why should I be in despair? Shouldn't I be happy about such an interesting development?" Mu Cheng's expression turned cold. As expected, the Nightmare Apostles are a bunch of disgusting lunatics. Killing people like you brings me no pleasure whatsoever. Especially since you destroyed one of my cyborgs. Why can't you short-lived creatures just stay in the shadows and wait to die? Why do you have to come out and make your presence known? Oh? Sumu smiled slightly. You hate Nightmare Apostles. Then how did you obtain your extraordinary power? Don't tell me it grew on its own. Mu Cheng snorted coldly. I obtained my extraordinary power through the Nightmare Apostles. But so what? Did I make them become Nightmare Apostles? They're bad luck. Since it's already destined, they should obediently accept their fate instead of being like you, not enjoying the rest of your life, and insisting on coming out to die. Sumu, I've suffered a great loss because of you. However, your illusionary abilities are quite rare, so turning you into a puppet will at least make up for it. Puppet? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and he uttered softly, Silver Law, Sequence 24, Servermaster. Mu Cheng gave a cold smile. You do have some knowledge. Are you surprised? A servant master, with a low rank, can possess such powerful combat strength? He didn't even wait for Sumu's reply and continued. This is the power of money. People only know that the servant master rank is very low, and the path to transcendence is unknown. They cannot advance to the gold rank and can only control servants than themselves. But they don't realize that they are wrong. Controlling fully cyborgs is the most correct use of the minion. Stir. Fully cyborgs don't know to resist like controlled superhumans, and they can be mass-produced as long as you have money. Where in the world can you find such perfect minions? As long as I have enough money, I can even build an army of cyborgs. So what if I can't advance to gold rank? With thousands of cyborgs at my command, I am gold! Mu Cheng was clearly in a high mood, much like someone who had a huge advantage in a game and was camped in the enemy's fountain, typing taunts, without actually destroying their base. Sumu could easily guess some of Mu Cheng's past experiences from his words. He possessed the Silver Law Master of Servants, but his rank was low and he had no hope of advancement. So it was inevitable that he would be looked down upon by other silver transcendent beings of the same level. It's estimated that she later met Qian Zihao, who owned a mithril mine, discovered a new world of cyborgs, and then began her life as Qian Zihao's lackey, saving money to create cyborgs. Now he completely understood why the previous bombs hadn't killed Mu Cheng. It was because Mu Cheng was a completely modified human, with all his internal organs discarded, meaning he had no weaknesses inside or out. Mirong Mengli's information was correct. The level of technology was indeed insufficient to create a completely modified human. After all, a modified human still has the word human in his name and is controlled by a human. A person without internal organs is a dead person and cannot be controlled. However, Mu Cheng combined the power of the master servant with technology and used his extraordinary power to control a completely modified person, which can be considered to be at the forefront of technology. You can't compare to the gold-level superhumans. They don't need to fight against an army of cyborgs. They just need to carry out a decapitation plan and kill you, the controller. Sumu kindly pointed out the flaw to him. Mu Cheng was not appreciative. Instead, he sneered, "Do you think I didn't think of that? I abandoned my own body long ago, and parasitized my soul in a cyborg. As long as there is one cyborg, I will never die. Flesh and blood are weak and feeble, while machinery soars to new heights." Sumu wasn't surprised. He had already guessed Mu Cheng's plan. Since he admired cyborgs so much, he would definitely try to modify himself. He had read the description of the servantmaster's abilities and knew that the servant master could parasitize his soul in his servants, or even transfer it within his servants. Brilliant! As expected, everyone has their own shining points and yearns for an extraordinary life. Even as a low-ranking Silver Tier 1, he still has a heart that longs for gold. Sumu clapped and praised him. He admired Mu Cheng's courage to abandon even his physical body for his ambition. True strength is never stingy with praise for one's enemies. Sometimes, enemies are the best mirror to reflect oneself. What kind of person you are determines what kind of enemies you will encounter. Faced with Sumu's praise, Mu Cheng showed a disdainful look. "Sumu, I know you are stalling for time, but I don't care. In the face of absolute power, all tricks are useless. True despair is when you are fully prepared but still cannot change the outcome of failure. I'm giving you time to prepare, and all you need to do is despair." Sumu smiled helplessly, realizing that the other party had misunderstood. "Actually, I don't need to prepare time. I'm just curious because it's the first time I've met someone like you who has given up their body." "Oh, so you're saying you're prepared to die?" Mu Cheng sneered, as 6 cyborgs shimmering with silver light slowly surrounded Sumu. Sumu shook his head slightly, his tone unusually calm and composed, as if stating an undeniable fact. "You can't." Mu Cheng immediately flew into a rage. "I'd like to see how long you can. Keep up your confidence." The next moment, the 6 mithril alloy cyborgs tightened their encirclement, moving slowly towards Sumu, as if deliberately putting pressure on him, trying to see the fear of despair on his face to satisfy Mu Cheng's twisted mind. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Sumu smiled slightly, elegantly extended his palm, and grasped the invitation sent by Bu Bai. The 2 hands, one black and one white, clasped tightly in the air. "Mr. Mu, your methods and your story have greatly pleased me, so I've decided to give you a surprise. Please don't refuse." Mu Cheng felt a growing unease. "Quickly, grab him!" The 6 mithril cyborgs rushed forward, and then, they missed. Sumu was nowhere to be seen. Only a dark, inky shadow remained. Yes, Sumu has escaped into the shadowy space of Bu Bai. The shadowy space of Bu Bai is not only for killing, but can also be used to escape powerful enemies. "Ah! Sumu!" Amidst the ruins, Mu Cheng roared furiously. He was absolutely livid. He thought victory was in his grasp. but the opponent had escaped right under his nose. It felt like deliberately not pushing the base in a game, typing taunts, and then getting the game turned around. If he hadn't already transformed himself into a cyborg with no face, his face would probably be burning with pain right now. Sumu, if you have the guts, don't ever come out again. I'll stay here and guard you, Mu Cheng thought fiercely. The six of them formed a circle and stared intently at the figure on the ground, Sumu's shadow. He guessed that Sumu must be hiding in this shadow, otherwise why would the shadow remain even though the person disappeared? Mu Cheng's guess was correct. Although Bu Bai could help Sumu escape into the shadow space, don't forget where the exit of the shadow space is. Right in Sumu's shadow. However, what Mu Cheng didn't know was that Sumu entered the shadow space not to hide, but to prepare a big surprise for him. In the shadowy space, Sumu took out a bottle of vitality potion from his pocket, drank it all in one gulp, and his previously consumed physical strength was quickly restored. He didn't take drugs to use the silver vertical pupil again. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Mu Cheng's soul could transfer between the 6 modified humans, which meant that unless all the modified humans were destroyed at once, he couldn't be killed at all. With the current power of the silver vertical pupils, it can only destroy one body. His real killer move was never the silver vertical pupils but the dream. Since absorbing the divinity of the angel statue, his dreams have gained a touch of reality. During his rest days, he has been constantly exploring the changes that this touch of reality has brought to his dreams. Persistence pays off, and he finally discovered that this experiment had a real effect. Feeling that his body had almost recovered, Sumu began the next step. He slowly walked into the depths of darkness without taking Bu Bai's hand. He is now considered Bu Bai's master and feeds him every day, so he doesn't need to worry about breaking the rules and being attacked by Bu Bai. Soon, Sumu stopped in his tracks. A person appeared in front of him, a person with closed eyes, a blank expression, standing in place like a zombie. Judging from the person's slightly trembling body, he had obviously been standing there for a long time. The man, dressed in a white shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and slightly balding, was none other than Zhao Yongqiang, the nightmare apostle of the Bronze Coffin Company. Zhao Yongqiang is the only ordinary person who survived in the abandoned city, and he is also the one who is about to enter the nightmare world. When Mirong Mengli first met Zhao Yongqiang in the bronze coffin, the middle-aged man appeared nervous, saying that he had already sensed the call of the next nightmare world and needed enough money to buy a magic weapon, and then asked Mirong Mengli to add more money. It was at that time that Sumu noticed Zhao Yongqiang. He really liked the nightmare world, but under normal circumstances, it would take at least a month for a nightmare apostle to sense the next call of the nightmare world. That was too long, and he couldn't wait that long. So he thought of finding an opportunity to follow Zhao Yongqiang into the nightmare world. This is why Sumu specifically protected Zhao Yongqiang in the abandoned city area, because Zhao Yongqiang had nightmare world ticket. After learning that Mu Cheng was coming to kill him, he hypnotized Zhao Yongqiang early on, preventing him from falling asleep and pulling him into the shadow space. All for this moment. Mu Cheng is now guarding the entrance to the shadow space, which was exactly what Sumu had expected. He couldn't possibly be without a backup plan, and Zhao Yongqiang was his backup plan. He could enter the nightmare world through Zhao Yongqiang in the shadow space. Sumu began to hypnotize himself, and after a moment, he fell asleep and slowly entered a dream. This time, the dream contained nothing but emptiness. This is the most normal state of a dream. As long as he doesn't manipulate it, the dream will present an emptiness where nothing exists. Sumu stood in the void, With a wave of his hand, the void before him dispersed, revealing the scene of the real world. On the ruins, an enraged Mu Cheng was crouching, surrounded by 6 mithril alloy cyborgs who stared intently at the shadows on the ground. This is one of the additional abilities that dreams gain after merging with divinity. It's as if the connection with the real world's been strengthened, allowing one to see reality through dreams. The enhanced dream also has a second ability: to forcibly pull the consciousness of others into the dream. While recuperating in the bronze coffin, he attempted to pull the ordinary employees inside into his dreams. Although he encountered great obstacles, he eventually succeeded. The obstacle comes from the physical body, which is a barrier to consciousness. To pull someone's consciousness into a dream, you must first control the dream to break through the barrier of the physical body and envelop the consciousness before you can pull it in. Ordinary people have weak physical bodies. So, after consuming a lot of mental energy, he successfully broke through the physical barrier and pulled the other party's consciousness into the dream. He then tried to pull Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang, 2 extraordinary individuals, into his dream, but found it impossible. Their physical barriers were too strong. He initially thought this ability was useless. After all, why would he need to drag ordinary people into his dreams? Just so that one more real person would kneel before him, the Heavenly Emperor? But now, after seeing Mu Cheng, he discovered the usefulness of this ability. Because Mu Cheng has no physical body. All there are some mithril alloys and electronic components. His original plan was that if he couldn't defeat Mu Cheng, he would directly escape into the shadow space, then use Zhao Yongqiang to jump to the nightmare world, find some opportunities to become stronger in the nightmare world, and then kill Mu Cheng after returning. But who would have thought that this kid would actually destroy his physical body? They even talked about how flesh and blood are weak and vulnerable, while machines ascend to immortality. This made Sumu change his mind instantly, and he decided to give Mu Cheng a big surprise. He exited the dream, and his mental energy, which had been completely depleted by the silver vertical pupils, was instantly replenished and strengthened by 1%. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and Zhao Yongqiang instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground and falling into a deep sleep. Sumu smiled with interest. Things are getting more and more interesting. You became a superhuman by relying on the Nightmare Apostle, but you look down on the Nightmare Apostle. How interesting your expression will be once you become a Nightmare Apostle yourself. This is truly exciting. He then re-entered the dream and manipulated his own dream to connect with Zhao Yongqiang's dream. Gradually, a crimson hue appeared in Zhao Yongqiang's dream. As the dream was gradually swallowed up, the crimson hue spread like a plague to Sumu's dream. Mu Cheng was still waiting anxiously. As time went by, his initial rage subsided, and he regained the composure of a silver rank expert, sneering inwardly. I am a fully modified human. I can wait here without eating or drinking. Sumu, what do you have to compare with me? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a blood-red color appeared in his vision, as if his retina had been covered with a layer of blood. Although he did not have a retina, this blood-red color was still very strange. Mu Cheng was startled, but before he could react, the crimson color suddenly disappeared. When his vision returned, he was completely stunned. This is... He looked around in astonishment. The previous ruins had completely disappeared, replaced by a lush forest with the sun high in the sky and trees towering into the clouds. However, the seemingly vibrant forest was completely silent. No wind, no birdsong, no falling leaves, nothing at all, only deathly stillness. The primeval forest-like scene made Mu Cheng panic for a moment, But when he saw Sumu not far away, his panic turned into a cold laugh. Under a large tree not far away, Sumu leaned on his snakeskin cane and smiled in greeting, his eyes behind his brown glass containing an unfathomable smile. It seems I underestimated your illusionary abilities. You actually managed to fool my metal prosthetic eye. This kind of illusion must directly affect the soul, right? Mu Cheng sneered. However, illusions are ultimately just illusions. In the face of absolute power, they are all a joke. Seeing Mu Cheng's confidence, Sumu felt relieved and smiled, welcoming him. Mr. Mu, welcome to the nightmare world. A nightmare world? Mu Cheng was slightly startled, but quickly recovered. Humps, playing tricks. You think I'm not a nightmare apostle, so you don't know anything about nightmares. Shh. Sumu gently placed his finger to his lips and said with a faint smile, whether it's playing tricks, not, you only need to sense the law. There are barriers in the real world, and even if you become a superhuman, you can only vaguely sense the law. But the nightmare world is different. As long as you sense it carefully, you will find that the law is clearly visible. Seeing the seriousness with which Sumu spoke, Mu Cheng's heart tightened. Although he instinctively disbelieved him, he still subconsciously tried to sense the silver law. And the result? A silver law, spanning endless dimensions and surpassing the bronze law, clearly appeared in his perception. This is impossible, Mu Cheng roared in a hoarse voice. Illusion. It's all an illusion. You can't fool me. How could I suddenly appear in the nightmare world? I've always been awake, and since becoming a cyborg, I don't need to sleep at all. I couldn't possibly become a nightmare apostle. Seeing you so happy, Mr. Mu, puts my mind at ease. It wasn't for nothing that I went to all that trouble to invite you into the nightmare world. I don't believe it. Mu Cheng was even more terrified. As a silver-level transcendent, he had dealt with nightmare apostles many times in his daily life. He knew how terrifying the nightmare world was. It was a curse that meant certain death. Whoever got tainted by it would die. This is all an illusion. Once I kill you, the illusion will be dispelled. I'll kill you. Mu Cheng was about to charge towards Sumu with the 6 cyborgs, but the next second, he suddenly stopped and his body, made of mithril alloy, began to tremble slightly. It was because he suddenly discovered that countless red dots had appeared in his metallic eyes. Densely packed red dots. His metal prosthetic eye has infrared imaging capabilities, allowing him to see the body temperature emitted by living organisms. These red dots represent countless living creatures hidden in the forest. Furthermore, the red dot is constantly enlarging, proving that these living creatures are surging towards this place like a tide. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced into the depths of the forest. Although his view was obscured by the lush trees, his powerful perception, aided by his spiritual energy, allowed him to sense that something was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a person rushed out of the forest and stood between Sumu and Mu Cheng. Upon seeing this person, Mu Cheng's changed drastically. This person could not be called human at all. Although he had a human form, his neck was a smooth cross-section with no head. The most bizarre thing is that the headless man's body is covered with countless ears, each with a different shape, as if they were embedded in his flesh. Some are small and delicate, while others are large and thick. The headless man with ears stood silently between the two, as if frozen in place, motionless, with only his ears trembling slightly, as if searching for something. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. He keenly noticed something strange. The headless man had clearly rushed out of the forest, but when his body broke through the flowers and grass, he made no sound, and there was no sound of footsteps. The appearance of the headless man was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Mu Cheng to collapse. He realized that this was not an illusion, because illusions could not fool the metal prosthetic eye. The red light flashing in Metal Yi's eyes clearly showed that the headless man in front of him was alive. Why? Mu Cheng roared like a madman. He could no longer deceive himself. Both the clearly visible laws and the headless man in front of him, who was a living being, clearly told him that this was no longer reality. A nightmare world! Why did I come to the nightmare world? Why did I become a nightmare apostle? What did you do to me? Sumu! Mu Cheng roared furiously, his voice even containing a hint of despair. His breakdown wasn't due to fear of the monster before him. He had killed some nightmare monsters in the real world, and even the unrememberable ones were ones he had personally captured. What he truly feared was the nightmare world, a nightmare from which one could never escape once tainted. Just then, the headless figure that had been blocking the two of them suddenly moved. Its ears twitched slightly, as if it had locked onto a target. It then turned around abruptly and charged straight at Mu Cheng. Driven to madness, Mu Cheng had no intention of tolerating the headless man. Seeing him charge, he raised his right hand without a word, and his wrists instantly, revealing the silver barrel of a Gatling gun. Get out of my way! Tap, tap, tap! A huge gunshot rang out, and the headless man, who hadn't even reached them yet, was instantly torn to shreds by bullets. After dealing with the headless man, he turned his attention to Sumu. Sumu, you're the one who put me in the nightmare world. You must have a way out, right? Tell me! Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, a smile of excitement spreading across his fair face. That's the expression. Ha ha ha. You, who always look down on nightmare apostles, are so pathetic in the nightmare world. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm really curious, what's it like to suddenly become someone you once despised? I'll fucking kill you! Mu Cheng roared furiously, his reason almost completely consumed by rage. But before he could make a move, headless men rushed out of the deep forest one after another. At a rough glance, there were no less than 100 of them, and there were even more headless men pouring out from behind. Their ears twitched excitedly, even turning slightly red as they charged towards Mu Cheng, without hesitation. Get out! Get out of here! You monsters! The 6 cyborgs opened fire simultaneously, and gunfire erupted. Headless men fell one after another, but strangely their numbers did not decrease. Instead, they increased with each passing gunshot. Sound? Sumu roughly figured out the headless people's behavior pattern. In his line of sight, some headless people were greedily devouring the sounds Mu Cheng was making. There were obvious vortexes formed by air vibrations around their ears. As the vortex appeared, the gunfire, which should have been intense, gradually weakened. When it reached Sumu's ears, the sound of bullets was even less loud than the sound of stomping his feet. It seems these headless people feed on sound, so everything here is silent, and any sound will attract them. This pattern is not hard to discover, but unfortunately Mu Cheng had already lost his mind when he first entered the nightmare world. Mu Cheng fired wildly, but there were simply too many headless men, and their vitality was exceptionally tenacious. Without heads, they seemed to have no fatal weaknesses, and unless they were torn to pieces, it would be difficult to kill them with just a few bullets. Soon, many headless men pounced on the cyborg, excitedly pounding on its metal skin, creating a huge sound. The sound was quickly swallowed up, and strangely, those headless men who absorbed the sound began to grow larger. The enlarged headless man became stronger, and the sound of him beating the cyborg became louder, seemingly creating a positive cycle. Compared to Mu Cheng's disheveled state, Sumu appeared somewhat calm and collected, quietly watching the show from the sidelines. He didn't make a sound, so naturally he didn't attract the headless man's attention. Originally, he planned to directly enter the shadow space and then use the nightmare world to weaken Mu Cheng's power. Now it seems that he doesn't need to. Besides Sumu, who was not attacked, Zhao Yongqiang, who entered with him, was also not attacked. This was because Zhao Yongqiang was still under hypnosis and stood still without moving unless Sumu gave an order. Mu Cheng is very strong. No matter how many headless men there are, it will be difficult for them to break through his mithril alloy. However, as the sound of the headless men devouring increases, the outcome may change. Seeing Mu Cheng being besieged, Sumu felt a little bored, so he quietly walked into the depths of the forest. Sumu, don't even think about running away. Mu Cheng suddenly roared, and the 6 modified humans went all out, charging towards Sumu regardless of the headless people hanging on their bodies. He raised the barrel of his gun, intending to fire to stop Sumu, but instead heard a series of empty gunshots coming from his arm. He was out of bullets. Enraged, he could only chase after them on foot. 5 of the cyborgs worked together to stop the headless army, while the remaining cyborg broke through the encirclement. Ultimately, he was a silver-level expert. Even though he used a modified human body, the speed he unleashed was unmatched by Sumu. The distance between the two shortened rapidly, but at that moment, Sumu suddenly stopped, standing motionless like a wooden statue, even holding his breath. Although Mu Cheng had doubts, he was too enraged to care and continued running, the mithril alloy on his body making heavy clanging noises. Suddenly, everything went black before his eyes, and he was covered by a huge shadow. When he looked up, he was shocked to find a headless man more than 10 meters tall excitedly listening to him. A giant hand, covered in ears, descended from the sky and viciously grabbed at Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng was shocked and rolled away to avoid the attack. However, the sound of his roll was too loud because he was made of metal. The headless man, who was 10 meters tall, almost stopped and grabbed at him again. He scrambled and tumbled frantically to dodge. Although mithril alloy is hard and difficult to break, it can still deform under tremendous force. The more he hid, the bigger the commotion became. Before long, many smaller headless figures appeared in the forest and surrounded him. Mu Cheng was extremely anxious. What on earth was going on? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Sumu, who was unharmed beside him. Sumu even waved to him in a friendly manner, signaling his encouragement. Son of a bitch! Why is that bastard all right? Wait, I must have overlooked something. Think carefully. How did those lowly nightmare apostles survive one nightmare after another? These headless people have no heads, but their bodies are covered with ears. Ears? I understand now, it's a sound. As long as I don't make a sound, I won't attract the monster's attacks. Thinking this, Mu Cheng suddenly stopped. However, things didn't go as planned. The headless men who were chasing him had already heard the sound. Stopping was tantamount to walking into a trap. The headless figures, running wildly, crashed into the metal shell, making loud noises as they excitedly pounded on it, continuously creating more sounds. Mu Cheng was furious when he saw this. You damned monsters, get out of here! He wasn't afraid of these smaller headless men, but the 10-meter-tall headless man had also come over following the sound. A large hand descended from the sky and grabbed Mu Cheng in one swift motion, crushing several smaller headless men to death on the spot. Mu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. At least the headless man wasn't randomly hitting him. As long as he didn't make a sound, he should be fine. The fact that he thought that way clearly showed that he regarded the headless man as an idiot. The next second, the 10-meter-tall headless man suddenly grabbed Mu Cheng's leg with 2 thick fingers, and began to smash it wildly against the surrounding trees. Bang, bang, bang. Several large trees were knocked down by Mu Cheng, making a loud noise. The 10-meter-tall headless man got excited and started to swing wildly, until all the surrounding trees were knocked down. Still not satisfied, it started to smash the cards on the ground, just like a child throwing cards, using all its strength to throw them, then picking them up and throwing them again, enjoying it immensely. Boom! Mu Cheng was once again slammed into a deep pit. The ground beneath him was already cracked, and his indestructible mithril body was severely deformed. Even the connection between his legs and body had come loose, revealing a dense network of wires. You damn monsters! I've fucking had enough! A roar filled with rage finally erupted. He could no longer hold back. He felt targeted. Even though he had stopped making a sound, why wouldn't they leave him alone? Damn it! You all deserve to die. Sumu deserves to die too. You all deserve to die. Mu Cheng crawled out of the deep pit, his eyes flashing red light wildly. You fucking like sounds, don't you? This time I'll let you hear enough. Initiate self-destruct program. Upon hearing this, Sumu, who was taking a walk a distance, immediately quickened his pace, not caring that the sound of his footsteps might attract some headless people. Boom! Mu Cheng self-destructed, and the huge explosion almost echoed throughout the entire forest. The first to be hit was the 10-meter-tall headless giant. In a blinding white light, the giant turned into a shower of flying flesh and blood, scattering across the sky and earth. Some of the smaller headless people nearby were also blown to pieces. The area within a radius of 100 meters was almost completely leveled, and even Sumu, located a kilometer away, was significantly impacted. The enormous sound immediately attracted all the headless men present, who dropped everything and rushed frantically toward the center of the explosion. Sumu tidied his hair, which had messed up by the shock of the explosion, and smiled silently. 1. Swish, swish, swish. 5 mithril alloy cyborgs, gleaming with silver light, rushed towards them at an incredible speed. Sumu slightly raised his eyes to check the distance between himself and the cyborg. He remained calm and even straightened his suit, which had been wrinkled from running. Then, under Mu Cheng's watchful gaze, he accepted Bu Bai's invitation and disappeared into the shadow space. Ah! Mu Cheng was so angry he wanted to roar at the sky, but he didn't dare. He had finally managed to lure away all the headless men with the self-destruction of a cyborg, and now shouting would be pointless. Frustrated and exasperated, he could only repeat his previous actions, waiting at the entrance to the shadow space. However, unlike last time, this time he dared not move at all, for fear of making the slightest sound. Gradually, the group of headless people dispersed from the center of the explosion. They began to wander around, searching for the sound. Some even walked up to Mu Cheng, making Mu Cheng's heart pound with fear. Fortunately, this time there were no accidents. The headless man walked past him and headed away into the distance. Ta-da-da-ta-da. A soft sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng was taken aback. What was that footstep sound? He slowly turned around to look, not daring to speed up, afraid that the sound of his neck turning would be too loud, since his neck was made of metal. When he saw the source of the footsteps, he was stunned. The footsteps came from none other than the bald man, Zhao Yongqiang. It turned out that Zhao Yongqiang had somehow gotten there, while the headless man was at the center of the explosion. Upon seeing this, Mu Cheng became extremely anxious, his eyes flashing red as he signaled Zhao Yongqiang not to move. Zhao Yongqiang seemed not to see this and continued to approach. Several headless figures wandering not far away suddenly stopped, their countless ears twitching slightly as if they were listening. You fucking idiot! Don't you dare move! Mu Cheng roared inwardly, and perhaps his curses had an effect, because Zhao Yongyang really stopped about 3 meters away from Mu Cheng. Call. Mu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't too foolish. He was unaware of the relationship between Zhao Yongqiang and Sumu, assuming that the other party was also a newly arrived nightmare apostle. If he had known, he would never have felt relieved. Because, without warning, Zhao Yongqiang opened his mouth wide and howled wildly. The sound so loud, it was as if someone had broken his leg. Mu Cheng was startled by the shout. "You son of a bitch! For the leader!" Zhao Yongqiang toward Mu Cheng with a fanatical expression, shouting repeatedly. What does it feel like when someone suddenly shouts with all their might in a deathly silent forest? It feels like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Instantly, the headless figures wandering aimlessly all around seemed to have received a signal. Their ears stood up, and they rushed towards this place without regard for anything else. "You deserve to die!" Mu Cheng was furious. He threw out his silver-glowing metal fist, smashing Zhao Yongqiang's head apart with a single punch, and his voice came to an abrupt end. Seeing that Zhao Yongqiang's body was about to lie flat on the ground, he was so frightened that he quickly grabbed him, but it was too late. His shout had already attracted the headless men. "Damn it!" he cursed under his breath, then directly controlled a cyborg to run away into the distance, deliberately making a loud noise. Upon hearing the sound, the headless people immediately changed direction and chased after the cyborgs. Before the crisis was over, an arm silently emerged from the shadowy humanoid figure on the ground, then elegantly picked up a small pebble and tossed it at one of the cyborgs. The power carried by the mighty fist exploded instantly, and the small stones made a sharp popping sound, hitting the cyborg's body hard. When a crisp, loud collision sound rang out. When Mu Cheng turned around, he was stunned and only saw that arm wave its hand before returning to the shadow space. "Sumu! I'll fucking kill you!" Ah! A person's mental state collapse in an instant, sometimes because of something of great importance, and sometimes because of something as trivial as throwing a pebble. "You want to use these monsters against me, huh? Well then, I'll kill them all first and see what you can do then." Having been repeatedly tricked, Mu Cheng had completely broken down. Unable to hit Sumu, he could only vent all his anger on the headless man. In his view, these little headless men were not dangerous, at most a bit troublesome, but they could be dealt with a little effort. A major battle has begun, all because Sumu dropped a small pebble. Enraged, Mu Cheng displayed the full strength of a silver rank expert, and the 5 cyborgs cooperated seamlessly, slaughtering the headless men around them with extremely high efficiency. "Come on! You monsters like me, don't you? Come on over here," he cursed as he killed, as if venting his anger. "Sumu, just wait. After I kill them, I'll come and kill you." "I won't kill you. I'll imprison you and torture you slowly. You destroyed everything I had. I'll let you know what despair is. I, a silver transcendent, had a bright future ahead of me, and a perfect mithril alloy body. I had long since surpassed the limits of human lifespan. But you ruined all of that. This damned nightmare world could take my life at any moment. I'm living one day less each day, but until then, I'll torment you until the day I die. Then we'll die together, so I can continue tormenting you in hell. Ha ha ha." Mu Cheng laughed wildly, his cold mechanical body unable to contain his overflowing madness, a hysterical outburst born of desperation. Although he was not a nightmare apostle, he understood nightmare apostles better than they did. They were cursed beings, destined to die young, no matter how much they struggled, even if they became gold-ranked warriors. Mu Cheng laughed wildly as the corpses piled up at his feet, almost burying him. he continued to kill, venting his anger in this way. But gradually, a shadow covered him, then a second, a third, and a 10th. Mu Cheng's body stiffened, and he raised his head with some difficulty. The red light in the metal eyes almost went out. In his vision, the entire sky was plunged into darkness, and 10 headless giants were arranged in a circle, listening to him. Inside the shadow space, Sumu looked through the shadows at Mu Cheng, who was being kicked around by 10 giants, and felt a little sorry for him. How could a dignified Silver Realm expert have fallen to such a state? It's so simple, you can't even do something as easy as just not making a sound. Boom! Boom! 3 cyborgs self-destructed, and the terrifying explosion killed 10 headless giants. Taking advantage of this gap, Sumu emerged from the shadow space and swiftly ran away into the distance. At this point, Mu Cheng only had 2 cyborgs left. In his anger, he began to feel fear, because it meant he only had 2 lives left. Fear brought him back to his senses. He realized he had been too impulsive. Those short-lived nightmare apostles had said that might monsters head-on in a nightmare was the worst thing to do. The best strategy was to find the source of the dream and then break the nightmare. He was extremely annoyed. If he had followed the advice of those nightmare apostles earlier, he might not have ended up in this predicament. This dream wasn't actually difficult. As long as I didn't make a sound, I wouldn't be attacked. I just needed to slowly search for clues. But now it's too late to say anything. Watching Sumu run further and further away, Mu Cheng gritted his teeth and followed. He already had a plan in mind. This time, he dared not act recklessly again, but planned to try a different approach. The distance between the two began to close, and then Sumu started throwing stones again. Upon seeing the flying stones, Mu Cheng was both shocked and furious, dodging them as if they were deadly bullets, not daring to let them hit him. What's most infuriating is that he can't throw stones, because Sumu is made of flesh and blood, and the stones don't make much of a sound when they hit him. Most importantly, Sumu can dodge flexibly and make large movements, while he cannot, because he has a metal body, which is very heavy, and the larger the movement, the louder the sound. He never imagined that one day his proud mithril alloy body would have such great inconvenience. As he ran, Sumu suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Mu Cheng froze in place, not daring to move an inch. He quickly looked into the depths of the forest directly in front of him, turned the infrared function of his metal prosthetic eye to the maximum, and then he froze. Red dots. Thousands upon thousands of red dots appeared before my eyes. This is the lair of the headless men. At this moment, Sumu suddenly turned around and waved to Mu Cheng. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was very clear. Come here. Mu Cheng was furious. He knew that as soon as he went over, Sumu would make a sound and then disappear into the shadows, at which point he would be attacked by thousands of headless men. But in order to get revenge, he went anyway. A cyborg was sent to stealthily pursue Sumu, and a comical scene unfolded. A tall cyborg covered in metal hopped on tiptoe and trotted around crouching low. Mu Cheng had no choice. Once he reached the vicinity of the headless man's lair, he dared not make a sound. Sumu paid no attention to Mu Cheng sneaking behind him and ran lightly toward the headless man's lair. His powerful mental strength gave him unparalleled perception, allowing him to accurately judge the path under his feet. There would be no ridiculous scene like in the movies, where he suddenly broke a dead tree branch and attracted the enemy's attention. After he crossed a large tree, the headless man's lair came into view. It was a city. It was a very simple city, with all the buildings made of bare stone blocks that showed signs of weathering and had obviously existed for a long time. The buildings in the city were more like caves than houses, without doors, and entirely made of huge piles of stones, where countless headless people lived. Some were sleeping, while others were eating. Their eating method was very simple. They picked up a stone and pounded it to make noise, but these sounds could not be transmitted and were all swallowed by the headless man. The appearance of Sumu did not attract their attention, because the headless man had no eyes, light entirely on the ears that covered his entire body to perceive things. They continued doing their own thing. After a brief look around, Sumu realized that the city was on the edge of a nightmare, with a black fog that blotted out the sky and surged silently behind it. Without hesitation, he entered the humble little town, and because of the low buildings, he quickly discovered a place that was quite different from others. In the center of the city is a huge square, somewhat like a concert venue. The square is surrounded by a semicircular stone wall. The stone wall is very thick, and there are deep pits dug out on it, resembling seats, where many headless people lie quietly. In the square, there was a huge, irregularly shaped boulder, with dozens of headless giants, each 10 meters tall, prostrating themselves around it, as if in worship. Just as Sumu thought they were kneeling before the boulder, a person sat up straight on the boulder. His body shape was no different from that of a normal adult man, but his body was covered with ears, pale, and most importantly, his neck was not empty. Instead, it grew a huge ear, looked extremely bizarre. Where a person should have a head, there was a huge ear, almost the size of a head. The leader? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly as he silently approached the headless leader. He nimbly stepped over the sleeping headless men on the ground, his speed showing no sign of slowing down, like a dancer treading on a knife's edge, where one wrong step would lead to utter. But his powerful mental strength and enhanced physical abilities made his steps as precise as a scalpel, without a single mistake. Mu Cheng, who was still 100 meters away from Sumu, had a red light flashing in his eyes, did not back down, and followed closely behind. At this moment, the headless leader seemed to hear a slight noise, and actually stood up. His large ears on his neck scanned like radar, and invisible sound waves created tiny vortexes in front of his ears. They quickly located Sumu and Mu Cheng. Upon seeing this, the two stood motionless, as if playing a game of red light, green light. The headless leader waited for a while, but heard nothing unusual, so he turned around and began to explore in other directions with his large ear. Sumu realized he couldn't go any further. The headless leader's hearing was clearly better than that of ordinary headless men, and he couldn't miss even the slightest sounds. But Mu Cheng seemed to have lost his mind and continued to advance, attracting the gaze of the headless leader several times. However, whenever he is watched, he immediately stops and stands still. He took such a risk just to get a little closer to Sumu. Finally, when he was about 10 meters away from Sumu, he stopped. Sumu looked him over with interest, knowing that Mu Cheng must have some means to use, otherwise he wouldn't have sent a cyborg to his death for nothing. Sure enough, the next moment, Mu Cheng revealed a sinister smile. He slowly raised his left arm, and the tip of a metal finger split open to reveal a thin black tube inside. Sill! Purple poisonous gas shot out in a line, covering Sumu. Sumu raised an eyebrow. After waiting for so long, this is all? Poison gas? He was still hoping Mu Cheng would pull some surprises, but now he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Soon, purple poisonous gas enveloped Sumu, but it didn't dodge, letting the gas enter his body. Mu Cheng was overjoyed upon seeing this. This was a specially made poison gas. Inhaling even a single breath could be fatal, and even without inhalation, it would still cause poisoning if it came into contact with the skin. In his eyes, Sumu was already a dead man. However, as time went by, Mu Cheng's ecstatic mood gradually cooled down. He saw that Sumu was still standing there unharmed, and even yawned out of boredom. That's impossible. Sizzle. The poison gas was almost gone. A few wisps of purple smoke, like endless urination, were exhaled intermittently before it was completely used up. The poison gas is good, but unfortunately it's countered by innocent heart. Sumu lost his patience. His shadow moved without wind, and the black shadow, Bubai, quickly emerged from the shadow, stretching out its only remaining arm. Sumu grasped Bubai's large hand, and then, "Mr. Mu, since you have no surprises for me, then I can only ask you to die." His voice was soft, even gentle. But in the deathly silent city, where you could hear a pin drop, this gentle voice was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the silence. The next moment, in the square and in the deep pit in the stone wall, circle after circle of headless people stood up in unison, staring straight at Sumu's direction. Ha ha ha. In such a tense moment, Mu Cheng laughed wildly. "Sumu, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Do you think you're the only one with a trump card?" Countless headless figures surged toward the two like a tidal wave, their terrifying presence seemingly threatening to engulf them. But Mu Cheng was still laughing. "You destroyed everything I had. Even if it costs me this cyborg body, I will kill you. Aren't you relying on that monster? Now let's see if that monster can still save you." Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately noticed something was wrong. Bubai, who was supposed to pull him into the shadow space, was now frozen in place as if someone had cast a spell on him. "Is this the power of the minion master?" "Ha ha ha. You guessed right, this is Silver Law Sequence 24 Minion Master. You destroyed my cyborg, but that just made room for a servant, giving me enough mental power to control it. Although I can't directly control your shadow monster without refining it, I can forcibly influence it." "You're dead!" Mu Cheng's expression grew increasingly ferocious, and even his metallic face couldn't conceal that ferocity. Sumu Jing's blue eyes shone with a unique light. He released Bubai's hand, couldn't help but applaud Mu Cheng, praising, as expected of a Silver Realm expert, "What a fine Silver Realm expert!" Only matches where a comeback is possible at any moment can be considered exciting. "Mr. Mu, you have not disappointed me after all." "I don't need your praise. Go to hell, Sumu." Mu Cheng hated being praised. It made him feel like a primary school student being praised by a teacher. He darted out and rushed towards Sumu, by which time the headless man had completely surrounded the two of them. A horrifying scene unfolded as Mu Cheng, his body gleaming with metallic light, leaped high into the air and charged forward like a human tank, surrounded by a tidal wave of headless monsters. At this moment, Sumu was truly in a situation there was no way out but to heaven and no way out but to earth, and he was in a hopeless situation. But he kept laughing, his smile widening and even starting to distort, his expression carrying a hint of extreme, manic excitement. "This is the thrill I've been searching for!" He flipped his hand, and a bottle of pale red potion suddenly appeared in his hand. He raised the red potion in his hand, but before he could even open the cap to drink it, there was a cracking sound as the transparent glass bottle was crushed. Sumu tilted his head back, and the pale red liquid, mixed with glass shards, fell into his mouth. Gurgle. He swallowed hard, completely ignoring the stinging pain in his throat from the glass shards. His expression grew increasingly excited, and a hint of blood appeared in his eyes. Even his fair skin had a faint blush, making him look like he had drunk too much. This is the effect of the Berserk potion, which forcibly unleashes terrifying potential at the cost of overdrawing the body's reserves. In an instant, Sumu felt a surge of violent power coursing through his body. His muscles bulged involuntarily, and he subdued his strength, his legs like springs, cracking the ground as he stomped on them. He soared into the air, charging towards Mu Cheng without dodging or avoiding him. The two figures, both exuding an indomitable spirit, met in midair, below them a pile of headless men scrambling to climb. Mu Cheng sneered inwardly. He thought Sumu had gone mad, actually thinking of fighting him, a silver-level expert, in this desperate situation. Well, so be it. He could kill him with his own hands. The gleaming silver metal arm was operating at full power, its inner walls subtly heating up and emitting a crimson glow, causing the surrounding air to distort due to the intense heat. Sumu was equally unwilling to be outdone, pushing his megaforce fist to its limit, his entire right arm muscles bulging, unleashing a terrifying burst of power. Time! Amid Mu Cheng's ferocious roar, the metal fist collided violently with the human fist. The moment they made contact, he sensed something was wrong, because Sumu's fist had absolutely no power. However, he didn't think too much about it. Anyway, Sumu would definitely die if he took this punch head-on. This was the confidence of a silver-level expert. Bang! Sumu's figure flew backward like a cannonball. Mu Cheng, who had avenged his great enemy, laughed wildly and let the headless men around him attack him. He didn't care, he only wanted to kill Sumu. But the next second, Mu Cheng's smile froze, because in his sight, Sumu, who was flying backward, turned around in midair as if nothing had happened, then stepped on the neck of a headless man, quickly fled into the distance, jumping onto the high walls around the square in the blink of an eye. This is impossible! Mu Cheng, who was overwhelmed by the headless men, hurriedly shut down the self-destruct program and chased after Sumu like a madman. His cold metal arms swung wildly, and each swing was accompanied by many headless men being swept away. A noble phantasm. It's a defensive noble phantasm. He realized the key point and understood everything in an instant. This was all Sumu's scheme. He pretended to fight desperately, but didn't actually use any strength, letting Sumu knock him away, all in order to escape the encirclement smoothly. No wonder Sumu dared to fight head-on. He had a defensive treasure. On the high wall, a tall figure stood, his snake-patterned wooden cane resting on the edge of the wall. He smiled as he watched Mu Cheng being swallowed up by the headless men. The sunlight shone on him, casting a long shadow on the ground. A gentle breeze blew up his clothes, and the crimson heart hanging on his chest. Beneath the high wall, countless headless figures scrambled to climb, stepping on each other's bodies as they ascended little by little. Sumu! Mu Cheng roared, in a hoarse voice from the pile of people. He struggled to stretch out his hands from the pile of headless people, trying to take the opportunity to climb out, but there were just too many headless people, and he was quickly buried again. You can't escape! This is a dead end. After they kill me, they'll come after you. Sumu, standing atop the high wall, smiled slightly, ignoring Mu Cheng's threat. His expression was elegant and composed. He gently pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and said, "Thank you for everything you've done, Mr. Mu. I am very pleased and look forward to our next meeting." After saying that, Sumu waved his hand as if saying goodbye to a friend, and then turned to look at the black mist behind the high wall. The black mist was impenetrable, as if leading to hell, deathly silent. You want to go into the black fog? Ha ha ha. You'll die anyway. No one ever comes back alive from the black fog. No one. Sumuto didn't reply, saying, "No need for Mr. Mu to trouble himself. Just as I was able to pull you into the nightmare world, I also already have a way to escape from the black mist." Goodbye? You have a way? That's impossible, you must be. Mu Cheng's words came to an abrupt halt, for Sumu had already leaped into the black mist and disappeared without a trace. Within the endless black mist, Sumu looked around in surprise. He was not surprised by the black mist, but by the nightmare he had escaped. The black fog wasn't very interesting. It felt like being in a bottomless deep sea, surrounded by ethereal black mist with extremely low visibility. What was really interesting was the nightmare I just experienced. It was a huge, white, glowing bubble that vaguely reflected the scenes from the nightmare. A barren, headless city, with the faint glow of explosions and countless headless people being blown away. However, because it was viewed through the bubble, the image was extremely distorted and blurry. Could it be that all nightmares are contained within these bubbles? Sumu exclaimed in amazement. He had never imagined that nightmares could be contained within bubbles when viewed from the outside. This nightmare bubble was enormous, and its light slightly illuminated the surrounding black mist, allowing Sumu to barely see the scenery around him. He turned his gaze to the soles of his feet, and with the light from the bubbles, he could see clearly what was beneath him. What was beneath our feet was not earth at all, but a layer of brown rock, bare and devoid of any vegetation, with only some pebbles. He raised his head again and looked at the top of the bubble. With the help of the light emitted by the bubble, he could see the sky in the black mist. There was no sky at all. Above the top of the bubble was a layer of brown rock. Beneath his feet were layers of rock, and above him were layers of rock. Sumu even felt as if he were inside a hollowed-out mountain, only this place was filled with endless black mist. Gradually, he gained a clear understanding of the structure of the entire Nier world. First of all, there was no sky here. The place that originally belonged to the sky was covered by layers of rock, and there were also layers of rock under his feet. The space between the two layers of rock was filled with black mist. The so-called nightmare was the bubble in the hollow space in the middle. Each bubble represented a nightmare. Amazing! Sumu found this kind of unknown exploration very interesting. If he didn't personally walk into the black mist to see for himself, who would have thought that the nightmare world would have such a structure? Just then, a strange scene unfolded. The surrounding black mist surged and churned, quickly covering and obscuring the bubble. The light around it grew weaker and weaker, until it finally disappeared completely. At the same time, the headless nightmare bubble also disappeared. Sumu tried to find it, but when he got to the spot where the bubble had been, he couldn't find it at all, as if it had teleported away. He guessed that the space within the black mist was likely distorted, and with the disappearance of the bubbles, it meant he could never go back. He lied when he said he had a way to get back from the black fog, so that Mu Cheng would die with regrets. However, whether or not we can go back is not important. What matters is whether the black fog is interesting. Sumu took a step forward, walking deeper into the black mist. With the disappearance of the glowing bubbles, the surroundings had been completely plunged into darkness, a deathly silence. Walking through it, you can only feel wisps of mist brushing against your face like gentle little hands. His eyes shone with a crystal blue light, and his powerful mental strength enhanced his perception, allowing him to vaguely see scenes several meters away. The ground was uneven, with some places even rising up like small hills, but there were no living creatures. Does this mean that all the nightmare apostles who enter the black mist eventually starve to death there? Sumu frowned. This was not the surprise he wanted. If the black mist was like a prison, then exploring this place would be meaningless. He continued onward, walking for a very long time. Judging by his pocket watch, 3 hours had passed, but even so, he still did not see any living creatures or any other glowing bubbles. This doesn't make sense. If all the nightmares are glowing bubbles scattered in the black mist, then why haven't we seen any other bubbles yet? It's important to understand that these 3 hours weren't taken at the pace of an ordinary person. but by someone with extraordinary abilities. At Sumu's current speed, 3 hours would be enough for him to walk out of a small county town. This place is either like some kind of maze, where you'll get lost once you enter, or the world of black mist is just too vast. Perhaps this isn't a mountain that's been hollowed out, but rather underground. A glint of light flashed in Sumu's eyes. Only underground could there be such a huge area. If there is underground, then there must be above ground. Where on the ground could that be? Where else could it be? Could it be that the so-called nightmare world is actually an underground world, located beneath the real world, where nightmares are put into bubbles and stored underground? This discovery is revolutionary regarding the origin of the nightmare world. Previously, all nightmare apostles believed that the nightmare world was an alternate dimension, an independent world composed entirely of nightmares. But now it seems that everything was wrong. The nightmare world is very likely one with the real world, and it is located underground. Just as Sumu was pondering, suddenly buzz! A strange buzzing sound emanated from all around, interspersed with what seemed to be some kind of whispering, the tone odd and chaotic, a sound that no human could possibly make. The voice was like the murmur of an evil god, deep and chaotic, seemingly close to the ear, yet also as if it came from a distant time and space. Sometimes it rolls like muffled thunder, shaking the depths of the soul. Sometimes it whispers like a ghost, sending chills down your spine. Every syllable seems to challenge reason. Sumu's head began to ache, and he felt a surge of mad and violent emotions rising within him. The berserk potion he had just ingested had not made him go berserk. But now, after only hearing some delirious ramblings, his mind was in turmoil. A pure heart! A soft white light rose from his body, and suddenly the whispers in his ears became much quieter. Although they didn't disappear completely, they were within a tolerable range. A normal person would definitely run away immediately after hearing these delirious murmurs. But Sumu is not a normal person. He is very curious about the sounds that can cause him mental disorder. Since he is already here, how can he not go and see? So he headed toward the source of the murmurs, and gradually the eerie sound grew louder and louder. The Immaculate Heart could barely hold on. Finally, he saw the light, not far away in the sky, or rather, on the upper rocks suspended a huge sphere emitting a yellow light, as bright as the sun. However, the sunlight emitted by this sun was not warm at all. On the contrary, it was unusually cold. The sun? There's a sun underground too? Sumu quickened his pace and ran towards the huge glowing sphere. As he got closer, the evil murmurs were almost deafening, and blood was faintly flowing from his ears. When he looked up, a flash of yellow light appeared, and his eyes were instantly stung with pain. A line of bloody tears flowing down his face. He went blind. But the only image I had before I went blind lingered in my mind. That's not the sun, it's an eyeball. An enormous eyeball, embedded in the upper rock, with a dark yellow vertical pupil that was as cold as a cold-blooded animal. Danger! Danger! Once Sumu's brain stored the image of the eyeball, his body instinctively issued the highest level of alarm, like the most primal fear, etched deep into human genes. However, when the body's signals reached his consciousness, they were automatically laced by excitement. 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 He had never encountered such a being before. A single glance evoked a fear etched deep within his genes, as if humans were born to fear such a being. That's absolutely brilliant. Suddenly, the blind Sumu felt a bone-chilling cold, as if he were being watched by some indescribable being, and his whole body felt a dull, stinging pain. At the same time, his mind began to be corrupted, and terrifying delirium seemed to come alive, like millions of tadpoles frantically burrowing into his body. The immaculate heart was instantly pushed to its limit, with a massive amount of spiritual energy poured into it. Under this frantic stimulation and external pressure, the immaculate heart seemed to undergo a qualitative change, and its purification ability rose to another level. Sumu knew that this meant that the immaculate heart had been completely digested, but it was all in vain. The bronze laws were utterly ineffective against this high-latitude pollution. The rest was up to Sumu to bear. As the pollution invaded, his consciousness was affected, becoming extremely violent and chaotic. His mind was filled with all sorts of dark thoughts. He wanted to kill people, to annihilate all living things, to destroy everything he could see, and even had a tendency to destroy the world. But just moments later, an even stronger feeling welled up inside me. How boring. The moment the thought of destroying the world arose, it stirred up feelings of boredom. In his dream, he was truly tired of destroying worlds. When he was extremely empty and bored, his mood became extremely violent, and then he started destroying worlds. These were all things he had done before. Just as an innocent child is easily corrupted by darkness, how can someone who is used to it, or even tired of it, be corrupted? To die someone who has destroyed the world countless times and vented all their darkness in their dreams black. You would need to come up with a dye that is blacker than black. The so-called pollution is nothing more than amplifying the dark side of human nature. Sumu doesn't need anyone's help with this. In his omnipotent dream world, and without any supervision, his darkness is unimaginable to anyone, and so, miraculously, he did not lose consciousness, even though his mind was filled with countless negative emotions and thoughts. However, although his consciousness did not collapse, his body could not withstand it. Under the gaze of this being, the cells in his body showed a faint tendency to undergo genetic collapse. He tried to summon Bu Bai and enter the shadow space, but Bu Bai's response was very weak, as if he was about to die. His shadow rippled like water before falling silent again. This time, Bu Bai's contact was completely lost. It seems that this gaze also hurt Bu Bai. Am I going to die? No wonder no one can get out of the black mist. With such a being in the black mist, even a gold-level expert would probably die. Sumu never imagined that he would die just because a certain being glanced at him. But it doesn't matter anymore. I still want to take a look at you. Whoosh! The silver mark between his brows tore open, revealing a silver vertical pupil. The cold and indifferent vertical pupil met the dark yellow vertical pupil on the dome, as if two gods were staring at each other. The moment the silver vertical pupils appeared, the murmurs in Sumu's ears vanished instantly, as if they had never happened, like an illusion. However, the trend of physical collapse did not abate, and his body was simply unable to withstand the gaze of the eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu instantly activated his silver vertical pupil. Boom! A dazzling silver light burst forth from his eyes, transforming into a silver pillar that connected heaven and earth, and slammed into the dark yellow vertical pupils. The silver beam of light was very thin, like a toothpick poking into a giant bubble, accompanied by a loud popping sound bang. The dark yellow eyeball burst in, and countless thick, yellowing pus streams fell like rain, landing on the rock with a violent corrosive sound. Sumu immediately downed the last bottle of vitality potion to recover from the depletion caused by his silver eyes. His movements were as agile as a dancer, constantly dodging the falling pus. The yellowish-green pus contained some kind of egg-shaped solid, which was wrapped in the viscous pus and shattered on the ground. A snake man covered in black scales, with a snake-like body but with hands and feet, crawled out. Its dark yellow vertical pupils stared intently at Sumu, as if it had spotted its prey. All things in the universe. Based on the principle of striking first, Sumu directly activated an illusion to try to deceive the snake man, but he failed. Although a brief look of doubt appeared in the snake man's eyes, his gaze never left him. Is it heat sensitive? It seems that snake people possess some of the talents that snakes should have. As is well known, snakes have very poor eyesight. They do not rely on sight to catch prey, but rather on thermal sensing. They can detect infrared radiation emitted by surrounding objects. Sumu never expected to be so unlucky. His originally powerful all things in the world had encountered its nemesis one after another. Moreover, these snake people had strong mental power and could not be hypnotized instantly like ordinary people. Gradually, more and more snake people were born, their numbers exceeding 1,000 and continuing to surge. Like newborns, they adapted to their newly formed bodies, and, driven by their instinct to feed, set their sights on Sumu. Sumu had already run away. He wasn't stupid. How could he sit and wait to die? Now it seemed that the huge eyeball from before was some kind of mother organism, designed to incubate these snake men. He ran wildly at breakneck speed, quickly leaving the snake men far behind. But this short distance wasn't enough for him to escape, as the snake men were also increasing in speed. Their growth rate is astonishing. They go from being as unsteady as babies to walking briskly in less than a minute. Although Sumu was no longer in sight, they seemed to possess some special sense, locking onto Sumu firmly and following closely behind. What kind of monsters are these snake men? And what is the origin of their enormous eyeballs? Even as he ran, Sumu remained calm and thoughtful. He even felt that the giant eyeball was related to a deity, and that it resembled the primordial angel from before. It was also the primordial angel's power that had pierced the eyeball. If eyeballs are gods, then aren't these snake men the offspring of gods? The nightmare world is indeed fascinating. How many secrets are still hidden here? He ran for about half an hour, but the footsteps in the black fog behind him were still following, and there was also a kind of friction and crawling sound mixed in, like countless venomous snakes, slithering across the ground. He knew that the snake man had grown again, from running on his legs at the beginning to now using both his legs and snake tail. Hiss! The sound of a snake flicking its tongue came from behind Sumu. A snake man had already rushed over, opened its blood-red mouth, and bit him fiercely with its sharp fangs. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Sumu ducked to avoid the attack, then quickly turned around and delivered a precise mighty fist to the snake's head. When the fist touched the opponent's black scales, it felt like hitting steel, or rather like hitting Yang Dongking himself. Bang! The snake man was knocked several meters away, but it merely shook its head and stood up again as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Sumu was like a newbie who had accidentally entered a hellish dungeon, unable to even defeat a single monster. The black mist, which even gold-level experts struggled to escape, is indeed terrifying. This is only the beginning of the exploration, and no one knows how many terrifying monsters are still hidden in this endless black mist. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm really going to die this time. Sumu sighed slightly as if he was regretting something. He wasn't lamenting his own life, rather that he had just discovered such an interesting place, only to have to stop exploring just the tip of the iceberg of the nightmare world. By this time, many snake people had gathered around. Their growth rate after maturing had surpassed that of Sumu. The cold, serpentine eyes, unique to cold-blooded animals, stared at him, their gaze filled only with predatory instincts. Let's try one more time. Sumu's silver vertical pupil between his eyebrows lit up, This was his only way to kill the snake man, but unfortunately he could only use it once. Boom! The silver beam of light illuminated the endless black mist once more, piercing through a line of snake men. Their hard black scales were like paper in front of the silver light, and a single strike took away hundreds of snake men. After the blow, Sumu's breathing became erratic, and a sense of powerlessness washed over his body. He could only barely stay upright by relying on the snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. He was out of vitality potions, and even if he had some, it wouldn't have mattered. He had used the silver vertical pupil 3 times in one day, and his body was completely exhausted. If it weren't for his powerful mental strength, he would have already fainted. At this point, he was in a complete predicament. His physical and mental strength were both exhausted. Bu Bai was seriously injured and in a deep sleep, and he had almost used up his extraordinary. The snake men who had been charging forward stopped in their tracks, a primal fear flickering in their cold, serpentine eyes. Clearly, they were terrified by the power of the primordial angel and hesitated to advance. The situation reached a stalemate. One side was powerless to act, while the other dared not. The two sides faced each other in the black mist and all around was silent. Sumu chuckled softly. "Are you all so timid? Since you don't dare to come over, then I'm going to sleep." After saying that, he ignored the thousands of snake men around him who were eyeing him menacingly, sat down on the cold rocky ground, propped his elbows on his thighs, rested his chin on his hands, and then fell asleep. After he fell asleep, the snakes, who had been quiet all along, finally overcame their fear and approached him step by step. They moved very slowly, hesitating with each step, but never stopped. The scene was terrifying. If anyone else had witnessed it, they might have fainted on the spot. Within the endless black mist, an elegant gentleman in a suit and tie slept peacefully. Surrounding him were countless snake men with dark yellow, vertical pupils and black scales and limbs. They slowly closed the circle, drawing ever closer, just as the encirclement shrank to less than 5 meters. Sumu stretched and yawned as he woke up from his dream. He had slept for a full minute, but including the time from falling asleep to waking up, his actual sleep time was less than a minute. However, the recovery of mental energy is not related to sleep time. As long as he enters a dream and wakes up, his mental energy will be fully replenished and increase by 1%. Sumu's sudden action startled the snake people around him, who instinctively took several steps back. They stared intently at Sumu, not daring to make any rash moves. "Ha ha ha. Interesting." Sumu chuckled, then slowly stood up, a simple movement that caused the snake people to take several steps back again. However, he didn't expect to scare the snake men away with intimidation. That was unrealistic. The snake men clearly didn't have human intelligence and wouldn't play the game of betting that his gun was unloaded. Taking advantage of the snake man's hesitation, Sumu attempted to save himself. He poured his immense spiritual power into Bu Bai's body to help him recover from his injuries, see if he could awaken him. Perhaps there's always a way out. With the influx of spiritual energy, Bu Bai really showed signs of awakening. For Bu Bai, spiritual energy was the best medicine. But the snake men wouldn't give him much time. They had waited too long and could no longer contain themselves. One of the snake men tentatively approached Sumu. Buzz! A glint of silver light appeared in Sumu's silver vertical pupil between his eyebrows. The snake man's face immediately showed fear, and he retreated repeatedly. The silver light also dimmed. Sumu didn't have the strength to fire the silver light again. He had only used his mental power to slightly activate the silver eyes, which was just to scare the snake. This scare tactic was very effective, and it managed to keep the snake man in place for another minute. Although snake people grow extremely fast, this is more reflected in their physical development than in their intelligence. A minute later, the snake man couldn't hold back any longer, and then Sumu's silver vertical pupils lit up with silver light again. The two were like a man and woman of high skill level, constantly pulling and probing each other. Gradually, the silver vertical pupils became less and less intimidating to them. They seemed to realize that Sumu was bluffing, and finally couldn't hold back any longer, hissing intimidating sounds continuously. Just as the snake men were about to swarm forward, Sumu had already grasped Bubai's hand. Yes, Bubai had awakened. Although extremely weak, she eventually woke up. Hiss! The snake people sensed something was wrong, and tens of thousands of them rushed forward, but they missed. Sumu's figure disappeared into thin air, leaving only his shadow on the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake people seemed to be enraged, constantly attacking the shadow and smashing the rock layer where the shadows were, but to no avail. In the shadow space, Sumu continued to sleep. He had almost exhausted his mental energy in trying to wake Bubai, but that didn't matter. Mental energy was free for him, and he could use it as he pleased. In his dream, he observed the snake people outside. Those snake people were a bit stubborn, just circling around the shadow and refusing to leave. He kept thinking of countermeasures. First of all, there were no supplies in the shadow space, so he couldn't last long. It was okay if there was no food, but the key was that there was no water. Given his physical condition, he could die if he didn't drink water for 3 days. Secondly, 3 days is enough to barely recover some physical strength. If overdrawn, one might be able to launch the silver light again. But the question is, after launching it, whether one will have the strength to escape is also a question mark. After much deliberation, he realized he had only 2 options. Either wait and see if the snake men retreated first, or if he died of thirst. Or, once he regained his strength, fight to the death for a chance survival. In the end, Sumu decided to wait 3 days. If the snake man left, all the better. If not, he would take a gamble and try. A day later, some of the snake people retreated, but most remained in place, waiting and occasionally trying to attack the shadow. 2 days later, some of the snake people retreated again, this time about half left, but more than 1,000 remained to guard the area. On the 3rd day, none of the more than 1,000 snake men left. They were still waiting. Sumu had already spent 3 comfortable years. He extended his dream time and didn't find it boring. He spent his days eating, drinking, playing, and enjoying life in his dream. He would occasionally destroy worlds, become the heavenly emperor, and even rewatched Until Dusk Part, and went through it for a while. On this day, he woke up from his dream, feeling his body recover slightly. He estimated that he could barely manage 1 more round, so he prepared to go out and meet the more than 1,000 snake people. Whoosh! Sumu's figure emerged from the shadows, instantly attracting the attention of the remaining snake people. In the past 3 days, they had grown even larger, not only exceeding 2 meters in height, but also showing muscle bulges beneath their black scales. Hiss! This time they didn't hesitate at all and pounced directly on Sumu. Sumu didn't tolerate them either. A dazzling silver beam shot out, like a laser weapon, instantly piercing through the snake men in a straight line. The terrifying power caused fear to appear on the snake men's faces. Taking advantage of their moment of fear, Sumu prepared to break through, but the next second, an extremely weak dizziness surged into his heart. His fair hands barely managed to grip the snake-patterned wooden cane, which prevented him from falling to the ground. Alas, the human body is still too weak. Here it is! The holy light is here! A joyful voice suddenly rang out from the distant black mist. I have finally found the messenger of the gods. Praise be to the primordial angels! Another voice, choked with sobs, came from the black mist and grew closer. Get out of my way! You children of evil gods, do not harm the divine messenger. Several whooshing sounds rang out, and Sumu barely managed to look up. He saw several white-robed figures suddenly appear in the black mist, their expressions excited and fanatical. White-robed figures? Divine messengers? The scene he'd witnessed at the angel statue flashed through his mind. A group of people in black and white robes simultaneously worshipping the statue. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt. The continuous overexertion of his body, coupled with 3 days without a drop of water, caused him to faint warmth, the warmth of basking in the sun. This was Sumu's first feeling after waking up. The divine messenger has awakened. Great! The divine messenger has finally awakened. Praise be to the primordial angel. Thump thump. A dozen or so people in white robes knelt down around Sumu, their expression devout and fervent as they chanted incantations, some even shedding tears of emotion. Sumu glanced around and found that his eyes were healed. He no longer needed to rely on the silver vertical pupils for vision. Not only that, but the physical damage caused by being stared at by the giant eyeball had also healed, and his physical strength had even returned to its peak. He was leaning against a simple rock chair, which was being carried by 2 men in white robes. Put me down, Sumu commanded with practiced ease. He had a rough idea of why these white-robed men were so fanatical. It was probably because of his silver vertical pupils. Upon hearing this, the 2 men in white robes quickly put down their rock chairs and joined the kneeling worship team. What happened to those snake people? Reporting to Divine Envoy, the evil god's offspring have been killed by us. These filthy beasts dared to attempt to harm you. They deserve to die. It's a pity we didn't bring enough men this time, otherwise we would have captured them all, taken them back to the divine cult, and burned them to death with the sacred fire. The one who answered was a tall man in white robes. He seemed to be of higher status than the other men in white robes, because only his white robe was trimmed with red. Sumu asked calmly, "Killed them all?" The tall man in white robes trembled, his head almost touching the ground, and choked out, reporting to the divine envoy, "It is my incompetence that I failed to kill all the offspring of the evil god. I know that every moment these offspring of the evil god live is a desecration of the primordial angels. But this time we have too few people, so we can only break through you first. But rest assured, once we return to the primordial god cult, I will immediately report to His Holiness the Pope, and then we will ensure that all these evil god offspring are wiped out." Primordial god cult? The Pope? It sounds like a cult that worships primordial angels, but is there really a human cult within this black mist? Are these white-robed figures human or nightmare creatures? Seeing Sumu remain silent, the tall man in white robes grew even more fearful. "It is my incompetence that it is the fault of this humble man. Please punish me, Your Excellency." "No, you did very well. The primordial angels saw everything you did," Sumu said gently, patting the tall man in white robes on the head. Upon hearing this, the tall man in white robes seemed to experience a mental orgasm, trembling with excitement. Large tears dripped onto the rocky ground as he frantically kowtowed, shouting, "Praise be to the primordial angels! Praise be to the divine messengers!" Seeing the other person's fanatical appearance, Sumu suddenly realized that if he were asked to die now, he would commit suicide without hesitation. "May I have your name?" "Your Excellency, my name is Wan." "Wan?" Sumu frowned slightly. "What's the surname?" We humans have no surnames. All followers must erase their surnames after joining the primordial god cult. Surnames represent family and ancestors. Followers of the primordial god cult cannot have any symbols or external objects. We are believers of the primordial angel and can only symbolize the primordial angel. Sumu hadn't expected that the primordial god cult's brainwashing of its followers had reached such an exaggerated level. Raise your head. Yes, Your Excellency. Wan immediately raised his head, revealing an extremely pale face. Even a corpse that had been dead for 3 days wasn't as pale as him. Everyone, look up. Soon, more than a dozen people in white robes also raised their heads, their faces equally pale. Upon seeing this, Sumu understood that these people must have lived in the black mist for a long time. And because they had never seen the sun, their skin was extremely pale. How did you find me, the divine messenger? My lord, we are an exploration team sent by the Pope to find heaven. There are hundreds of such teams, almost scattered throughout half of hell. 3 days ago, our team suddenly sensed the aura of holy light, so we rushed here and ended up meeting you, my lord. Oh, I didn't expect that you could recognize me even though I'm in a mortal body. The eye between your eyebrows is the legendary eye of God, exactly the same as His Holiness the Pope's eyes. I would rather die than mistake it. Wan Jing looked at Sumu's brow with reverence. Does your Pope also have the eye of God? When the Pope was mentioned, Wan's expression of awe deepened. His Holiness the Pope is the person closest to God. He can even hear the teachings of the primordial angels, so he was also granted the eye of God. Your Holiness, if the Pope knew that you had come, he would be very happy. Sumu smiled non-committally. It seemed that he couldn't go to the primordial god cult. He wasn't a follower of the primordial angel. He had only devoured a drop of the angel's blood through a dream. If the Pope wasn't exaggerating and could really communicate with the primordial angel, then going there would be like walking into a trap. Wan continued fervently, Divine Messenger, you must have down from heaven, right? Are you here to guide us to heaven? Heaven? Hell? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Hell must refer to the world of black mist. But what about heaven? He didn't know what heaven was that Wan was talking about. Could it be the real world? I, the messenger of the gods, have come from heaven, but not to guide you, for only the most devout believers are qualified to go to heaven. As soon as the words were spoken, the dozen or so people, in white robes, became excited and rushed to prove their piety. My lord, I was born into the primordial god cult. My purpose in this life is to go to heaven and return to the embrace of the primordial angels. My lord, I am devout enough that I can recite all 100 Bibles in the church. One was not to be outdone. Divine envoy, I am the high priest of the primordial god cult, and I am the most devout. Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and said indifferently, Piety is not something that can be said with words. As for who can go to heaven, this divine messenger has his own considerations. When he spoke, the surrounding noise instantly fell silent. Let's talk about your understanding of heaven and hell first. People who can't even understand the concepts are not qualified to go to heaven. Upon hearing this, Wan Yi immediately became excited, his face turning red, as if the question had touched a nerve. He almost blurted out, The place we are in now is hell. Heaven is where the gods exist, and the kingdom of the primordial angels is in heaven. Sumu frowned slightly. His words were as good as saying nothing. Your understanding of heaven and hell is so shallow. Wan's expression changed drastically in an instant, as if the sky had collapsed. He was so anxious that his face turned red. No, Your Excellency, please give me another chance. I haven't finished speaking yet. Explain. Hell is located beneath the surface of the earth and is the habitat of humans and nightmares. Some extremely evil gods are also hidden in hell. Those snake people just now were the offspring of the snake god. The snake god likes to lay eggs on the rock walls. A serpent god? Laying eggs? Could the enormous eyeball we just saw have been nothing more than the serpent god's egg? Heaven is located above the earth's surface. It is the most beautiful place on earth, with an ever-burning sun and an unchanging starry sky. There will be no worries or sorrows there. You can enjoy the ultimate bliss, listen to the teachings of God, and there will be no birth, old age, sickness, or death. Sumu believed that Juan was telling the truth, but the truth spoken by fanatics had been embellished too much by art. There was no such place in the world. There was only one sentence in it that could be believed. Heaven is above the surface of the earth, and hell is below the surface of the earth. This confirmed his previous speculation that the nightmare world is located beneath the surface. But why would nightmares exist underground? And how were nightmare apostles born? More and more questions arose in his mind. Then why are you in hell? Wan Yai was taken aback, seemingly surprised, but still answered honestly, humans are born into hell. Your ancestors have been in hell for generations? Wan nodded, slight bitterness in his heart. The question from the divine messenger reminded him of a primal believer who once asked a beggar, "Since you can't get food, why don't you eat meat?" Now the messenger gave him the same feeling. This is probably because people in heaven will never understand the suffering of hell. Why are they in hell? If they could go to heaven, why would they be in hell? Isn't it because they can't go up? Yes, Your Excellency, it's not just my ancestors, but everyone in hell. This is the origin of humanity. While heaven is God's paradise, humans are born with sin, and only by devoutly believing in the primordial angels and washing away their sins can they go to heaven. Ignoring the artistic embellishments in Wan's words, Sumu roughly understood that the humans here had been living in hell for a long time, to the point that the surface of the earth had become a legendary paradise, which the church used for its religious propaganda. Do gods truly exist hidden in the real world? Are gods merely products of nightmares, or is what they say true? Perhaps the earliest humans really did originate underground? Sumu made this judgment because there was no language barrier between the two sides. They spoke the common language of the Federation, which is used by humans in the real world. Therefore, the two should be the same world. The real world is on the ground, and the nightmare world is underground. It is just unknown whether the origin of mankind on the ground or underground. Interesting. The environment in hell is so harsh. What do you usually eat? Where do you live? Wan Yuefa was certain that the divine messenger came from heaven, because only in that blissful paradise where one had no worries about food and clothing would such a question so ignorant of human suffering be asked. Reporting to the divine envoy, we live in a dream world. Within this endless black mist lie countless nightmares. Their surface is a dream barrier that can isolate the black mist and the spying of evil gods. They look like semi-transparent bubbles and are the habitats of nightmares. Some are suitable for human survival, with false sunlight and land, while others are desolate places. Humans in hell survive by exploring and conquering the dream world. The headquarters of the primordial god cult is a dream, the largest known dream explored by humanity, capable of housing tens of millions of people. The more answers Wan gave, the more questions Sumu had. Have you seen people from heaven before? Sumu wondered. Since these people lived and dwelled in nightmares, they might have seen nightmare apostles, also known as people from heaven. Unexpectedly, Wan shook his head. I've never seen it. The human race calls the area they occupy the center of hell, and divides hell into 5 major prisons: East, West, South, North, and Central. The human race only occupies the central prison, and they haven't even fully explored it. There are legends of people from heaven coming to the other prisons, but no one has ever seen them with their own eyes. Where are we now? Eastern prison. His Holiness the Pope believes that there is no entrance to heaven in the central prison, so every year he sends exploration teams to the other 4 domains to search for it. But very few people can return alive. But this time is different. Juan's expression suddenly became fanatical. We have found the divine messenger. The divine messenger will guide devout believers to heaven. Divine messenger, please come back to the primordial god cult with us. The Pope will be very happy to see you. Sumu smiled slightly. The Pope would probably be happy to kill him, right? Just as he was about to refuse, a white-robed man's expression suddenly changed drastically. His eyes shone with a faint light as he stared intently at the black mist behind them. He hurriedly said, "Divine envoy, those evil god offspring are catching up. Let's hurry back to the primordial god cult. We can't go back now. It's at least half a year's journey from here to the divine sect. The serpent god's offspring are notoriously difficult to deal with. Once they set their sights on their prey, they're almost never going to give up. We won't be able to reach the divine sect at all." Juan looked very anxious and quickly shielded Sumu behind him. The best course of action now is to find the nearest dream to hide in, and wait until the serpent god's offspring disperse before setting off back to the cult. Everyone, the time has come to test whether you can go to heaven. If you die to protect the divine messenger, the great primordial angel will surely guide your souls to heaven. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so men in white robes instantly became fanatical, even to get to the front. "I'll cover you from behind. And me. I will give my life for the divine messenger. Get out of my way. What right do you have? I've been a member of the church the longest. If anyone's going to give their life, it should be me first." An elderly man in white robes rudely pushed the others aside. Seeing that everyone was about to fight themselves, one directly designated 3 people to hold off the others, thus preventing a quarrel. The 3 chosen people were as if they had received tickets to heaven. Their faces showed no fear, only boundless ecstasy. The others looked at the 3 with immense envy and jealousy. Soon, led by the crowd, Sumu sat on the stone seat again and was carried away. Sizzle! The roars of the snake men came from afar, and more snake men were visible to the naked eye rushing out of the black mist and charging towards the group. The 3 white-robed figures who remained at the rear roared, "Praise the primordial angels!" Face! The next moment, splat! The 3 men in white robes pulled out daggers and slashed their wrists, blood gushing out. They used the blood to draw a strange, scribbled magic circle under their feet, then let the blood flow freely, uttering inhuman mutterings. Boom! 3 blazing flames erupted from the magic array beneath their feet, engulfing the 3 white-robed figures in holy fire. Their bodies emitted a burnt smell as they charged headlong into the Snake Man army. Before they had even run halfway, the 3 of them had almost turned into human-shaped charcoal, their flesh and blood shrinking at a visible rate. When the 2 collided, boom, 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 3 incredibly intense flames shot into the sky, exploding like incendiary bombs among the Snake Man army. The flames of faith formed a sea of fire, halting the Snake Men's advance. Countless Snake Men were burned by the sacred fire, letting out mournful howls. Sitting on the stone seat watching, Sumu felt for the first time that his hypnosis skills were not the best in the world, and that perhaps the hypnosis of the primordial god cult was even better than his own. He could send his underlings to their deaths, But such self-immolation was extremely painful, and in the midst of extreme pain, the underlings were very likely to break free from hypnosis, unless, like the primal god cult, they were subjected to daily hypnosis and brainwashing. The group ran at breakneck speed. The members of the primordial god cult were very professional. Even at extremely high speeds, they maintained the stability of the stone seat, and Sumu, on the stone seat, remained as steady as Mount Tai. He thought for a moment, then pondered. "Do you know where my recent dreams are?" Wan respectfully replied, "I don't know." The black mist can obscure the location of dreams, making them sometimes impossible to see with the naked eye. It's all a matter of luck. But please rest assured, Divine Envoy, we encountered a dream a month ago and stayed there for a while. The primordial god cult possesses a divine art of tracing origins. Once we get rid of these snake god offspring, I will use this divine art to find the dream we stayed in before. Tracing the origins? Divine arts. What kind of power system is this? It doesn't sound like law. However, Sumu did not ask. As a divine messenger from heaven, he could be unaware of the situation in hell. But it would be too strange if he didn't even know about divine arts. Judging from the name, it sounded like a power bestowed by the gods. You encountered a dream a month ago, which is too far away. When I first descended to the mortal realm, I encountered a dream that was much closer. Let's go here first. If someone were overjoyed upon hearing this, and had a dream that was closer to home, who would want to go to such lengths? However, since I am inhabiting a mortal body, some divine spells are temporarily inconvenient to use. You will have to find them. They had no doubt whatsoever. On the contrary, they felt it was only natural. The divine messenger's status was so noble. How could they trouble the divine messenger with such a trivial matter as finding a way? Yes, Your Excellency. About 5 minutes later, the hissing sound behind them disappeared. Wan stopped and turned around to Sumu respectfully. Please, Divine Envoy, grant me some personal items to use for the tracing and source tracing technique. Sumu nodded, casually took out a white handkerchief, and tossed it to Wan. Wan hurriedly held the handkerchief in both hands as if it were some sacred object, and then handed it to one of the men in white robes. After taking the handkerchief, the man in white robes pulled out a dagger without saying a word, slashed his wrist hard, and splattered it. Blood gushed out instantly, and he splashed it along some mysterious path, quickly forming a rudimentary blood magic circle on the ground. He then placed a handkerchief in the center of the circle and muttered incantations that seemed inhuman. Praise the primordial angels! Sacrifice! The white-robed man suddenly roared, then plunged the dagger into his own heart with a thud. He collapsed onto the formation, his body covered in blood that seemed to be controlled by some invisible force, spreading wildly across the ground like snakes, stretching towards the distant black mist and drawing a trail of blood. The man in white robes died, his face contorted with fervor, as if he had accomplished some supreme mission. Is it another sacrifice? Sumu suddenly realized that the divine magic they were talking about was sacrifice. To exchange sacrifices for the power of the primordial angels? That's wonderful, Divine Envoy. The primordial angel has given us guidance. Let's set off. Wan Guangxi exclaimed, showing no trace of grief for his fallen companion. Sumu nodded, and the group followed the trail of blood on the ground and set off again. On the way, he casually asked, Wan, how far have you progressed in your divine arts? As Wan ran wildly, a look of shame appeared on his face. I have been practicing divine arts since I was a child, for 30 years now, but so far I have only sacrificed more than 10,000 people. I am not as good as the bishop and the cardinal, I am currently just high priest. More than 10,000 people. So, this is the origin of the name? In comparison, the primordial angel is not much better than the serpent god, and may even be worse. Along the way, Sumu kept subtly probing for information about divine arts and hell. Time flew by, and half an hour later they found a huge glowing bubble. Looking through the bubbles, you can vaguely see a lush forest, and scattered headless figures moving about within it. Found it! Wan Kuangxi exclaimed, taking the lead and clearing the way for everyone as they plunged into the bubble. Instantly, the space changed, the oppressive black mist disappeared, and in its place appeared blue sky, white clouds, and a primeval forest. Sumu is back, but this time he's brought his underlings with him. Upon entering the headless man's dream, everyone immediately fell silent, making no sound whatsoever. This was as Sumu had instructed them beforehand, having informed them about the headless man. One is quite familiar with headless people. He says that these monsters are called ear beasts, which feed on sound, and are extremely cruel. Once they capture a living creature, they do not kill it immediately, but imprison it and torture it madly, making the creature scream in agony, so as to devour more sound. Sumu neither agreed nor disagreed with this. He felt that the primordial god cult had no right to say that the ear beasts were cruel. In fact, they were all pretty much the same. Through subtle inquiries, he roughly learned some information. First of all, the divine magic of the primordial god cult is sacrifice. They believe that the law is the power of evil gods, and only the divine power obtained from the primordial angels through sacrifice is the power of justice. It is worth mentioning that the primal god cult believes that all gods except primordial angels are evil gods. In the entire underground world, which is hell, only the middle hell has a large number of humans, and can barely be called human territory. The other four hells belong to nightmares and evil gods. The power system of the hell humans is very diverse. Some follow the path of law like the superhumans, while many cultivate divine arts. Humans do not worship just one god. The primordial angels are only one of them. Furthermore, the methods of practicing divine arts vary greatly depending on the belief. Primordial angels sacrifice living beings, and the more living beings sacrificed, the more power they gain. It is a very versatile method, just like the summoning of the sacred fire and tracing the origin. Its application methods are quite diverse. According to this fanatical believer, the primordial angels are omnipotent and can obtain everything through sacrifice. Having obtained so much information, Sumu was already beginning to suspect that the hell race might actually be a product of the nightmare world. After all, it's normal for people to exist in nightmares, and it's even normal for gods to exist. Whether it is true or not is not important. What is important is that the nightmare world is really wonderful. It is much more interesting than the real world. Perhaps after returning to the real world, we can find some clues in it. If what Juan says is true, and the primordial angels lived in heaven, which was also on the surface of the earth, then how could they have left traces in the real world? Piffed! Another white-robed man stabbed him, but he did not die. He only sacrificed a little blood to draw a sacrificial array. With a flash of white light, a semi-transparent light shield enveloped Sumu and the others. With this soundproof barrier, we won't be overheard by the headless men. We can also listen to your teachings at any time, anytime. Please bear with us in this dream for a few days. Once the snake god's offspring have left, I will immediately take you to the primordial god cult, Wan Kuang said. Children, you have done very well. You are all devout children of the primordial angels. Sumu knew how to fool fanatics. As soon as he said this, Wan and the others almost ascended to heaven on the spot. Some were even moved to tears and knelt out on the ground to kiss Sumu's shoes. Sumu calmly dodged the fanatic's mouth and said indifferently, "This divine messenger has one more thing for you to do. Please give your orders, Your Excellency. We will do anything, even die 1,000 deaths." The fervent voices almost blew the soundproof barrier off. When I descended to the mortal realm this time, I was unfortunately discovered by a metal evil god. Therefore, he sent his subordinates to the mortal realm to try to destroy my current physical body and prevent me from leading my devout people to heaven. What? Wan and the others' eyes instantly red. Preventing them from going to heaven was even more hateful than killing their father. What kind of deity is the metal evil god? How dare he send people to intercept and kill you, divine envoy? The metal gods are one of the evil gods in heaven who are hostile to the primordial angels. They are dissatisfied with the primordial angels' rule over heaven, so they joined forces to try to deal with the primordial angels. They were defeated or still unwilling to accept it. They often hide in the dark and cause trouble. This time, they learned that I, the god, had descended to the mortal world, so they specially sent their retinue here. Sumu made things up off the cuff, just as he was unaware of information about hell. These people were completely ignorant of information about heaven, and the right to interpret everything belonged to them. Wan immediately flew into a rage. "My lord, where are the followers of the metal god? I will go and kill them right now," Sumu said indifferently. "This divine messenger has already sensed that he is in this dream. This creature is humanoid, but it has no flesh or blood and is made entirely of metal." Completely made of metal? One key trembled violently. To dare to so desecrate flesh and blood, he truly is a follower of an evil god, and deserves to die. Divine envoy, rest assured, I will certainly slay him. Deep in the forest, Mu Cheng, covered in leaves, crouched furtively behind a large tree. This was the last cyborg body he had left. The previous one had died in the headless man's lair while trying to kill Sumu. So he became extremely cautious, with only one life left. They stuffed leaves into the metal joints, and even made leaf shoes to cover the metal feet, in order to reduce the noise when moving. He had no experience in completing the nightmare, nor did he know how to find the source of the nightmare. Although he guessed that the clues might be in the headless lair, he dared not go there with only one life left. So he decided to use the stupidest and safest method, which was to wait. Wait a few days, until the nightmare naturally ends. Damn Sumu. Mu Cheng cursed Mu countless times in his heart. He had a bright future ahead of him, but everything was ruined because of Sumu. A dignified silver-level expert had actually been reduced to wrapping himself in leaves and squatting in a grass pit. The mere thought of Sumu filled him with rage. Now, 3 days had passed, and he was almost certain that Sumu had died in the black mist, and that his death was far too easy. Just as Mu Cheng was cursing, he suddenly tensed up and even dared not move his metal prosthetic eye, because several figures appeared in his thermal imaging camera. The headless people have arrived? No, wait. How come these people have heads? Could they be new nightmare apostles? My lord, the metal god's followers are behind that tree. I sense their spiritual fluctuations. They are not weak, but they are too foolish. They actually abandoned their physical bodies and parasitized their souls in the metal. Without the protection of a physical body, their souls are like duckweed, without any foundation. Wan sneered. How do you plan to deal with him? Sumu's words carried a hint consideration. Wan Ziran understood that this was a test from the divine messenger, and quickly said, "This being's body seems to be made of mithril, indestructible, but I can use the soul-binding divine technique to easily capture its soul." Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that he had underestimated one's strength. Facing a silver-level expert could be described as effortless. However, one's strength should not exceed the silver level, otherwise he wouldn't be being chased by the snake people. "Let's get started," Sumu ordered. "Yes, Your Excellency." Juan looked at the 9 white-robed men behind him with a serious expression. "Let's begin." The 9 white-robed figures frantically drew their daggers and shouted, "Praise be to the primordial angels. Sacrifice." Puffed, piffed. The 9 men plunged daggers deep into their hearts, then tilted their heads and died. Juan hurriedly squatted down and used their blood to draw the sacrificial array. Sumu, standing to the side, was speechless. He understood for the first time what a generation gap meant. Did this mean it was easy to sacrifice all the white-robed people directly? As the sacrificial array was completed, Wan Ku began chanting strange incantations. Gradually, the corpses of all the white-robed men burned and turned to ashes in a very short time. A wisp of green smoke floated above the ashes. Wan pointed at the smoke and said, "Stop!" Whoosh! The wisps of smoke rose without wind, vaguely transforming into a hand that reached out to grab Mu Cheng from behind a large tree not far away. Mu Cheng, who was originally feeling uneasy, suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in his heart, and a fearful tremor surged from the depths of his soul, as if he were being watched by some unseen force. "Run! Run! Run now!" He didn't have time to think and instinctively wanted to run away. However, the moment he stood up, the green smoke arrived and entered the metal gap, almost without any hindrance. Mu Cheng froze, his metal prosthetic eye instantly losing its light, and he stood motionless. A moment later, King Yen returned, holding a semi-transparent, cloud-like humanoid figure in her large hand. Juan hurriedly pulled out a transparent glass bottle from his person and opened the couch. The translucent, cloud-like humanoid figure was quickly sucked into the bottle. Wan Xianbao held the bottle above his head like a treasure. "My lord, the retinue of the metal god has been apprehended." Sumu took the small bottle. Inside was a small figure, middle-aged, frantically smashing the bottle wall with a terrified expression. It was Mu Chengdui's soul. Mu Cheng had no idea what had happened. When he regained consciousness, his soul was already inside the small bottle. He was terrified, but something even more terrifying happened. Suddenly, a huge human face appeared before him, its eyes bigger than his own body. He screamed in terror, but the next second he realized that the huge face looked familiar. Sumu. Mu Cheng's expression changed drastically. He would rather die than mistake Sumu's face. What on earth is going on? He looked around in horror, and then realized that he had been put into a small bottle. It wasn't that Sumu had grown bigger, but that he had shrunk. "Let me out! Let me out now!" Sumu examined the little figure in the bottle with great interest. He suddenly became very interested in divine magic. It was too versatile. As long as a sacrifice was made, it could do most things. However, he was only interested and did not intend to learn it, because he simply couldn't learn it. The prerequisite for learning the divine arts of the primordial god cult was to believe in the primordial angel. Only in this way could one establish a connection with the angel and then offer sacrifices. He is now, in the strict sense, a blasphemer. If he were to make contact with the primordial angels, he would likely face certain death. Ding ding ding. Sumu shook the small bottle in his hand, and Mu Cheng inside immediately wobbled and flipped, constantly hitting the bottle wall and making a crisp sound. "Sumu, what did you do to me?" Mu Cheng, who was dizzy and disoriented from the fall, struggled to his feet and shouted tremblingly. Sumu brought the small bottle closer, his fair face reflected in the transparent glass. Suddenly, a charming smile appeared on his lips as he softly asked Mu Cheng, "Mr. Mu, are you in despair?" Mu Cheng's soul trembled. In that instant, he felt as if he were enveloped by a silent terror, fear permeating his very soul. The dignity and pride of a silver-level expert were utterly shattered. "Let me go. Please let me go. I have money. I have lots and lots of money. Just let me go." "Mr. Mu, I always thought you were a respectable person, but now you are not respectable at all. I hope you will not shatter my beautiful image of a silver-level expert." After saying that, Sumu ignored Mu Cheng's pleas for mercy and threw the bottle to Wan. He had no use for the soul. First of all, he did not lack spiritual power, and even wanted to suppress the growth of spiritual power. Secondly, he did not know how to use the sacrificial divine technique. Wan respectfully put away the bottle. "Lord, now that the metal evil god's minions have been dealt with, let's find a place to rest for a while. Once the snake god's offspring outside have retreated, I will immediately take you to the primordial god cult." Sumu nodded without refuting, but he was calculating in his heart. He definitely couldn't go to the primordial god cult. First, the journey was too far, and second, it would be easy to expose himself if he met the Pope. He could explore it when he was stronger, but definitely not now. But how do we convince Wan? He glanced sideways at Wan, whose face was full of fanaticism, and thought that persuading him would be a very simple matter. To a fanatical believer, the words of the messenger of God were a holy decree. He could just make up a reason to let Wan go back first. However, he did not intend to let Wan go so easily. Wan was not weak and had strange methods. He had to squeeze out the last bit of value from him. With this thought in mind, Sumu said, 10,000. Wan hurriedly stood up and stood respectfully to his side. "Your Excellency is here. This divine messenger is hungry. My lord, I have food here." And was extremely excited, as if helping the Lord was a great honor. He quickly pulled out a small sheepskin bag from his body, reached inside, and soon pulled out a piece of dark, dried meat. He couldn't tell what kind of meat it was, but it was very long, almost as long as an adult's arm. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. "A storage treasure?" Wan respectfully handed over the dried meat, but Sumu didn't even glance at it. Instead, he said indifferently, "Do you think this divine envoy is only fit to eat this kind of garbage?" Sensing Sumu's displeasure, Wan's expression changed drastically, and he knelt down with a thud. "I deserve to die. I deserve to die." What kind of status does the divine envoy have? Such vulgar things are naturally unworthy of you, but all I have on me are these dried meats. What would you like to eat? I will go find them right away. Seeing his upright attitude, Sumu's expression softened slightly. Hell is far less barren than heaven. I, the divine messenger, will not make things difficult for you. Go and find some golden eyes. In hell, only things like these are barely edible. Wan Yai was stunned. "May I ask what the golden eye is?" Seeing Wan Yi's blank expression, Sumu realized that the name of the golden eye might be different, 2 places. After all, the golden eye was the name given by superhumans in the real world. So he took out the golden leaf that Mirong Mengli had given him earlier. "These are leaves from the golden eye." Wan took a look and blurted out, "Holy radiance fruit." "Divine envoy, these are the leaves of the holy radiance fruit. Legend has it that the fruit was formed from the radiance, the primordial angels, that fell upon hell. It is called the golden eye in heaven." Sumu completely ignored the primordial angel mentioned in Wan's words. In the eyes of fanatics, the whole world belongs to the primordial angel. So naturally everything can be related to the primordial angel. At this moment, Wan couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't expected that such a rare item as the holy radiance fruit would be barely palatable to the divine envoy. What do people in heaven eat every day? He simply couldn't imagine. This further strengthened his belief that he wanted to go to heaven. Can you get it? Wan Xin's expression hardened, and he quickly replied, yes. Although the holy radiance, the golden eye is precious. I can produce it immediately if your excellency needs it. This time, Sumu was surprised. What a coincidence! This Wan actually carried the golden eye. But the next second, he changed his mind, because Wan pulled out a dagger and pointed it at his own heart. My lord, please wait a moment. The golden eye will be here soon. However, I'm afraid I won't be able to take you to the primordial god cult. Wan took Mu Cheng's soul out of the sheepskin bag and handed the bag to Sumu. My lord, the emblem of the primordial god cult is here. After you have finished consuming the golden eye and rested, you can go into the black mist to activate the emblem, the nearest primordial cult member to pick you up. Sumu took the sheepskin bag and said to Wan indifferently, I have already felt your piety. Goodbye, heaven. Goodbye, heaven. Wan's face flushed red with excitement, and she even began to stammer incoherently. Ivan? Can I really do it, your excellency? I'm just a high priest. Sumu frowned and said solemnly, Wan, remember this. The children of the primordial angels do not care about rank, but only about the sincerity of your heart. As long as you are sincere enough, even ordinary believers can go to heaven. If you are not sincere enough, even the Pope can only be trapped in hell. Wan became increasingly excited and was about to say something more when Sumu interrupted him. Wan, I'll be waiting for you. Piffed. In a fit of rage, Wan plunged the dagger into his heart, then ripped it out with a brutal slash. A bright red heart, still connected to scarlet blood vessels, was pulled out, its end plunging into his gaping chest cavity. His face gradually paled, but he did not die, and not a single drop of blood flowed from his chest. My lord, please wait a moment while I prepare the golden eye. Then, clutching his heart, Wan dragged his weakened body away. Watching Wan walk away, Sumu turned around and put Mu Cheng's mithril alloy cyborg into the sheepskin bag. Then he watched Wan walk into the headless man's lair, squeezing his heart hard as he walked. Blood dripped from his heart, drawing long marks on the ground. Because of the soundproof enclosure, the headless man did not notice Wan's arrival and allowed the other party to set up an array in the nest. After the blood magic circle covered the entire headless man's lair, Wan was no longer human and had become a dried-up corpse with skin and bones. So much blood. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. He was certain that it was not a human body. In any case, he had never seen a person bleed a ton of blood. Wan knelt in the center of the sacrificial circle, his withered heart aside, dechanting eerie incantations. Then, he took out Mu Cheng's soul and the golden leaf, placed them in the center of the formation, and gradually, as the incantation intensified, a strange holy light suddenly shone from the huge blood formation, like a silver flame burning, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. The eerie bloodstains drawn on the ground seemed to come alive at this moment, constantly twisting and turning, and finally completely detached from the ground, transforming into countless silver rune chains that into the sky. They merged and intersected with those in midair, forming a huge chain cage that completely enveloped the headless man's lair. Just then, the headless men finally noticed something was wrong. Although they couldn't see anything, the extremely eerie and evil aura made them feel uneasy, and the headless men began to riot. But it was too late. The formation was already fully formed. Whoosh! Holy light shot into the sky, covering the entire world in silver. An indescribable, oppressive atmosphere filled the air, making it difficult to breathe, as if the air itself had become thick and heavy. Praise the primordial angels! Praise the messengers of God! The fanatical and hoarse voice became Juan's dying words. The fanatic roared out his last words, then plunged the dagger into his eye, fell to the ground, and fell silent forever. He sacrificed everything he had, including his soul, just to satisfy the appetite of the messenger of God. It sounds absurd, but in the eyes of the fanatic, it was all perfectly justified. God gave birth to all things to nourish man, and man had nothing to repay God with. Now that the messenger of God needed him, he naturally had to give everything. Buzz. Strange murmurs echoed through the heavens and earth, like millions of believers chanting praises. The headless figures began to go mad, frantically tearing at their ears in an attempt to block out the eerie murmurs, but they had too many ears. From a distance, Sumu felt a strange movement between his brows. The silver mark there split open uncontrollably, revealing a silver vertical pupil inside. The pupil seemed to have its own consciousness, darting around in its narrow socket. Through the silver vertical pupils, Sumu saw a colossal creature. Its body was larger than this world, its outline blurred and distorted, and its 8 holy wings slowly flapped behind it. Primordial angels! Suddenly, the primordial angel in the sky moved. He opened his mouth, which was like a black hole, and the headless man on the ground melted away inch by inch, turning into a pool of thick blood. The blood pooled up, and eventually turned into a river of blood. The river of blood surged into the sky, and flowed into the mouth of the primordial angel. Mixed in with the blood river were many white figures, the souls of headless men. They were incredibly ferocious and twisted, as if they had suffered great pain, and were swept into the mouths of the primordial angels by the blood river. Sumu even saw Mu Cheng's terrified soul screaming and howling wildly in the river of blood, as well as Wan. This fanatic was unlike anyone else. His face showed no fear or pain, only pilgrimage, as if he were returning to God's embrace. Wan seemed to sense Sumu's gaze, twisting his head 180 degrees unnaturally. He smiled and waved at Sumu, his lips moving as if he couldn't make a sound. However, Sumu could tell from his lip movements that Wan was saying, "My lord, see you in heaven." After the entire river of blood was devoured by the primordial angel, his enormous body began to slowly fade. The holy light between heaven and earth began to weaken, and everything returned to silence. Whether it was a misperception or not, Sumu felt as if the primordial angel glanced at him in the last moment before disappearing. Sumu didn't care, since this wasn't the first time he had been watched by a god. When the holy light completely dissipated, the entire headless man's lair was empty and desolate, except for a dazzling golden light shining in the center of the lair. Sumu immediately walked towards the direction of the golden light, and saw that the original golden leaf had now taken root in the ground, sprouted, and was wrapped around a kneeling skeleton like a gourd vine, with lush branches and leaves, and was exceptionally bright. Beneath the most lush golden leaves, a golden fruit, shaped like a human eyeball, gleams brightly. The golden eye? Sumu reached out and picked the golden fruit. The texture was very peculiar. It looked like it was made of gold, but the overall feel was soft and smooth, like holding an eyeball. As the golden eye was plucked, the golden gourd vine withered instantly, along with Wan's bones, which scattered all over the ground, sacrificing nearly 10,000 headless people, plus the souls of silver-level experts and the high priest of the primordial god cult, is all it takes to obtain a golden eye. It truly deserves to be the main ingredient of the gold-level awakening potion. Sumu sighed slightly, noticing that the value of gold-level experts was still rising. A powerhouse of this caliber would be considered a strategic weapon within the Crimson Flame Empire. No wonder the descendants of the Gold Saints are nobles. For such powerful individuals, ensuring their descendants enjoy wealth and luxury is as easy as turning their hand. At the same time, he also sensed the madness of the primordial god cult, as if anything that could be solved through sacrifice was easy in their mouths. Click! Suddenly, cracking sounds echoed all around. Sumu looked up and saw that tiny cracks had appeared in the sky, and the cracks were expanding at a visible speed. The headless people, all been sacrificed. This nightmare world is about to be destroyed. Sumu had already experienced this scene once before in Tingting's nightmare, so it was a familiar one for him. He knew that when the nightmare world was destroyed, the nightmare apostles would return to the real world. He used to think it was normal, but after seeing the black mist, doubts arose in his mind. Why was it a return to the real world, and not the black mist? Logically speaking, after the bubble of the dream bursts, the people inside should return to the black mist. Could it be that the so-called hell is actually just an even bigger dream? Only people in the real world can return to reality after the dream shatters, while people like Juan, who are dreamers to begin with, can only live in the dream forever? Sumu couldn't figure out the answer, nor did he want to know it so easily. Click! The sounds of dreams shattering grew more frequent, and countless cracks appeared throughout the entire world. Even the giant rock that the headless leader had previously occupied began to crack at this moment. Sumu's eyes narrowed. Something seemed to be glowing from within the shattered boulder. Seeing that the surrounding cracks were about to engulf him, he acted swiftly and scooped up the glowing object. Sumu's figure appeared out of thin air amidst the ruins of the Viper gang. There was no one around, only a cordon that had already been set up, along with some warning signs and fences. There were also signs that many people had surveyed the site. Sumu didn't care. Such a huge explosion by the Viper gang would definitely attract the attention of the entire 13th district, and even Star City. It was perfectly normal for the Law Enforcement Bureau to seal off this place. After all, almost 4 days had passed. He opened his palm, revealing a small, exquisite ear, shaped much like a human ear, but made entirely of white jade, crystal clear, emitting a faint glow under the moonlight. When he probed his mind with his spiritual power, countless chaotic sounds immediately filled his mind. Screams of people, roars of various animals, the sound of wind, rain, explosions, and impacts. It was as if the sounds of an entire world were ringing out in his mind at the same time. But gradually, as the sounds grew louder and louder, all the sounds disappeared, and he could no longer hear any sound. As Sumu withdrew his spiritual power, faint traces of blood appeared in his ears. However, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Bronze Tier 3 treasure, Silent Heaven. This is a treasure created by tens of thousands of headless people over an unknown period of time using all kinds of sounds from around the world. Its functions are quite simple. First, it can imitate any sound within a 100-meter range. Second, it can use sound to launch attacks. If you add the storage treasures and sheepskin bag he acquired earlier, he now has a total of 3 treasures. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, the gains were not bad. 3 treasures, a mithril alloy cyborg, and a golden eye. The golden eye, in particular, is priceless, as it is a divine object that can help silver-level cultivators advance to gold level. Once it appears on the market, even nobles would fight tooth and nail to get their hands on it. Just then, a light suddenly appeared in the distance, and a joyful voice rang out. "Chief, that's great, I knew you would be all right." Zhao Chao Yao ran over with a flashlight in hand, accompanied by a stern-faced man in black with a bulging waist. How did you know I was here? Sumu asked, looking at the two people who were jogging over. Zhao Chaoyao quickly replied, Since you disappeared, I have come to check on you every day. During this time, people from the Law Enforcement Bureau, people from the Bronze Coffin, and many strangers have come one after another. They all said that you were dead, but I didn't believe it. I thought that if you came back, you would definitely need someone to take care of you, so I come to check on you every day. That's thoughtful of you. Sumu praised him lightly, and Zhao Chaoyao grinned, clearly very pleased. At this moment, the man in black suddenly said, Minister Su, I am from the Bronze Coffin Special Forces. The boss has been worried about you, so he sent me to keep watch here. Now that you are back, I will inform the boss immediately. The boss mentioned by the man in black was naturally Murong Mengli. Sumu did not stop her from making the call. His return was no secret, so there was no need to hide it. Minister Su, the boss is on the phone. Sumu picked up the phone, and Murong Mengli's cold voice immediately came through, mixed with a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Susu, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Although I don't know where you've been these past few days, it's good that you're alright. Sumu smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern, Miss Mengli. If it weren't for your crimson heart this time, I'm afraid I would have had a hard time coming back alive. In the end, all of this is because of me. After all, they really want to deal with me. If I hadn't invited you to join the Bronze Coffin, none of this would have happened. Never mind, let's not talk about this now. You should come to the Bronze Coffin right now. During the days you and Mu Cheng were missing, Qian Ziha was furious. He even mobilized the silver-level superhuman guarding the mithril mine to search for you. Once he finds out that you have appeared, he will definitely not let this go. Upon hearing this, Sumu's smile widened. That really sounds exciting. Bronze Coffin Company. Sumu met Murong Mengli, who looked slightly haggard. She still had exquisite makeup and impeccable taste in clothing. Every item she wore seemed to be tailor-made for her, with perfect color matching and style selection. However, the haggardness between her brows could not be concealed by her exquisite makeup. The moment Murong Mengli saw Sumu, the wariness between her brows lessened slightly, and a genuine smile appeared on her face. Welcome back, Minister Su of our Bronze Coffin. Murong Mengli slowly stood up, revealing a sumptuous dinner and an expensive bottle of red wine that had been prepared on the table behind her. She didn't ask what Sumu had gone through during his disappearance, but instead smiled and pointed to the dinner. Your welcome dinner. Sumu accepted the invitation and took a seat. He was indeed hungry. He had barely eaten anything during his days in the nightmare world. Murongmi poured Sumu a glass of red wine, the rich red liquid swirling in the crystal goblet. She picked up her wine glass and looked at Sumu with a smile. This first glass of wine is to congratulate Su on your safe return. Bang! The crisp sound of glasses clinking rang out. Sumu downed the wine glass in one gulp. It tasted smooth but had a slightly off taste. Would you be interested in telling me about your experiences over the past few days? Sumu smiled slightly, casually telling the lie. After a long pause, a look of surprise flashed across Murong Mengli's delicate face. Mu Cheng was actually killed by you. So the weakness of the metal cyborg is the soul. Indeed, Mu Cheng's physical body is indeed impeccable, but without the physical barrier, he is completely unable to deal with mental superhumans. And coincidentally, I am a mental superhuman. Of course, Bu Bai also helped me a lot. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have been able to withstand Mu Cheng's final self-destruction. Bu Bai. Murong Mengli chuckled. You're a naming genius. I never imagined you had such a trump card. actually managing to subdue a nightmare monster. Indeed, no one expected Mu Cheng to self-destruct. After being invaded by your mental power, he decisively chose to self-destruct. If it weren't for Bu Bai's shadow space, I'm afraid I would never have seen you again. Sumu shook his head. It's not just that it's not white, your Crimson Heart also played a role. If it weren't for the Crimson Heart buying me time, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape into the shadow space. So you've been recuperating in the shadow space all this time? Why haven't you returned to the bronze coffin? No, I originally planned to recuperate in the shadow space, but then I suddenly felt the call of the nightmare world, so I went there and just got back, Sumu said seriously. Yes, he lied. He told Murong Mengli that he had defeated Mu Cheng, the cyborg, with his mental power, concealing the fact that Mu Cheng was a silver-level expert. Then Mu Cheng self-destructed, and he hid in the shadow space. Later, he jumped from the shadow space to the nightmare world. In his account, everything was false except for the name. Murong Mengli had no doubts. She seemed somewhat absent-minded, often staring blankly at her wine glass. Come on, have another drink. She picked up her glass again and drank it all in one gulp, a blush appearing on her fair and flawless face. Setting down the glass, she gave a slightly bitter smile. This is probably the last time we drink together. Before Sumu could ask, Murong Mengli continued, I'm leaving. Sumu's eyes flickered. Slightly. Leave? Because of the Murong family head's birthday in 3 days. Murong Mengli nodded absent-mindedly. That's right. There are only 3 days left. I've used every resource I can, but I still haven't found any clues about the Golden Eye. In order not to marry Qian Zihao, I have no choice but to leave. Where are you planning to go? Murong Mengli shook her head. Don't ask anymore, I can't say. There are some things that, even if you just know them, will put you in great danger. Call. Murong Mengli took a deep breath, biting her delicate lips tightly. Her gaze towards Sumu held a peculiar meaning, as if she were somewhat reluctant to speak, but she still mustered the courage to say it. Susu, there's one more thing I need to do before I leave. I hope you won't blame me, but I really need a child. So that's your reason for drugging me? Sumli pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, his expression composed. Murong Mengli was taken aback. You knew all along? Sumu smiled slightly, picked up the red wine glass in his hand, and swirled the deep red wine. Royal Cellar, Platinum Premium 158. The color is a deep and rich ruby red. The initial aroma is complex, with fruit and floral aromas such as black cherry and violet, as well as the woody aroma from the oak barrels. But there was a faint medicinal scent mixed in with the wine. Given Miss Mengli's status, I doubt she would buy counterfeit wine. Therefore, there's only one answer. The wine is poisoned. Seeing that Sumu had seen through her act, Murong Mengli simply stopped pretending and frankly admitted, That's right, there was indeed poison in the wine. Once I leave, I don't know when we'll meet again, maybe never in my entire life. It's hard for me to meet another man like you who doesn't disgust me and who possesses such a strong spiritual talent. I need a child. At this moment, Murong Mengli had already stood up and gently took off her royal blue coat. As the coat down, a silk camisole dress was revealed underneath. The slender shoulder straps outlined her graceful shoulder lines, and the exquisite camisole design highlighted her charming collarbone and swan-like neck. Susu, please don't blame me. Without the golden eye, I can only place all my hopes on the child. The words abruptly stopped. Murong Mengli, who had already walked up to Sumu, suddenly became breathless, her beautiful eyes fixed on Sumu's palm. In his palm, a dazzling golden eye was quietly radiating light. This is... Murong Mengli lost her composure. This dignified, noble lady even began to stutter, staring at the golden eye in complete disbelief. Sumu smiled slightly. As you can see, the golden eye. Murong Mengli suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with shock, excitement, and disbelief as she looked at Sumu. The figure holding the golden eye pierced her eyes. Under the neon lights outside the window, the young man's outline seemed to be coated with a layer of light. The light softened his cold features, and even the ends of his hair were painted with a bright color, like a ray of light. A ray of light that illuminated her gloomy life. Take it. Sumu gently pried open Murong Mengli's stiff hand and placed the golden eye in her palm. He felt no reluctance to part with the mere golden eye, for it was of no use to him. He was not a nobleman, nor did he possess any bloodline to awaken. As for selling directly to the head of the Murong family, that was not even on his radar. Why would such a powerful noble family trade with commoners? If nobles were this kind of benevolent, they wouldn't be nobles. If they didn't exploit people, would they even be considered nobles? Why buy when you can just rob it? He understands the darkness of human nature better than anyone. Perhaps the head of the Murong family will spend a lot of money to buy it at first. What will happen after it becomes gold? Moreover, what Sumu wanted was not money, but the entire Murong family. Wouldn't it be interesting to use Murong Mengli as a base to gradually erode the entire Murong family? Feeling the touch of the man's palm and the coolness of the golden eye, Murong Mengli finally came to her senses. She stared blankly at the golden eye and sat back down in her seat, seeming lost in thought. Before she knew it, tears had welled up in her eyes, which reflected the neon lights. She remained silent for a long time before speaking in a hoarse voice. Susu, thank you. Sumu smiled and raised his glass. I also want to thank you for your crimson heart. Murong Mengli wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and raised her wine glass as well. Consider it an obligation I owe you. You helped me. I poisoned you. Were you poisoned? If so, I can. Sumu shook his head. No, but I'm quite curious. Why are you so insistent on doing this? Murong Mengli felt as if a huge weight had finally been lifted from her heart. She smiled and said, if before it was because I wanted a child, now I admit, I'm really tempted. Would you like to hear my story? I'm all ears. Bang! The stemmed crystal glasses clinked gently, producing a crisp sound. Amidst the sounds, Murong Mengli began to tell her story. Actually, my surname isn't Murong. My real surname is Nangong, Nang Mengli. A hint of reminiscence flashed in her eyes as she spoke of this name. You may not have heard of the surname Nangong, because it has disappeared for nearly several decades, and information about the Nangong family has been erased by the royal family of the Crimson Flame Empire. Nangong? Sumu had never heard of a nobleman named Nangong. He didn't know much about nobles, as they were too far away from the lower city. The Nangong family was once the most prestigious noble family in the Crimson Flame Empire, and the strongest person in the Crimson Flame Empire was also from the Nangong family. When the Crimson Flame Empire went to war with other empires, the Nangong family was highly valued by the royal family. The head of the Nangong family at that time even killed 3 gold-level experts from the enemy country on the battlefield with his own strength, and was extremely famous for a time. But after the war ended, his achievements overshadowed the master's? Murong Mengli nodded, a hint of hatred appearing in her eyes. That's right, it's a case of merit overshadowing the master. There's nothing new under the sun. Similar scenes have played out countless times in history. It's just that this time it's the Nangong family's turn. The head of the Nangong family at that time had already retired gracefully and handed over his military power after the war. But in the end, he was still purged by the royal family. The royal family simply cannot tolerate a gold saint who has the ability to kill them at any time. Do you remember what the highest sequence the silver law is? Sumu pondered for a moment, then slowly uttered the silver law, the highest known sequence. Silver law sequence 1 flower blooms in an instant, at the cost of lifespan, alters its own timeline, putting itself in a state of accelerated time. The Nangong family is the one that controls the moment the flower blooms. There have even been instances where a silver-level third-tier superhuman from the Nangong family killed a gold-level superhuman. It can be said that the strength of the Nangong family is inseparable from the moment the flower blooms. This is the core of their entire superhuman path. The other laws they possess are basically all in service of the moment the flower blooms. What is the golden law of the Nangong family? Sumu asked curiously. If the Nangong family could achieve challenges beyond their level with flowers bloom in an instant, then the golden law must be even stronger. Unexpectedly, Nangong Mengli shook her head. I don't know. The hatred on her face intensified, and her delicate fists clenched tightly. With the destruction of the Nangong family, the golden law has long been lost. This information was all told to me by my mother. My mother was a member of the Nangong family, and the only one who escaped that purge. To avoid being tracked down by the Empire, she sacrificed her extraordinary powers, becoming an ordinary person. Later, during her escape, she was kidnapped by human traffickers, enslaved, and finally bought by the head of the Murong family. And who is your father? My father was also a member of the Nangong family. My mother was pregnant with me when she was fleeing. It's ridiculous that Murong Zhuo always thought I was a premature baby and raised me for the Nangong family for 20 years. When Murong Zhuo was mentioned, Nangong Mengli's face showed even more hatred. Sumu saw through the deception. Your true purpose doesn't seem to be to offer the golden eye to Murong Zhuo. I would rather die than give the golden eye to that old scoundrel Murong. A deep-seated hatred surfaced on Nangong Mengli's exquisite face. She forced my mother into marriage and killed her. If it weren't for that old scoundrel Murong, my mother would never have died. Then what do you want the golden eye for? Nangong Mengli calmed her agitated emotions slightly and looked at Sumu, seriously saying, Susu, the moment you gave me the golden eye, I chose to believe you. Now that you know about my background, I might as well tell you all my plans. Actually, I took the golden eye not for that old thief Murong, but for myself. The greatest function of the golden eye is to develop one's own bloodline. This thing has no effect on ordinary people, but it is something that nobles dream of. Nobles are all descendants of golden powerhouses. Gold is a qualitative change. After becoming a golden transformer, a person's essence will change, and the power they possess will be passed on to their descendants through bloodline. In other words, every nobleman has the potential to make gold. Of course, the premise is that one can perfectly develop the power contained in the golden bloodline. And the golden eye is the divine medicine for developing the golden bloodline. Otherwise, the old thief Murong would not have always wanted the golden eye, hoping to advance to the golden level with it. I sought the golden eye to awaken the power of the family's bloodline. For years I've strived relentlessly, hoping to awaken the golden bloodline on my own, but my talent is too lacking. Without external help, it's impossible. Now, with the golden eye, I can recreate the Nangong family's bloom. Sumu frowned slightly. Flowers bloom in an instant is a silver law. Does that mean you can directly advance to silver after consuming the golden eye? Nangong Mengli smiled slightly, tucking her stray hair behind her ear to reveal her exquisite profile. Although I hate nobles now, I have to admit their advantages. As descendants of gold-level experts, nobles with gold blood flowing in their veins can start at silver level 1, as soon as they awaken their bloodline. This is the foundation laid by their ancestors, and the basis for the nobility's long-standing superiority over all others. Doesn't that sound unfair? But that's just how the world is. Some people are born with a higher starting point than ordinary people. Or rather, the starting point for the nobility is the end point for ordinary, extraordinary people to strive for their whole lives. Of course, this is all predicated on these nobles being able to awaken their golden bloodline. Sumu swirled the red wine in his glass and said calmly, "From a genetic point of view, this makes perfect sense. The offspring of highly intelligent people are likely to have highly intelligent children as well. Not to mention the descendants of the legendary gold saints. This explains it all. If the nobility didn't have this kind of foundation, they would have been overthrown by their subordinates long ago based on their past practices. After all, this is a world of extraordinary individuals. They don't care if you're a noble or not. Since the nobility hasn't been overthrown, it proves they can suppress ordinary, extraordinary individuals. Susu, you are indeed extraordinary. I have met some extraordinary people among ordinary people. When they learn about the background of the nobles, their first reaction is often jealousy or anger. They feel it is unfair. Why did they have to risk their lives to climb to the silver rank? However, nobles only need to awaken their bloodline to advance to silver rank. They don't even need to seek extraordinary paths afterward. They only need to follow the path their ancestors took, step by step, gradually developing their gold bloodline to have a chance at gold rank. Sumu remained non-committal. I don't think jealousy and anger are absolutely negative emotions. In fact, in many cases, they are the driving force of human progress. As long as we keep them in moderation and don't get lost in jealousy, we can manage them. It seems you've handled it very well, Susu. I can tell you're not jealous at all, which makes me very curious. To be honest, even though I'm a nobleman, I sometimes envy those nobles who are very talented, and I envy them for being able to awaken their bloodline so easily. Can you tell me how you did it? Nangong Mengli carefully examined Sumu, as if she wanted to understand more about the man's inner thoughts. Sumu smiled faintly. It's very simple. I'll just become a gold saint, right? After all, those high and mighty gold saints were just ordinary people at the beginning. Hearing the confident and composed words of the man in front of her, Nangong Mengli was inexplicably lost in thought. Yes, even the gold-level experts started out as ordinary people. At this moment, Sumu said again, I think I understand why you are so determined to have a child. If you don't find the golden eye, you will choose to leave Star City and quietly raise the next generation of offspring, hoping that your child can awaken the golden bloodline of the Nangong family. Nangong Mengli came to her senses. This is exactly what I planned at the beginning. The revenge for the Nangong family must be taken. Our family sacrificed their lives for the Crimson Flame Empire, but in the end, we were wiped out. As the only surviving descendant of the Nangong family, I not only want to kill the old thief Murong to avenge my mother, but also to overthrow the Crimson Flame royal family to avenge my family. When talking about her enemies, her tone was calm, but anyone could hear the determination in her words. If I cannot take revenge, then I will pass on the hatred to my child. I know this is very unfair to the child, but as a descendant of the Nangong family, this is the fate he must bear. You are the only man I find pleasing to the eye, and you possess powerful spiritual talent, which is very helpful in awakening the golden bloodline of the Nangong family. You are the best candidate to be the father of my child. However, I don't need to now. With the golden eye, I can take revenge myself. At this point, Nangong Mengli blinked, a captivating glint in her eyes. Of course, if you want, I have no objection. After all, I don't have anything to offer you in return right now. Sumu's expression remained completely unchanged. He pushed up his brown-tinted glasses. More than that, I'm curious about what you'll do after you get the golden eye. Susu, do you know, what you're doing makes me feel very frustrated. Sumu smiled without saying a word. Nangong Mengli had no choice but to continue. I have already collected all the other materials for the Bloodline Awakening Potion, except for the Golden Eye. Now that I have the Golden Eye, I can awaken my bloodline. The Nangong family's golden bloodline contains 3 silver laws. As long as the silver law I awaken is a flower blooms in an instant, I will kill Murong Zuo at the Murong family's banquet in 3 days. Sumu raised an eyebrow. He knew that Nangong Mengli wasn't the type to boast. Bai Yinyi killed Bai Yinsan's Murong Zuo in front of everyone? Since the other party had such confidence, it was enough to prove the power of flowers bloom in an instant. What happens after Murong Zuo? As far as I know, killing a nobleman in the Crimson Flame Empire is considered a major crime. Afterwards, I will join the Revolutionary Army. If there is anywhere in the Crimson Flame Empire that can tolerate someone who kills a noble, it is only the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army? Yes, the Revolutionary Army. It's an organization established by a group of people oppressed by the nobility, with the goal of overthrowing the rule of the Crimson Flame Empire. Are you sure you can kill Murong Zuo in front of everyone and get away unscathed? Sumu found it hard to imagine that a silver level 1 could kill a silver level 3 in a noble gathering and leave alive. If flower blooms in an instant was really that powerful, it shouldn't be silver law, but gold law. A solemn expression appeared on Nangong Mengli's face. I'm not sure, but I have to kill Murong Zuo. I've waited for far too long. I have nightmares every day about the day my mother died. If I have the chance, I will try no matter what. Sent the determination hidden within the woman's delicate body. Sumu smiled. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so interesting. Count me in. Nangong Mengli's expression changed slightly. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to risk your life for me. Sumu felt helpless. Miss Mengli, you're being a bit narcissistic. I just think it would be interesting to have the chance to kill an imperial nobleman. Nangong Mengli. She scrutinized the man before her, trying to discern whether he was telling the truth. She didn't find killing imperial nobles amusing. On the contrary, it was tantamount to courting death, incurring the wrath of the entire empire, and potentially even mobilizing gold-level experts. The lives of nobles were paramount. That was an ironclad rule. If it weren't for her own sake, she would find it hard to imagine that Sumu would kill imperial nobles. Perhaps Sumu was afraid that she wouldn't agree, so he said it on purpose. All right, Miss Mengli, wish us success. Sumu smiled and raised his wine glass, a hint of excitement hidden in his eyes behind his brown glasses. Killing an imperial nobleman would be quite interesting. Bang! The delicate crystal goblet rang out with a crisp sound, and the fate of an imperial nobleman was sealed. 3 days later, the entire upper district suddenly became lively, with lanterns and decorations everywhere. Huge red banners were even hung on the landmark buildings of major chambers of commerce, filled with various words of praise to congratulate Murong Zuo, the head of the Murong family, on his 60th day. The huge LED screen, which originally played advertisements, was transformed into a display of glamorous celebrities offering their blessings to Murong Bo with sincere smiles. The whole city seemed to be celebrating a festival. People wore insincere congratulatory smiles on their faces. Many armed law enforcement officers patrolled the streets. All the beggars in the city disappeared overnight because Master Murong was kind-hearted and could not bear to see the poor. The influence of the nobility reached its peak at this moment. As the most powerful nobleman in Star City, Murong Zhuo's birthday celebration was so grand that it was no exaggeration to say that the entire upper district was celebrating for him. Night fell quickly, and the Upper East Side remained brightly lit. The parking lot of the largest hotel in the city center, the Pullman Hotel, was packed with luxury cars, many of which were cars that ordinary people had never seen in their entire lives, all gathered here. A car show. One after another, glamorous men and women, adorned with jewels, stepped out of luxury cars, walked to a nearly 100-meter-long red carpet, and entered the Platinum Hotel. Among them were celebrities, models, and even CEOs of major companies. At this moment, a woman wearing a gorgeous rose-red evening gown stepped onto the red carpet. Her appearance immediately stood out from the crowd. Her innate aristocratic temperament and stunning beauty made the entire red carpet shine. Her hair was piled high, with a few strands of flaxen hair falling naturally on both sides of her face. She wore white silk gloves and carried a small handbag. She walked with elegant steps and graceful posture. Every movement exuded aristocratic temperament and elegance, like a princess who had stepped out of a fairy tale. Her appearance sparked a lot of discussion, and some people wanted to go up and chat with her, but a Fatten beat them to it. He was a fat man weighing over 300 pounds. His expensive white suit could barely contain his bulky figure. His greasy face was full of smiles, and he was holding a bouquet of bright red roses. "Mengli, my fiancée, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long." Qian Zihao stretched out his greasy hand, seemingly wanting to take Nangong Mengli's hand, but Nangong Mengli only glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, "Sorry, I already have someone." As she spoke, she reached out to her side, and her soft hand, with white silk, was quickly grasped by a long, strong hand. Suddenly, a young man in a sharp black suit, carrying a snakeskin cane, walked over. He gently took Nangong Mengli's hand and smiled warmly, saying, "Excuse me, may I pass by?" After saying that, Sumu led Nangong Mengli past Qian Zihao and walked step by step toward the Platinum Hotel. From beginning to end, neither of them glanced at Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao's face darkened suddenly when he felt ignored. "Sumu." The deep voice was mixed sound of clenching teeth. "Damn bastards!" He naturally knew that Sumu had returned alive, but Mu Cheng had disappeared. The implications of this were self-evident. Over the past few days, Qian Zihao had thought it over and over again, but ultimately decided not to make any rash moves. Others may not know Mu Cheng's strength, but he knows it perfectly well. Mu Cheng is not only a silver rank expert, but also a completely modified human. He can even fight against some high-ranking silver rank experts, but in the end he died at Sumu's hands. Before he has fully grasped Sumu's strength, he cannot send his two remaining silver rank experts out to their deaths one by one. Even a lion will fight a rabbit with all its might. He plans to spend a lot of money to hire another silver-level expert after this banquet. When the three silver-level experts attack together, Sumu will surely die. Forget it, you lowly commoner won't be able to cause trouble for long. Once I marry Mengli and become a nobleman, my wealth and power will rise to a new level, and that will be your death day. Qian Zihao silently pondered, then put on a fake smile again and greeted the peep warmly. The 68th floor of the Platinum Hotel, a huge banquet hall. When Sumu and Nangong Mengli walked into the hall, the waiter who had been waiting at the door slowly pushed open the door and bowed, saying, "Welcome, distinguished guests." As the two stepped into the banquet hall, it was as if they had entered a fairy tale world. Dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, shining like stars and casting a bright and soft light. The floor was covered with a gorgeous carpet, with exquisite patterns and a comfortable feel underfoot. The hall is surrounded by tall pillars, carved with exquisite patterns, and huge oil paintings hang between the pillars. It is unknown which famous artist created them, adding an artistic touch to the place. Nearly 100 people had arrived in the banquet hall, but it did not feel crowded at all. On the contrary, it was rather spacious. Neatly dressed waiters carried trays and moved among the guests, serving them snacks and wine. People chatted in small groups, each with a warm smile on their face. The volume of their conversations was just right, lively but not chaotic. The melodious piano music flowed gently through the banquet hall, like a clear spring, nourishing people's souls and making them feel as if they were in a fairy tale banquet for a princess and prince. "Are you really sure?" Nangong Mengli smiled and nodded to the passing guests, her lips moving slightly as she asked Sumu beside her. Sumu wore a calm and elegant smile, as if he were the protagonist of the banquet, blending in seamlessly without appearing out of place. "I certainly wouldn't want to miss such an interesting banquet." A complex look flashed in Nangong Mengli's eyes. She wanted to say something more, but Sumu pulled her aside. "2 glasses of red wine, please." The waiter smiled politely and respectfully handed over 2 glasses of red wine, without being obsequious, before slowly retreating to find the next guest who needed service. Sumu took the red wine, handed a glass to Nangong Mengli, and then skillfully led her to the sofa in the corner. "My preparations are complete. Now it's up to you to see if your abilities are powerful as the legends say." A look of worry appeared on Nangong Mengli's face, but she ultimately did not try to persuade her further. "I won't joke with life. What were you preparing for when you disappeared for half a day?" Sumu smiled mysteriously. "A grand performance naturally requires behind-the-scenes work. You'll find out soon enough. Everything is proceeding according to plan." A day ago, Nangong Mengli successfully awakened the golden bloodline of the Nangong family with the help of the golden eye, and she obtained the silver law. Flowers bloom in an instant, which has the highest known sequence ranking. According to her, flower blooms in an instant is extremely difficult to awaken. It was only thanks to the powerful effect of the golden eye that it was achieved in one step. Otherwise, even when the Nangong family still existed, apart from a very few exceptionally talented clansmen who started by awakening flower blooms in an instant, the rest of the clansmen all had 2 other silver laws contained in their bloodline. After that, Nangong Mengli had a conversation with Sumu. Her original plan was to tell Mirongzuo at the banquet that she had obtained the golden eye, and when offering the golden eye, to activate flower blooms in an instant to put herself into a state of time acceleration, and then launch a surprise attack to kill Mirongzuo. The plan was simple and straightforward, but undeniably effective. None of the guests present, including Mirongzuo, would have imagined that the illegitimate daughter who had always been disliked was actually a descendant of the Nangong family, let alone that she had awakened the strongest silver law. With a well-intentioned but unprepared attack, Silver 3 was destined to die on the spot. Moreover, Mirongzuo's silver laws are all offensive and have no defensive capabilities. A fatal wound to any of them is certain death. As Mirongzuo's adopted daughter, Nangong Mengli revealed all of his secrets early on. Mirongzuo's 3 silver laws are Eye of the Storm, Speed of the Wind Shadow, and Wind Dance Spirit Blade. These 3 silver laws grant him great mobility and lethality, but lack any defensive capabilities. Therefore, For Nangong Mengli, killing Murong Zhuo with flower blooms in an instant is not difficult. The real difficulty lies in how to leave alive. While the time acceleration of flower blooms in an instant is powerful, it has two fatal drawbacks. First, it requires burning one's lifespan to accelerate one's own timeline. Second, entering the time acceleration state puts immense pressure on the body, making it impossible to maintain this state for an extended period. These two major drawbacks mean that Nangong Mengli has no ability to fight continuously. In addition, she has only recently awakened, so she can be said to be a fragile assassin. She can kill with one hit, but after killing, she can only wait to die on the spot, unless she recklessly enters the time acceleration state again and escapes the scene. The problem is that, having killed an imperial nobleman in full view of everyone, Nangong Mengli, now in a state of extreme weakness, could not possibly escape the scene, let alone Star Situantu Nangong. Mengli's plan was a gamble, betting that she would be lucky enough and that her body would be able to support her escape. Sumu rejected her plan and proposed a better one. The two men and women, who were preparing to kill the imperial nobles, calmly chatted while holding wine glasses, occasionally discussing interesting things happening in Star City. No one could tell that such crazy ideas were hidden beneath their composed and elegant exteriors. Susu, do you know that Yang Dongqing has been looking for you a lot while you were gone? Although he keeps saying that it would be better if he died, and that he would get himself killed sooner or later, he is very concerned about your whereabouts. He must have come to see you in the few days since you came back. Nangong Mengli seemed to recall Yang Dongqing's awkward expression, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Sumu nodded. I looked for him. He said something about good people not living long, but bad people live a long life. He knew I definitely wouldn't die, so he took an advance on next month's salary and left. Puffed. Nangong Mengli couldn't help but laugh. He also asked me for an advance on his salary, saying he was going to buy clothes for his girlfriend. I really don't know how many clothes he's going to buy. Sumu shrugged. This kid says he's buying clothes to apologize, but I bet he has ulterior motives. Oh, what ill intentions do you have? Nangong Mengli leaned closer, her eyes smiling. Sumu didn't answer such an obvious question. With Yang Dongqing's brain, what could he possibly be up to? He probably just saw that the clothes in the upper city were glamorous and sexy, and planned to dress Jasmine in them before launching a surprise attack on the upper city that night. As the two chatted and laughed, on the other side of the banquet, Qian Zihao's eyes were practically spitting fire. He stared intently at Sumu and Nangong Mengli, unable to suppress the jealousy and anger in his heart. Damn you two. Just wait, after tonight you'll be completely mine. Damn it. Why isn't that old bastard Murong Zhuo here yet? The banquet starts in half an hour. Hurry up and come here to announce the engagement. Perhaps Qian Zihao's curses had an effect, because the main character of the banquet, Murong Zhuo, the head of the Murong family, finally appeared. When he appeared, the once bustling banquet hall was instantly put on pause. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the old man at the entrance. He was dressed in a dark, luxurious robe, made of exquisite fabric with delicate embroidery outlining ancient patterns. His silver hair was neatly combed and slightly swept back, revealing a slightly furrowed forehead. His eyes were deep, like unfathomable lake water, and his lips were tightly pursed, exuding an air of authority without anger. Beside him were two men and a woman, all with an extraordinary air about them. They were Murong Zhuo's 3 children, who escorted him as he gracefully entered the hall. Greetings, Patriarch Murong. It's been a long time. Patriarch Murong is still as energetic as ever. A group of people rushed forward, greeting him with all their might, not asking for anything else but to become acquainted with him. As the most powerful nobleman in Xingcheng and a silver level 3 transcendent being, Mirongzuo held an extremely prestigious position. It is no exaggeration to say that Xingcheng was his personal fiefdom. However, Mirongzuo seemed to be in a bad mood today. Despite the enthusiasm of the crowd, he kept his brows furrowed and only nodded perfunctorily. The guests also knew when to stop, and none of them dared to provoke trouble. Why was Mirongzuo in a bad mood? It wasn't a secret in the upper city circle. It was simply because of the golden eye. Without the golden eye, he couldn't break through to the golden realm. In addition, he was too eager for success when he was young and abused extraordinary drugs, which caused his body to be severely depleted and his life was coming to an end. No one would be in a good mood under such circumstances. Soon, Mirongzuo's 3 children were surrounded by a crowd. Their thinking was simple. Mirongzuo was doomed sooner or later, so they naturally had to intensify their efforts to win over the children who might become his heirs. Among them, the eldest son, Mirongyun, was surrounded by the most people. With Mirongzuo's arrival, the atmosphere of the banquet reached a climax. The guests became even more enthusiastic, and the pianist changed the program to a cheerful piece. Gradually, men and women began to dance in the center of the dance floor, and celebrities even sang songs. People toasted each other, and took turns wishing Mirongzuo a happy birthday. In contrast, Nangong Mengli's place was very deserted, as if she had been abandoned by the world. Everyone knew that Mirongzuo disliked this illegitimate daughter, and apart from a few people at the bottom of the banquet, who were trying their luck, almost no one came to find Nangong Mengli. At this moment, Qian Zihao couldn't sit still any longer. The banquet was already halfway through, but Mirong Laoding still hadn't shown any intention of speaking. He just sat there frowning. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up, dragged his fat body, and walked over to Mirongzuo with his wine glass. "Uncle, your nephew Qian Zihao wishes you a long and healthy life, and that you enjoy the happiness of family forever." Qian Zihao's voice was loud and clear, and his face was full of smiles. Immediate caught Mirongzuo's attention. Mirongzuo looked up at the fat man in front of him, frowned slightly, and seemed somewhat displeased. At this moment, Qian Zihao hurriedly said, "To celebrate your birthday, I would like to offer you a mithril mine in the west of the city. Please accept it, uncle." Upon hearing this, gasps of surprise erupted from all around. A gift of mithril ore? What a grand gesture! The birthday gifts they prepared to please Mirongzuo were naturally very valuable, but even the most valuable items paled in comparison to mithril ore. Some people who knew the inside story were secretly shocked. Although the output of the mithril mine in the west of the city was very low, it was still a mithril mine, which was extremely valuable. Qian Zihao really went to great lengths to marry Mirong Mengli. Upon hearing the words, mithril mine, Mirongzuo's brows relaxed. The old nobleman showed no surprise on his face, but instead remained calm. "You are very kind, my nephew." Qian Zihao's smile widened, but inwardly he was cursing. Old Bai is pretending to be something he's not. Damn it! If it weren't for my noble status and Meng Li, would I have gone to such lengths? He agreed in private, but he had to make me say it in public. At this moment, Mirongzuo slowly stood up, and his eldest son, Mirongyun, quickly handed him a cup of wine. Mirongzuo raised his wine glass, and all the guests present wisely fell silent, waiting for him to speak. "Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Today, with so many distinguished guests and friends gathered here, it is truly a great joy in life. Although I am now in my twilight years, seeing this lively scene fills my heart with warmth." Mirongzuo launched into a long speech, demonstrating his expertise in such situations. The guests listened attentively with smiles on their faces, each behaving with impeccable politeness. Qian Zihao's hand holding the wine glass was almost stiff, and the fake smile on his face became more and more fake. Damn old Biden, he can really talk nonsense. He had a long face before, but now he's talking about the spirit of Mithril. Today, on the occasion of this birthday banquet, I would like to take this opportunity to chat with you all about everyday life and share our deepest feelings. I wish you all good health, harmonious families, and successful careers. I also hope that our friendship will be like this fine wine, growing more mellow and ever new with age. Come, gentlemen, let us drink to this cup. Amidst a chorus of praise, everyone raised their glasses in a toast, beaming with joy. Qian Zihao downed the drink in one gulp, cursing inwardly with increasing gusto. Old B Deng, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Your talk is like an old sow wearing a bra, one thing after another. Why don't you just announce the engagement already? Gentlemen, besides my birthday, there is another joyous occasion to announce today. Under Qian Zihao's excited gaze, Murong Zhuo finally got to point. Murong Zhuo paused, his imposing gaze slowly sweeping across the room before finally landing on Nangong Mengli in the corner. When he noticed Sumu beside Nangong Mengli, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Sumu smiled slightly. The show is about to begin. Mengli, come here, Murong Zhuo said calmly. Nangong Mengli slowly rose, her delicate face displaying a composed demeanor. She walked gracefully towards the center, instantly drawing all eyes to her. She seemed born to be the center of attention, showing no discomfort whatsoever in this setting. The piano music in the room suddenly became more intense, as if foreshadowing something. My daughter Mengli has reached marriageable age. Murong's about to announce her engagement to Qian Zihao when he saw Nangong Mengli coming over. But before he could finish speaking, a clear and cold female voice suddenly rang out. Mengli wishes her father a happy birthday. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and the atmosphere in the room became slightly strange. Murong Zhuo was about to announce the good news, so what do you mean by interrupting him suddenly? Such rude behavior, especially in front of everyone, was quite intriguing. As expected, Murong Zhuo's expression gradually turned cold, and his imposing gaze fell on Nangong Mengli, his deep eyes making it impossible to guess his emotions. His 3 children behind him looked on with expressions of anticipation, clearly eager to see what would happen to their brother next. Nangong Mengli seemed oblivious to Murong Zhuo's gaze, continuing, Mengli has specially prepared a birthday gift for you. What birthday gift is so important? Can't you see your father is speaking? You may step back and we'll talk later. Murong Zhuo's calm voice interrupted Nangong Mengli's words. Those who knew him well knew that this old nobleman was already on the verge of anger. However, Nangong Mengli did not leave. Instead, she took out a small mahogany box from her handbag. Father, this day gift is too precious to wait even a moment longer. The crowd erupted in uproar. They all thought Nangong Mengli had gone mad, openly defying the head of the Murong family, and she was just an illegitimate daughter. In this situation, even if the eldest son, Murong Yun, dared to do such a thing, he would be severely punished. After all, nobles are the group in the world that cares most about status and dignity. Murong Zhuo's face darkened completely. It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, to the point that you... He paused suddenly as if he had thought of something, and a look of excitement suddenly appeared in his eyes. He considered himself to know this illegitimate daughter fairly well. She was usually low-key, cautious, and never dared to contradict him, let alone in public. Could her unusual behavior today be? Is your birthday gift? Nangong Mengli nodded. That's right, it is indeed the golden eye. What? Qian Ziha was the first to exclaim, his face full of disbelief. The three children of the Murong family also changed color at this moment, as if the words golden eye had some magical power. Murong Zhuo's dignified demeanor crumbled completely, and his aged heart began to race. Nangong Mengli smiled slightly, and in front of everyone, opened the mahogany box in her hand. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed. A golden bead, resembling a human eyeball, lay quietly in the box. The golden eye! It really is the golden eye! Exactly the same as described in the ancient books. Murong Zhuo's voice trembled slightly. He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, and his entire mind was drawn to the golden eye. Not only him, but everyone else did too. Everyone looked at the golden eye with a strong sense of greed. These people from high society naturally knew the value of the golden eye. Compared to it, the mithril mine was nothing. This is a rare item that can create a golden realm expert. Because of this, no one noticed that Sumu, at the end of the crowd, had eyes that shone with a crystal blue light hidden behind his brown glasses. Mengli, my good daughter. Ha ha ha. Among all my children, you are the one I value the most. Quickly, give me the golden eye. When the thing he had longed for many years appeared before him, even this old nobleman couldn't help but lose his composure. Although he said that, his hands were faster than his words. He took 2 quick steps and reached out to grab the golden eye. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! Just as Murong Zhuo was about to obtain the golden eye, the bright lights in the entire banquet hall, instantly, and silent darkness enveloped the whole place. Click! The sound of the huge crystal chandelier hitting the ground echoed throughout the venue. A woman in the crowd let out a piercing scream. Ha ha ha! The golden eye! The golden eye! Murong Zhuo laughed wildly in the darkness. He was so excited that he didn't care about the lights suddenly going out. He cared about the golden eye in his hand. As long as he got his hands on it, he could ignore even if the entire Platinum Hotel exploded. A low, mocking laugh rang out at that moment. The laugh was not loud, but it seemed to be heard clearly in everyone's ears. Murong Zhuo, thank you for your selfless dedication. I gladly accept the golden eye. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly turned on, and the blinding light made everyone squint. But when they saw the scene clearly, their expressions changed. There was a person in the room out of nowhere. There stood a man in a tuxedo, amidst the shattered crystals scattered on the ground. The dazzling crystals shimmered with a dreamlike luster under the lights, as if they were a crystal carpet laid out for him. He was tall and upright, like a pine tree, exuding an innate noble air. His black tuxedo was perfectly tailored to fit his body, outlining his slender figure. He wore a black top hat and white gloves, as if he had never been touched by the dust of the world. What is most striking is the silver-white mask on his face. The mask is an arrogant, smiling face, slightly upturned with a hint of disdain, mocking everyone equally. The eye area is hollowed out, revealing a pair of deep and mysterious eyes. The arrogance in the eyes is exactly the same as the smile on the silver-white mask, making people dare not look directly at him. Upon seeing this man, these high society guests even had the illusion that the man before them was the true aristocrat, while they themselves were merely monkeys in a crown. Where is my golden eye? Murong Zhuo's furious voice reverberated throughout the entire venue. Veins bulged on his aged face, and his eyes revealed unimaginable rage. Only then did everyone realize what Murong Zhuo was holding was not the golden eye at all, but a bright green grape. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in the masked man's hand, and a bright golden eyeball lay quietly on the white glove. Beneath the silver-white smiling mask came a slow, deliberate voice. "Wrong, it's mine. You're courting death." Mirangzuo roared, and the air in front of him suddenly distorted. A highly compressed blade of wind shot out, carrying countless tiny white streams of air, and attacked the masked man. "Silver Law Wind, Dance Spirit Blade!" Whoosh! The masked man's body was torn apart by the wind blades. The terrifying wind blades continued to pierce through the wall and glass behind him, leaving a smooth crack in the wall. Because this is a high-rise building, when the wall cracked, the cold air from high above immediately rushed into the banquet hall, bringing a slight chill. Just when everyone thought the masked man was dead, they saw that there was no blood flowing from his broken body. Instead, his body began to fade, eventually becoming completely transparent and disappearing. "What?" Mirangzuo's face was unusually gloomy, his hawk-like eyes scanning his surroundings. He would never allow the golden eye to be taken away by anyone. Mirangzuo's women and Qian Zihao all had different thoughts. When they saw someone snatch the golden eye, they were actually relieved because none of them wanted Mirangzuo to get the golden eye. Qian Zihao's problem stemmed from the marriage agreement, while his children's problem arose from the issue of succession. In particular, the eldest son, Mirangyun, was the one who most wanted Mirangzuo to die quickly. Without the golden eye, Mirangzuo wouldn't live for more than a few years, and then he would be the rightful heir. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Mirangzuo suddenly noticed a dark shadow flash past the window outside. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Trying to escape? Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly erupted from his body, his magnificent robes fluttering in the wind, and he seemed to transform into the wind, disappearing from the spot. A violent explosion rang out in the air, and the exquisite desserts at the banquet, as well as some of the nearby guests, were overturned to the ground by the strong wind. Bang! The window shattered suddenly, and the figure, as swift as the wind, plunged headfirst out of the window. And this was the 68th floor. The silver law speed of wind grants Mirangzuo whirlwind-like speed, even allowing him to briefly fly on the wind. The height of 68 floors is as easy for him as walking on flat ground. Mirangzuo disappeared from everyone's sight, and the guests looked at each other in disbelief. No one expected that such a thing would happen at a banquet. At this moment, the eldest son of the Mirang family, Mirangyun, stepped forward. As the eldest son of the Mirang family, he had to step forward to take charge of the situation, both morally and logically. "Gentlemen, this time," as soon as he opened his mouth, screams suddenly erupted from the crowd. Mirangyun frowned and looked at the screaming people in the crowd, only to find that their eyes were all filled with terror as they stared at him intently. A soft laugh sounded behind him. Mirangyun's pupils suddenly contracted, and his scalp tingled. When? He barely hesitated before activating wind shadow speed and speeding away. After creating some distance, he noticed that a man wearing a silver mask was standing there, staring at him with great interest. That arrogant gaze both shocked and enraged Mirangyun. Without exchanging a single word, he immediately unleashed Wind Dance Spirit Blade. As the eldest son of the Mirang family, he possessed top-tier talent and resources, and had already risen to the ranks of Silver 2. Aside from the Eye of the Storm, the strongest technique of the Mirang family, which he had not yet mastered, he believed that the other two silver laws were no worse than those of Mirangzuo, but he quickly realized the difference in strength. The highly compressed blades, carrying the power to tear everything apart, attacked the masked man. But the next second, the masked man's figure disappeared like a ghost. Mirangyun was shocked. He hadn't expected the other party to be faster than him. He hadn't even seen the other party's movement trajectory. At that moment, The same light laughter rang out again behind Mirang Yun. Can't even touch the hem of my clothes? It seems you're far inferior to your father. Whoosh! As if reacting to an emergency, Mirang Yun fiercely hurled a wind blade behind her, but the result is she missed the masked man, and the wind blade instead smashed into the crowd. Ah! Several screams and shrieks echoed throughout the venue. 5 well-dressed guests were cleaved in two by the wind blades, their blood and intestines spilling out onto the ground. Most of these guests were ordinary people. The extraordinary individuals were ultimately a minority. The crowd erupted in chaos. This group of high society members completely shed their elegant and noble facades, terrified and running frantically toward the gate. Among them was Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao valued his life very much. He never imagined that there would be anyone in the world who would dare to cause trouble at a noble banquet. He should have brought bodyguards with him. This masked man even fooled the head of the Mirang family. He must be at least a silver thread expert. If such a powerful figure were to start a war, the entire Platinum Hotel would collapse. He has more money than he can spend, and he doesn't want to die here. The next second, a man dressed in a tuxedo and wearing a silver-white smiling mask reappeared. He stood on the high platform like the host of the banquet, and his cold and arrogant smile on the mask came into everyone's view. He said calmly to the crowd trying to escape, "Friendly reminder, this road is blocked." But the terrified crowd wouldn't listen to his advice. A middle-aged man closest to the door frantically pushed it open, revealing a dark and silent corridor without a single light. He rushed into the darkness like a madman, but the moment he took his first step out the door, thud, middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck tightly with both hands, veins bulging on his face, his expression ferocious, and his legs twitching uncontrollably. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, causing them to pause in their tracks. However, some people, having rushed forward too quickly, were unable to stop and ended up outside the gate. Without exception, everyone who stepped out of the gate instantly collapsed to the ground, as if controlled by an invisible hand, tightly gripping their own necks and convulsing violently. Upon seeing this, Qian Zihao's expression changed drastically, and he braked repeatedly. However, once his massive body started moving, the inertia he carried made it impossible for him to stop instantly. At this moment, the silver ring on his large finger flashed with a subtle luster, and his figure seemed to shrink slightly. His legs seemed to be rooted to the ground, and he came to a steady stop. Call! He was panting heavily, and his fat face was already starting to ooze oil. The first few people to step out the door struggled a couple of times before falling completely silent. Silence. The crowd fell into dead silence. As we all know, people cannot make a sound when they are in extreme fear. Sometimes screaming is more like a way to vent fear. But when fear spreads like a tide and fills the mouth and nose, people feel a blockage in their throat and cannot make any sound. The only thing playing in the entire banquet hall was the piano music that never stopped from beginning to end. No one knew why the pianist was so dedicated, still playing even in this state, and the more he played, the more fitting the atmosphere became, and the piano music also became low and somber, accompanied by the almost stagnant and oppressive atmosphere in the room. But at this point, no one paid any attention to the pianist. The stiffness brought on by fear spread throughout the body. No one could have imagined that the masked man's methods would be so bizarre, killing people from a distance. Slap, slap. The masked man on the stage clapped his hands. Gentlemen, night is long and I expect Mirang Zhuo won't be back for a while. In the meantime, how about we play a game? Everyone stared at the masked man with fear in their eyes, and no one dared to make a sound. Even the extraordinary individuals like Mirang Yun were extremely wary. His ghostly speed and bizarre killing methods had easily toyed with even the strongest member of the Mirang family. With such a powerful figure in front of them, who would dare to make a rash move? In the crowd, Sumu and Nangong Mengli were still acting. Sumu had a perfectly measured fear on his face, and his body trembled slightly as he tried his best to act like everyone else. Nangong Mengli was filled with anger, shock, and fear, as if she had not yet accepted that the golden eye had been snatched away right before her eyes. The two actors, a man and a woman with superb acting skills, supported each other and, like everyone else, gazed at the masked man high above them, as if they were sinners awaiting divine judgment. "How did you do that?" Nangong Mengli's red lips approached Sumu's ear, her soft voice accompanied by a hint of warmth. She was really curious. She knew the masked man was an illusion created by Sumu, but what about the voice? And how did the person at the gate die? Is it possible to achieve this level of skill using only illusion magic? Sumu was terrified and continued to tremble. He didn't answer. He didn't think this was a good time to explain. Only he himself knew the real answer. The masked man was indeed an illusion created by him using all things in the world. And the voice was simulated using the treasure-y silent heaven. As for the sudden power outage and the death of those who stepped out of the door, these were all actors he had arranged in advance. Before the banquet began, he disguised himself as a waiter and entered the banquet early, randomly selecting a group of lucky audience members to be hypnotized. In other words, half of the people at the banquet were his people. He only needed to have his own people stand near the door in advance. Then the first few would run out the door, and he could use hypnosis to make them strangle him. With his current mental strength, hypnotizing ordinary people into committing suicide would be a piece of cake. The reason for the deaths of a group of people, of course, to deter the group of extraordinary individuals led by Mirang Yun. If the masked man only dodged and did not make a move from beginning to end, someone would soon realize that something was wrong. Therefore, for the sake of this grand performance, deaths were necessary. Most importantly, the core objective this time is to kill Mirang Zhuo. However, if he only kills Mirang Zhuo, his intentions would be too obvious. Therefore, he chose to make a big fuss as much as possible, because the bigger the fuss, the less likely it is to be guessed his true intentions. Changed to a more upbeat piece, the masked man instructed the pianist beside him. The pianist, like a puppet being manipulated, immediately changed the tune, and the music began to play. The heavy notes were pressed down hard, surging and powerful like the waves of the sea. The melody was sometimes like a storm, sometimes like a stampede of horses. Every strike of the keys seemed to hit the hearts of the audience. While the masked man was selecting a song, Mirang Yun subtly gave a wink to the extraordinary individuals beside him. They nodded solemnly and quietly surrounded the masked man. Suddenly, the masked man turned around, startling the group into stopping immediately. He completely ignored the several superhumans who were quietly approaching, and said to the panicked crowd with great interest, "Now the game begins. The name of this game is Whoever Moves Dies." His slow, deliberate voice carried no sharpness, yet to the ears of the onlookers it sounded like a devil's death knell. Damn it! Mirang Yun cursed inwardly. He never expected that the Mirang family's home turf would be controlled by a mysterious person. He knew he had to take action, otherwise how could the Mirang family ever hold their heads high again? Just as he was about to give the order to act, a man in a suit and leather shoes with heavy foundation on his face trembled as if he were terrified. "You moved!" A mocking voice came from beneath the silver mask, and everyone tensed up instantly, watching the masked man's next move. The masked man slowly raised his right hand, which was covered by a white glove and clenched into a gun shape. Bang! The masked man mimicked the sound of a gunshot, as if he were playing a prank. But strangely, at the moment the gun went off, even though bullet was fired, the man with the heavy makeup let out a shrill scream, clutched his chest, and collapsed to the ground. His face was contorted with fear, and he lay stiffly on the ground, lifeless. Such a bizarre scene frightened Murong Yun so much that he dared not make a move. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his heart was filled with turmoil. What kind of method is this? How can someone kill someone from a distance without bullets? Is there any known law about this? As the man died, the people around him could no longer with pressure, and screamed in despair. Ah! I don't want to die! Help! The panicked group scrambled to escape, completely disregarding their surroundings. However, in reality, they were merely actors manipulated by Sumu. Bang bang bang. The masked man continued to simulate the sound of gunfire at a leisurely pace. His fingertips, clad in white gloves, were like the fingers of death, ready to kill anyone he touched. Knock knock knock. The fleeing men suddenly stiffened and fell straight to the ground, lifeless. After that, no one dared to run away anymore. Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces filled with terror, not even daring to breathe loudly. Murong Yun dared not move. He was afraid that he would also be shot. The higher one's position, the more afraid one is of death, because he is reluctant to give up everything he has. He did not know whether he, as a superhuman, could withstand such bizarre killing method. He dared not gamble. The unknown is always the most terrifying. If the masked man used a real handgun to kill people, these superhumans would naturally not be afraid. What they fear is the unknown, the fact that they have no idea how the masked man killed people. What on earth is going on? Where are all the people outside? Are they all dead? How come no one has come to check after such a commotion? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Murong Yun's forehead. He couldn't understand why so many people were screaming without anyone outside noticing. Where were the Murong family's guards? Where were the law enforcement officers? The reason why the outside world did not notice anything unusual here is that Sumu had already used silent heaven to absorb all the sound, preventing it from reaching the outside world. In fact, his grand performance had flaws. If someone had observed carefully, they would have discovered that all the people who died on the scene were insignificant ordinary people. They might have been rich and powerful in the outside world, but they were ultimately no match for true nobles. Not even for Qian Zihao, the richest man in the country. Even high society circles are divided into levels, and these people are undoubtedly the lowest class. They don't even have protective magic weapons. Perhaps they have hired superhuman bodyguards, but no one would bring a bodyguard to the Murong family's banquet. At most, they would place the bodyguards outside. Just when the atmosphere was at its most oppressive, a sudden gust of wind swept through the arena, and Murong Zhuo appeared in the arena as if he had teleported. "Patriarch Murong!" Someone shouted excitedly, as if they had seen a savior. Bang! The masked man raised a finger slightly, and the man died instantly. Murong Zhuo looked at the mess and corpses scattered around the banquet hall. His face was ashen, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible as he stared intently at the masked man on the high platform. "Who exactly are you?" he growled hoarsely, like a lion issuing a warning. The masked man on the high platform elegantly removed his top hat and bowed slightly to the crowd like a nobleman. His calm voice reached everyone's ears. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins." Impeccable etiquette, humble self-reference. It seemed like a very modest self-introduction. Yet for some reason, everyone could sense the underlying arrogance, beneath the surface of humility. Sumu casually made up a non-existent organization to give the Crimson Flame Empire a false target. Otherwise, how would the Crimson Flame Empire investigate after killing Murong Zhuo? Murong Zhuo frowned, racking his brains for a moment, but he couldn't find any information about the Seven Deadly Sins organization. He could only make a simple judgment based on the literal meaning of the words. The seven deadly sins refer to the seven original sins of mankind, namely pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Does this mean there are 7 people who commit the 7 deadly sins? I don't care who you are, hand over the golden eye and I might leave you with a whole corpse. A disdainful chuckle escaped his arrogant lips, as if mocking Murong Zhuo's overestimation of the abilities. I really want to know, what gives someone who's just a silver thurier rank the courage to say that? A murderous glint flashed in Murong Zhuo's eyes. His patience had reached its limit. Whoosh! He rushed toward arrogance like a whirlwind, leaving after images in the air with his speed. But after he shattered the arrogant body with a single punch, a mocking voice rang out behind him. Too slow, old man. What? Murong Zhuo was startled and quickly turned around to attack, but his punch hit empty air. Looking closely, he could not see the arrogant figure anywhere. It was as if the person had vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Murong Zhuo roared. Murong Yun shook his head with a grim expression. I didn't see him. He vanished into thin air. Disappeared into thin air? Murong Zhuo stared intently at everyone present. He couldn't have vanished into thin air. What I was chasing was just an illusion. If this person truly possessed such terrifying speed, he would have already escaped. He must be hiding among these people, sealing off this area so that no one can leave. Yes, father. Murong Yun quickly agreed. He knew his father was furious and dared not disobey in the slightest. He hurriedly led his men to seal off the main entrance and windows. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive once again. Murong Zhuo's hawk-like eyes kept searching through the crowd, trying to find Aoman, but no matter how hard he searched, he could not find anyone in the crowd who was similar in build to Aoman. Ding ding ding! The stirring piano music continued to play, making Murong Zhuo's throb. Stop playing! He roared, but the pianist seemed not to hear him and continued playing. Whoosh! A blade of wind instantly sliced through the pianist's body, severing him in two, his crimson blood staining the black and white keys. After killing the people, Murong Zhuo was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned, staring blankly at the piano. Ding ding ding! The stirring piano music continues. The intense piano music struck everyone's hearts like a series of heavy hammer blows. Ghost? Someone screamed, this completely illogical event constantly challenging everyone's reason. Shut up! Murong Zhuo roared, his large hand suddenly slashing down, and countless white streams of energy immediately swirled around his palm. Whoosh! The wind blade, accompanied by a sonic boom, sliced the piano in two, but the piano music continued. This completely snapped the nerves of some vulnerable people. A ghost! He's a ghost! I can't take it anymore. I want to leave. Please let me go. A man rushed to the gate and pleaded with Murong Yun. Murong Yun's face turned extremely ugly. Get out of the way. He shoved the man to the ground. Father, what do we do now? Humph, Murong Zhuo sneered. He must be hiding among these people, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, but in reality, he's just playing tricks. If he's really that powerful, why doesn't he dare to fight me head-on? I was planning to play a little longer, but it seems you're already getting impatient. An arrogant and frivolous voice rang out in the room. When the voice rang out, everyone present was shocked. Some guests who were closer to Mirong Yun at the door were so frightened they collapsed to the ground. Because the voice was clearly coming from Mirong Yun. Mirong Yun's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically scanned his surroundings, only to find no one there. At that moment, Mirong Zhuo's hawk-like gaze fell upon him. "No, it wasn't me. Father, I didn't say that. Of course it's not you." The arrogant voice rang out again, followed by a terrifying scene. Mirong Yun's body became a dull image, and arrogance slowly emerged from his body. You! Mirong Yun was so frightened that she almost peed herself on the spot. She quickly checked her body, fearing that the other party had done something to her. He strolled with arrogance and composure, causing crowds to disperse wherever he went. His silver smile pierced Mirong Zhuo's eyes, causing his pupils to contract involuntarily. As a silver tier 3 transcendent, although he rarely fought, he still had keen eyesight. This kind of bizarre method was not one of the known laws. Teleportation? Possession? Killing from a distance? What kind of law is this? I'm getting a little tired of this. It's time to take the final bow of this performance. Arrogantly, he walked towards Mirong Zhuo step by step, his disdainful attitude even making Mirong Zhuo's face turn ashen. Whoosh! Mirong Zhuo struck first, unleashing several wind blades that blocked all directions around Ao Man. The sharp wind blades sliced through Ao Man's body, but it was as if they were cutting through air, having no effect whatsoever. His attack failed, but a cold smile appeared on his lips, and his aged eyes gleamed with a knowing light. Just as I expected, you didn't create the slightest breeze as you moved, and you were able to ignore my wind dance spirit blade. If I'm not mistaken, this is not your true form at all. It's nothing but a mere illusion. This old nobleman eventually discovered the clue. All his laws were related to the wind, and if one paid close attention, one could naturally perceive that arrogance's every move did not stir up the slightest breeze. The wind is everywhere. Whether you walk, make a sound, or even tremble your hair, it will create a breeze. This is difficult for ordinary people to notice, but it is not difficult for Mirong Zhuo. He hadn't noticed it before because people are ultimately used to perceiving with their eyes, and his entire mind had long been disturbed by the golden eye. Arrogance remained arrogant even after his background was exposed, and his voice became increasingly mocking. People are used to calling things you can't understand illusions? It seems I'll have to get a little more serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire banquet hall began to flicker frequently, as if the circuit had been interfered with and the connection had become faulty. The arrogant figure appeared and disappeared, like a ghost, and the silver smiling mask on his face seemed to come alive at this moment, with the mocking look on his lips becoming even more intense. In an instant, a low, ancient murmur filled the air, as if gushing from a dark abyss. It was an incomprehensible murmur, full of chaos and madness, a serious provocation against human reason. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out continuously. Some ordinary people in the scene were like madmen, collapsing to the ground in pain, their bodies struggling, and their muttering sounds like slender fingers scraping their eardrums. The shadow beneath Arrogance's feet bloomed and twisted like a kaleidoscope, splitting into 10 in the blink of an eye. Surrounding him, the shadows dispersed, and countless tiny, tadpole-like runes moved within the twists, covering the entire banquet hall. Mirong Zhuo's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly doubted his judgment. The terrifying murmur clearly carried some kind of evil power. Unlike an illusion, this is certainly not an illusion, but rather the serpent god's murmur simulated by Sumu, using silent heavenly music. Although it has form but no spirit, it is more than enough to influence some ordinary people. Mirong Zhuo, pronounce you dead." Amidst the eerie murmurs, an arrogant voice rang out like a divine judgment, filled with indifference and superiority. The next moment, Arrogance slowly raised his arm and gently slashed at Mirangzhuo, who was still several meters away, while the flashing lights just happened to go out. Flowers bloom in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and everyone stood motionless as if time had stopped. Even those who had fallen and screamed were now silent. Arrogance remained in the raised hand gesture, and the fear on Mirangzhuo's face had long since solidified, as had the fear on the faces of the others. But if you look closely, it's not time standing still at all. People are still moving, but their movements have become incredibly slow. Faced with the arrogant movements, Mirangzhuo's aged eyebrows furrowed at a snail's pace. At this moment, Nangong Mengli in the crowd moved. As if her soul had left her body, she stepped out of her own body, leaving behind an identical copy of herself, maintaining the original posture. The one who remained in the same spot was an illusion created by Sumu beforehand. The real Nangong Mengli had icy eyes, and her body seemed to be under immense pressure as she trembled as she moved forward. Her speed was not fast, but compared to the movements of others which were countless times slower, her speed was so fast that the human eye could not form an image on the retina. She walked step by step, her body shrouded in darkness, and soon she reached the back of Arrogance. She continued forward, her figure gradually overlapping with Arrogance's, and then, as if passing through a mold, she walked out of Arrogance's body and came to Mirangzhuo's front. Mirangzhuo finally reacted. Fear and shock took shape on his face at an incredibly slow pace, and his pupils began to contract. He seemed to realize something, and his right hand slowly rose upwards. Watching the other party's movements, which seemed to be in 10 times slow motion, Nangong Mengli's lips curled into a cold smile. "Go to hell, Mirangzhuo!" Whoosh! A flash of cold light appeared. It was the mithril dagger in Nangong Mengli's hand. She used all her strength in this strike, carrying 20 years of hatred, and slashed at Mirangzhuo's neck without any hindrance. A thin line of blood appeared, revealing the throat neckbone, and fresh blood inside. Fresh blood spurted out, crawling into the air drop by drop. After doing all this, Nangong Mengli seemed completely exhausted, her face turning pale. She struggled to support her nearly collapsing body and return to her original position. But her expression was incredibly relaxed, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. The moment she returned to her place, time resumed its normal flow. The flashing lights, brightly, illuminating the horrifying scene before them. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the arrogant hand slowly lowered, and at the same time, a line of blood appeared on Mirangzhuo's neck. That line of blood expanded at a visible speed, sizzling. Blood gushed out wildly, Mirangzhuo's head began to shift, and finally, it fell to the ground. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Mirangzhuo is dead in everyone's eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, Arrogance severed Mirangzhuo's head, and this silver rank 3 expert died in such an absurd manner. The fear and shock lingered on the severed head. The overwhelming fear made everyone feel as if a huge rock was blocking their chests, making it impossible to breathe. Or rather, no one dared to breathe, for fear of attracting the attention of a figure standing in the center of the arena. Father! Mirang Yun and his children were shocked. Looking at Mirangzhuo's headless corpse, their hearts were filled with fear. They had never imagined that such a day would come. Their once dignified and powerful father had died like a joke. A gold-tier expert! The word gold-level expert popped into everyone's mind. The masked man was as a gold-level expert. Besides a gold-level expert, Who else could kill a silver-level expert in one blow? Arrogance adjusted his top hat, his mocking gaze sweeping over the crowd through his silver smiling mask. Now that this matter is settled, I should be leaving. Ta-da-ta-da. His gleaming black leather shoes clattered heavily on the blood-stained, luxurious carpet. He strolled leisurely toward the main gate, as if he were in an empty house, and the crowds dispersed wherever he went, with no one daring to look him in the eye. Even Mirong Zhuo's children dared not utter a sound, as if they had forgotten to avenge their father. They were even secretly relieved that the other side had not intended to kill them all, and had only killed Mirong Zhuo. But just then, a woman's voice rang out in the room. "Stop." Everyone was instantly shocked and turned to look. They saw a stunningly beautiful woman step forward. Her beautiful face was pale, and her body was trembling slightly, as if she were overwhelmed with fear. It was Nangong Mengli. "Who are you? Why did you kill my father?" The voice, though not loud, was filled with determination. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly wet themselves in fear. Mirong Yun and the others were horrified, wishing they could gag Nangong Mengli and beg her to stop talking. They were afraid that Nangong Mengli would provoke Aoman and turn around to kill everyone present. Arrogance stopped in his tracks, and the silver-masked figure slowly turned its head, watching the woman who dared to stand up with great interest. "I didn't expect the Mirong family to be all useless. Beautiful lady, you have great courage. To reward your courage, I have decided not to kill you." After speaking, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Arrogance raised his right hand again, clenching it into a gun shape and slowly pointed his fingertips, covered by a white glove, at Nangong Mengli. Nangong Mengli's face grew paler, but she still met the arrogant gaze defiantly. "Answer my question." He chuckled arrogantly. "Why kill Mirong Zhuo? Don't you find killing an imperial nobleman quite amusing?" The chuckles were like the whispers of a demon, sending chills down everyone's spines. Kill nobles? What an obscure phrase! Can these two words really be put together like that? Madman. Absolutely madman. To take pleasure in the torture and slaughter of nobles. This behavior is even more heinous than that of the revolutionaries. Bang! As the arrogant voice fired a gunshot, Nangong Mengli's body went limp, and she fell straight to the ground. At that moment, a pair of strong hands caught her slender waist and supported her. With her face pale and eyes tightly closed, Nangong Mengli heard a gentle male voice in her ear. Not bad acting. Nangong Mengli, who was pretending to be unconscious, trembled slightly with her red lips. "I can't compare to you. Do me one more favor, you say. Kilkyanzihao, welcome to serve." Tap tap tap. His arrogant footsteps seemed to pound on everyone's hearts, each step sending shivers down their spines. But as he passed by Qianzihao, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. This sight almost sent Qianzihao's soul soaring to heaven. His small eyes, squeezed by the fat, kept daring to look away, not daring to meet the gaze at all. "You're getting in my way." A deep, emotionless voice came from the arrogant mouth. Qianzihao's expression changed drastically in an instant. People around him scattered as if avoiding a plague, leaving him standing there dumbfounded, holding a bouquet of bright red roses in his hands. He had originally planned to give them to Nangong Mengli in front of everyone after Mirong Zhuo announced the engagement. As the richest man in Xingcheng, he reacted very quickly. In almost 0.1 seconds, he threw down the flowers and knelt down decisively, throwing all dignity and face to the back of his mind. "My lord, spare my life. I deserve to die. I'm too ugly to offend your eyes. I'm willing to compensate you. 100 million, no, 10. Qianzihao's words came to an abrupt halt. With an arrogant gesture, an identical line of blood appeared on Qianzihao's neck, and his large head fell to the ground. The necklace around his neck emitted only a faint light before quickly extinguishing. Fast! Too fast! The speed of a flower blooms in an instant had already exceeded the speed of the noble phantasm's self-protection, leaving no time to react. After dealing with Qian Zihao, Aoman left completely, his tall and slender figure stepping out of the door and disappearing into the darkness. Nangong Mengli, who was in Sumu's arms, was even weaker. Her face was almost bloodless, and she had great difficulty walking. This scene was exactly what Sumu had anticipated, which is why he deliberately arranged for Nangong Mengli to provoke the arrogant one, just so that no one would suspect Nangong Mengli suddenly weak. Of course, whether this scene happened or not doesn't really matter. Murongzhuo's death was like an earthquake, shocking everyone's minds. Under such circumstances, basically no one would notice Nangong Mengli's abnormality. This is just to be on the safe side. The crowd stood there, stunned, as if they hadn't yet woken from this nightmare. After the first person screamed and scrambled away from the scene, everyone else rushed off in a panic. Sumu followed the panicked crowd, half embracing Nangong Mengli's weak body, and left the scene. Soon, the two got into the car. At this moment, the Platinum Hotel burst into flames. It was set by someone who had been hypnotized by Sumu beforehand. He didn't know if the Crimson Flame Empire had any special means to find him, so to be on the safe side, he'll still set a fire to destroy the scene. Thank you, Sumu. I underestimated the side effects of flowers bloom in an instant. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Nangong Mengli looked at Sumu and expressed her sincere gratitude. Sumu smiled slightly. I should be thanking you for letting me enjoy an interesting banquet. I never expected that the blood of nobles is also red. Nangong Mengli smiled weakly. Golden bloodline is just a name. How could a human possibly have golden blood? Oh, by the way, this is for you. She placed a silver ring in Sumu's hand. Sumu picked up the ring and examined it briefly. This is Qian Zihao's ring? His observation skills have always been very sharp, so he naturally noticed that Qian Zihao had worn this ring. Nangong Mengli nodded. That's right, this is a silver tier 1 treasure energy devouring ring. I just took it off when I killed Qian Zihao. After all, I went to the trouble of killing him, so I couldn't let it go to waste. Sumu glanced at Nangong Mengli, whose face was pale, and agreed with her strong logic. He carefully wiped the ring clean with a white handkerchief before putting it on. The silver ring had a very simple design, without any patterns, just like an ordinary silver ring. When he put it on, as his spiritual energy flowed in, he immediately understood the function of the energy devouring ring. It can directly convert physical or mental energy into attack power. For example, an adult male can deliver a punch with a force of 200 Jin 100 catties. But after using the energy devouring ring, the ring can absorb the energy stored in the body and unleash it all, allowing you to deliver a punch with a force of 1000 Jin 500 catties. However, the price is that you become extremely thin, because the energy stored in your body is drained. This transformation also applies to mental strength, converting mental strength into physical power. However, few people do this because the recovery of mental strength is 10 times more difficult than the recovery of physical strength. Physical weakness can be remedied simply by eating and drinking, but mental strength rarely has any means of replenishment and usually relies on time to recover slowly. Furthermore, excessive extraction of mental energy may turn one into an idiot. Sumu, however, did not have such worries. He felt that the ring was very suitable for him because he had enough mental energy, and the ring could convert his mental energy into real and usable combat power. He roughly understood why Qian Zihao had made himself so fat. He was probably storing up energy so that, in the event of danger, he could unleash terrifying power no weaker than that of an extraordinary being using the energy-devouring ring. This ring isn't a thank you gift. I've said I would definitely repay you. Anything I have, I can give you. Nangong Mengli leaned weakly against the back of the chair, her eyelids already drooping. Do you know, I've waited for this day for so long. I will never forget the day my mother passed away. She held my hand and told me to forget the hatred and not to seek revenge. But I can't forget the hatred of the Nangong family and my mother's hatred. They remind me all the time. I have been confused, and I have read many books that persuade people to do good. They say that people should not live for hatred, but should let go and cherish the people who are alive. But where is anyone alive? I'm the only one left in the entire Nangong family. If I don't avenge them, who will? The thought that those who killed my family are still living happily in this world fills me with hatred. I hate them. Why should we die? Why? Nangong Mengli was speaking to herself rather than to Sumu, a self-narration of an avenger. Her head grew heavier and heavier. Her eyelids drooped more than once, and her voice grew softer and softer. In a daze, she smelled a floral fragrance. The refreshing aroma entered her nostrils and made her feel itchy. Where is the fragrance of flowers coming from? She opened her eyes with some difficulty, and what came into view was a tattered rose, as if it had been thrown to the ground and stepped on twice. It was ugly. Very ugly. Sumu's voice rang out from the side. Although it's a bit inappropriate, it's almost midnight, so... Happy birthday. Nangong Mengli stared blankly at the roses in front of her. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten her hatred and her exhaustion. Where did you get these flowers? I picked him up from Qian Zihao's body. Just like you said, after all, it took a lot of effort to kill him, so I can't just kill him for nothing, right? Peft. Nangong Mengli chuckled softly, her eyes, which had been filled with hatred, softening considerably. She carefully took the nearly broken rose, brushed aside the stray strands of hair, and gently inhaled its fragrance. Her eyes curved into a pair of beautiful crescent moons, reflecting the neon lights rushing by on the roadside, as well as the sapwood and roses. Thank you, Sumu. Driving, Sumu kept his eyes straight ahead, the bright and dim lights of the roadside neon lights constantly intertwining on his angular face. No need to be polite. It's only right to send birthday wishes. After speaking, Sumu suddenly felt his lips were a little wet. He was sure he hadn't licked his lips, which made him frown slightly. The humidity in the car shouldn't be. Unless... He glanced sideways at Nangong Mengli, only to find that she had already fallen into a deep sleep, clutching a rose tightly, clearly due to excessive exertion and exhaustion. A day later, the entire city of Xingcheng was under unprecedented martial law, with a large number of law enforcement officers in uniform and with guns at their waists appearing in every corner to conduct a thorough search. This caused a great deal of panic in Xingcheng. Even the streets were less crowded than usual. The most pitiful were the shops selling tuxedos. Several shops were shut down because the styles they sold were very similar to those worn by Pride, first of the 7 deadly sins. The tuxedos were taken back and severely tortured. The name of the 7 deadly sins, Pride, seemed to resound throughout Star City overnight. To be precise, it wasn't just Star City. Other surrounding cities, and even the entire Crimson Flame Empire were alarmed. The killing of an imperial noble is a major scandal in the Crimson Flame Empire. Even during wars with other countries, nobles have the right to be pardoned. Even if a noble is captured, he or she will be treated well by the enemy country, and wait for the enemy family to ransom him, with a large sum of money. If this was the case during wartime, how much more so during peacetime? The news of Murong Zhuo's murder caused a huge uproar, dominating the front pages of major newspapers. Rumors are circulating among the noble circles of Star City that the imperial family is furious and has dispatched a gold-level expert to Star City, determined to capture the 7 deadly sins pride. The non-existent 7 deadly sins organization also successfully topped the Crimson Flame Empire's wanted list, even overshadowing the Revolutionary Army for a time. Even the Revolutionary Army never killed nobles. It is rumored that they only captured nobles and used them to exchange for large amounts of resources. I heard about the fire at the Platin Hotel yesterday. I heard a nobleman died inside. I heard that not only one nobleman died, but many celebrity bosses died, including Qian Zihao, the richest man in Xingcheng. You've only heard about it, but I saw it. My own eyes. I was working as a waiter at the Platinum Hotel that day. All the dignitaries of Xingcheng came to celebrate the birthday of the Murong family head. You don't know, but the pride of the 7 deadly sins appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, the Murong family head's head fell to the ground on the spot. Isn't that an exaggeration? It's no exaggeration. I was terrified. Not only the head of the Murong family, but also many other VIPs. Whoever he pointed at would die. Everyone was too scared to move. In the end, we just watched him leave. Oh, by the way, only the 3rd daughter of the Murong family was brave. She really dared to stand up and question Arrogance, asking him why he killed people. Do you know what Arrogance said? What did he say? What did he say? He said. The man lowered his voice. Don't you find killing imperial nobles very interesting? Hiss! A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the surrounding area. Similar scenes were not uncommon on the streets of Xingcheng. There were too many witnesses, and the version of how the arrogant man killed the nobleman kept spreading, becoming more and more outrageous. In the end, some people even said that he was the incarnation of a god, who came to punish Murong Zhuo for his many evil deeds. Xingcheng Law Enforcement Bureau. Wei Zheng, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, was constantly wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief. He was bowing and scraping to a woman sitting in the seat. The woman was dressed in a black, fitted outfit, similar to leather, which accentuated her slender figure. She had shoulder-length black hair that gave her a capable look, and her face was delicate with a healthy tan. Her lower body was also covered by tight-fitting trousers, with smooth lines that extended from her waist to her ankles, highlighting her 2 straight legs. The trouser legs were tucked into black high-top tactical boots, and she wore no other accessories. Captain Mu, do we really have to capture all the survivors? They are mostly high-ranking officials and nobles in Star City. And some of them even have business dealings with the nobility in the capital. This is a huge matter, and I really can't make the decision. The woman surnamed Mu is named Mu Lingxi, and she is the captain of the action team sent by the Capital Law Enforcement Bureau. Sensing Wei Zheng's reluctance, Mu Lingxi said coldly, "This is Lord Sikong's intention." Upon hearing the name Sikong, Wei Zheng instinctively trembled, and his peripheral vision involuntarily drifted toward the man sitting on the sofa at the far end of the office. He was a middle-aged man. Time had left its mark on his face, but it did not diminish his dignity and charm. His hair was slightly silver-gray, meticulously combed, and neatly swept back. He had thick eyebrows like swords, sharp eyes, and a well-defined, bronze-colored face. He simply sat there, like a majestic mountain peak, giving people a sense of unshakability. Lord Sikong Zhen, this... Wei Zheng looked troubled. Sikong Zhen raised his eyes and looked at Wei Zheng. At that moment, Wei Zheng suddenly felt as if he were being watched by a top predator. He began to have difficulty breathing, as if something was pressing down on him and making it hard to breathe. This powerful sense of oppression made him dare not say anything more. "Do as I say," Sikong Zen said slowly, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Yes, Lord Sikong." Wei Zheng stood up straight abruptly, like a soldier facing a general. Wei Zheng left to carry out orders. As soon as he left the office, his face was immediately replaced by a bitter expression. These people sent from above showed no mercy. They were quick to arrest people, but they would just walk away and leave, leaving him to be the one who had offended everyone. He is the director of the Xingcheng Law Enforcement Bureau, and he will be working in Xingcheng for the rest of his life. Although he thought this way, he didn't dare to say it to her face. If it were just Mu Lingxi putting pressure on him, he could have made excuses, since she was just a captain in the general administration, who was technically his equal. But Sikong Zen had spoken, and he dared not disobey, because Sikong Zen was a golden-level superhuman from the capital, and the surname Sikong also represented his noble status. In the Crimson Flame Empire, nobles are not necessarily gold-level transcendents, but gold-level transcendents are always nobles. Even wild, powerful gold-level warriors are granted noble titles by the Empire, which invites them to join its ranks in order to consolidate its rule. What people truly hate is not the nobility, but rather the fact that they are not nobles themselves. Bronze Coffin Company. Nangong Mengli leaned back warily in the large leather chair, which sagged slightly, the soft leather enveloping her graceful figure. A cup of hot tea sat on her desk, steaming gently. Sitting opposite her was Sumu. Sumu held the newspaper in his hand, sipping hot tea as he examined it. The headline described the 7 deadly sins, pride, a heinous crime involving the public assassination of an imperial nobleman, for which he was wanted nationwide. Wei Zheng, the director of the Xingcheng Law Enforcement Bureau, called me and ordered everyone who attended the banquet to go to the bureau. It's mandatory. He said it was an order from Sikong Zen, a gold-level expert from the capital. Nangong Mengli said warily. The after-effects of Flower's bloom in an instant were too great. Even after resting for a day, she still hadn't recovered. However, this also proves its power. To step into the realm of time with a human body is the strongest known silver law. After witnessing the flower blooming moment that day, Su Mu understood why the Crimson Flame Empire's royal family was determined to eliminate the Nangong family. No one wanted such terrifying power to be in the hands of others. During wartime, the Nangong family is the best weapon. But once peace arrives, the royal family will begin to be wary and even afraid, as no one wants to keep someone who can kill them at any time by their side. Nangong Mengli can instantly kill a silver level 3 if she is already at the silver level 1. So what if she reaches the gold level? The activation of Flower's bloom in an instant comes at the cost of burning lifespan. How much lifespan did you consume this time? Sumu asked. Nangong Mengli seemed unwilling to bring up the matter, but she still answered. 5 years. 5 years to live. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. This number didn't sound like much, but how many 5-year periods does one have in a lifetime? Silver-level superhumans are still human beings after all. Even with their immense power, their lifespan is not much longer than that of ordinary people. Each use of their power lasts for 5 years, so they can't use it too many times in their lifetime. This is a special case, because the gap between me and Murong Zuo is too large. In order to avoid any complications, I must activate the power of the blooming moment to the maximum to obtain the ultimate speed, and not give him any time to react. Therefore, it will consume more energy. If I were to deal with a weaker enemy, it would not consume this much energy. Sumu nodded. Do you know anything about Sikong Zen? Nangong Mengli seemed a little cold, her slender hands holding the cup of hot tea, the steam blurring her face. I don't know. The information of every gold-level expert is top secret and not allowed to be circulated. However, I do know a little bit. I heard it from Qian Zihao. The Sikong family approved Qian Zihao's mithril mining license. At the time, he mentioned his connections in the capital to show me his strength, but these connections were nothing special. All the wealthy people in the country were scrambling to curry favor with the nobles in the capital. Qian Zihao was just one of them. Now that Sikong Zen has come, it seems the mithril mine left behind by Qian Zihao won't be able to stay. Sumu smiled slightly. He roughly understood why Sikong Zen was the one who came to investigate. Even nobles would be tempted by the value of the mithril mine. It was not hard to imagine that Qian Zihao would definitely send a large amount of funds to the Sikong family every year, in order to obtain protection. Now that Qian Zihao was dead, the Sikong family naturally had to find a new agent to take over the mithril mine. Of course, Qian Zihao couldn't just send money to the Sikong family. He also had dealings with other nobles in the capital and even various departments. Personal relationships are never a straight line, but a complex and intricate network. The decision of who to send to Star City for this investigation likely involved a small power struggle among the nobles of the capital. In the end, the Sikong family emerged victorious, coming to reap the rewards and, incidentally, investigate the 7 deadly sins pride. Let's go to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Don't keep our distinguished guests from the capital waiting. Sumu slowly got up from the sofa, elegantly straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, picked up his snakeskin cane, and left with Gong Mengli. Xingcheng Law Enforcement Bureau, Interrogation Room. The lighting was dim, with only one spotlight on in the interrogation room, shining directly into the center. The central area was empty except for a chair made of mithril alloy, which was cast into the ground and looked very sturdy. Murong Yun was so blinded by the light that he could barely open his eyes. His body was bound to the mithril alloy chair. Looking at the blurry figures hidden in the darkness beyond the light, he felt inexplicably nervous. This was the first time he had entered the Law Enforcement Bureau in this manner. Normally, he would have been dissatisfied long ago, but upon hearing that it was Sikong Zen who gave the order, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. He was indeed a nobleman, but even nobles were divided into different ranks. If Murong Zuo were still alive, the Murong family might have some standing among the nobles of the capital, but now, Murong Yun, tell me the details of the incident. Tell me everything you know, without hiding anything. In the darkness, Mu Lingxi's icy voice rang out. Murong Yun glanced at the other party. Although the other party's figure was hidden in the darkness as a silver second-tier transcendent, he could naturally see him clearly. She's a beauty. Beautiful women are not important. He has plenty of those. What truly interests him is the woman's identity. A law enforcement captain from the General Law Enforcement Bureau. When a beautiful woman is adorned with the aura of high rank and power, it does indeed make him somewhat tempted. Of course, right now he only dares to itch. All of this was due to pressure from the golden aristocracy. Murong Yun began to honestly recount what had happened. He spoke in great detail and embellished the story to some extent, as he didn't want anyone to know that he had been like a fool, unable to move, when his father died. He frequently displayed grief and resentment, acting very much like a victim who had lost his father. Mu Lingxi listened expressionlessly, while the law enforcement staff beside her took notes. Captain Mu, I've told you everything I know. You must find arrogance and avenge my father. He's an imperial nobleman. Before Murong Yun could finish speaking, Mu Lingxi interrupted him. As far as I know, arrogance once possessed you? Why didn't you mention that? Murong Yun's heart skipped a beat, and her expression stiffened slightly. I forgot for a moment, but it wasn't possession. He just walked out of my body. He was like a ghost, as if he had no physical form. I didn't feel anything unusual at the time, and I checked myself when I got back, and my body was indeed fine. A ghost? Other witnesses said that the Murong family head suspected that arrogance was not a physical entity, but an illusion. What do you think about this? Murong Yun shook his head repeatedly. How could it be an illusion? How could there be such a realistic illusion in this world? I saw arrogance kill people with my own eyes. He killed many people, and his methods were very strange. He could kill anyone he pointed at with just a finger. Even my father, he just waved his hand and my father's head fell to the ground. When Murong Yun talked about her father, she unconsciously began to choke up, and her eyes reddened. My father made this judgment because of his arrogance and lack of a sense of wind. He was misled by his preconceived notions. A gold-level expert can perfectly conceal all his aura and blend into the surrounding environment. It is not difficult for him to walk without a sense of wind. You think arrogance is a gold-level transcendent? Mu Lingxi's eyes narrowed slightly. Murong Yun was somewhat excited. Of course it's a gold-level transcendent. How could someone other than a gold-level transcendent do this? You don't know. Back then he said he had enough fun and was going to get serious. Then his powerful aura directly affected the lights in the banquet hall, causing them to flicker. Eerie, delirious chanting echoed all around. Many guests died instantly upon hearing the sounds. Who else could it be but a gold-ranking transcendent? Who else but a gold-ranking transcendent could accomplish this? He was exaggerating. In reality, the serpent god's murmur did not kill the guests. At most, it caused ordinary people to have splitting headaches or faint. After all, it was a murmur imitated by a silent heaven, so its power was limited. However, Murong Yun still wanted to exaggerate, because only the more powerful arrogance was, the less he would appear incompetent. If arrogance were a silver transcendent, how could the entire Murong family hold their heads high in the aristocratic circle? It will be all over the place by then. Have you heard? The Murong family held a banquet on their own territory, and a silver-level transcendent came knocking on their door. Not only did he kill the Murong family head in one move, but he also scared the entire Murong family so much that no one dared to move. Thank you for your cooperation. Someone, take Mr. Murong Yun downstairs for a medical checkup. Murong Yun's expression changed slightly. Didn't I already say? After I went back, I had someone conduct a comprehensive checkup. He began to protest after all. No one likes their body being manipulated by people who don't understand them, especially if some supernatural methods are used. There might be some after effects. However, no one paid attention to his protests. This Star City nobleman, no match for the true Golden Noble. After Murong Yun was taken away, a staff member asked, Captain Mu, the lie detector sounded an alarm several times. Murong Yun lied in many places, especially when he expressed his grief for his father. Mu Lingxi's lips curled into a mocking smile. I've seen plenty of this kind of person. He can't wait for the head of the Murong family to die, so he can inherit the entire family. I don't care about the petty squabbles among nobles. I'm here for only one purpose: to capture arrogance. Bring the next one in. Soon Nangong Mengli, dressed in plain clothes and without any makeup, entered the interrogation room. Her appearance made Mu Lingxi's eyes narrow slightly. After Nangong Mengli sat down in the interrogation chair, Mu Lingxi began to ask questions. Miss Murong, I heard that you were the only person at the entire banquet who dared to stand up and question arrogance. Nangong Mengli's cold face revealed no emotion. She calmly nodded. Mu Lingxi raised an eyebrow and picked up the documents on the table. Murong Mengli, 23 years old, birthday is September 18th. Mother Wankuiping was once a slave bought by the head of the Murong family from human traffickers. Is the above information true? Nangong Mengli's expression remained unchanged. It's true. Mu Lingxi casually tossed the documents onto the table, leaned forward slightly, and her sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness as she landed on Nangong Mengli. Based on the evidence I have, Murong Zhuo doesn't seem to treat you well. There are even rumors that your mother was indirectly killed by him. This makes me very curious. None of your brothers and sisters have the courage to stand up for you. So what makes you dare to stand up for Murong Zhuo? Nangong Mengli slightly raised her eyes and met those sharp eyes. She pondered for a moment and finally said slowly, "That's not a rumor. My mother died because of him." Oh? Mu Lingxi's lips curled up slightly. That makes it even more interesting. Logically speaking, you should hate Murong Zhuo, but you have done something contrary to common sense. Is that? What do you think I am? Nangong Mengli suddenly asked a very strange question. This made Mu Lingxi frown. What do you mean? Aren't you the third young lady of the Murong family? Do you have another identity? Nangong Mengli nodded calmly. When Murong Zhuo was alive, I was the high and mighty third young lady of the Murong family. But what am I now that Murong Zhuo is dead? Mu Lingxi's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, as if she had understood something. I do hate him, but I don't hate Ronghua Fugi. He can die, but I must have a share of the Murong family's inheritance. This is what he owes me, and it is what I deserve. His cold words revealed a hint of firm ambition. So you're standing up for yourself? To make a name for yourself and thus fight for the inheritance? Otherwise what? Nangong Mengli's lips curled into a smile, seemingly with a hint of pleasure. If not for yourself, then for Murong Zhuo. Aren't you afraid that arrogance will kill you? I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? Because arrogance is also a man's trait, and beautiful women always receive some preferential treatment in front of men, and this has proven to be true. Nangong Mengli smiled, and the dazzling light softened under her smile. Her eyes and brows were painted with a shimmering color by the light. The two male law enforcement officers in the room suddenly began to breathe heavily, and an uncontrollable look of amazement flashed in their eyes. Ahem. Mu Lingxi coughed lightly, bringing the two male law enforcers back to their senses. The two lowered their heads somewhat awkwardly. Next question, Miss Murong, what is your relationship with Sumu? He is a shareholder of the Bronze Coffin and my business partner. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Qian Zihao is your fiancé, yet you brought Sumu to the banquet. Aren't you afraid? I like him, Nangong Mengli said coolly, her straightforward words causing Mu Lingxi to pause slightly. You like him? Mu Lingxi was very skeptical. Would a woman who was willing to risk her life for her own wealth and glory easily fall in love with a man from the lower city? What? Is that not allowed? Miss Murong, judging from what you just said, wealth and power seem to be more important to you than love. A nightmare apostle from the lower city is only at the bronze level. He can't possibly be as good as Qian Zihao, the richest man in Xingcheng, right? Yet, to attend the banquet with Sumu instead of Qian Zihao, that in itself is quite intriguing. At this moment, Nangong Mengli suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Captain Mu, I think you will know the answer to this question moment you meet Sumu. Are there any other questions? If not, I need to go back and mourn for Murong Zhuo. Mu Lingxi stared at him for a moment, then finally let Nangong Mengli go. Captain Mu, Miss Murong did not lie. The lie detector did not sound an alarm throughout the entire process. Mu Lingxi glanced at the lie detector, her eyes filled with an unreadable expression. Bring Sumu in. The moment Sumu entered, Mu Lingxi and the others finally understood why Nangong Mengli had said those words. This man, dressed in a sharp suit, wearing brown glasses, and holding a snakeskin cane, looked like an aristocrat straight out of a classical oil painting, naturally exuding an elegant and composed air. When he sat in the interrogation chair, the blinding light shining on him was like a spotlight on a stage, illuminating a superstar and giving his fair, flawless skin a fluorescent glow, without any visible pores or pimples, smoothest in the world. At this moment, Mu Lingxi felt a flutter in her heart. This feeling had nothing to do with love. It was just like the instinctive reaction of a man seeing a beautiful woman or a beautiful woman seeing a handsome man. People always like to pursue beautiful things. How can a grown man have skin this good? Pretty boy. Mu Lingxi cursed inwardly a couple of times before suppressing the strange feeling in her heart. She was there to interrogate, not to admire handsome men. Mr. Su, you were not invited to the banquet. Why did you attend? Sumu wore a gentle smile, his soft gaze seemingly able to pierce through the darkness as he looked at Mu Lingxi, who was asking the question. He was like a gentleman with good manners, always remembering to look at the other person when talking to them and to give them enough respect. At the invitation of a beautiful lady. Is it Mrong Mengli? Exactly. What is your relationship with her? Colleague and friend. Oh? Mu Lingxi narrowed her eyes slightly. But I think Miss Mrong and you have a close relationship. Moreover, she just admitted that she likes you. As far as I know, when Oman was leaving, he suddenly stopped and turned around to kill your rival Qian Zihao. Why'd he not kill others, but only Qiao? And another thing, you brought the golden eye back from the nightmare world, and then gave it to Mrong Mengli, present to the Mrong family head. But just by chance, arrogance suddenly appeared and stole the golden eye. What do you have to say? Sumu was still smiling. You suspect me of being arrogant. If you can't answer this question, then I have reason to doubt you. Sumu calmly pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and smiled gently. Captain Mu, if I may be frank, do you think you would still be sitting there unscathed asking me questions? Snap! A male law enforcement officer slammed his hand on the table. Sumu, watch your tone! This is the law enforcement station, not your home. He had long disliked Sumu. Jealousy between men is most obvious. Sumu looked at the male law enforcement officer with a deep gaze. Even though he was restrained by the interrogation chair, his words still made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. His tone was calm and gentle, without the slightest hint of threat, but rather as if he were joking with an old friend. Sir, aren't you afraid that I am truly arrogant? Upon hearing this, the male law enforcement officer felt a chill run down his spine. If I were truly arrogant, guess what would happen? I would speak disrespectfully to someone who is suspected to be a gold saint. You might think this is the Larsment agency, with a gold-level expert in charge, capable of capturing arrogance. But before capturing arrogance, it's quite reasonable for him to casually kill a few insignificant people, isn't it? The male law enforcement officer seemed to have something choking him, unable to speak at all, or rather, he dared not speak anymore. He was indeed afraid. If Sumu was truly arrogant, he knew he wouldn't survive. He didn't believe that someone who dared to kill even nobles wouldn't dare to kill someone in the law enforcement bureau. Hey! Sumu chuckled softly. Sir, don't be afraid. I was just joking. After all, I'm just a second-tier bronze transcendent. How could I be arrogant? This joke is not funny at all, Mu Lingxi said coldly. Sumu shrugged, looking nonchalant. Looks like I don't have much of a talent for humor. Sumu, what is your bronze law? Mega Force Fist. What about the other one? Instead of answering directly, Sumu suddenly asked, don't you think it's too dark here? Mulingxi frowned, about to speak, when she heard a click and the interrogation room lights were turned on. She turned around abruptly and looked at the staff member guarding the door. "What are you doing?" The stammer scratched his head blankly. I just think it's a bit dark." Mulingxi realized something and quickly shifted her gaze to Sumu, her eyes sharp as swords. "Was this your doing?" Sumu nodded. Bronze Law Sequence 44 mind control, in layman's terms, can be called hypnosis. This is a real bronze law, and it's also the one most similar to his hypnotic ability. He doesn't intend to hide his hypnotic ability because it's easy to find out. Mulingxi's gaze remained sharp. "Your actions are already considered a provocation against the Law Enforcement Bureau. Actions speak louder than words, don't they?" Sumu's words had a double meaning, and no one knew what he really meant. Was he trying to prove his hypnotic abilities through action, or was he telling Mulingxi not to make such meaningless threats, to just take action? Suddenly, Mulingxi smiled and said, "Mr. Su, you are very arrogant, which is very similar to arrogance, the first of the 7 deadly sins. However, the arrogance of the 7 deadly sins is even more outward." He recklessly barged into the banquet and killed people. He clearly had the strength to kill Murongzhuo instantly, but he insisted on playing around with him first. "You are reserved and seemingly gentle, treating everyone equally, but in reality, you don't take anyone seriously. Even in the Law Enforcement Bureau, with a gold-level expert in charge, you still dare to act arbitrarily. Even Murong Yun, a silver 2 and a nobleman, couldn't help but feel nervous and anxious here. But you, a bronze from the lower city, didn't panic at all from beginning to end. I'm really curious why that is. Perhaps you really are just arrogant?" Sumu smiled slightly and gave Mulingxi an answer that surprised her. "Because I am the Nightmare Apostle." Mulingxi was taken aback. "Nightmare Apostle?" Yes, he was a Nightmare Apostle, a type of person who faced the dangers of the nightmare world at any moment. These kinds of people are either hysterical or paranoid and insane. It's hard to find a normal person among them. Not every normal person can remain calm and collected when they are fully aware that they are about to die. The explanation was reasonable, but she still felt something was off. She felt that Sumu had the madness of a Nightmare Apostle, but he didn't seem like one. However, she ultimately said nothing and let Sumu go. After Sumu left, the law enforcement officer, who had been intimidated earlier, said with a grim expression, "Captain Mu, are we just going to let him go like this? Look at his attitude. He might really be arrogant." Mulingxi glanced at him sideways and said indifferently, "Do you think we would still be alive if he were truly arrogant? Lord Sikong Zhen went to the Mithril mine and wasn't at the Enforcement Bureau at all. Even if he were arrogant, would you dare to arrest him?" The law enforcement officer's face stiffened, and he was speechless with frustration. Moreover, according to normal logic, he shouldn't be arrogant. Arrogance has the strength to instantly kill a silver tier transcendent and is suspected to be a gold tier expert. Sumu, on the other hand, is just a Nightmare Apostle from the lower city. I checked his information. He hasn't been a Nightmare Apostle for very long, and he can already be considered a genius for reaching Bronze Tier 2. The law enforcement officer looked up, his tone slightly hurried, and said, "Since he's Bronze 2, then arrest him too." Mulingxi's sharp gaze was on the law enforcer, causing him to tremble and swallow the rest of his words. "He's not arrogant, so why arrest him? Just because he joked with you? We are law enforcement officers, not gangsters." "Yes, Captain Mu, I understand." The law enforcement officer lowered his head in shame, though it was all an act. There are few magnanimous people in this world, and no one will bow their head and admit their mistake because of someone else's words. unless that person is a leader. When the leader is in front of you, you have to admit it whether you want to or not. He cursed inwardly. It's not that I can't catch you because of your arrogance, but that you're too arrogant to catch me. What the hell are you doing here? Did his lie detector light up? No, it didn't light up even once the entire time. Mulinxi narrowed her eyes slightly. The lie detector only judges whether someone is lying based on their heartbeat. Some criminals with strong mental fortitude will not trigger the lie detector even if they lie. Arrogance allows him to kill imperial nobles with impunity. His mental fortitude must far surpass that. Ordinary people. The subordinate who was fiddling with the lie detector cast a questioning look at him. I know what you're thinking. Why do you insist on using a lie detector even though you know it's useless? Mulinxi's lips curled into a smug, confident smile. This is a reverse lie detector test. On average, people lie at least 25 times a day, mainly for 3 purposes: showing off, pleasing others, and self-protection. Many lies are said subconsciously, such as Mirong Yun. Even as a victim, there are still many lies in his words that have been processed by his subjective consciousness. You mean lying is normal, and not lying is abnormal? Mulinxi shook her head. You can understand it that way, but the lie detector can only be used as a reference. There are many people in this world with strong mental fortitude, especially among the superhumans. My real purpose is to make them lower their guard. Lower your guard? The man's eyes widened. Do you have other tricks up your sleeve? Mulinxi stopped talking and stared at the person who asked the question with interest. Xiao Li, you've been talking a bit too much today. Xiao Li looked slightly flustered. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to learn more from Captain Mu. Your question just now, was it what you really wanted to ask, or what Sumu wanted to ask? Xiao Li's expression immediately changed strangely. Captain Mu, what are you talking about? What does this have to do with Sumu? Of course there's a connection. If he could control you to turn on the lights just now, why couldn't he control you to investigate the law enforcement agency's secrets? Captain, I'm not. I'm willing to undergo a mental health check by the law enforcement agency. I'll make sure you undergo a mental examination even without you saying so. Someone, take Xiao Li away for a checkup. Not only him, but all the ordinary law enforcement officers that Sumu just contacted undergo mental examinations. Following Mulinxi's order, the Law Enforcement Bureau was thrown into chaos, with many people being taken away for inspection without any explanation. Let me go! I'm mentally sound. I don't want a mental examination, someone shouted in panic. As an employee of the law enforcement agency, he naturally knew what a mental examination meant. The mind is different from the body. Even a slight mistake can cause permanent damage. A routine X-ray at the hospital involves radiation, let alone a mental examination. Mulinxi was very cautious, but Sumu was even more cautious. Sumu, who was used to hypnotizing others, did not hypnotize the ordinary employees of the Law Enforcement Bureau this time. Firstly, because ordinary employees had no access to classified information, so hypnosis would be useless. Secondly, the Law Enforcement Bureau might have some means to check for hypnosis. After all, it was led by a gold-level expert, and a group of elites from the Imperial Capital Law Enforcement Bureau came. If hypnosis is really that powerful, then the Bronze Law mind control wouldn't only be ranked 44th? Night. After a busy day, the gold-level transcendent being, Sikong Zen, returned. His usually furrowed brows relaxed for once, and he couldn't help but feel happy as he thought of the mithril, or he had just acquired. He figured he couldn't have come for nothing. He had the mithril mine in hand, and the Mirong family too. As the local tyrants of Xingcheng, the Mirong family controlled a considerable number of industries. Now that Murong Zhuo is dead, the Murong family is left with only a few members. If handled properly, they may be able to extract even... Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded on the door. Sikong Zhen, whose train of thought had been interrupted, frowned slightly. Go in. With a snap, the door was pushed open by Mu Lingxi, who was holding a list in her hand. She went straight to the point and said, Lord Sikong, this is the list of specs from the banquet. I have screened all the people who attended the banquet and found a few key suspects. Please take a look. Sikong Zhen didn't reach out to take it, but waved his hand dismissively. You're a professional at investigating cases, so just go ahead and do it. I'm only responsible for arresting people. If you really find arrogance... Mu Lingxi's expression was indifferent, as if she had already expected this outcome. She didn't buy into Sikong Zhen's high EQ remarks at all. He clearly didn't want to get involved, but instead put a professional label on himself. Lord Sikong, my plan is this. First, let these suspects think they've passed the screening, and once they lower their guard, we can proceed with the second step. Sikong Zhen interrupted, saying, You are in charge of all these matters. You don't need to report to me. I only need the exact location of arrogance. Yes. Mu Lingxi put away the list and left the office expressionlessly. Bronze Coffin Company. Play with Bu Bai. After being fed a lot of spiritual energy, Bu Bai had grown new arms and was growing taller, from more than 2 meters to 3 meters, showing a sense of no destruction, no construction. Eat up, poor child. I bet you haven't had a proper meal before you met me. Have you? Sumu continuously poured his mental energy into Bu Bai's body, even though the other party was already full. He kept pouring it in, and his mental energy was replenished every day, which was equivalent to automatic refresh. If he didn't consume more, it would be a waste. Finally, he stopped when he saw the 3-meter-tall, slender-limbed woman with a large belly, looking as if she were pregnant. Then he lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep, a hopeful smile on his lips, as if anticipating what surprises tomorrow would bring. Time passed by, and soon it was late at night. Sumu was already fast asleep. He slept, but others were still awake. Inside the law enforcement bureau, Mu Lingxi held a cup of coffee, taking small sips. Sitting opposite her was a young man, severe dark circles under his eyes and thinning hair. The man wore thick-rimmed black glasses and had lifeless eyes. His eyelids kept opening and closing, clearly indicating that he was extremely tired. Zhuangqing. Mu Lingxi called the man's name, and he immediately woke up, hurriedly wiping away his drool. Huh? What time is it? 2 in the morning. It's already 2 a.m.? Zhuangqing's face fell, and he tidied his sparse hair. Captain, can we start now? I really can't stay up any longer. Look at me, I'm almost bald. Now when I go out and tell people I work in the law enforcement bureau, no one believes me. They all say I'm a programmer. Mu Lingxi nodded. Wait a little longer. The nightlife in the upper city is very vibrant, and many people stay up late. Wait another half hour. After half an hour, activate Dream Journey to infiltrate the target's dream. Upon hearing that there was still half an hour left, Zhuangqing looked utterly devastated. Why is my ability? Dream Journey. It should be renamed to Sleep with the Target, so that I have to stay up all night with the target every time and then sleep with them after they fall asleep. Shut up. Mu Lingxi scolded. What are you playing about? This is the greatest use of Dream Journey spirit tracks. People are defenseless in dreams, so it is the easiest time to extract secrets. Back then, you failed all 5 subjects in the law enforcement, but I valued your abilities and made an exception to admit you. Is this how you repay me? Cheer up! Zhuang King shrank back, clearly somewhat afraid of Mu Lingxi, but he kept muttering, "You want me to cheer up? At least let me have a cup of coffee." "No, what if you can't sleep after drinking coffee?" Zhuang King shook his head repeatedly. "No, I've learned a particularly effective way to fall asleep. It makes me sleepy as soon as I use it, so it definitely won't interfere with my sleep." "What method?" Zhuang King looked troubled. He glanced at the aloof Mu Lingxi, thinking that she probably wouldn't understand, so he said, "The airplane sleeping method." Mu Lingxi sneered. "You plan to fall asleep in my office this way? By having me provide you with my photos?" Zhuang King blushed as red as a monkey's bottom and stammered for a long time. "Do you have any more revealing photos?" Mu Lingxi remained silent, staring at him expressionlessly. Zhuang King lowered his head further and further, almost burying it in his crotch. "It's almost time. Let's go to sleep." "Oh!" Zhuang King quickly turned to lie on his side on the bed. But strangely, even though he was so sleepy just now, he couldn't fall asleep at all. Captain, could you please stop looking at me?" Mu Lingxi frowned deeply, grabbed Zhuang King by the collar, and lifted him up. "You really plan to fall asleep like an airplane, huh?" "No, I'm used to being single, and I'm used to sleeping alone. I can't sleep when there are people in the house, especially women." Bang! Mu Lingxi threw Zhuang King back onto the bed and left without looking back, adding as she went, "If I find any strange smells in the office, you're dead." Zhuang King was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she immediately dismissed her original thought. He obediently lay on the bed and started counting sheep. There was no way around it. All his drowsiness had been scared away by Mu Lingxi. 101, 102, 138. The more he counted, the more bitter his face became. He simply couldn't sleep. He discovered that people are just like that. When you're not allowed to sleep, you can barely keep your eyes open. But when you're actually allowed to sleep, you just can't fall asleep. As he counted, he started to drift off. 54, 556, 5 dear 23s. "Oh dear, you already counted me once." A little white lamb hopped out from the flock and complained. Zhuang King was startled. "Holy crap! Why are they all sheep?" He found himself in a sheepfold, surrounded by pure white lambs. He shook his head violently, only then realizing that he had entered a dream. He was so engrossed in counting sheep that his dream was filled with sheep. With this thought in mind, he ignored the sheep and began searching through Sumu's dream. When Sumu was being investigated by the Law Enforcement Bureau, Mu Lingxi had already secretly intercepted a trace of his aura. Using this aura, Zhuang King quickly found Sumu's dream. Then, he swaggered into Sumu's dream, a task that was already second nature to him. Mu Lingxi said that Sumu was the prime suspect. After the investigation during the day, he must have let his guard down. So she told her to enter his dreams at night, to see if she could find any clues about his arrogance. She even suspected that Sumu was arrogant, but there was no evidence, just a gut feeling. Zhuang King remained completely unfazed. Even if Sumu was arrogant, it didn't matter. After all, it was a dream, and everything in a dream was fake. Even a gold-level expert couldn't kill him in a dream. And so, he fearlessly plunged into Sumu's dream. The scene before my eyes changed rapidly, and I was greeted by an extremely prosperous modern metropolis, with bright lights and flashing neon signs. Even more prosperous than the capital city. Zhuang King's eyes widened. He had entered many people's dreams, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a realistic dream. Previous dreams were like virtual games, and each scene required loading. Due to the limited computing power of the human brain, most scenes were blurred, and only the places where the protagonist was located would appear real. But Sumu's dream was different, Every blade of grass and every tree there was no different from reality. He suddenly realized that Sumu might really be arrogant. Otherwise, how could a second-level bronze transcendent support such a realistic dream? My heart was inexplicably racing, like an ordinary person who had accidentally discovered a big shot's secret. He suppressed the pounding in his heart and searched for Sumu's location. It was hard to find. In his previous dreams, he only needed the clearest scene to find the dream's owner. But everything here was very clear. However, this did not stump Zhuang King. He randomly asked a passerby on the street, "Excuse me, do you know where Sumu is?" The passerby was taken aback. "Who is Sumu?" This time, Zhuang King was stunned. It didn't make sense. Logically speaking, everything in a dream is a manifestation of the dreamer's subconscious. So asking a passerby for directions is actually asking the subconscious. Suddenly, Zhuang King had a flash of inspiration and quickly changed his question. "Excuse me, do you know where Lord Arrogance is?" The passerby suddenly realized, "You mean Lord Arrogance? He's on the top floor of that tallest building." A look of joy flashed across Zhuang King's face as he clenched his fist. "Fantastic. I'm going to make a big contribution this time. When we get back, the captain will definitely look at me in a new light, and maybe he'll even give me a revealing photo. Hey." He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the tallest skyscraper, which was over 100 meters high and almost pierced the clouds. He encountered no obstacles along the way and walked straight into the building. He didn't find it strange at all. On the contrary, he thought it was normal because people are usually unguarded in dreams, and it is also difficult for them to realize that they are dreaming. Bite! He boarded the elevator and rode it upwards for several minutes before it finally stopped. He swaggered into the top floor and discovered that it was a huge conference room. Looking through the glass into the conference room, he was instantly taken aback. In the large conference room, there was a huge round table, around which sat 7 people. These 7 people were dressed in the same style of tailcoat. Their clothes were neat and sharp, and they were of different shapes and sizes, men and women, and they all wore silver masks on their faces. The silver mask was very strange. It had no patterns, only an expression etched into the cold metal. Although the design was simple, it was remarkably lifelike. By observing their expressions, he could roughly determine the emotions represented by each mask: pride, rage, envy, greed, gluttony, lust, and sloth. The 7 deadly sins. Zhuang King almost cried out in surprise. He never expected to see the 7 deadly sins holding a meeting in Sumu's dream. He immediately realized that this was a very important opportunity, and he might be able to learn more about the 7 Deadlies organization from the content of the meeting. "The Nightmare Gate is ready. All that's missing is the sacrifice," he said in a gruff, raspy voice, his tone tinged with displeasure and anger. It was unclear who had provoked him. As for the offerings, the number of living people in the entire Star City should be enough. If not, it's okay. This time, the capital sent many extraordinary individuals to Star City to search for us. The souls of extraordinary individuals are of very high quality, so with them it should be enough. Jealousy was a short-haired woman who was casually fiddling with her newly done nails. The white nails are inlaid with tiny diamonds, making them very delicate. Thump! Zhuang King's heart was pounding so hard he could hardly believe his ears. Was this the 7 deadly sins? They were actually planning to kill all the humans in Star City, including the superhumans from the capital. Didn't that include him? The news was so explosive that his brain almost went blank. Finally, this moment has arrived. I can't wait to see the wonderful scene of the nightmare's descent. This corrupt world needs a great cleansing. how weak the human body is. Only by fusing with nightmare monsters can humanity's ultimate evolutionary direction be achieved. Is there anything more perfect in this world than nightmare creatures? They are powerful, existing between reality and illusion, defying lifespan limitations, and possessing limitless potential. Humans have limits, but nightmares do not. Greed was so excited that his body trembled slightly. The next moment, a thick tentacle emerged from his body, wagging excitedly like a dog's tail. The sudden appearance of tentacles seemed to have nothing to do with the crowd. "Gentlemen," the arrogant figure seated at the head of the table suddenly spoke, "you are all pioneers of human civilization. Although you are not yet understood by the world, when the gate of nightmare opens, decay will be banished, and new life will belong to every human being who embraces evolution. May you all join me in this glorious evolution." As the arrogant and inspiring words resounded, the 7 deadly sins were completely agitated. Zhuang Qing, who was outside the conference room, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. This group of lunatics, they actually want to use the power of nightmare creatures to overthrow the entire world. They're even more dangerous than the Revolutionary Army. No! I must get this message out as soon as possible, or it will be too late. Zhuang Qing trembled slightly, revealing his inner horror. While I was shocked and horrified, a sense of mission also arose in my heart. The mission of a savior. He took a deep look at the conference room and prepared to turn and leave. But then he suddenly realized that the arrogance in the conference room was gone. He was horrified. This was the dream of arrogance. How could arrogance have suddenly disappeared? The sudden turn of events frightened him. He couldn't care less about pride anymore. The 7 deadly sins' insane plan made him feel unsafe even in his dream. A group of people who wanted to overthrow the world, even a fool could imagine how terrifying their power must be. Just as he was about to turn and run away, a mocking voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Sir, what are you afraid of?" Zhuang Qing was instantly shocked. He quickly turned around and saw a silver-white smiling mask with a mocking smile on its lips. His face turned deathly pale. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the conference room and noticed that the other members of the 7 deadly sins had all turned around and were staring at him. "Looks like a little mouse has infiltrated my dream." Arrogantly chuckled, "Bronze Law Sequence 1 Dream Journey, who gave you the courage to invade my dream? Do you really think I can't do anything to you in a dream? Have you ever considered why Dream Journey is considered the weakest sequence?" At that moment, Zhuang Qing felt his scalp explode, and he felt like he was drowning, unable to breathe. He almost instinctively turned and ran, not daring to stop for a moment. They didn't even have the courage to turn around and see if arrogance was chasing after them. As arrogance said, Dream Journey is the weakest bronze law, offering almost no physical enhancement, which resulted in his combat power being 0. He has never participated in any battles, and has extremely poor mental fortitude. Zhuang Qing jumped out of the window, standing 100 meters in the air, frantically chanting "Return!" in his mind. The next moment, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the bustling city was gone, replaced by an endless flock of sheep. Meow! 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 The white lambs bleated around him. "Get out of here! All of you get out of here! I need to wake up quickly! Wake up, please!" Zhuang Qing was sweating profusely. He'd not delay for a moment because he had been discovered by pride. Perhaps they had already led the 7 deadly sins to attack the Enforcement Bureau. He had to pass on the message. Perhaps heaven rewards those who persevere, for the surrounding sheep began to blur. Zhuangqing was overjoyed, but his dream shattered inch by inch, and the ceiling of Mu Lingxi's office before his eyes. Teng. He sprang out of bed, his face filled with anxiety, and was about to run outside when the door suddenly opened. Mu Lingxi frowned as she looked at the panicked Zhuangqing. How could you? Captain. There's no time to explain. Take me to see Lord Sikong Zhen immediately. Something terrible has happened. Mu Lingxi realized the seriousness of the situation. What exactly happened? Did you see something in Sumu's dream? Captain, hurry. Otherwise we'll be too late. Let's talk as we go. The two quickly left the house and headed straight for Sikong Zhen's office. What exactly happened? Lord Sikong Zhen is resting. Unless it's something extremely urgent, you know the consequences of disturbing him. Sumu is arrogant. Exclaimed in surprise. Sure. I'm sure, Zhuangqing shouted in a panic. I saw it, my own eyes, in my dream. There are 7 people in the 7 deadly sins. They are all madmen. Their goal is to open the gate to the nightmare world and let the nightmare monsters invade reality. As they spoke, the two arrived at Sikong Zhen's office. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Lingxi kept knocking on the door. Her fingers, adorned with exquisite manicures, bent and her knuckles striking the door frame. However, no one responded after knocking for a long time. Zhuangqing grew increasingly anxious. Where is Lord Sikong Zhen at this hour? Captain, if necessary, we should call Lord Sikong Zhen. This matter concerns the lives of the entire Star City, and even the entire empire. Mu Lingxi nodded solemnly, took out her phone, tapped away on her white, diamond-encrusted nail polish. No one is answering. She continued trying to make the call. Calm down first. Tell me everything you know. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Stay calm in a crisis. Don't panic. The more you panic, the more likely you are to make a mistake. Zhuangqing forced himself to calm down and began to recount everything he had seen in a trembling voice. I saw the 7 deadly sins having a meeting. I couldn't see their faces clearly because they were all wearing masks, but I do remember their builds. There were 6 men and 1 woman, some of them muscular and some of them thin. The woman was very slim, with short hair, and her hands, and, at this point, Zhuangqing suddenly stopped, staring intently at Mu Lingxi's hands as she frantically tapped on her phone. Those hands were slender and long, adorned with exquisitely manicured nails, white tips studded with tiny rhinestones. The design is exactly the same as envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. In an instant, Zhuangqing was enveloped by a silent terror. His hair stood on end, and he could barely breathe. What else do you have in your hand? Mu Lingxi asked. Thump, thump, Zhuangqing's heart began to pound, but the expression on his face gradually cooled down. And nothing, I can't remember clearly. Captain, you go and gather the team to find Lord Sikong Zhen. I'll make a statement and write down everything in my dream first, because I'm afraid I'll forget it later. Mu Lingxi looked up and smiled inexplicably. She rarely smiled, but when she did, she looked very beautiful. However, Zhuangqing only felt fear. You're finally starting to look like a law enforcer. All right, go ahead. Remember what I said. Stay calm in any situation and don't panic. Try to recall the details of your dream. If anything seems unusual, report it to me immediately. After saying that, Mu Lingxi left. Zhuangqing's back was almost soaked with cold sweat, and he felt dizzy. Captain, why? He stared at Mu Lingxi's departing figure, his eyes filled with sorrow. The next moment he shook his head violently, his eyes hardening. Zhuangqing, pull yourself together. We must get the message to Lord Sikong, no matter what. We absolutely cannot let the 7 deadly sins plan succeed. He turned and walked into the dark corridor, his figure gradually swallowed by the darkness. like a lone warrior. On the street, Zhuang King drove at breakneck speed, heading straight for Qian Zihao's manor, guessing that this was the most likely place for Sikong Zhen to be. Half an hour later, they arrived at Qian Zihao's manor. Halt! Who goes there? Two bodyguards in black blocked Zhuang King's path. Zhuang King was overjoyed to see the two men, as they were subordinates brought by Sikong Zhen, or rather, servants of the Sikong family. I am Zhuang King from the Law Enforcement Bureau. I came to Xingcheng with Lord Sikong Zhen. We've met before. This is my identification. I have important matters to report to Lord Sikong Zhen. He took out his identification and handed it to the two men for inspection. He was quickly allowed to pass. Anxious, Zhuang King rushed into the manor and saw Sikong Zhen sitting on the sofa in the hall. Sikong Zhen, dressed in gray pajamas, said with a cold expression, "You'd better really have something important to say." Zhuang King disregarded the other party's dissatisfaction and hurriedly told them everything he had seen, including that Mu Lingxi was suspected of being jealousy, one of the 7 deadly sins. To everyone's surprise, Sikong Zhen showed no expression after hearing such explosive news, as if he had heard something insignificant. Lord Sikong Zhen? Zhuang King asked cautiously. You're saying Captain Mu is one of the 7 deadly sins envy? Sikong Zhen said coldly. Zhuang King nodded repeatedly, afraid that the other party would not believe her, and hurriedly explained. Jealousy has short hair and white nail polish with diamonds, just like the captain. Their figures, almost identical. This is definitely not a coincidence. Although I don't want to believe it, the facts tell me that the captain is jealousy. Sikong Zhen nodded, then suddenly asked from the darkness beside him, Captain Mu, what do you think of this matter? Captain Mu? Zhuang King turned his head, disbelief, and saw Mu Lingxi slowly walking out from the dark corner, her expression calm. Teng! Zhuang King was so frightened that she jumped up from the sofa and backed away. You! Lord Sikong Zhen, seize her. She's just jealous. Neither Sikong Zhen nor Mu Lingxi moved, their expressions equally calm. Mu Lingxi raised her hand, looked at her beautiful nails, and said with some annoyance, I should have known better than to get my nails done. I didn't expect to be found out. Lord Sikong Zhen, did you hear that? She admitted it herself. She's just jealous. Arrest her now. Zhuang King was almost frantic, fearing that Mu Lingxi would suddenly attack and hurt someone. Yes, I know she is one of the 7 deadly sins, Sikong Zhen said calmly. Zhuang King looked utterly bewildered. Then why haven't you made a move yet? Suddenly Sikong Zhen slowly stood up, his tall figure carrying an imposing aura, and stared at Zhuang King saying, slowly and deliberately, because I am too. A thick tentacle extended from his body, its end wrapped around a silver mask with a greedy smiling face, which finally pressed against Sikong's face. Mu Lingxi smiled slightly, took out the jealousy mask, and put it on her face as well. The two masks stared intently at Fing. Fear. A palpable fear that permeated my very soul. Zhuang King's body stiffened. His eyes widened in horror. He could hardly believe his eyes, and his throat, filled with fear, could not utter a single word. Jealousy, should we kill him? Sikong Zhen asked. Mu Lingxi shook her head. Forget it, I quite like him. He's a bit silly. Besides, a bronze tier 1 transcendent is the weakest sequence 1. He's not even qualified to be a sacrifice. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Aren't you afraid he'll go around telling everyone? Mu Lingxi chuckled. I'm the captain of the Enforcement Bureau's headquarters. What is he? She didn't say anything more, but her silent contempt was already self-evident. Zhuang King left the manor in a daze. He had no idea how he left or where he was going. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, I'm not even worth killing after all. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face. At that moment, he even thought about returning to the capital to tell the Law Enforcement Bureau and the royal family about the matter. But then he remembered Mu Lingxi's words. I'm the captain of the Enforcement Bureau, what is he? He released his fist weakly. Yeah, what am I? What I worth? Who would believe me? Forget it. I'm tired. Let's destroy ourselves. In the dream, Sumu sat on the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, looking at Zhuang King with a slight frown. At this moment, Zhuang King's eyes were closed, and his expression was sometimes ferocious and sometimes sad, as if he had a split personality. Sigh, he sighed. Why did you have to come in to deliver it? Sumu sighed. He never expected that someone would dare to intrude into his dream. The last person so brave was the primordial angel. He sensed Zhuang King entering the dream the moment he did, and then casually wove a small illusion for him. His original plan was to wait for Zhuang King to wake up from this illusion, then weave another illusion, and then wake up again and weave another one, and so on in a cycle. To put it simply, it's a dream within a dream. You think you've woken up from a dream, but in reality, you've entered a second dream. Then, when you wake up from the second dream, you arrive at the third dream, and so on in an endless loop until a year later. Because the duration of his dream can only be controlled for 1 year, and he can't extend it any further. Unexpectedly, Zhuang King was so fragile that he suffered a mental breakdown after only the second level of the dream. This made Sumu somewhat dissatisfied, as he hadn't had enough fun yet. Fine, let's leave it at that. The next moment, a massive surge of mental energy flowed into Zhuang King's body, successfully hypnotizing him. Inside Mu Lingxi's office, Zhuang King opened his eyes, stretched, and called out, "Captain, I'm ready." Not long after, Mu Lingxi walked in. Looking at Zhuang King, who had a lazy expression, she frowned and sniffed the room. Finding strange smell, her expression softened slightly. What do you mean by you're all better? Don't say such ambiguous things again. Zhuang King's face fell. No, Captain, aren't you being too harsh on me? Can't I even say I'm fine? What's the ambiguity in that? You're the one who came up with it. Mu Lingxi opened the gun holster at her waist, startling Zhuang King into immediately shutting up. Did Sumu discover anything in his dream? No. What did he dream about? There's some nightmare monsters. He's fighting them in his dreams. Captain, let me tell you, this kid's pretty freakish. He's dismembered a lot of nightmare monsters. The scene was... Mu Lingxi fell into thought. Had she dreamt of a nightmare monster? That was normal. Nightmare apostles most often dreamt of nightmare monsters. These people entered the nightmare world through dreams, so they naturally resisted sleeping, and having nightmares was a common occurrence for them. Did you guide him in your dream? Zhuang King nodded naturally. Of course I guided him. I implanted a lot of information about the 7 deadly sins and pride into his dream. His reaction was normal. In my opinion, the theft of the golden eye and the killing of Qian Zihao are probably just coincidences. An evil organization like the 7 deadly sins is not something that a small place like Xingcheng can cultivate. Mu Lingxi was slightly dazed. Was her feeling wrong? Perhaps arrogance and Xingcheng had no connection, and were just passing through? Captain, you've been working all night. How about some late-night snack? Zhuang King approached with a grin. Go back to bed. Next, Morong Mengli's dream and investigate all these suspects. Huh? Zhuang King looked reluctant. Captain, I just woke up. How can I fall asleep now? Could you give me a photo? Click. That was the sound of a bullet being chambered. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun in front of him, Zhuang King fell asleep immediately. I suddenly feel so sleepy, Captain. I'm going to sleep first. Mu Lingxi put away her pistol, turned around, and left. As she left, Zhuang King, who had been joking and laughing, instantly became expressionless, lying flat on the bed like a robot and slowly closing her eyes. 3 days later, in the newly established headquarters of the Viper Gang in the lower city, Sumu was quietly listening to a record called I Expect. The record player's wooden bass has natural grain and a warm luster. The slender tone arm acts like a flexible conductor's baton, transforming the texture of the record into a beautiful female voice. The woman's voice was clear and ethereal, like that of a young girl in the throes of first love, slowly narrating her beautiful expectations for the future and for love. A gentle breeze caresses the sea of the flowers, sunlight spills onto the hem of a skirt. The dream of springtime is like a vibrant painting, filled with anticipation for the future. I look forward to a bright future. My dreams shine brightly in the distance. I long for love to arrive, like stars illuminating my heart. I hope it will always feel like the first time I met you. I look forward to the holly's verdant green reflecting the light of time. I look forward to your expectations. Did you hear that? My name! Yang Dongqing shouted excitedly from the side. This is the song Jasmine wrote for me. Before the ethereal female voice had even finished, Yang Dongqing's scream instantly shattered the beautiful anticipation in the music. Let me tell you, this song is super popular now. Jasmine is going to be a big star. He was so happy, even happier than if he were a star himself. Sumu looked at Yang Dongqing, who was yelling and shouting like a gorilla, and felt a headache coming on. You came all this way just to give me this record? To show off that Jasmine wrote a song for you? How could that be? I'm not that bored. I came here mainly to tell you that I feel the next nightmare world is approaching, and I've been a little uneasy these past few days. Yang Dongqing's excited expression cooled slightly when he mentioned nightmare world. This piqued Sumu's interest. Was it finally coming? He had been bored for 3 days. The arrival of the gold-level powerhouse made the entire Star City feel incredibly oppressive. All undercurrents ceased, and no one wanted to cause unnecessary trouble at this sensitive time. This made Sumu very bored, but the summons from the nightmare world piqued his interest. Actually, if he could, he wouldn't want to rely on other people's nightmare summoning, mainly because he himself has never felt the call of the nightmare world, possibly because he goes there too. Frequently. Every time, before they were even drafted, they would volunteer to join. You can rest at the Viper Gang's place for the next few nights, and wait for the nightmare world to arrive. Yang Dongqing nodded. This was exactly why he had come. To be honest, no one wanted to face the nightmare world alone. In Tingting's nightmare last time, if it weren't for Sumu's presence, he certainly wouldn't have survived. Understood. I'll stay with Jasmine during the day and go back to the Viper Gang tonight. With that, Yang Dongqing got up and left to find Jasmine. Sumu shook his head helplessly. How could such a superhuman have developed such a love-struck mind? In the conference room of Xingcheng Law Enforcement Bureau, Mu Lingxi looked serious, her brows furrowed, as she pondered the clues she had gathered. Captain, I've invaded the dreams of all these main suspects, and they have no connection to the 7 deadly sins. What do we do next? Zhuang King asked, yawning with huge dark circles under his eyes. Mu Lingxi did not respond. Her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Things were in trouble now. She could not find any clues in Xingcheng. How was she going to explain this to the Empire? There hadn't been a heinous incident of a noble being killed in decades. Now that one had occurred, there was no clue whatsoever. The capital was already very dissatisfied. At this moment, Xikongzhen, who was sitting to the side drinking tea, suddenly spoke up. Since we can't find any clues using conventional methods, we can only rely on unconventional methods. What do you mean? To foresee the future, Sikong Zen uttered softly. Mu Lingxi was taken aback. Bronze law sequence Zuno 41 precognition hasn't appeared for over a decade. Does Lord Sikong know where there are extraordinary individuals who can foresee the future? Sikong Zen slowly shook his head. Although I don't know where the superhumans who can predict future are, I know there are other methods that can achieve a similar effect, such as divination. Fortune. Mu Lingxi pondered for a moment, then, as if she had thought something, she blurted out, Chang Sheng Dao Temple, Master Xuanqing. Indeed, it is Taoist Xuanqing. But Master Xuanqing travels far and wide, with no fixed abode. He only stays in one place for a year at a time. It would be difficult to find him now. Sikong Zen smiled slightly. There's no need to search for it deliberately. Taoist Xuanqing just happened to be traveling to Xingcheng this time. Mu Lingxi's face lit up with joy. Is it in Xingcheng? That's perfect. I've long heard that Master Xuanqing is an extraordinary person, proficient in divination, with effects comparable to predicting the future. When he traveled to the capital, he was even summoned by the royal family. If he lends his help, finding clues to the 7 deadly sins will not be difficult. Let's go see Master Xuanqing. Sikong Zen stood up and strode out of the conference room. In the suburbs of Xingcheng, far from the hustle and bustle, a simple and ancient Taoist temple stands quietly. The vermilion gate is very new, the blue-green tiled roof is layered, and the auspicious beast sculptures on the roof ridge stand tall, as if it had only been built recently. Above the main gate hangs an ancient-style plaque with 4 large characters. Changsheng Taoist Temple. Sikong Zen and Mu Lingxi stepped into the Changsheng Taoist Temple. Walking on the bluestone slabs in the courtyard, a handsome Taoist priest was lazily sitting at a stone table playing on his phone. He seemed to have seen something interesting and kept making laughs that only men would understand, so much so that no one from the temple noticed him. Mu Lingxi stepped forward. Excuse me, Taoist Master Xuanqing, he here? Jun Wushang was startled, as if he had been caught in the act of adultery. He hurriedly locked his phone, then looked up and froze. Staring blankly at Mu Lingxi in front of him, she was dressed in a black tight leather outfit and tall boots, which outlined her graceful figure and slender legs. Mu Lingxi remained expressionless and continued to ask, Is Taoist Xuanqing here? Jun Wushang then came to his senses and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, Master is in the main hall. Mu Lingxi nodded, and then she and Sikong Zen walked towards the main hall. Jun Wushang's eyes were practically popping out as he kept scanning the other person's long, straight legs. Holy crap, those legs are even more upright than my character. Sikong Zen and his companion entered the main hall, where they were greeted by an ancient and grand altar that occupied almost 1/5 of the hall. What was strange was that on such a large altar was a miniature statue of a god, less than 20 centimeters tall. The statue was human-shaped, made of clay, and painted with cheap paint, with many cracks already visible. Beside the altar, an old Taoist priest with a sage-like appearance and a full head of white hair sat cross-legged before the statue of the deity, his back to the 2 of them, as if in deep meditation. 2 wisps of green smoke rose in front of him, spreading out and adding to the ethereal atmosphere. Master Xuanqing, it has been 5 years since we parted in the capital. Sikong Zen said with a hearty laugh, as if he were seeing an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. The Taoist Master Xuanqing, with his otherworldly air, slowly turned around, revealing a face covered with age spots. So it's layman Sikong. This humble Taoist Xuanqingzi greets you. Sikong Zen and the other man looked at Xuanqing, who seemed like a highly accomplished Taoist master, with strange expressions on their faces. Master Xuanqing noticed their gazes, and without making a sound, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his wide Taoist robe. As if nothing had happened, he said inscrutably, "I wonder what brings layman Sikong here today? If it is to persuade me to return to the capital, then I will not waste my breath. Throughout my life, I have believed in the celestial venerable of longevity, and I aspire to travel the world to expand the lineage of the Tao of longevity. I cannot remain confined to one place." Sikong Zen seemed to have anticipated that Master Xuanqing would say this, and did not care. Instead, he went straight to the point and said, "Master, you misunderstand. I came here mainly to ask you to help me with a divination. I'm sure you've heard that not long ago, an organization called the Seven Deadly Sins appeared in Xingcheng. The leader of the Seven Deadly Sins, Pride, even killed an imperial nobleman in full view of everyone. This matter has enraged the entire Crimson Flame Empire, which is why they sent me to investigate. The case has now reached a bottleneck, so I would like to ask for your assistance, Taoist Master." Faced with the request from a gold-level expert, Master Xuanqing unexpectedly shook his head. "I stopped telling fortunes many years ago. Please leave, layman." Mulingxi frowned slightly. "Taoist Xuanqing, the seven deadly sins are extremely heinous. The royal family has issued a death order to bring them to justice. I beg you to lend a hand." Both the heinous crimes and the royal family were cited as reasons for her to pressure Xuanqing by invoking both morality and imperial power. Master Xuanqing remained calm and composed, instead asking in return, "Lady, how old do you think I am?" Mulingxi was somewhat puzzled, but still replied, "Judging from the Taoist priest's appearance, he should be 80 years old." Master Xuanqing stroked his white beard and laughed. 70. Master Xuanqing smiled and shook his head. Mulingxi raised an eyebrow. 60? She didn't expect that Master Xuanqing would look so old. She had just said 80, which was an understatement. Judging from his appearance, people would believe he was 100. Unexpectedly, Master Xuanqing continued to shake his head. "It's still too high." Mulingxi was somewhat surprised. 50? 49. Master Xuanqing stated his age. Seeing the doubt on Mulingxi's face, he explained, "Fortune-telling is revealing heavenly secrets and will shorten one's lifespan. I am the best example. I am only 49 years old, but I look like a centenarian. So it's not that I don't want to help you, but that I am willing but unable to do so." Mulingxi didn't know what to say for a moment. She couldn't very well ask someone to risk their life for fortune-telling. Although she had never met Master Xuanqing, she had heard the legends of this extraordinary person in the capital, being summoned by the royal family and sought after by countless nobles. Such a person would not be afraid of threats. Sikong Zen seemed unfazed by this and said directly, "Taoist Master, name your price." Master Xuanqing immediately displayed agility beyond his years, quickly holding up one finger. 100 million. Mulingxi. Sikong Zen nodded calmly. "Okay, I haven't finished yet. 100 million plus a supernatural material 8-leaf phoenix orchid. Pay first, then deliver. Also, if I can't calculate it, the money will not be refunded." Master Xuanqing rattled off a series of demands like a machine gun. Mulingxi. If it weren't for the certification from Sikong Zen, a gold-level expert, she would have seriously doubted that the Taoist Master Xuanqing in front of her was a fraud. "All right, I'll go back and prepare. I'll bring the money and the 8-leaf orchid at this time tomorrow. I'll trouble you then, Taoist Master." Sikong Zen said calmly, then left with Mulingxi. As soon as they left the Taoist temple, Mulingxi couldn't help but ask, "Lord Sikong, isn't 100 million a bit too much? Besides, that 8-leaf phoenix orchid is extremely rare." If you hadn't mentioned the royal family's strict order, perhaps 10 million would have been enough. Mu Lingxi was speechless again. She had lost count of how many times she had been speechless. It turned out this damned old Taoist priest was raising prices on the spot. The more anxious you were, the higher his price would go. As long as we can catch the 7 deadly sins, any sacrifice is worthwhile. By the way, let the Enforcement Bureau reimburse this money. Just 200 million. Sikong Zen said casually, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Mu Lingxi, Master! Master! Who was that girl just now? What does she want with you? Jun Wushang rushed into the main hall impatiently. Master Shuangqing glanced at him and said casually, "Naturally I came here because of your reputation." "Master, you're just bragging. Changsheng Taoist Temple has been open in Xingcheng for almost a year, and this is the first time we've had guests who have come all this way because of our reputation." "You don't know anything. Didn't I tell you long ago that back when I was a powerful figure in the capital, even members of the royal family had to respectfully address me as Taoist master? And the nobles below would do anything to see me." Yes, master. You're the best at bragging." Jun Wushang was clearly tired of hearing these words. "You unfilial disciple!" Taoist Shuangqing roared in fury. "I was even thinking of getting you a set of extraordinary materials for sword heart clarity, and you dare to doubt me? You're asking for a beating!" Master Shuangqing kicked Jun Wushang in the butt, sending him flying against the wall. "Ouch!" Jun Wushang rubbed his buttocks, his face full of anger. "You old bastard, you've got your bragging exposed, so you resort to violence, huh? Make your own lunch today. I'm not serving you anymore." Faced with Jun Wushang's threat, Master Shuangqing nonchalantly reached into his sleeve and then tossed out a 100 yuan coin. "Disciple 1. Shouldn't let pride and money cause trouble, don't you think?" Jun Wushang glanced disdainfully at the 100 yuan bill lying on the ground. "Do you think I'm still as easy to fool as before? 100 yuan for 4 dishes and a soup a week? Let me tell you, I've joined the Bronze Coffin Company and am highly regarded by the boss. Even the department heads at Bronze Coffin call me brother. Do you know how much I earn a month?" Whoosh! The old Taoist priest Xuanqing threw out another 100 yuan bill. 200. That's the most I can do. Jun Wushang was furious, feeling his dignity had been trampled on. 300. Not a penny less. Heard. The next day, Sikong Zen and Mu Lingxi came to visit again, bringing a bank card and an orchid with 8 sharp leaves, each leaf gleaming with a cold light as if it could cut through steel. The old Taoist priest Xuanqing smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum and warmly welcomed the two in, even offering them tea. This was the service provided after payment. "Master Shuangqing, thank you for your trouble," Sikong Zen said calmly. The old Taoist Shuangqing waved his hands repeatedly, his face serious. "Oh, no trouble at all. What does it matter if I live a few years less to help the empire?" Sikong Zen didn't care about the other party's change of expression. He only cared about the result. Master Shuangqing began to bathe and burn incense. He first went back to his room and took a bath for an hour, then changed into a clean Taoist robe, put on a black Taoist crown, and respectfully lit 3 incense sticks for the miniature statue of the celestial venerable of longevity. As the wisps of smoke rose, he began to tell fortunes. An ancient copper coin sword appeared in his hand. He chanted an unknown incantation, his figure moving with the wind. While wielding the sword, he took out a stack of yellow talismans from his pocket and scattered them into the air. This charlatan's act made Mu Lingxi frown. It wasn't just like a charlatan. It was downright charlatanic. She even suspected that Master Shuangqing had learned his fortune-telling techniques, some trashy TV dramas, as they were exactly the same. "Is it time for it to breathe fire next?" Sure enough, Master Shuanking took out the red gourd from his waist, took a sip, and then sprayed onto the candles on the wooden table. Boom! A large ball of flame appeared, scorching the surrounding air. Some fallen yellow talismans were ignited by the flames, creating a spectacular scene. As luck would have it, a lit yellow talisman landed right on the head of the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity, carried by a gentle breeze. Holy crap! Heavenly venerable! Master Shuanking's expression changed drastically. He rushed over to put out the fire for the celestial venerable of longevity. The fire was quickly extinguished, but the celestial venerable of longevity also became covered in soot. Please forgive me, heavenly venerable, please forgive me. He nervously wiped the statue of the heavenly venerable with his sleeve, wiping it for a long time, and even wiping off a piece of red paint from statue. Ah! Heavenly venerable one, no, please don't peel off the paint. Mu Lingxi was completely speechless. She looked at Sekong Zen and noticed that beneath his calm expression, the corners of his mouth were twitching. Master, are you still done calculating? She couldn't help but urge him on. As a result, he was met with a glare from Master Shuanking. What's all the noise about? Can't you see the heavenly venerable is angry? He touched up the paint and performed numerous prostrations and kowtows, wing for half an hour before finally getting back on track. The old Taoist Shuanking knelt before the celestial venerable of longevity, bit his finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto the statue. Disciple Shuanking respectfully requests the celestial venerable to display his divine powers. Whoosh! The statue of the celestial venerable of longevity suddenly burst forth with a strange blue light, forming an image in mid-air like a projection. The image trembled like ripples on water and gradually became clearer. Mu Lingxi was stunned. So this is what fortune-telling is all about, invoking a deity to perform supernatural powers? Then what were you doing all that bathing, burning incense, and dancing before? It's just an add-on service, making us feel that spending 100 million is worthwhile? The image in midair became clearer, and Xuanqing Laodao's face aged several years at a visible speed. It was because of seeing this scene that Mu Lingxi gave up her plan to get the 100 million back afterward. This is the 7 deadly sins, Mu Lingxi exclaimed softly, her eyes fixed on the scene in midair. The scene had now fully formed, showing 7 men and women dressed in tailcoats. They had different figures, some tall and slender, others muscular and robust. The only thing they had in common was that they all wore identical silver masks. The screen zoomed in again, and the group was able to see the scene clearly. Dark clouds filled the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The earth cracked, mountains collapsed, and once prosperous cities were reduced to ruins. Firelight flickered in the ruins, mercilessly devouring everything, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into endless darkness and despair. In this shattered world, 7 men and women dressed in tailcoats and wearing silver masks stood proudly up the ruins, as if they were the masters of all things. The arrogant leader slightly raised his chin, his disdainful gaze watching the destruction of the world. Mu Lingxi gasped. Sekong Zain's brows were already furrowed. The screen began to flash rapidly, and more things appeared on the screen. They saw countless severed limbs and remains, the collapse of the empire, and the destruction of human civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, the old era has ended, and the new era is about to begin. An arrogant voice rang out from the screen. He stood at the pinnacle, seemingly with the whole world beneath his feet, as if declaring to the world, "And I will become the god of the new era." His calm words contained a deep arrogance, an arrogance that transcends all living beings and belongs only to the gods. Master Shuanqing, what exactly is going on? Sikong Zen was also unsettled. He knew Master Xuanqing's methods. Although the other party seemed unreliable, he might have gained the approval of the royal family and actually possessed real skills. Master Xuanqing! Master Xuanqing didn't reply. He stared at the scene in midair with a horrified expression, so much so that he fell to the ground with a thud. The world is destroyed. The world is destroyed. The world will perish because of the 7 deadly sins. What? Sikong Zen and Mulingxi exclaimed at the same time, their faces full of disbelief. They never imagined that a fortune-telling would predict such a shocking future. While the two were shocked, neither of them noticed the abnormality of Master Xuanqing. If they had looked closely, they would have found that Master Xuanqing's eyes were fixed on one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. It was a lecherous silver-white mask that concealed the person's face. The person's long, flowing hair was tied up with a simple ribbon, and a long sword was strapped to their back. The whole thing was extremely blurry, as if it had been covered with a mosaic. It was so blurry that even the person's own mother would have to spend an hour trying to figure it out. Master Xuanqing seemed to recognize the other party, his eyes filled with unparalleled shock. This shamelessness is unmistakable, absolutely unmistakable. Holy crap, my good disciple, if I had known you'd be this awesome in the future, I wouldn't have kicked your butt, he thought. Really? Taoist master, do you mean that the 7 deadly sins will destroy the world in the future? Sikong Zen asked urgently, a look of worry appearing on the face of this gold-level expert for the first time. How would I know? Isn't this a vision of the future right here? See for yourselves. Sikong Zen's face was ashen. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he believed in Master Xuanqing's abilities. Back when Master Xuanqing was in the capital, he had calculated everything perfectly and never made a mistake. Master, I remember you once said that the future is not immutable. Quickly count who members of the 7 deadly sins are. Even if the world is destroyed, it is still a matter for the future. Now, as long as we know their true identities, we may not be unable to stop it. There are 7 of them in total. How could I possibly have that many lifespans to count all 7 at once? Master Xuanqing said, his eyes gleaming. Arrogance, Mulingxi said coldly. He is the leader of the 7 deadly sins. It's enough to figure out who he is. Master Xuanqing gritted his teeth, looked at the man in the picture wearing a black tuxedo, a top hat, and a silver smiley face mask, and silently began to form hand seals. But then, a shocking change occurred. The arrogant figure in the scene slowly turned his head, and his mocking silver mask came into view, as if he were silently mocking everyone. Everyone was startled. At that moment, they had the illusion that arrogance was watching them. That disdainful gaze seemed to cross the gap of time, casting a line from the future to the past. Fifth, the old Taoist priest Xuanqing suddenly coughed up a mouth blood, his face as white as paper, his expression horrified. He discovered me. Oh! An arrogant chuckle echoed in the video. Mirror people old era into the gods of the new era? Bang! The screen shattered, and all sound and strange phenomena abruptly ceased. The entire hall was deathly silent. The 3 of them stared at each other in horror. Such a bizarre scene made their scalps tingle. They had never imagined that there could be someone in this world who could communicate with the past from the future. This is impossible! Master Xuanqing suddenly roared, breaking the silence in the room. His expression was ferocious. I borrowed the power of the eternal life celestial venerable to divine the future. How can he see the past through the future? Is he stronger than the eternal life celestial venerable? No one could answer his question. The celestial venerable of longevity is the greatest deity. How could there possibly be an existence in this world that surpasses the celestial venerable of longevity? Master Xuanqing, could you please calculate the identities of the 7 deadly sins again? If pride doesn't work, could you calculate the identities of the others? The Empire is willing to offer another 100 million, Sikong Zen said in a deep voice. Upon hearing the names of the others, Master Xuanqing regained some composure and directly refused, saying, "This is not about money. Do you think I'm some kind of street charlatan who can just open my mouth and tell fortunes? This time, my fortune-telling backfired and I simply can't do it again for a while." "I understand." Sikong Zen nodded absent-mindedly. Without any formalities, he led Mu Lingxi away from the Changsheng Taoist temple. "Lord Sikong, do you really believe in the future this old charlatan predicted? And what about the celestial venerable of immortality he worships? There are no gods in this world. I guess he just possesses some unknown laws." Mu Lingxi was clearly skeptical. She didn't believe that the world could be destroyed by the power of just 7 people. Even if these 7 people are all gold-level experts, it won't work. You have to know that there are 7 empires in this world, and the Crimson Flame Empire is just one of them, and it's not even ranked high. Even so, the 7 gold-level powerhouses couldn't even overthrow the Crimson Flame Empire. So how could they possibly destroy the world? Sikong Zen shook his head. There really are gods in this world. Mu Lingxi was stunned. She didn't expect that Sikong Zen, a gold-level expert, would say such a thing. In her understanding, so-called gods were just more powerful people. In the past, when information was not readily available, some gold-level experts were mistaken for gods. "Sir, have you ever seen a deity? You've misunderstood. The god I'm talking about isn't the god you imagine but a nightmare monster." Mu Lingxi understood immediately and came up with the answer right away. "You mean, gods are also products of the nightmare world?" Sikong Zen nodded. "If people can dream of monsters, why can't they dream of gods? It's normal for some fanatical believers to dream of their own gods at night. The fact so many fanatical believers dream of the same god has resulted in most of the gods in the nightmare world becoming unprecedentedly powerful, far surpassing ordinary nightmare monsters." Mu Lingxi pondered. "So that's how it is. The credibility of the future visions created by the celestial venerable of immortality questionable." "No." Sikong Zen's expression gradually turned serious. "We cannot doubt it. On the contrary, it is highly credible. Didn't I just say that these so-called are all very powerful and possess all kinds of magical abilities? In other words, the future scenes predicted by the eternal life celestial venerable are even more credible than those of superhumans who can predict the future." Mu Lingxi was shocked. She found it hard to accept the news that the 7 deadly sins would destroy the world in such a short time. "Then what should we next?" Sikong Zen slowly looked up at the sky and said solemnly, "I need to go back to the capital and report this matter to the royal family. The 7 Deadly Sins organization is probably more powerful than I imagined. This is no longer something that I, a gold-level superhuman, can handle." "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Dao Xuanqing collapsed madly in the main hall, repeatedly exclaiming, "The celestial venerable longevity is omnipotent. How could anyone in this world possibly see through his divine powers?" "I understand," Master Xuanqing suddenly shouted excitedly. "Only he himself can see through the divine powers of the eternal life celestial venerable. Therefore, Aomen and I are also believers of the eternal life celestial venerable. I use the power of the eternal life celestial venerable to glimpse his future self, while he uses the power of the eternal life celestial venerable to communicate with me in the present. That must be It, after all, my wicked disciple is lust, one of the 7 deadly sins. So it makes even more sense when you think about it that way. Ha 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 ha. After grasping the key point, Master Swanking felt refreshed and invigorated. In his view, whether the world was destroyed or not was not important. What was important was that the celestial venerable of longevity must be omnipotent. In the empty hall, he danced wildly like a madman, circling the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity. Then, he suddenly stopped. He became extremely excited, almost lying on the body of the celestial venerable of immortality, his expression fanatical. You mean arrogance is the person you've been searching for? Yes, I will certainly bring arrogance before you. The only sound in the entire hall was the madman's voice. Before long he started, gesturing wildly again. Night fell quickly, and Jun Wushang, who had been out having fun all day, returned to the Changsheng Taoist temple. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of meat. When he entered the main hall, he saw the old Taoist Shuangqing sitting at the table, his old face smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum, and the table was full of sumptuous food. My dear disciple, you must be tired after a long day. Your master has prepared dinner. Come and eat. Jun Wushang immediately became wary. Old Deng, what trick are you up to now? Did you drug me and plan to steal the 300 yuan you gave me yesterday after I fall asleep? Let me tell you the truth. I've already spent all 300. Forget about it. A vein bulged on Master Shuangqing's forehead, but he still forced a kind smile on his face. My good disciple, you've been naughty again. How could your master do such a thing? I just felt that you had worked hard all day, so I specially prepared a table of good dishes to help you recover. As he spoke, he got a bottle of dark green potion and placed it on the table. This is the extraordinary potion of Sword Heart Clarity. I just made it. Drink it while it's hot. With it, you can advance to the 2nd level of bronze, and a peerless sword dancer will be able to unleash its true power. Master Shuangqing's overtures made Jun Wushang even more wary, and he even took a step back and stepped out the door. If someone is being unusually helpful, they must have ulterior motives. Did you discover that I stole money from the donation box, so you're planning to mess with me? What? You even stole from the donation box? Another vein appeared on Master Shuangqing's forehead. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and continued to say kindly, It's all right. Just take it. The eternal life celestial venerable is the most benevolent and magnanimous deity in the world. Blame you. Come and eat. I won't eat it unless you tell me your real purpose. Have I been too kind to you, Master Shuangqing? He finally lost his temper and roared, Come and eat, teacher. Jun Wushang snorted disdainfully, then strode into the main hall, sat down, and began to eat. Why didn't you say so earlier? You son of a bitch! Master Shuangqing suppressed the urge to Jun Wushang silently, chanting in his heart, Don't get angry, don't get angry. This kid is going to be the lust of the 7 deadly sins in the future. He's going to be awesome. I'll be counting on him to take care of me in my old age. Speak, what is it? Let's get this straight, no money involved. Jun Wushang mumbled, eating a chicken leg. Ahem. Master Shuangqing cleared his throat. Today, a very joyous event has occurred. Are eggs being distributed in the city? Spang! Master Shuangqing finally couldn't hold back and kicked Jun Wushang away. What I'm talking about is a great joy. What's so great about giving out eggs? At most, it's a small joy. Listen carefully. This great joy is the thing that the celestial venerable of longevity has been searching for has been found. Oh. Jun Wushang rubbed his bottom, got up from the ground, and continued eating. What kind of attitude is this? Didn't you hear what I said? Eternal life celestial venerable. I heard you, I heard you. So the thing was found? If you ask me, you should go to the psychiatric department of the hospital and get your auditory hallucinations treated. Otherwise, you'll be chatting with the idol every day. I am blessed with good fortune to be able to listen to the teachings of the celestial venerable of longevity. You know nothing. All right. I don't understand. What is it that the celestial venerable of longevity has been searching for? I remember you said before that the reason you traveled around and stayed in one place for a year was to find this thing. When asked what you were looking for, you couldn't give a clear answer. You said it could be a person, it could be an object, it could have a physical form, or... Master Schwanking smiled mysteriously. Now I've confirmed it. It's a human. Who? We don't know. Yet. Jun Wusheng down his chopsticks, reached out and touched Xuanqing Daoist's forehead, and said seriously, Master, I'll take you to the hospital to register tomorrow. This mental illness really can't be delayed any longer. You don't even know who you are. What are you happy about? Your mental health is really in trouble. Master Xuanqing smiled and shook his head. My spirits are excellent. I have never been so good. Although I do not know who that person is, you certainly do. That's right. He's most likely someone you've met recently, someone you should be quite familiar with, and someone who has had a profound influence on you. Do you remember when I told your fortune before? I predicted that you would lead a mediocre life and die a miserable death, but now your fate has changed. This means that you've recently met a benefactor, and that's the benefactor I'm looking for. Jun Wusheng took out a small card from his pocket. Call this number, contact number 8, and mention my name for a discount. Bang! Jun was kicked away again. Old Deng, what exactly are you trying to do? What I'm looking for is a benefactor who will change your destiny, not some number 8. You just said yourself that you met her recently, are quite familiar with her, and have had a deep influence on her, so it must be number 8. Bang! This time, Jun Wusheng was met with a karate chop to the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. By the heavenly venerable, I do not wish to do this. But this boy is not very bright, so I will have to search his memories myself. A semi-transparent tentacle emerged from beneath Master Xuanqing's wide Taoist robe, burrowed into Jun Wusheng's ear, and then adhered to his cerebral cortex. Hiss, this kid's got some tricks up his sleeve. No, I need to get the person from the celestial venerable first. He rotated his tentacles, reading Jun Wusheng's memories. Mirong Mengli? The little girl is quite pretty. Could it be her? According to the divination, this kid's turning point will be after he joins the bronze coffin. But this Mirong Mengli is a woman, and an ordinary person. She shouldn't be arrogant. He continued his search and eventually focused his attention on Sumu. Tiskaya, this Sumu is not simple. He was able to kill the unmemorable one. The bronze law he used is also something I have never seen before. That silver vertical pupil seems to be related to the evil god. Even if this person is not arrogant, he is probably inseparable from arrogance. Let's bring him to the heavenly venerable first, and leave the rest to the heavenly venerable to judge. Brother Su, my master said he to invite you to dinner at the Changsheng Taoist temple to thank you for saving me from the unremembered one last time. Jun Wusheng handed over an invitation. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Inviting someone to dinner? He found it a bit strange. It was normal for a master to invite his apprentice's savior to dinner, but the timing was odd. Since it has been a long time since the person with no memory was killed, why would it have been delayed until now if it were to be a treat? He took the invitation and glanced at it. It contained nothing more than some polite words. This humble Taoist, Xuanqingzi, thanks you for saving my unworthy disciple. I am hosting a banquet at the Changsheng Taoist Temple. Please do me the honor of attending." After he finished reading the invitation, suddenly, the words on the invitation came to life, like a group of tadpoles crawling, and they crookedly formed 3 large, black characters. The 7 deadly sins. Seeing this, Sumu's lips curled up slightly. He looked up at Jun Wushang, whose expression remained unchanged, and asked, "Is your master a superhuman?" Jun Wushang his head. "No, he is a Taoist priest who believes in the longevity. Venerable. He usually just uses a few Taoist tricks to fool people." "What kind of Taoist magic?" "He calls it Taoist magic, but in my opinion it's just a bunch of charlatan tricks. And he's unwilling to teach me even that, saying I'm not sincere enough to receive the true teachings of the celestial venerable of longevity. It's been a long time since I last saved you. Why is your master suddenly inviting me to dinner now?" Jun Wushang curled his lip in disdain. What else could it be? He didn't have money before. "You don't know how stingy my master is, Su Ji. He gave me 100 yuan and made me cook 4 dishes and a soup for a week straight. I guess he made a lot of money from those 2 suckers who came before, so he's suddenly being so generous in treating me to a meal." 2 suckers. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Have you ever seen what these 2 look like?" Jun Wushang immediately began, spitting as he spoke. A man and a woman. The man was in his 40s with silver-gray hair, and the woman looked to be in her 20s with shoulder-length short hair. A 36 ceased, wrists past her crotch, wearing a leather jacket, leather pants, and leather boots, with a wheatish complexion and delicate features. "I understand." Sumu interrupted the other person's long-winded explanation. He already knew who those 2 people were. He had seen them in Zhuang King's dream before. The law enforcement, Captain Mu Lingxi, and the gold-level expert Sikong Zhen. "What are those 2 doing going to see your master?" "I'm not quite sure, and my master didn't let me see it, but I guess it's fortune-telling. That's his specialty in deceiving people. The Changsheng Taoist Temple can only survive because of his deception everywhere, fortune-telling." Upon hearing this, Sumu became interested. A Taoist priest who could be sought out by a gold-level expert for fortune-telling must be extraordinary. What's more, after the 2 finished their fortune-telling, Master Swanking sent an invitation with the words 7 deadly sins written on it, the hidden meaning of which was intriguing. A series of clues connected in his mind, and he could roughly guess the cause and effect. A strong person like Sikong Zhen would not go to have his fortune told for no reason. It was very likely that he wanted to find the 7 deadly sins through Swanking Taoist's divination skills. Swanking Taoist must have predicted his own fate, which is why he sent Jun Wushang to deliver the invitation. But since the other party has already figured it out, why not tell Sikong Zhen? He didn't believe that Sikong Zhen would come to arrest him after knowing he was arrogant. If a gold-level expert didn't even have this much confidence, he wouldn't deserve to be called gold. Therefore, it can only be that Master Shuangqing didn't say it. Interesting. Since your master has extended such a warm invitation, then I shall accept it without hesitation. Sumu accepted Jun Wushang's invitation. He enjoyed the unexpected surprise. As evening fell, Sumu, led by Jun Wushang, went to the Changsheng Taoist Temple at the invitation of the temple. This small Taoist temple in the suburbs really did look like a paradise. An old Taoist priest with a white beard stood at the entrance of the Taoist temple early in the morning to greet Sumu. When he saw Sumu arrive, his old face was full of smiles. "This must be Layman Su, I Shuangqing, greet you." Sumu smiled and returned the greeting. "Greetings, Taoist Shuangqing. Please come in quickly." Master Shuangqing welcomed Sumu into the Taoist temple. Jun Wushang jogged over and whispered in his ear, "What kind of food have you prepared?" Don't just make a cucumber salad and a plate of peanuts. Brother Su is my company's department head. Don't embarrass me. Master Suanking glared at Jun Wusheng. Is this the kind of stingy person you think of your master? Jun Wusheng glanced at him, sideways. Humph. You unfilial disciple, we have guests here today, so I won't stoop to your level. Hurry up and go buy some wine, I forgot to buy any. Jun Wusheng was furious. You didn't forget, you clearly made me spend money on wine on purpose. Stop talking nonsense and get going, master. Suanking sent Jun Wusheng away, and then smiled as he introduced the Changsheng Taoist temple to Sumu. Master Suanking, may I ask which deity the Celestial Venerable of Longevity is? The Celestial Venerable of Longevity is the true God who governs the lifespan of all things in the world. He is the most noble God, without exception. When Master Suanking mentioned the Celestial Venerable of Longevity, he seemed to become a different person, his old face filled with piety. For some reason, seeing his expression, Sumu immediately thought of Wan from the primordial god cult. If one looked closely, the two seemed to have the same expression. Oh, then I wonder if this banquet was your idea, Taoist master, or the idea of Ea the Celestial Venerable of Longevity? Sumu asked politely with a smile. Master Suanking frowned, then suddenly relaxed and laughed heartily. As expected of the arrogance that is the first of the 7 deadly sins, your insight is indeed sharp. Sumu's smile widened. Does the Taoist mean you think I'm arrogant? Master Suanking nodded. If it was just a doubt before, now that I have seen you, I am absolutely certain. Why? I have met countless people in my life, and I have never misjudged anyone. Unfortunately, Taoist master, you have indeed misjudged this time, Sumu said calmly. He was telling the truth, because he was not arrogant, and there was no such thing as arrogance in this world. Arrogance was merely an illusion. Layman Su need not worry. I am not a member of the Crimson Flame Empire. I have only ever believed in the eternal life Celestial Venerable. The main reason I invited you here is that you are the person the eternal life Venerable has been searching for. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Was a being who seemed to be a god searching for him? I have never seen the Celestial Venerable of Longevity, so why is he looking for me? Master Suanking shook his head. To be honest, I don't know either. Before I met you, I didn't even know whether the Celestial Venerable of Longevity was looking for a person or an object. This time, it was by chance that I found you by deducing the 7 deadly sins. The statue of the Celestial Venerable of Longevity is in the main hall. You will know when you go in. Sumu glanced at the main hall, where wisps of smoke rose from the ceiling. It was completely dark inside, with no lights on. What if I say no? Master Suanking sighed. Then I can only discuss the Tao with Layman Su. Sumu looked Xuanking Taoist up and down. He looked to be nearly 100 years old. The man's thin and frail body seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Master Suanking smiled calmly. Layman Su, I know that arrogance is a gold-level expert. Don't be fooled by my appearance. If we really risked our lives, you might not be a match for me. I believe in your abilities, Taoist master. The fact that you doubt my arrogance yet still dared to invite me speaks volumes. I'm afraid that even if I hadn't come this time, you would have come to me in person, right? That's right. I will bring you to see the person the Celestial Venerable of Longevity wants, even if it means my death. Also, Mr. Su, you don't need to worry. The Celestial Venerable of Longevity is not one of those evil gods who harm people. He is a legitimate deity. The Longevity Taoist Temple has been passed down to this day. I dare say that it has never harmed a single person. Whether it was a misperception or not, Master Suanking felt that after he said that the Celestial Venerable of Longevity was not a harmful evil god, A hint of disappointment seemed to flash across Sumu's face. Sumu strode into the dark hall. He was determined to see the celestial venerable of immortality. He was very curious whether the gods in the real world were the same as the gods in the nightmare world. The primordial angels, the serpent god, and now the eternal celestial venerable, what exactly are these so-called gods? As he entered, the silent darkness enveloped him. Sumu continued forward, and soon saw the miniature statue on the huge altar, the longevity celestial venerable, who was less than 20 centimeters tall. The statue of the celestial venerable of longevity, very old and worn, with some paint chips, like a clay sculpture casually placed on a street stall. But the moment he saw the celestial venerable of immortality, Sumu noticed a colossal figure appear in his field of vision. The figure's towering body almost pierced the sky, resembling a gigantic planet placed before him. This colossal figure was none other than the celestial venerable of immortality. The surrounding darkness and the main hall disappeared, replaced by a celestial palace on the roof. Sumu, dressed in the heavenly emperor's robe, sat down, and not far away stood the eternal heavenly venerable, who was even taller than heaven and earth. Entering a dream? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He realized that the eternal celestial venerable and the primordial angel seemed to be of the same ilk, both of them entering a dream right away. Taoist chants filled the dream world. The celestial venerable of immortality, who was the size of a planet, stood there indifferently, without saying a word or making any movement. A dazzling azure light rose from his body, like the rising sun, and in an instant, the azure light filled the entire dream world. As the blue light rose, Sumu discovered that his body was also covered with a layer of blue, which spread like a plague, starting from his abdomen and continuing to infiltrate, just like the primordial angels. With a thought, Sumu's body crumbled inch by inch, and his soul was transferred to endless dimensions. Having encountered the primordial angels before him, he already had some experience dealing with gods. He didn't know why these gods wanted to possess his soul. Was it because of this dream? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly discovered that the soul's true form, hidden in the endless dimensions, was still spreading with a blue light. The blue light seemed to be unaffected, and was invading the soul at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, a series of Taoist sounds resounded deep within Sumu's soul. The sounds were so vast and boundless that they made people want to lose themselves in them. The dream isolation is ineffective? Could this eternal celestial venerable be even more powerful than the primordial angel? At this moment, the blue light had completely enveloped the body below the neck and continued to spread towards the head. No, it's not that the isolation is ineffective, but that the celestial venerable of longevity is not invading my soul. He is invading my dreams. My soul and dreams are one, so when the dreams are invaded, the soul will also be affected. Sumu's eyes flashed like lightning as he scanned the dream world. The azure color was encroaching on the dream world like a tsunami, and he had a vague feeling that the dream was about to slip out of his control. The purpose of these gods was indeed what I dreamed about. He knew that if things continued like this, he would probably be completely corrupted by the celestial venerable of immortality. But no matter how he changed the dream, he could not stop the celestial venerable of immortality from corrupting him. Illusory dreams cannot affect reality. Only gods can defy them. The next moment, a crack appeared between Sumu's brows, and a divine silver vertical pupil emerged from it. Its holy radiance soaring into the sky, and continuously dispelling the blue light in the dream. The azure light on his body was also forced down by the silver light, slowly retreating to his chest. Then the two sides were locked in a stalemate, but only for a moment before the azure light began to spread again. However, under the resistance of the silver vertical pupils, the spread of the blue light slowed down by hundreds of times, and it was not even visible to the naked eye unless one looked closely. Even at its slowest pace, the azure light was indeed eroding the dream. Sumu glanced at the speed of the azure light's invasion and deduced, at most 3 days, the entire dream would be completely tainted by the azure light. At this moment, the enormous statue of the celestial venerable of longevity in the dream spoke. This was the first time he had spoken. Before, it seemed that the gods were disdainful of mortals. Just when a person steps on an ant, there is no need to talk to the ant unless the ant suddenly lifts up your foot. The sound was vast and boundless, like the voice of the great Tao. It clearly did not belong to any language, yet it seemed to reach directly to the soul. Sumu couldn't hear the other party's language, but he could sense the traces of anger contained within it. Suddenly, the Changsheng Tianzun uttered a true name that he could understand: primordial angel. Having the divinity of a primordial angel, he understood when the other party uttered the true name of the primordial angel. Although it was unclear what the celestial venerable of immortality was saying, one could sense his anger towards the primordial angel, as if someone had stolen something he cherished. Sumu quickly realized that the eternal celestial venerable's goal was probably his dream. He thought he could easily control the dream, but he encountered the obstruction of the primordial angel's divinity, so he was angry. He never intended to speak with mortals from beginning to end, and his current expression of anger is directed at the primordial angels. Is this the arrogance of the gods? Sumu smiled silently, even though he only had 3 days left before he would be devoured by the eternal heavenly venerable. He felt no panic whatsoever. It was nothing more than death, a trivial matter he had simulated countless times in his dreams. Now he was filled with excitement. What an interesting thing was to be able to play against the gods. He became increasingly curious about what his dream was that could actually cause the gods to fight over it. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Since he could not solve the problem of the eternal heavenly venerable in his dream, he could only start from the outside world. With this thought, Sumu slowly woke up from his dream. Upon waking, he heard an incredibly pitiful wail. Eternal life celestial venerable. Eternal life celestial venerable, how did you end up shattered like this? Sumu! It was you! It was you who broke the statue of the eternal life celestial venerable. Elder Suanking was in tears. When he saw Sumu wake up, his eyes flashed with extreme hatred, as if they were mortal enemies. Whoosh! An ancient longsword was drawn, and Master Shuanking walked towards Sumu while crying, asking, Why? Why did you do this to the celestial venerable of longevity? Although he cried miserably, his aura grew increasingly terrifying. The surrounding air almost froze, and the Changsheng Taoist temple, which had been filled with the chirping of birds and insects, fell into a deathly silence. Thick tentacles emerged from under his wide Taoist robe and wriggled in mid-air. Sumu slowly stood up and calmly watched the approaching Xuanqing Taoist. He realized that Taoist probably did not know the true purpose of the eternal life celestial venerable. Given the arrogance of the celestial venerable of longevity, he certainly wouldn't bother Taoist Xuanqing anything. The celestial venerable of longevity is the best deity in the world. He is benevolent, forgiving, and great. You destroyed the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity. You damned celestial venerable of longevity. Clang! Master Xuanqing's long sword fell to the ground. He stared in disbelief at Sumu, who was radiating a blue light, his whole body trembling with excitement. Why do you possess the divine power of the celestial venerable of immortality? Sumu's lie came out without hesitation. Because the celestial venerable of longevity chose me. This isn't exactly a lie. He was indeed chosen by the celestial venerable of immortality. Master Xuanqing was stunned, his old face revealing a complex mix of emotions. Envy, longing, and awe, but no doubt. The world of fanatics is that simple. If you have divine power, then you are a messenger of the gods. In their minds, the gods they worship are omnipotent, so it is impossible for mortals to steal divine power from gods. It can only be bestowed by the gods. Especially when he thought about the conversation between his future arrogance and his present self, he deduced that his future arrogance must have borrowed the power of the eternal heavenly. Now, he understood everything. Pride was the messenger of the eternally venerable. So Jun Wushang would also join the 7 deadly sins in the future. So that's how it is. He was stunned for a moment, then knelt down with a thud and kowtowed to Sumu. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Sumu felt a pang of emotion, wondering if he would become a divine messenger for any of the major religious sects in the future. The reason why the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity shattered was naturally because the divinity on it transferred to his body and was constantly invading his soul, so much so that spiritual power he casually emitted carried the aura of the celestial venerable of longevity, which is why Master Xuanqing misunderstood. Sumu bent down and patted Xuanqing Daoist's head with practiced ease. Get up, the celestial venerable of longevity has been watching you. Master Xuanqing trembled, and tears welled up in his eyes, uncontrollably. Thank you, divine envoy. The old Taoist priest shakily got up from the ground, glancing repeatedly at Sumu, looking as if he wanted to look but dared not. My lord, the celestial venerable of eternal life suddenly bestowed divine power upon you. Is there something important that matters? Sumu nodded. There is indeed a crucial matter, but the time is not ripe, and this divine messenger cannot tell you. Upon hearing this, Master Xuanqing felt a pang of sorrow. He considered himself the most devout follower of the celestial venerable of longevity. But now, he had an additional divine messenger, and the messenger and the celestial venerable of longevity had a secret he could not know. What you need to do now is to fully cooperate with me, understand? Understood, understood. This humble Taoist will obey the command of the divine messenger. Taoist Master Xuanqing quickly expressed his loyalty. Sumu waited silently for a moment, only to find that the divine nature of the eternal heavenly venerable within him did not change at all. He thought to himself, as expected, gods never care about mortals. The celestial venerable of eternal life didn't care about his devout followers. Perhaps in the celestial venerable of eternal life's eyes, Sumu and Xuanqing were like 2 ants talking. He didn't care about the ants' behavior at all. Let's talk about yourself first. For the sake of future missions, I need to know your full strength in order to decide what important tasks you can undertake in the future. Yes, I will answer all your questions. Taoist. Xuanqing nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. I am not an extraordinary person. All my strength comes from the Tao techniques bestowed by the celestial venerable of longevity. If I disregard the consumption of lifespan, I am confident that I can fight against a gold-level expert. Sumu was not surprised. He had previously guessed that Xuanqing possessed strength comparable to that of a gold-level expert. But it seemed that his endurance was not as good as that of a true gold-level expert. The primordial angel's divine magic requires sacrifice. The more people sacrificed, the stronger the power. The medium for the longevity celestial venerable's Taoist magic should be lifespan. As Master Xuanqing narrated, he gradually came to understand the other party. Master Xuanqing was an orphan who lived in an orphanage. Later, the orphanage closed down, and he ended up on the streets. He was kidnapped by a gang and his legs were broken. He was forced to become a disabled beggar on the streets. Because of his disability, he begged for a lot of money every day, but it all ended up in the hands of the gang. To maintain his pitiful appearance, the gang gave him only a little water and food each day, leaving him emaciated so that he could beg more easily. This kind of life lasted for 3 whole years. He spent every day in despair and torment. Once, a kind lady gave him a steamed bun and told him that the gods would protect him. These words became his motivation to live. He prayed to the gods every day to help him escape his suffering, but there was no response from the gods. In the winter of his final year, he was so cold and hungry that he secretly hid some money to buy some food, but he was discovered by the gangsters, and they beat him up. His severely injured body, coupled with the cold and hunger, caused him to develop a high fever and become critically ill. The gangsters naturally wouldn't waste money on his medical treatment, so they dumped him in a garbage dump. Even as his consciousness was fading, he continued to pray to the gods, and this time, the celestial venerable of immortality responded. He found the statue of the celestial venerable of immortality in the junkyard. Warm power flowed into his body, healing his injuries and disabilities. From that day on, he understood one thing. Only the celestial venerable of immortality was the greatest deity in the world, and only the benevolent celestial venerable of immortality would help him. Later, with the help of the celestial venerable of longevity, he gradually grew, established the longevity Taoist temple, and traveled all over the world, spending his life searching for what the celestial venerable of longevity was looking for. After listening, Sumu roughly understood Xuanqing's mentality. In his desperate and suffering life, the one who extended a helping hand to him, whatever that person may be, would be called a god. The celestial venerable of longevity did not care about Xuanqing's faith. He only wanted to use Xuanqing to find what he wanted. But Xuanqing cared, and he was willing to dedicate his life to helping the god in his heart fulfill his wish. You used divination to predict that the 7 deadly sins will destroy the world in future? Asked with interest. Master Xuanqing nodded. It is absolutely true. I really saw the scene of the 7 deadly sins destroying the world, and my disciple Jun Wushang is the future 7 deadly sins. Sumu found it increasingly intriguing. Foresight? The 7 deadly sins organization didn't even exist yet, and even if it did, he was curious why he would lead them to destroy the world. This is not in line with his pursuit. He is pursuing excitement. But what excitement is there if the world is destroyed? Could it be that the so-called future is something that the celestial venerable of immortality did after taking over his body? As for Jun Wushang's lust, why would I let Jun Wushang join the 7 deadly sins? You should know that Jun Wushang is only a bronze tier transcendent. Although his peerless sword dances sequence is not low and stronger than Yang Dongqing's, he does not have any absolute advantage. He suddenly realized something and asked, "Does Jun Wushang also know the Taoist arts of the celestial venerable of longevity?" I have already taught him everything I can. Only the final initiation ceremony remains, whereby I will report his true name to the celestial venerable of longevity. Once the celestial venerable of longevity acknowledges him, he can then use his Taoist arts. However, for mortals to use the celestial venerable of longevity's Taoist arts, it will cost them their lifespan. My unworthy disciple is still young, and there is no need for him to come into contact with these things too early. I originally planned to initiate him when I was about to die. so that he could go and find what the celestial venerable of longevity wanted in my place. But now there is no need for that. Upon hearing this, Sumu abandoned his idea of learning the Tao of immortality. He realized, whether it was the Tao of immortality or the primordial divine art, they were essentially the same thing, both involving exchanging power with gods, provided that one could connect with a god. This feeling is very similar to the law. One can only use the law by connecting with it. Could it be? A sudden thought arose in his mind. Perhaps the law was also the power of the gods? Juan had once said that the law was the power of an evil god. A slightly horrifying thought stimulated Sumu's nerves. If everything was really as he expected, then this world would be far too interesting. Just he was pondering this, Jun Wushang returned from buying wine. Master Xuanqing quickly invited Sumu to take a seat, and the banquet officially began. After the brief incident, thanks to Master Xuanqing's deliberate flattery, the guests and hosts were all in high spirits for a time. Jun Wushang, who couldn't hold his liquor, was the first to get drunk, while Sumu remained calm, leisurely drinking and eating meat while inquiring about everything related to the eternal heavenly. Venerable from the old Taoist, Xuanqing. After a drinking session, Sumu didn't get much useful information. Most of it was the fanatical praise from the believers. The template was basically the same as that of the primordial god cult. Both sides claimed that their own gods were omniscient, omnipotent, benevolent, and great, while the others were evil gods. It seems that the only way to deal with the invasion of the eternal celestial venerable is to target the gods. If I hadn't devoured the divinity of the primordial angel beforehand, I would probably have already been controlled by the eternal celestial venerable. After much thought, Sumu gradually formed a plan in his mind to go to the nightmare world, use the emblem of the primordial god cult to lure primordial followers, and see if he could get help from them. After a hearty meal, he was invited to rest at the Changsheng Taoist temple, which he accepted without hesitation. As night fell, Sumu lay in his guest room, his consciousness exploring the dark, shadowy space. In the shadowy space, Yang Dongqing stood with his eyes closed, like a wooden figure. He had come prepared for this trip to the Changsheng Taoist temple. As the saying goes, one trick is enough to conquer the world. His backup plan was exactly the same as when he faced the silver-level expert Mu Cheng. That is, to put the nightmare apostle that is about to enter into the shadow space in advance, and when encountering danger, escape into the shadow space, then hypnotize the other party to sleep, and then jump to the nightmare world. This trick is no longer useful because it's completely ineffective against gods. Gods don't care about shadow spaces. They directly invade the soul, and there's no way to escape. Sumu brought Yang Dongqing out, hypnotized him into sleep, and then connected their dreams, waiting for the nightmare world to descend. Almost the instant Yang Dongqing fell asleep, a crimson hue appeared out of nowhere in his dream. Ever since sensing the signs of the nightmare world, he hadn't slept for several days, suppressing its arrival. Splash. The waves kept crashing against the rocks on the shore, and several seagulls circled in the sky, occasionally letting out cries. The blinding sunlight shone directly from the sky onto the beach. Yang Dongqing, who was in his sleep, frowned as he was startled awake by the sunlight. He saw a beach with yellow sand like coarse salt covering the ground, covered with seashells of various shapes that shimmered in the sunlight. Not far away lies the vast and boundless sea, with waves churning and shimmering. As far as the eye can see, the sea and sky meet in a single line. This is a nightmare world, he suddenly realized, and as if by reflex, he got up from the beach, his slightly panicked eyes scanning around. Only after seeing a familiar figure did he breathe a sigh of relief. That figure was none other than Sumu. Sumu was standing on a huge reef, gazing at the sea, his brown-tinted glasses reflecting the dazzling sunlight. "This is troublesome," he muttered to himself. "What's the trouble? This time, the nightmare?" Yang Dongqing leaned closer. Sumu shook his head and did not answer. The trouble he was referring to was not this nightmare, but the eternal heavenly venerable. In his plan, after entering the nightmare world, he would immediately seek out the edge of the nightmare, which is the black mist. Then, he would enter the black mist world, use the emblem of the primordial god cult to contact the primordial god cult, and try to use the power of the primordial angels to fight against the eternal celestial venerable. It is still unknown whether the primordial angels or the eternal deities are stronger. Their strength cannot be judged based on their appearance in dreams, since this is not their full power, but only a small part of their divinity. It's like two billionaires. One eats a flatbread and tofu pudding for breakfast, spending 5 yuan, while the other eats seafood porridge, spending hundreds of yuan. This doesn't really show who is richer. The plan is now thwarted because this nightmare world is significantly larger than it appears. It's actually an island. He had previously looked out from a high vantage point and hadn't seen the endless black fog on the island, which meant the fog was over the sea. To enter the black mist, one must take a boat out to sea to find it, which takes time, and that's exactly what Sumu needs most right now. At the speed of the eternal celestial venerable's invasion, he could occupy the entire dream world in at most 3 days. "Look! There's a fishing boat over there!" Yang Dongqing suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the sea to the northwest. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound, and indeed saw a dilapidated fishing boat sailing toward the shore. As the boat got closer, several figures could vaguely seen on it, waving their arms toward the shore. Yang Dongqing was somewhat puzzled. Are these nightmare creatures unusually friendly? They're greeting us from such distance. Sumu, could there be something fishy going on? Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses with a hint of helplessness. Are you sure they were greeting each other and not calling for help? Call for help? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. He observed carefully and his expression changed slightly. The fishing boat had stopped moving forward and was stopped on the sea surface, and it was sinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ship is sinking. Are these people in their nightmares stupid? They're so close to the shore, why don't they just jump in and swim over? Don't tell me that people who go out to sea to fish can't swim. Sumu gazed through his brown-tinted glasses at the deep seabed, a glimmer of crystalline blue light appearing in his eyes. His powerful eyesight allowed him to vaguely see several dark shadows moving beneath the fishing boat. The ship didn't sink naturally. Something in the sea was sabotaging their ship. This was absolutely a case of misfortune piling upon misfortune for him. The only way to find the black mist was to go out to sea by boat, but now it seemed that the sea was not safe at all, and something might be scuttling the boat. Fighting in the sea is extremely disadvantageous for humans, even those with superhuman abilities, as their strength is greatly reduced when their feet are not on the ground. At this point, the fishing boat could no longer hold on, and the 3 panicked fishermen on board finally chose to jump into the sea. They swam frantically toward the shore, as if they were being chased by sharks. It was this moment that Sumu finally saw what was on the seabed. A person. The bodies of people who had been submerged in seawater for an unknown amount of time and were already rotting, with even their bones exposed, had undergone a transformation. Black tendrils of flesh were growing from their decaying flesh. Whoosh! Entangled in black, fleshy tendrils, a fisherman at the very back was immediately strangled and dragged into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Save them, Sumu decisively gave the order. Although he knew these fishermen weren't real people, but rather beings from a nightmare, he still had to save them because he needed the information from this place, as well as a boat. The ship certainly can't go looking for sea monsters to take it. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out as Sumu and Yang Dongqing drew their pistols and fired continuously at the monster in the sea. Both of them were superhumans, so their accuracy was naturally excellent, especially Sumu, who has been playing with guns in his dreams for a long time, and his accuracy is comparable to that of a sharpshooter. However, firearms seem to be useless against the sea monsters. Even when bullets rained down on them, they could not cause any fatal wounds. Their rotting bodies were pierced by bullets, and apart from the force of the bullets slightly pushing them back, they had no effect whatsoever. Sumu narrowed his eyes, switched guns, took out the silver rose, and started firing with mithril bullets. Since Mirong Zhuo's death, Nangong Mengli had been fighting for the family fortune and had already made considerable progress. These tangible benefits also benefited him, with the mithril bullet being the most obvious example. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The mithril bullets, which were supposed to be able to suppress supernatural powers, were ineffective. They were useless against these monsters, and even when hit in the head, the monsters maintained their tenacious vitality. Fortunately, under the suppression of fire, the remaining two fishermen finally escape ashore. Run! Quickly find the guards. These sea monsters are unkillable. Only the guards can deal with them. Two fishermen, dressed in coarse linen shirts and with dark skin, kept shouting, trying to get Sumu and his companion to escape. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. A siren? Thailand? Is this nightmare monster really that difficult to deal with? He was eager to try, but instead chose to leave and waited for the siren to come ashore. The two fishermen were alarmed, without further persuasion, turned and ran away. Soon, 5 rotting humanoid creatures emerged from the sea, their bodies covered in tangled black fleshy tendrils. Slightly fishy-smelling seawater dripped continuously from them, drip, drip, bang. A mithril bullet struck one of the siren's heads with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the rotting skull between its brows. The sirens merely shook their heads before charging towards Sumu. Isn't it the influence of seawater? Is immortality an inherent characteristic of the siren? He continued his attempts, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual power. However, when his spiritual power probed into the sea monster's body, he was surprised to find that it was completely empty. This means that sirens have no souls. They are not living beings, but inanimate objects. But how can inanimate objects move? What force supports them? Yang Dongqing smiled confidently. You think you're immortal? I'll shatter you into pieces and see if you can still live. He charged forward like a human cannonball, his body gleaming with a metallic sheen, or like a bowling ball being thrown. Boom! He threw a punch, the tip of his fist flashing with a cold metallic light, aimed at the rotting head of one of the sirens. The powerful force shattered the rotting head, but the headless siren did not stop. As if it didn't need eyes, it accurately reached for Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing looked disdainful. With that punch just now, he had already tested the strength of these sea monsters. Apart from being immortal, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Even if he stood still and let them hit him, he couldn't break through their defenses. The rotting hand grabbed his body but failed to pierce his steely skin. He snorted coldly and snapped the other's hand in two with a casual flick of his wrist. Then, not forgetting to turn around, he said to Sumu with a very sophisticated air, "You can just watch from the side, I'll take care of the others." After saying that, Yang Dongqing turned around, his gaze disdainful, and what greeted him was a black, fleshy beard. He snorted again, and without dodging or avoiding, reached out to grab the tentacle, intending to cut off the black, fleshy tendrils in the same way. But just as the two made contact, he was caught off guard. His face suddenly turned pale, his soul trembled, and an unimaginable pain surged through his body. He screamed, then his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. As Yang Dongqing fell to the ground, more and more black fleshy tendrils wrapped around his body. Every time a black fleshy tendril landed on him, he would feel as if he had been electrocuted, and his whole body would convulse violently. "Ah! Sumu, save me!" Yang Dongqing screamed, and reached out to Sumu. Bang, bang, bang. The ordinary bullets struck Yang Dongqing with perfect accuracy, severing his flesh and leaving several white marks on his steel body. Having broken free of his restraints, Yang Dongqing immediately sprang to his feet and hurriedly fled from the sea monster. He returned to Sumu's side, panting heavily, his face deathly pale. The black fleshy tendrils are strange. As soon as I touched them, I felt excruciating pain all over my body, couldn't muster any strength. Sumu's eyes gleamed with a crystal blue light. Myriad manifestations was activated silently, and identical copies of Sumu and Yang Dongqing appeared before the 5 sea monsters. Without any hesitation, the 5 sirens pounced on the illusion. Their eyes are already rotten, yet they are still deceived by illusions. How do they perceive the outside world? The next second, Sumu got the answer. 5 sea monsters extended their black fleshy whiskers and attacked the illusion. The illusion, which was originally impossible to break, was shattered in response to the attack of the black fleshy whiskers. Feeling his mental energy diminish, Sumu finally understood. The black fleshy tendrils were designed to attack the spirit. In other words, they were devouring the spirit. The black fleshy whiskers had the ability to devour spiritual energy, so they could directly devour illusion constructed from spiritual energy and ignore Yang Dongqing's steel body directly, affecting soul. A method of directly attacking the soul? Sumu smiled silently, somewhat eager to try it out. With a light touch of his toes, he appeared like a ghost in front of a siren and grabbed one of its black whiskers. Yang Dongqing was shocked. "Sumu, you!" The moment the two made contact, Sumu immediately felt a phantom black fleshy tendril appear in his soul, tearing at it like a venomous snake. But when the fleshy tendrils landed on the soul, that was almost completely covered in blue light. Sizzle! The azure light suddenly brightened, radiating a magnificent and boundless power. In an instant, the black fleshy whiskers vanished. But that wasn't all. The azure light represented the power of the eternal heavenly venerable. This divine power, as if enraged, flowed down the black fleshy whiskers and landed on the sea monster. The supposedly immortal siren died on the spot. To be precise, it turned to ashes, its body seemingly annihilated at the atomic level, leaving no trace in the world. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that the celestial venerable of longevity had already taken his soul as his possession, and therefore would not allow anything else to touch it. This gave him a new idea. If there were enough sea monsters, wouldn't they be able to consume the power that the celestial venerable of immortality had left in his soul? Without much hesitation, he grabbed all 4 sea monsters' black whiskers in his hand. Sure enough, as the sea monsters began to devour his soul, a beam of azure light swept out, instantly annihilating all the sea monsters. However, a god is a god after all. Even after killing 5 sea monsters, the blue light showed no sign of weakening. "You killed them all? How did you do that?" Shocked, Yang Dongqing jogged over, squatted down, and kept shoveling sand, but found no trace of the sea monsters. "Anyone with hands can do it," Sumu said with a smile. Yang Dongqing's face darkened, and he was speechless, especially when he recalled his failed attempt to show off. Even his steely face became somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, someone came to his rescue. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the island behind them. Group of soldiers in silver armor, carrying long spears, rushed over, led by 2 fishermen. "My lord, the siren is just ahead, and 2 people dressed in strange clothes are being attacked." When they arrived, their hurried steps suddenly stopped, and the 2 fishermen were stunned to see Sumu and his companion completely unharmed. The armored man at the head of the group said coldly, "You 2 want to die for deceiving the guards?" The 2 fishermen were startled and quickly explained. Aye, we didn't. There really was a sea monster just now, but they probably chased it away." The armored man turned his gaze to Sumu and the other man. "Who are you 2? Judging from your clothes, could you be from other islands?" Sumu nodded. "Exactly." The armored man's tone softened slightly. "Was there really a siren just now?" Yang Dongqing replied. "There were 5, but we've already killed them." Upon hearing this, the guards and the 2 fishermen fell silent. Suddenly, a soft laugh came from beneath the armor. "Ha ha ha, kill sea monsters? Young man, the immortal sea monsters are beings cursed by the sea god. They can never be killed, only driven away. What you mean by killing them is probably just smashing them to pieces, right? Indeed, some outsiders might mistakenly believe they have killed the sea monster, and that once the monster is completely immobilized, it will turn into a puddle of seawater and eventually disappear. But in reality, they have simply returned to the ocean and will soon return." Yang Dongqing was stunned. Turned into seawater. He subconsciously looked towards the spot where the sea monster had died. There was only sand there, not a trace of seawater. I see, this immortal sea monster is indeed amazing," Sumu suddenly said. "I'm very curious, with such a difficult sea monster to deal with. It's unlikely that there are any living people on this island." The armored man said proudly, "You're right, but our great king has the power to rival the gods. Sea stones blessed by him have the power to drive away sea monsters. It is because of his existence that our country can continue to exist." To counter the power of the gods? This suddenly piqued Sumu's interest. He had personally witnessed the power of the gods. Although they were not the gods in their physical forms, their power far surpassed that of humans. How terrifying would it be if someone possessed the power to contend with the gods? Even a gold-level expert probably wouldn't dare say they could contend with a god. You can tell from Master Shuangqing's attitude towards the celestial venerable of longevity. So it's highly likely that the sea god isn't a real deity, or that the king was just bragging. "You 2 outsiders, come with me to register. His Majesty the King is very kind and willing to accept outsiders as citizens of the Sea Kingdom." Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. "Are there other outsiders in the Kingdom of the Sea?" "Of course. Every year, outsiders drift to the Sea Kingdom. Speaking of which, it seems that a few people just arrived a few days ago. But it seems that they came ashore from the east side of the island. I don't know the specifics." "Sumu, could it be?" Yang Dongqing leaned closer and whispered with a serious expression. There's no need to doubt something so obvious. Sumu felt helpless at Yang Dongqing's mysterious tone. Did this kind of thing even need guessing? The outsiders who come every year. A few of them just arrived a few days ago. Aren't they the Nightmare Apostles? He concluded that the so-called outsiders were Nightmare Apostles, not natives like the primal god cult, because natives mostly lived in the middle hell of hell, while Nightmare Apostles never descended to the middle hell. Afterwards, Sumu and his companion followed the guards into the depths of the island. Passing through rows of tall coconut trees, Sumu saw a sturdy and ancient city wall in the distance. The gray stones were weathered and worn, and many soldiers in silver armor patrolled the wall. The huge city gate was made of heavy wood and fixed with iron bars and nails. "Chief, the Sea Kingdom is just ahead," the escorting soldier said respectfully. The other soldiers, including the two fishermen, did not react to his strange form of address, as if it were perfectly normal. "Crap!" Yang Dongqing exclaimed, quickly moving closer. "When did you hypnotize them all?" Sumu glanced at him but ignored him. Although these fishermen and soldiers were all humans in the nightmare, they were essentially ordinary people. With his current strength, hypnotizing these people would be a piece of cake. He looked around at the small kingdom before him. Calling it a kingdom would be an exaggeration. It was basically a town on an island. He did not rush forward, but instead tried to extract information from the hypnotized soldiers. "How many people live in the Sea Kingdom?" "Over 100,000, the soldier replied respectfully. "How do you treat outsiders? Are there any traps inside?" Sumu didn't think the people in the nightmares would be so friendly, as evidenced by both Tingting's nightmare and the ear beast's nightmare. So his first reaction was that the soldiers were lying and were planning to lure him and Yang Dongqing inside before taking action. But the soldier's answer was somewhat unexpected. "Outsiders are very welcome, and the king is very friendly to them. Some talented outsiders even serve as officials in the Sea Kingdom." Sumu frowned slightly, putting aside the friendly relations for the moment. What was going on with this officialdom? If all outsiders were nightmare apostles, they wouldn't be able to stay in the Sea Kingdom for very long. Even if they couldn't break free from the dream, they would automatically wake up from the nightmare after 10 or 15 days. "What were you originally planning to do?" The soldier answered honestly. "We originally planned to take you, our leader, to register and then meet the king. The king would meet all outsiders. If an outsider was capable, he would be given an official position and a woman. If he was not capable, he would given a house and a woman." "Sumu, are you sure the hypnosis was successful? This is too exaggerated. This is a nightmare. This is clearly a beautiful dream. He gave me a woman as soon as I walked in the door." Yang Dongqing was dumbfounded. The soldier's words almost shattered his stereotype of the nightmare world. Sumu's lips curled up slightly. Sometimes unseen dangers are more terrifying than obvious ones. You said before that sea stones can drive away immortal sea monsters. What are sea stones? The sea stone is a stone blessed by the king, possessing the power to drive away sea monsters, soldier said, pulling a white pebble from his armor. Sumu took the pebble and examined it carefully. A crystal blue light emanated from behind his brown glasses, as invisible spiritual power surged into it. After a moment, he withdrew his spiritual power and frowned slightly. He found nothing unusual about the sea stone. His spiritual perception told him that it was just an ordinary stone. Could it be that the level of power is too high, making it impossible to see through? With this in mind, Sumu directly opened the divine eye between his eyebrows to take a look, but the answer was still the same. It was just an ordinary stone. Things are getting more and more interesting, with an enthusiastic king and ordinary stones that can drive away sirens. He strode towards the city gate of the Sea Kingdom. As he entered the city gate, he was greeted by narrow, winding streets paved with cobblestones, lined with wooden houses with pointed roofs covered with tiles. Many dark-skinned pedestrians walked on the street, some talking loudly, others stopping in front of the stalls to haggle with the vendors. The atmosphere was very peaceful, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment, making the island seem like a secluded paradise. Young Dongqing felt a chill for no reason. He looked warily at the pedestrians around him and whispered, "I feel like there's something wrong with them. This is the nightmare world. How can there be so many living people? I've read similar horror stories. They say that seemingly peaceful towns don't actually have a single living person. They're all ghosts in disguise. Sumu shook his head. No, they're indeed living people. He had already used his mental powers to investigate and discovered that these people were indeed living, breathing human beings. No one says that there can't be living people in the nightmare world. It's not strange for people to have any kind of dreams. When a dream becomes reality, the people in the dream naturally become living people. Could this be a secluded island, and the nightmare monsters are the immortal sea monsters? Is it possible to return to reality by killing those sea monsters? Yang Dongqing asked excitedly. If everything was as he expected, it would be too easy. Although he couldn't kill the sea monster, Sumu could. He just needed to stand on the shore and lure the sea monster ashore, then kill them one by one until they were all gone. With this thought in mind, Yang Dongqing began to confidently deduce. I have roughly guessed the theme of this dream. It is very likely a child's dream, because everything is very similar to a fairy tale. Kind fishermen live on a secluded island and make a living by fishing, but evil sea monsters often attack the fishermen. In the end, the fishermen defeat the sea monsters under the leadership of a warrior. Or perhaps it's a fisherman's dream. He grew up listening to tales of sea monsters while fishing at sea every day, and that's why he has nightmares. Not bad reasoning. Don't try to reason like that again next time, Sumu said calmly. He ignored Yang Dongqing's dissatisfaction and instead carefully observed the town. He noticed 3 interesting things. First, the people here dressed very provocatively, especially the women, who went out on the street barely covering their private parts. Secondly, there are no elderly people here. At least he hasn't seen any elderly people yet, not even anyone who is slightly older. Thirdly, it's about the era. This shouldn't be a modern dream, because there are no modern facilities to be seen on the streets. The arrival of Sumu and his companion attracted the attention of passers-by, who cast curious or wary glances at the 2 outsiders. Soon, led by a soldier, the 2 went to a place that resembled an administrative hall and completed basic information registration. At this time, a neatly dressed man with a small mustache and wearing luxurious clothes walked over. He introduced himself as the governor of the Sea Kingdom. You too, His Majesty the King invites you. Yang Dongqing was slightly taken aback. The soldier who led the way had already been hypnotized by Sumu and had not informed the king at all. How could the king have found out so soon after the registration? Sumu smiled politely. I would also like to meet His Majesty the King of the Sea Kingdom. The consul smiled and nodded, then led the 2 into a carriage and headed straight for the king's castle. The castle is located in the center of the Sea Kingdom, and also the highest point on the island. It is built of gray stones, with towering walls, and looks ancient and grand, unlike the magnificent castles in fairy tales. When the carriage arrived at the castle gate, the heavy wooden gate was slowly opened by the people inside, making a dull sound. Upon entering the castle, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious courtyard, with clean and tidy stone-paved ground, and a fountain shaped like a mermaid in the middle. Yang Dongqing kept looking around the castle, his expression wary, guarding against every bush or rockery, as if afraid that some monster might suddenly jump out. He had experienced several nightmare worlds, but he had never seen a nightmare so safe. Soon, the 2 disembarked from the carriage and, led by the consul, entered the castle hall, where they met the so-called king. The king was a middle-aged man. Skin was not as dark as that of the people outside, but rather very fair. His angular face carried a unique temperament that came with the passage of time, and he had a warm smile on his lips. He did not look like a king at all, but rather like the uncle next door. However, Sumu and his companion did not focus their attention on the king, but instead kept glancing at the 7 people sitting on the seats on both sides of the hall. The 7 people were dressed completely differently from the citizens of the Sea Kingdom. Some were in suits, some in sportswear, and some in short skirts. It's obvious that these 7 are nightmare apostles. The 7 nightmare apostles also focused their gazes on Sumu and his companion. Their gazes were strange, filled with anxiety, panic, and even despair. That wasn't the whole story. 2 of the 7 seemed to have given up, leaning against their chairs with lifeless eyes, each with a rather attracted standing behind them, massaging their shoulders. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, hello. I am the king of the Sea Kingdom. Of course, as modern people, you can also call me by my name, Hu Jai, the king, with a friendly smile. Yang Dongqing was taken aback and blurted out, "You're from reality too!" King Hu Jai stated bluntly, "That's right, I also come from reality. I am from the Dragon Abyss Empire. May I ask which of the 7 great empires you 2 are from?" The Dragon Abyss Empire? Yang Dongqing was surprised. Even though he was a poor student, he knew some basic common sense. There were 7 major empires in the real world, and the Dragon Abyss Empire was recognized as the strongest among them. The Crimson Flame Empire, Sumu said with a slight smile. Oh, the Crimson Flame Empire. What a coincidence. It seems that Miss Mu King is also from the Crimson Flame Empire among the Nightmare Apostles who came in this time. Hu Jie looked at the only girl wearing a short skirt among the 7 Nightmare Apostles. The girl in the short skirt frowned, as if she had something on her mind. She didn't say anything, and just nodded politely. Yang Dongqing glanced at Mu King curiously, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. Although Mu King's expression was indifferent, it did not affect her beauty at all. Her face was small and delicate, with fair skin, seemingly only the size of a palm, like a white porcelain doll. Her long, straight black hair was styled in a princess cut, paired with a red JK plaid skirt, and with a height of less than 1.6 meters. She looked just like a girl who had stepped out of a manga. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but take a few more glances, thinking that he would buy Jasmine a JK uniform when he got back. I know you 2 must be wondering right now, but don't worry. Dinner is about to begin, let's eat and talk. Before long, the servants in the castle began to bring out dish after dish, filling the long table. It looked like a dazzling array of dishes, but if you looked closely, you would find that they were mostly seafood such as fish and shrimp, or wild vegetables and potatoes. After everyone was seated, the king began to speak slowly. You don't need to be so reserved. I know it's incredible, but in fact, this dream island is not as scary as you imagine. It is different from any nightmares you have encountered before. It is safe on the island, and there are no nightmare monsters. The only threat comes from the sea. You can even live a peaceful life here. Sumu took a sip of the coconut wine unique to the Sea Kingdom. Mr. Hu, as far as I know, Nightmare Apostles cannot survive in the nightmare world for long. Even if they cannot break free from the current nightmare, they will automatically wake up and return to the real world when the time comes. I wonder what you mean by a peaceful life. Hu Ji smiled slightly, about to explain, but was interrupted by a Nightmare Apostle who looked excited. What does he mean? He means we can't go back. None of us can go back to the real world, and we can only live on this damn island forever. The speaker was a young man in sportswear, his fists clenched and his face contorted with rage. What did you say? Yang Dongqing jumped up from his seat. What do you mean by saying we can't go back? He was anxious because he wanted to go back more than anyone else, Jasmine was still waiting for him. The young man in sportswear said with a grim expression, "If you can't go back, you can't go back. Ask him." He pointed at the king, then fell silent, picked up the wine glass on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Not satisfied with just one glass, he poured himself another, seemingly trying to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Yang Dongqing looked at the king with some disbelief. "Mr. Hu, what exactly do you mean by we can't go back?" Sigh. Hujter Yide, I know it's hard for you to accept, and it's hard for every nightmare apostle who comes here to accept, but it's the truth. This nightmare is not the ordinary nightmare we've experienced before. It has been invaded by the power of the sea god. What do you mean by being invaded by the power of the sea god? What does that have to do with not being able to return to reality? Yang Dongqing became increasingly anxious. He had to back. The sea god is a deity in the nightmare world. No one has ever seen him, and no one knows what kind of being he is. The only thing I know is that when the sea god's power invaded this dream, its connection with the real world was completely severed. In the past, nightmare apostles only needed to survive in the nightmare for a period of time, and then they would naturally return to the real world. But due to the power of the sea god, no one can go back. Hu Ji's face showed sorrow, as if recalling some past events. I don't believe it. Bullshit Poseidon! I must go back. As Yang Dongqing's emotions fluctuated, a metallic sheen appeared on his body. There's no going back. Hu Ji sighed. Mr. Yang, do you know how long I've been here? 10 years! A full 10 years! What? Yang Dongqing was suddenly shocked. His first reaction was disbelief. How could there be a nightmare apostle who could stay in the nightmare world for 10 years? He subconsciously glanced around at the reactions of the others, only to find that everyone looked sorrowful and no one questioned him. That's right, it's been 10 years. I entered this nightmare 10 years ago. At that time, I was attacked by the undead sea monsters. They weren't very strong, but they were impossible to kill. I originally planned to kill all the nightmare monsters and then break free from the nightmare to return to reality. But when I found that they were impossible to kill, I changed my strategy and waited for the time to come so I could return automatically. But I waited for a month, 2 months, even a year or two, and I still didn't wake up from the nightmare. During this time, many nightmare apostles came. Like me, they were also unable to wake up. We then realized that this nightmare was a dead end, and there was no way to go back. After years of investigation, we learned that the culprit behind everything was the sea god. The sea god is the deity of the sea, and the immortal sea monster originated from him. His power influenced this nightmare. Have you seen the sea god? Mu King, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Her voice was clear and crisp, even a little childlike, which made her serious expression with furrowed brows seem a little out of place. Hu Ji shook his head. It's ridiculous. I've been here for 10 years, and I've never seen the sea god once. I've gone deep into the sea countless times, fantasizing that maybe if I could solve the problem at its root by solving the sea god, but I failed, because the sea god is not a creature at all, it is the sea itself. Wherever the sea is, its power influences that place. Although I am a silver tier 1 transcendent, I am utterly incapable of killing the sea. Let alone me, even a legendary gold tier powerhouse would be powerless against it. That's why I said there's no going back. Anyone who sets foot on this island can never go back. Mu King frowned and fell silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Dongqing couldn't hold back any longer. Don't believe it. These are all just your side of the story. What the king's is true. A male voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. A fat man walked in, his nose twitching, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the food on the table. Old Hu, you're really unfair. You always bring out these good things to entertain the new nightmare apostles. while we old friends get to eat leftovers. The fat man seemed to be very familiar with the king. As soon as he came in, he found a seat close to Mu King, sat down, picked up the food on the table, and started eating. His lecherous little eyes would occasionally steal glances at Mu King's slender legs exposed under her short skirt. Mu King glanced at the fat man expressionlessly, then casually covered her lap with the clean white napkin on the table. "Who are you?" Yang Dongqing asked. "I am Pang Yang, the Minister of Finance of the Sea Kingdom. I have been here for 5 years. Young brother, when I first came here, I had the same thoughts as you. I thought that Lao Hu looked like a treacherous person, and was definitely not a good person. He talked nonsense, and was sure that he had some kind of conspiracy to deceive me. After waiting a year, guess what? We really couldn't go back." Pang Yang ate the bright red lobster with gusto, even sucking out the innards from the head. He glanced at Yang Dongqing, whose face was full of disbelief, and laughed. "Why don't you believe me yet? Little brother, don't be so suspicious. Think about it carefully. If Lao Hu is lying, why would he tell a lie that is so easy to expose? If you still don't believe me, just wait a year or two, and you'll know." Yang Dongqing was immediately struck a heavy blow. "Jasmine? No, I don't believe it. We can definitely go back, Sumu. Sumu! Say something." When he was at a loss, the first person he thought of was Sumu. At that moment, Sumu was leisurely eating lobster. Feeling Yang Dongqing's gaze, he said lightly, "This lobster is not bad." "Who asked you how the shrimp are?" "I'm asking if we can go back. Jasmine is still waiting for me. Aren't you always so smart? Do you think what those two said is true?" Yang Dongqing was on the verge of a breakdown, hoping to get the answer he wanted from Sumu. However, Sumu replied, "I don't think Mr. Hu is the kind of person who would lie." Yang Dongqing, pale-faced, plopped down on the stool. Unexpectedly, Sumu changed the subject. "However, there are ways to get out." Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing stood up abruptly, staring intently at Sumu with eyes full of anticipation. Not only him, but everyone present also stopped what they were doing and stared intently at Sumu. "What method?" Yang Dongqing's voice trembled slightly. Sumu put down the clean lobster shell in his hand, glanced at everyone, and smiled. "It's simple. Since this nightmare has been affected by the power of the sea god, why not just leave this dream?" "No! What are you talking about? If what Hu Ji said is true, then this place has already been affected by the sea god, and it's impossible to leave." He didn't mean leaving here and returning to reality, but the black mist. Mu King's clear voice rang out as she looked at Sumu with burning eyes. Sumu wiped his hands with a napkin and praised, "It seems there are some intelligent people among you." His words caused everyone present to frown, but no one made a sound at attack. Instead, they waited for Sumu to continue. Miss Mu guessed correctly. The solution I suggested is to go into the black mist. This place is affected by the power of the sea god, but the world inside the black mist is not. This means that entering the black mist will allow us to get rid of the sea god's influence. A man with a scar on his face scoffed. "I thought you had some brilliant idea. Everyone knows that the black mist is extremely dangerous. Nobody knows what's inside. Legend has it that even a gold level expert enters it cannot come back alive. You call this a solution? It's clearly just sending them to their deaths." Sumu smiled slightly. "There are other nightmares inside." The scarred man scoffed. "How do you know? Have you been there?" "Of course I've been there." Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell slightly silent. Many of the nightmare apostles present were stunned, looking at Sumu with disbelief. Everyone knows the danger of the black mist. Even gold-level experts dare not go there. Yet Sumu claims to have been there. How is that possible? Anyone can brag. You say you've been there, but how can you prove it? Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, obscuring the crystalline blue light within them. He smiled and said, "With your abilities, you're probably not worthy of me proving myself to you." "What did you say?" The scarred man roared in fury, immediately pulling out a pistol loaded with mithril bullets and pointing it at Sumu. "Say it again if you dare. Believe me, I'll shoot you dead." Nightmare apostles are a group of people who teeter on the brink of life and death, so it's hard to expect them to have a good temper. A glint of crystalline blue light flashed in Sumu's eyes as he calmly said, "You'd better make sure you know exactly what you're holding before you fire." The scarred man froze, glancing instinctively at the gun in his hand. He was immediately terrified. That wasn't a pistol at all. It was clearly a red and black venomous snake with its tongue flicking out. The venomous snake bared its fangs and lunged to bite his hand. "Ah!" he exclaimed, jerking the venomous snake from his hand. Clang! The pistol made a dull thud as it struck the hard ground. "This..." The scarred man's face turned pale, then red. You've tricked me." Finance Minister Peng Yang, who was eating, suddenly shouted. "What he said is true. I possess a bronze law called debunking lies and detecting truth, which can distinguish between truth and lies. I can prove what Mr. Su said is true." He really went into the black fog. The scarred man, who was about to pick up the pistol, suddenly turned pale. His face was filled with disbelief. He had heard of the bronze law of distinguishing truth from lies before. It could indeed distinguish lies, but if what Sumid was true, wouldn't that mean that the other party's strength was at least comparable to a gold-level expert? An eerie silence fell over the room. You could hear a pin drop. Various complex gazes focused on Sumu. Shock, apprehension, ecstasy, fear. The fear naturally came from the scarred man. He had just bent down to pick up the gun when he suddenly heard Peng Yang's words. His face turned extremely pale, and his body even trembled slightly. He seemed to freeze, unsure whether to pick the gun or not. "Mr. Su is a gold-level transcendent?" King Hu Jai suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence in the room. Sumu took a small sip of coconut wine and parted her lips slightly. No. Hu Ji's eyes flickered. "Please forgive my impertinence, but how did you enter the black mist and come back alive? You have indeed been a bit presumptuous." Hu Ji, the scarred man, carefully picked up the pistol, silently returned to his seat, and kept his head down without saying a word, as if afraid of being noticed by Sumu. No one was a fool. They knew very well that Sumu was someone who could return alive from the black mist, and even if he wasn't a gold-level expert, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Others might be wary of Sumu, but Yang Dongqing wasn't. His face was filled with ecstatic joy. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's head straight into the black mist and leave the nightmare world." The group looked at each other, and although some of them were indeed eager to return to reality, no one echoed their sentiments. It's not that they don't want to go back, but the risk's too great. That's the black mist. Even gold-level experts dare not go there. So how could they? Even with the example of Sumu returning alive, they are still afraid. Just because others can return alive doesn't mean they can too. Yang Dongqing was taken aback by everyone's reaction. What's with those expressions? Don't you want to go back? Do you really want to live on this island forever? His gaze swept across everyone's faces, and those whose eyes were drawn either lowered their heads or avoided his gaze, with no one responding directly. "You! I'm going back," Mu King suddenly said. The girl, who looked like she was from a manga, spoke calmly, but her voice revealed an unwavering determination. She looked at Sumu. "Mr. Su, If you really intend to go to the Black Mist, count me in. Sumu glanced at Mu King. She didn't look threatening at all. I am a silver tier 1 Transcendent, and I will not hold you back. Besides, since I have decided to go to the Black Mist, I will naturally take responsibility for my own life and death. If I really encounter a crisis, Mr. Su does not need to save me. Everyone was slightly surprised. No one expected that Mu King, who seemed to pose the least threat, was actually a silver-level expert. The most important thing was her attitude. She truly disregarded life and death. Sumu nodded, which was considered as his approval of Mu King. Perhaps because Mu King took the lead, another nightmare apostle soon spoke up. Count me in. My mother is still waiting for me in the real world. I have to go back. Damn it! I'm going too. Even if I die, I'll die a glorious death. Not a pathetic old age here, shouted a burly, fierce-looking man with a buzz cut. King Huji, who had remained silent all along, subtly observed the group that had reached a consensus, his eyes gleaming. He suddenly laughed loudly. People really can't be compared. I never thought that the nightmare that has plagued me for 10 years would be solved by Mr. Su as soon as he arrived. If Mr. Su really decides to leave, I am willing to provide you with a ship of charge to send you out to sea. The black fog lies deep in the ocean. I will also provide several experienced sailors to help you navigate the ship. Don't you want to go back? Yang Dongqing asked. Hu Jai chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me for saying this, but if I had met Mr. Su 5 years ago, I might have taken the risk. But now, I've been too comfortable here for too long, and have lost my edge. I'm terrified just thinking about facing countless undead sea monsters and unknown dangers in the black fog after I go out to sea. Actually, I had long ago planned to live my whole life in the land. The sea. Think about it. Being a nightmare apostle means you could die at any moment. Even if you survive this nightmare world, what about next time? And the time after that? No one can be so lucky forever. As far as I know, no nightmare apostle in this world has ever lived more than 10 years. I'm the first one, because I've always lived on this island, and I want to live on. I won't leave. The king's self-deprecating words subtly extinguished the courage that everyone had finally mustered. Yes, nightmare apostles don't live long, and will die in the nightmare world sooner or later. But if they live on this island, they won't have to experience other nightmares and can live peacefully. Some people began to show hesitation. Hu Ji smiled slightly and said, Whether you leave or stay, I will support your decision. I will provide boats for those who decide to leave, and I will arrange official positions and women for those who decide to stay. Although the Sea Kingdom is lacking in resources, and not as exciting as the real world, it still has a population of over 100,000. With women making up more than half of them, more than enough to satisfy everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more tempted. Should they return to reality where their lives were precarious, or enjoy their twilight years in the Sea Kingdom? The banquet soon came to an end, and King Hughes arranged accommodations for everyone in the castle, boasting that ships would be seen setting sail early the next morning. As everyone settled in, one by one, young women were led to their rooms. Sumu's room was also filled with a woman, probably because Huji thought he was the strongest, so the woman he arranged was the most beautiful among them. Sumu sized up the woman in front of him. Unlike the dark skin of the people outside who were exposed to the sun, the woman's skin was not very fair, but at least it was a healthy wheat color. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a bikini, and had a beautiful appearance. In the real world, she would be considered a model who could walk the runway. Lord Su! The woman walked over with a charming smile. reaching out to untie the strap of her breasts as she went. His Majesty the King sent me to serve you. I hope you will pay your respects to the chief. As the crystalline blue light flashed in Sumu's eyes, the woman's charming smile vanished, replaced by an expressionless face. State your purpose. I have come to serve you by order of His Majesty the King. Sumu smiled slightly. Things were getting more and more interesting. He could sense that there was something wrong with the king, but the king had been telling the truth from beginning to end. Even the answers he got from hypnotizing the soldiers and maids were perfectly correct. The Sea Kingdom seemed to be a peaceful, happy, and friendly land for outsiders, with evil residing in the sea monsters. Good and evil were clearly defined here, just like in a fairy tale. Unfortunately, he didn't believe it, because such a country doesn't even exist in reality, let alone in a nightmare. What's truly interesting is not an impeccable lie, but a carefully crafted truth. Sumu left the room, leaving the woman alone inside. He wandered aimlessly through the castle, his senses settling on his own soul. The azure light unique to the celestial venerable of immortality was still spreading across his soul. And the several immortal sea monsters he had encountered earlier had not been able to stop the azure light in the slightest. It's like an adult walking down the street, and you want to block their path, so you send out a few ants to block their way. But the adult doesn't stop walking, doesn't even notice the ants, just steps on them and continues on their way. The siren's role wasn't to block the azure light, but rather to provide Sumu with a completely new perspective, since his soul had already been preordained by the eternal heavenly venerable, and would be completely controlled within 3 days. It sounded terrible. However, if you looked at it from another angle, his soul would be invincible during those 3 days. It is immune to any soul-related attacks. How could something predetermined by the eternal heavenly venerable be defiled by anything else? In other words, the celestial venerable of longevity was his bodyguard for 3 days. Having a god as a bodyguard sounds quite interesting. Upon realizing this, Sumu couldn't help but smile, a smile spreading across his face. Judging from your expression, you don't seem worried at all about going to sea tomorrow. A clear, slightly childlike female voice rang out. Sumu looked up and saw Mu King sitting by a wooden fence, enjoying the sea breeze. The damp sea breeze ruffled her hair and made her plaid skirt dance. She was very thin and petite, as if she could be blown away by the sea breeze at any moment. It's less about worry and more about anticipation. Sumu leaned against the fence, feeling the incredibly real sea breeze from his nightmare. Mr. Su is indeed extraordinary. By the way, why did you come out? Perhaps the woman the king sent you didn't meet your standards. Not good to look at. Sumu's honesty surprised Mu King slightly. She had thought Sumu would pretend and say something like that he wasn't a casual person. At that moment, laughter from Finance Minister Pang Yang, and a woman's exclamation suddenly came from the room behind them. Your Majesty, what are you doing dressed up so elaborately so late at night? Mind your own business and get out of the way. Let me guess, you shameless woman, you must have heard from the maid that there was a handsome man among the strangers this time, so you can't wait to throw yourself into my arms, right? Get out of here. What I, Empress, want to do is none of your business. Humph, the Empress's thoughts are written all over her face. If you ask me, the new is not as good as the old. No matter how nice a stranger is, no one can be as comfortable as me taking care of her. The sound of a table or cabinet overturning came from inside the room. Bang! The door opened, and the Empress, disheveled, ran out. Pang Yang grabbed her slender waist and was about to speak when he noticed that she suddenly stopped struggling. He looked up and saw Sumu and Mu King. He was taken aback at first, then laughed and said, Mr. Su and Miss Mu have such refined tastes. How about we join them? The queen is the most beautiful woman in the Sea Kingdom. Mu King frowned, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. The Empress glanced at Sumu shyly, her heart fluttering, and her expression filled with anticipation. Sumu smiled with interest. Mr. Pang, aren't you worried about angering the king by doing this? Pang Yang waved his hand dismissively. I'm taking care of my sister-in-law for Lao Hu. Why would he? Angry. Mr. Su, you don't need to worry about this. Feel free to come. Lao Hu is a very good person. This is nothing. I won't disturb Mr. Pang's enjoyment any longer. Pang Yang stopped trying to persuade her and pulled the Empress back to her room. The Empress was very reluctant and looked at Sumu several times with lingering affection until the door closed, thus ending their gaze. Not long after, unhealthy noises began to emanate from the room. Mu King remained expressionless, showing no sign of anything amiss. Hu Ji has a problem, she suddenly whispered. The Sea Kingdom also has a problem. Sumu gazed at the pitch-black sea. The sea at night was terrifying, like a gaping maw ready to swallow everything at any moment. The inky water surged, and no one knew how many terrifying creatures lurked within. I've been in the Sea Kingdom for 2 days, and I haven't seen a single old man. It's as if the old men here have disappeared. And the women here are strange too. They don't have to go out to sea or work. It seems like their only task is to please men and then have children. The strangest thing was the king. He didn't act like a king at all. He not only didn't have the airs of a king, but he also had an unusually good temper. Logically, every so often the Sea Kingdom would be invaded by nightmare apostles. Unable to leave, they would inevitably fight for power and profit here. This is the inherent weakness of human nature. Yet, no one vied for Hu Ji's position, because he, the king, was merely a figurehead and never dealt with state affairs. Even the harem was open to selection by ministers. His power was less than that of the ministers below him. He was essentially a mascot, so naturally no one wanted to overthrow him. Mr. Su? Are you listening? Mu King raised an eyebrow and looked at Sumu, who had been admiring the scenery. The wind is picking up. Sumu slowly withdrew his gaze, gently smoothing the wrinkles on his clothes caused by the sea breeze. He turned to Mu King and smiled. Miss Mu, all your doubts will be answered tomorrow. Good night. Mu King's brows furrowed deeper and deeper as she watched that tall, elegant figure walk step by step into the dark, and finally disappear completely from sight. She had no idea what Sumu was thinking. The next day, early morning, the group saw the king again. King Hu Ji greeted everyone warmly. How did you all get some rest last night? Those with thick skin nodded in satisfaction, while those with thin skin avoided eye contact. It seems you are all quite satisfied. I have done my best as host. Now I will get straight to the point. The ship is ready. It is a royal ship of the Sea Kingdom, absolutely the best. It is anchored on the west coast. May I ask which of you are preparing to set sail in search of the Black Mist? Compared to yesterday's enthusiasm, everyone was noticeably quieter today, with several of those who had boasted about going to sea yesterday, now cowering in fear. Humps, coward. Mu King snorted coldly and stout from the crowd. I'm going to sea. As the only woman in the group, she had witnessed the men's behavior at night yesterday, and was already very disgusted by it. Now that no one dared to stand up, she thought even more bluntly. Faced with Mu King's mockery, several people lowered their heads in silence. It wasn't out of shame, but mainly because Mu King was a silver-level, first-tier transcendent, and they dared not contradict her. At this moment, Hu Ji stepped in to smooth things over. Miss Mu's courage is commendable, and I admire it very much. However, everyone has their own ambitions, and it is not appropriate to force them. After all, not everyone in this world is a hero, and we are just one of the masses. We admire heroes, but that does not mean we want to become heroes. I think that while heroes certainly praise, valuing life is not wrong either. Huji's words eased the tension on everyone's faces slightly. I'm not a hero, I just want to go home. Yang Dongqing stepped forward without hesitation. It seems there are only the three of us left. Sumu slowly walked out, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane, with his unchanging smile on his face. And me, the burly, buzz-cut man from yesterday, strode out, head held high. This god-forsaken place. Let whoever wants to stay. I'm not staying. Huji narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the four people in front of him, a barely perceptible glint of shrewdness, flashing eyes. He laughed loudly. Since the four of you are already prepared, I will not try to persuade you any further. Please follow me. Wait a minute. Muking suddenly interrupted, staring intently at the smiling Huji. Before we set sail, I have a few questions I want to ask. After all, I don't want to die at sea for no reason. Huji's smile remained unchanged. Miss Mu, do you want to ask about the strength and number of the undying sea siren? I want to ask you. Muking was too lazy to pretend. Said bluntly, I don't trust you. I think you must have some ulterior motive, and even the ship you prepared in advance may have problems. Huji was taken aback. Miss Mu, what makes you say that? Did I do something wrong? I believe I have treated everyone with sincerity. Besides, we are all from the same hometown and have no conflict of interest. Why would I tamper with the ship? Hey Lao Hu, I told you look like a cunning person. No one would think you're a good guy, but you never believed me. Pang Yang stepped forward and looked at Mu. King. Miss Mu, I know your doubts. Lao Hu has indeed been hiding something. Let me be frank, Lao Hu old Hu doesn't actually want you guys to see. Pang Yang. Sigh. Huji sighed, but ultimately did not stop him. Mu King said coldly, What do you mean by not wanting us to go to sea? Pang Yang glanced around and saw the wary look on everyone's faces. Without keeping them in suspense, he immediately told them the truth. As you've probably noticed, there are no elderly people in the Sea Kingdom, and the so-called sea stone that supposedly drives away sea monsters is just an ordinary stone. In fact, the Sea Kingdom is not as peaceful as you might imagine. To put it bluntly, the entire Sea Kingdom is nothing more than livestock kept by sea monsters. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Livestock? Mu King's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, as if she had made a connection to something. Yes, they are livestock. Pang Yang sighed repeatedly. Do you know the origin of the immortal sea monster? The very first sea monster was actually a fisherman who drowned in the sea. The ocean is an extension of the sea god's power. On the sea, the souls of all those who drown belong to the sea god. Once the sea god takes away their souls, the curse of immortality will spread, and the corpses of the drowned will become undead sea monsters. They will constantly attack living beings and plunder souls for the sea god. This plunder is like a plague. Those whose souls are stolen by the siren eventually become siren themselves. What? That's just like the zombies in the movies, someone exclaimed in horror. Pang Yang gave a wry smile. I wish they were zombies. At least you could kill them by blowing their heads off. But the undying siren is cursed by the sea god. That's the power of the gods. Mortals can't kill them at all. So we could only watch helplessly as the number of sirens increased, attacking the Sea Kingdom time and again. Old Hugh and I, along with the other nightmare apostles, fought desperately to stop them, but it was all in vain. Who can defeat immortal monsters? Then why don't you build high walls to keep the sea monsters out? Although these sea monsters are immortal, they are not very powerful. Mu King countered. Do you think we didn't think of this method? It's useless. Completely useless. The siren isn't strong, But there are not only siren in the ocean, but also some large sea beasts. Their predecessors include sharks, whales, octopuses, and so on. If it were just them, that would be one thing. But the most terrifying thing is that there's a sea god's follower in the sea. It's the most powerful being in this area. The high walls can't stop it at all, not even old Hu, a silver rank expert. Peng Yang's words, filled with despair, chilled everyone's hearts. They had never imagined that so many terrifying beings, including those favored by the gods, were hidden in the sea. Then how did you survive? Yang Dongqing asked, his face turning pale. Hehe, it's embarrassing to say. Because of the constant attacks from the sirens, the population of the Sea Kingdom dwindled, until there were less than 10,000 people left. At the critical moment, it was old Hugh who stepped forward. Don't think that old Hugh is a nice guy or a bit of a coward, but he's a really really person, and he'll really step up when something happens. He ventured alone into the deep sea to negotiate with the sea god's retinue, telling them that once the Sea Kingdom was destroyed, they would no longer be able to harvest souls. Mu Qing's face paled slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, "So you made a deal with the sea god's retinue to help them raise humans? Little girl, I know what you're thinking, but what can we do?" Peng Yang's face twisted into a ferocious expression. "We're facing gods. Gods! We can only make a deal with the sea god's retinue, allowing the humans on the island to multiply, and then sacrificing them to the sea monsters every so often in exchange for peace. That damned sea stone was just a tool old Hugh came up with to reassure people. The truth is, we made a deal with the sea god's retinue, telling the sea monsters not to kill those who possessed the sea stone, so that the people would think that the sea monsters also had weaknesses. Because people won't reproduce when they're in a state of extreme despair. We must give them hope. This explains everything. Why there are no elderly people in the Sea Kingdom, because they have all been sacrificed. Why sea stones, though ordinary stones, can drive away sea monsters, because the usefulness lies not in the sea stones themselves, but in the secret agreement between the king and the sea god's retinue. And why the women here are unusually open, because they want to continuously reproduce." Peng Yang's words completely shattered the fairy tale-like illusion surrounding this sea kingdom. There are no fairy tales in this world. Fairy tales are all lies. That's why Lao Hu doesn't want you to go to sea. The Sea Kingdom needs fresh people to reproduce. If there are too few people, it will eventually lead to inbreeding and produce some mentally challenged children with incomplete souls. The sea god's family doesn't want mentally challenged children. Don't think old Hugh is selfish. He's doing it for your own good. Going to sea is a dead end. You can't fight the endless monsters in the sea, nor the mysterious and powerful followers of the sea god. Rather than going to your deaths, it's better to stay and at least live peacefully. If there are to be sacrifice, ordinary citizens will be given priority, not us extraordinary beings. Yang Dongqing trembled, feeling utterly bewildered. You actually chose to live like this? Don't you think about your offspring? What's the point of constantly having children? Are they just to be born as livestock? Peng Yang said coldly. At least the livestock can live, which is better than them dying. But what's the use? The more sacrifices we make, the more undead sea monsters we'll have, and then we'll have to make even more sacrifices. It's a vicious cycle. One day, the rate of childbirth won't be able to keep up with the rate of sacrifices. And then the Sea Kingdom will be finished, Yang Dongqing said, trembling. Peng Yang clenched his fists tightly, his fat face contorted with rage. Then tell me what the hell we should do? Tell me, what can you people do besides stand on your moral high ground and criticize? Peng Yang's roar silenced everyone. The bloody facts were right in front of them, and people had no choice but to do nothing. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. He hated his powerlessness once again. The last time he felt powerless was in Tingting's nightmare. He didn't expect to feel it again so soon. Nightmares! These damn nightmares! He hated this place, not only because his own life was precarious, but also because he had to witness despair time and time again, and struggle and sink into despair. Suddenly, a vast net, seemingly capable of encompassing heaven and earth, appeared in Yang Dongqing's field of vision. It was shimmering with billions of brilliant stars, and on one of these stars, which looked as if it were cast in steel, a line connected to his body. He suddenly realized that this was the Bronze Law, and the steel star that connected him was Iron Ambition. The next moment, another star in the Bronze Law, shimmering with warm white light, lowered its radiance and slowly fell upon him. Buzz! A strange tremor surged through his body, as if countless mysterious pieces of knowledge were flooding into his mind. A look of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Feeling the changes in his body, he knew that this change was called endless recovery. Yes, he has advanced to Bronze 2 and obtained Bronze Law Sequence 8 to unending recovery. It should have been a happy occasion to be promoted to Bronze 2. Yang Dongqing felt no joy at all at this moment, even though he had been looking forward to the promotion for a long time. He had already shown signs of advancement in the real world, since he had fully mastered the Bronze Law Sequence 9 Heart of Steel. As the Chosen One, he only needed an opportunity to advance, and now that opportunity had arrived. The moment unending recovery appeared, a soft white light flashed across Yang Dongqing's body, and a warm current, like soaking in a hot spring, flowed through his entire body. All the minor injuries he had suffered before, as well as the damage caused by his long-term bad habits, such as staying up late and indulging in sex, were wiped away at this moment. His body seemed to have been reborn, becoming incredibly healthy, and his physical abilities were also enhanced to a certain extent. Although he couldn't compare to the previous Heart of Steel, he was still a force to be reckoned with. The difference between Bronze I and Bronze 2 is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. The two extraordinary abilities complement and promote each other. Even if a superhuman with iron will and a superhuman with unending recovery attacked together, they would absolutely not be able to defeat Yang Dongqing, who was at the Bronze 2 level. Yang Dongqing's extraordinary advancement attracted everyone's attention, and many people showed envy. Being able to advance on his own without relying on extraordinary potions speaks volumes. Even when Sumu first became a superhuman, he only awakened the Immaculate Heart with the help of external forces. Congratulations on Mr. Yang's promotion. Hu Ji clapped his hands, his face full of sincere congratulations. Yang Dongqing forced a smile, a very strained one. Mr. Yang is a chosen one, with a promising future ahead of him. So why bother venturing into the deep sea? Yang Dongqing shook his head and said firmly, I must go back. There are people in the real world who are very important waiting for me. Mr. Yang, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to stop you from going. I meant to suggest you wait a bit before going. Wait a minute? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Hu Ji continued, think about it. You are the chosen one. You can advance on your own, without relying on extraordinary potions. It is very difficult to advance on your own in the real world, because the laws there are not obvious. But it is very easy in the nightmare world. The Sea Kingdom is simply the chosen land for you. If you simply live peacefully here and continuously hone your abilities, over time, you can become a silver rank expert in a few years. Wouldn't your chances of success be greatly increased then before setting off for the deep sea? A hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Dongqing's face. He suddenly realized that what the king said made a lot of sense. But Huji patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder earnestly. "Mr. Yang, I know what you're worried about. It's nothing more than the fact that you can't go back for a long time, which will make your relatives in the real world worry. But everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Think about it. Rather than taking a risk now and risking your life, it's better to wait a few years. Is it more serious to make your family wait for several years, or to never see you again?" Yang Dongqing clenched his fists tightly, but in the end he didn't say anything. He hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Uji smiled slightly. A person's will is easily worn down. When you finally muster up the courage, you are suddenly hindered by various concerns, and your courage will decline. After you have enjoyed the gentle embrace of the Sea Kingdom for a few years, your will be worn down again. Just as Huji thought he had succeeded, a calm voice rang out. "Let's go, Yang Dongqing." Leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane, Sumu slowly walked towards the west coast, his figure growing ever more distant from the group of people who hesitated in place. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Watching Sumu's departing figure, all her worries vanished in an instant, and she chased after him almost without thinking. "Wait for me." Huji watched the two figures leave, his face darkening. Just then, another figure passed by him. It was Mu King. No one knew why she insisted on going back, even at the risk of her life. Perhaps everyone has their own choices and their own concerns. Mu King's choice was to run towards the one she cared about. Huji's face darkened further, but when he turned around, his expression returned to normal, and he said with admiration, "Mr. Su and the other two are indeed courageous, but that doesn't mean our choice was wrong. We just wanted to live. What's wrong with that?" "Gentlemen." A tall, imposing figure stepped out from the crowd. It was the crew-cut man who had been urging others to leave. Seeing the crew-cut man take action, Huji narrowed his eyes. He remembered that the man's name was Lu Dongliang. He was not weak, but he was just a brute. After arriving in the Sea Kingdom, he had been complaining about this and that, and kept saying that he wanted to leave this godforsaken place. He never expected that this reckless man would dare to stand up when he knew how dangerous the deep sea was. Others want to go back because they have people in the real world they can't let go of. What do you, Lu Dongliang, have? In the past few days, Huji hadn't heard Lu Dongliang say a single word about missing home or longing for anyone. All he had heard was his disdain for the Sea Kingdom. As if he wanted to go back simply because the Sea Kingdom was too barren and didn't offer as many things as the real world. "Mr. Lu, you going too?" Huji asked. "Ugh," Lu Dongliang cursed. "Didn't I tell you? This godforsaken place is no place for anyone to stay, but I can't stand it. Damn it. I choked on a fish bone when I was a kid, so I hate eating fish more than anything. And here in this godforsaken place, I'm eating fish 9 times a day." Huji's eyes flickered. "Mr. Lu, the Sea Kingdom is indeed not as good as the real world, but at least you can survive here. There are many powerful monsters in the sea, as well as the sea god's followers. You should think carefully about whether it is more important to enjoy yourself or to survive." "Nonsense. Of course, enjoyment is more important. What's the point of living if I can't enjoy myself? I'd rather be an emperor for a day than a beggar for a lifetime. Stop trying to persuade me and get out of my way." Huji was a little stunned. He didn't expect that so many oddballs would appear among the nightmare apostles this time. He could understand that others had ties and wanted to go back. But what kind of monster is Lu Dongliang? "You can enjoy this even in the land of the sea, the women here," Lu Dongliang said disdainfully. "You really haven't eaten fine food before. The women here are dark-skinned and strong, and their mouths smell like the sea. Only you would be interested in them." Huji. He was genuinely angry. This brute was truly impervious to reason. But there are many powerful monsters in the sea. Lu Dongliang had already shaken off Hu Ji's hand that was trying to stop him, and strode after Sumu and the others, his rough voice drifting from afar. Let him be strong as he wants. I am Lu Dongliang. Watching the four figures into the distance, Hu Ji's face became expressionless, and he looked at them as if they were dead men. At this moment, Peng Yang put his arm around Hu Ji's shoulder and said, Forget it, you can't persuade a damned ghost with good words. Let them be. I heard you recently took a new concubine? I'll help you train her. Sigh. Hu Ji said with regret, I really don't want to watch them die. Why can't they stay and live a good life? On the high seas, a boat carrying a dozen or so people is sailing. The boat is not big, and its hull is mainly made of wood and metal. It is about the size of a small yacht in the real world, but it is actually much simpler than a yacht. This is already considered the best ship in the Sea Kingdom, reserved for royal use. On the deck, the sailors given by the king were busy moving about. Although they were experienced, their faces were filled with fear and anxiety after learning that their destination was the deep sea. The only comfort they had was the sea stone they wore on their chests, and the huge sea stone hanging on the hull. Inside the cabin, Sumu and his 3 companions gathered together to discuss their upcoming trip. We're all in the same boat now, so let's each explain our abilities. That way, we can cooperate better if we encounter danger, Sumu instructed, acting like a leader. Mu King and the others didn't think there was anything wrong with it. As a powerful figure who could return from the black mist, Sumu should be in charge. Even Lu Dongliang, who seemed difficult to get along with, did not come out to compete for command of the fleet. Let me go first. Sumu began to lie skillfully. I have many abilities, but I won't go into detail. My main ability is Annihilation I, which can annihilate at the atomic level. Mu King and Lu Dongliang were immediately startled. Annihilation at the atomic level? What kind of law is this? It's terrifying, Lu Dongliang exclaimed, his tiger-like eyes filled with undisguised shock. Mr. Su's laws are not within the known sequence. He truly deserves to be a powerful figure who returned from the black mist. Mu King's tense face relaxed slightly. As a member of the fleet, she naturally hoped that her teammates would be as strong as possible, so that their chances of survival would be greater. Although both were shocked by Sumu's powerful abilities, neither of them questioned them. It would be suspicious if Sumu's abilities weren't strong enough to return from the black mist. Sitting to the side, Yang Dongqing unconsciously wiggled his hips and lowered his head slightly. He knew his acting skills were not good and was afraid that others would see through his acting. He didn't know how many abilities Sumu had acquired, but the abilities were always different, and he could just rattle them off. I'll go next. Mu King suppressed her shock and took the initiative to explain her ability. Silver Law Sequence Thra Nature's Call. The ability is to control plants. Her remarks drew Yang Dongqing's attention, because Yang Dongqing had finally met someone whose rank was lower than his. Although the other person was a silver rank, while he was a bronze rank, it did not prevent him from feeling a slight surge of superiority. I'm also Silver 1, Sequence 18E Bloody Berserker. This ability is similar to Berserk mode in games, which can greatly increase strength, speed, resistance, etc. If it weren't for the side effect of lowering intelligence and inability to distinguish friend from foe after activation, my sequence ranking would definitely be higher than 18. Lu Dongliang seemed very dissatisfied with his own sequence ranking, so he made a point of explaining. The meaning is simple. Although my rank is low, my combat ability is by no means weak. It's just that I might kill my teammates. Bronze Zoo. My bronze laws are sequence 8 unending recovery, nuf, I've heart. Yang Dongqing was a little embarrassed to reveal his abilities and level. It was rather shameful to suddenly have a bronze zoo among a group of silver. Mu Qing glanced at Yang Dongqing, her face showing a puzzled expression, but she didn't say anything. Lu Dongliang, however, couldn't keep his thoughts to himself and said directly, "Brother Yang, I'm a little puzzled. Why is your extraordinary level so low? If I remember correctly, you were bronze level 1 when you first came in, and you only recently broke through to bronze level 2. Yang Dongqing, still young at heart, retorted somewhat defiantly, "That's because I haven't been a nightmare apostle for long. Give me some time, and I'll be able to advance to silver sooner or later." Lu Dongliang shook his head. "That's not what I meant. What I meant, but that the signs of the nightmare world are getting more and more difficult to detect. The nightmares you enter as an ordinary person are definitely different from the nightmares you enter after becoming a superhuman. You play games, right? Do you know about matchmaking mechanisms? I'm a straightforward person. Don't take it personally. In general, newbies rarely get matched with pros in the same game. The three of us are all so good, we shouldn't have run into you. Yang Dongqing." "Damn it! You're telling me not to mind your words. Why don't you talk to Sumu directly like that? I'm also curious about this. It does seem a bit illogical." Mu Qing frowned. "And what's even more illogical is that, given our current level, why would we encounter a legendary deity in this nightmare? Even if, as Huji said, the sea god is simply the sea and has never shown himself, it still doesn't make sense unless..." She paused, then looked at Sumu, who was sitting upright to the side.